Observing the bustling crowd, Noah's mood was far from cheerful. He found himself at the infamous Platform 9 and 3/4. Indeed, this was the legendary gateway that had transported countless souls to the magical realm, and today it was Noah's turn to stand here. His full name was Noah Finial, though one might argue that this scarcely constituted his true identity 0.9 years ago. On a fateful night, he had indulged in a drunken revelry with friends, only to awaken in terror to the shocking realization that he had inexplicably transformed into a child. To compound his misfortune, this child was ensconced within the confines of an orphanage in London. This bizarre predicament left Noah in a state of despair. He could not fathom why he had been transmigrated, especially when his previous life had been relatively uneventful. However, despite his resignation, he embraced his new reality with remarkable adaptability. Thus, he spent several years in a state of quiet acceptance, though it seemed his desire for tranquility was futile. Over the years, Noah inexplicably sensed a peculiar energy stirring within him, leaving him perplexed. His first instinct was to question whether he had been reborn into some strange parallel universe. As time progressed, he gradually unraveled certain truths about this world, including the existence of a company named Stark Industries in America, notorious for its conflicts between mutants and ordinary humans. Upon learning such information, Noah's countenance darkened. Was this truly the so-called ultimate universe? The sheer peril of this cosmos was overwhelming. With such a convoluted and distressing mindset, he pondered whether he should immerse himself in these affairs or simply seek refuge and safety. He contemplated extensively, even neglecting the restless energy within him, until the day he turned 10, when an owl unexpectedly alighted in his room, staring vacantly at him. The sight of the owl momentarily stunned Noah, particularly when he noticed something clasped in its talons, which instantly sent a wave of dizziness surging through him. Could it possibly be Hogwarts' acceptance letter? Trembling, he cautiously retrieved the item from the owl's grip and, upon reading it, was engulfed by a wave of darkness. Indeed, it is an acceptance letter. What on earth is happening? Isn't this supposed to be the Marvel Universe? How has Harry Potter intruded here? What manner of world is this? Noah was bewildered, but just as he reached the height of his confusion, a voice resonated in his mind. This mechanical tone sent a shiver down his spine. The most powerful mage system is at your service. Pardon? Noah stood dazed, listening to the voice in his mind, when suddenly a display akin to those he had encountered in video games materialized in his peripheral Visiona status bar. Name: Noah Finial. Age: 11. Mage level: 0. Then, nothing more. Noah was flabbergasted. This bore little resemblance to any game he had played. No, it was even less substantial than those wretched online games. This was utterly absurd. Why was his life force absent? Where was the vital mana that a mage should possess? Well, the absence of these attributes was one thing, but surely a magic bar should be included. Without it, how could he even claim to be a mage? I ask you, system, what purpose does this status bar serve? My existence is to assist you in becoming a great mage. A great mage? Noah rolled his eyes. He could barely conjure a spark. Surely, this was some form of jest? He hardly believed this system was benign, especially considering his arrival in this bizarre world, which was likely its doing. Pray tell, what sort of world is this? This is a multiversal amalgamation. Other answers you must pursue yourself. Understood. You claim to be the most powerful mage system? Shouldn't you instruct me on how to learn magic or meditation? Indeed, I have categorized this knowledge and placed it within a library. I can now grant you a feature that allows your soul to enter the library during sleep, enabling you to cultivate your magical power or peruse materials. This is a new user benefit. I hope you will perform well. Perform well? What did that even entail? Noah was thoroughly bewildered. When he attempted to further inquire of the system, it seemed to have frozen, leaving him without recourse. With no other options, Noah resolved to make the most of the system's offering. In the ensuing days, he diligently utilized this newfound privilege and came to realize that the restless energy within him was, in fact, magical power. Remarkably consistent with American lore, magical power is inherently innate. Either one possesses it or one does not. Heaven knows if this Bodis ancestors ever included a mage. Noah sighed in exasperation and immersed himself in the library of his soul. Truth be told, These days felt rather mundane, but considering the foreboding future of this world, he dared not take unnecessary risks. Of course, he did not squander the daylight hours. He found his way to Diagon Alley, and, after explaining his situation, was kindly guided around by a well-meaning gentleman. As for the funds required, he owed a debt of gratitude to Miss Heffen, the head of the orphanage, who, upon learning of Noah's acceptance into a school, was overjoyed and endeavored to procure some money for him to ensure his entry into academia. Once everything was in order, Noah ventured alone to the platform. To be honest, he had no idea which year he belonged to or what sort of classmates awaited him. Yet, when he spotted a bespectacled boy with a scar on his forehead, Noah felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. I knew it. Is it too much to ask for a peaceful educational experience? Seated on the swiftly moving train, Noah has now found a semblance of tranquility. Gazing out at the passing scenery, he contemplates his future. To be honest, he remains uncertain about what lies ahead, as the world around him feels inexplicably bewildering and, at times, perilous. However, overthinking serves little purpose. The one solace Noah finds is that this world is not the so-called ultimate Earth, but rather a realm that has inexplicably shattered countless dimensional barriers to converge into existence. As for whether these worlds lean more toward comic books or films, Noah is neither informed nor inclined to discern. After all, the timeline is still in its infancy, and he is far too young. He certainly does not believe that at the tender age of 10 he could orchestrate anything earth-shattering. He knows that America aligns with the Marvel Universe, while he currently traverses the Harry Potter narrative in London. Who knows what other chaotic elements might intrude upon this world? Noah rubbed his nose, casting a glance at the surrounding excited young wizards, and decided to close his eyes. He found himself at a loss for words with these little ones, though he too felt a surge of excitement. The strangeness of this world rendered it difficult for him to articulate any genuine enthusiasm. He sighed, pondering the futility of such thoughts, and resolved to take things one step at a time. At the very least, he could embrace his identity as a wizard, could he not? Noah rubbed his nose again, silently summoning the system to display his character panel. Truth be told, he held no fondness for the wretched character panel the system provided. It was barely more sophisticated than something from a web game. Yet, there was no alternative. Despite its rudimentary nature and scant content, it sufficed for Noah's current needs. Too much unnecessary information might well overwhelm him. Name: Noah Finul. Age: 11 wizard level. Upon observing that level 1, Noah's spirits dampened considerably. After expending so much effort, achieving merely level 1 was hardly cause for celebration. Through the system, he had gleaned the basics of the wizarding hierarchy. Level 1 could be deemed the most rudimentary tier. The classification of wizards ranges from 1 to 10, with each stage further divided into 10 levels. At present, Noah finds himself at the absolute lowest echelon, a mere novice who has only just begun to engage with magic. Essentially, he is a magical apprentice. This corresponds to the fabled 0 tier, level 1, a significant blow to the pride of any traveler from another realm. Noah silently lamented this reality. With such a ranking, he felt utterly incapable of achieving anything meaningful. Even wielding a wand would not enable him to perform any noteworthy spells, save for perhaps a few specific tricks. Purchasing a wand had not presented any difficulties, nor had he encountered discounts or the like. The process of selecting his wand was remarkably straightforward, akin to that of an ordinary passerby, lacking any semblance of distinction. In reflection, Noah could only sigh. Indeed, one does not receive the privileges of a protagonist without the fate to match. Certainly, Noah merely voiced his grievances, truthfully. He would prefer to remain a mere bystander rather than become embroiled in troubles. However, should he mature and ensure his safety, he would not be averse to participating in certain specific matters. Yet, that is a discussion for another time. At present, Noah does not even consider himself a minor player. He must devise his own strategies and exert effort. He succumbed to a deep slumber, as the train journey was rather monotonous, especially aboard this antiquated steam locomotive, which felt like a torment to him. He was accustomed to high-speed trains, and thus had no interest in such contraptions, even experiencing a touch of motion sickness. Moreover, Noah recalled from the original text that this dilapidated train would not arrive at Hogwarts until nightfall, which implied a journey exceeding 8 hours, an excruciating ordeal for him. Rather than endure such discomfort, he would prefer to delve into the books available in the library created by the system. As for fostering relationships with classmates, He dismissed the notion, being uncertain of his house affiliation. He would address that matter once the sorting was complete. Noah had indeed not made a decision regarding which house to join. From his perspective, he had no desire to align with Gryffindor. That group of protagonists stirred chaos without respite, and while they typically emerged unscathed, their antics did not guarantee safety for Noah. He was not a protagonist, and he found the escapades of Harry and his friends to be rather juvenile. As for Dumbledore, he was enigmatic and somewhat cunning. Forging a rapport with him would undoubtedly be advantageous, provided one earned his approval. Regarding Voldemort, Noah had little to say. He regarded him as a quintessential example of a failed antagonist. If Dumbledore were not somewhat aged and exceptionally adept at evasion, dealing with him would pose no challenge. In his middle years, Dumbledore confronted Grindelwald, a foe far more terrifying and malevolent than Voldemort, who, with the advantage of Dumbledore's brother, was ultimately subdued. Thus, Voldemort was of little consequence. Had Dumbledore not adhered so strictly to the rules, and had Voldemort not been so elusive, it is likely that he would have found a way to eliminate him long ago. Noah diligently read within the confines of the system's library, indifferent to the events unfolding outside. Truth be told, the library created by the system was quite impressive. Noah discovered a plethora of diverse books. Titles such as Monster Compendium and Solutions, Principles of Magical Energy Utilization, and Techniques of Alchemy, among others, were at his disposal. However, Noah understood that engaging with these texts at this juncture was not particularly beneficial. He primarily focused on books concerning the condensation and application of magical energy. At his current stage, excessive reading would yield little utility. He would contemplate other matters once he had acquired some measure of strength. The journey remained tranquil and stable, and it was only when the surrounding commotion roused Noah from his slumber that he realized they had arrived at their destination. Indeed, sleeping proved to be the most effective means of passing the time. Uncertain whether a certain chubby boy has found the toad he lost, Noah shrugged it off, pondering the futility of such thoughts. He stretched lazily and joined the throng as they disembarked from the train. As he gazed upon the majestic Hogwarts school standing silently before him, a wave of excitement welled up within him. This would be the place he would call home for many years to come, a sanctuary for his future stability. Yet, he mused, where would he be sorted? Ultimately, it mattered little. Every house held its own charm and essence. It is well known that Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, each with its own emblem and culture. Noah was well aware of these details, yet upon stepping into the Great Hall, he was utterly awestruck. The floating candles illuminated the space, while various ghosts drifted about, and students clad in house robes conversed in hushed tones. Everything felt strikingly familiar, as if he had stepped into a memory, yet being a part of it infused the experience with a new vibrancy. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they swiftly traversed the corridors and arrived at the front of the hall. Approximately 240 to 250 students accompanied Noah, but they were soon dispersed among the houses, resulting in roughly 50 to 60 newcomers per house. The rather peculiar tradition of determining their future homes was entrusted to a tattered old hat. Noah found it difficult to articulate his thoughts on such an absurdity. How could a mere hat dictate one's future? Yet, tradition is a powerful force, and he felt compelled to comply. At times, tradition can be daunting, and adhering to it equally so. Noah was not foolish enough to voice any dissent regarding this practice. He merely hoped that this cursed hat could not truly glimpse into his soul. The last thing he wanted was to be perceived as a monster, subjected to dissection and study. Noah silently grumbled to himself, genuinely concerned about the implications of his origins, which were not easily explained. He certainly did not wish to endure such a torturous fate. Rest assured, this hat cannot discern anything about you. In fact, you have the power to choose which house you wish to join. The frequently malfunctioning system suddenly chimed in. Really? Noah was taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed a reasonable function. After all, it was a system capable of transporting him to other worlds. If it lacked even this ability, it would indeed be a disgrace to its lineage. Although, Noah mused, the rudimentary nature of its attribute panel was rather embarrassing. Yes, you can even choose to shield memories from its view. Lastly, do not indulge in wild imaginings. Our fates are intertwined, and I am privy to your thoughts. Noah gently touched his head, realizing for the first time that his often malfunctioning system possessed a certain temperament. However, he soon found himself with little time to ponder, as Dumbledore had already risen, ready to address the gathering. Not only Noah, but all the young wizards from his cohort fell silent, obediently raising their gazes to the venerable elder with silver hair. Dumbledore offered a slight smile before leisurely beginning. "Hello, children. I believe Professor McGonagall has already delivered the welcoming remarks, so I shall succinctly convey a few important points." Professor McGonagall delivered a welcome speech. Noah's expression mirrored confusion. He had barely been awake upon disembarking the train, resulting in some lapses in his memory regarding that aspect. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as Noah had come here to learn, not merely to listen to a welcome address. "Before the term commences, I have a few announcements to make," Dumbledore continued. "First, it is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Oh, and the second point is that Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone that those who wish to avoid a most unpleasant demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." "Thank you. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? Wasn't that where a 3-headed dog was confined?" Noah pondered quietly to himself, questioning whether this was an implicit warning or a deliberate caution directed at the mischievous Gryffindors tempted to explore. He was uncertain, yet he understood that Dumbledore's specific mention would likely incite some to test the waters. Casting a casual glance around, Noah indeed noticed several students at the Gryffindor table engaged in hushed conversations. Even the children beside him were discussing the matter, and upon listening briefly, Noah lost interest. They seemed to believe some treasure lay hidden there. "All right, everyone, please be quiet," Professor McGonagall interjected, holding a roster in one hand and what appeared to be a rather grimy hat in the other. "Now, when I call your name, please come forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon you, and you will be assigned to your respective houses. Is that understood?" McGonagall surveyed the newcomers, some of whom remained speechless or still absorbed in their earlier astonishment, before promptly beginning to read from the roster. First up, Hermione Granger. "What?" A girl not far from Noah exclaimed softly, and he noticed her feigning composure as she walked forward. Shaking his head, Noah found himself indifferent to the final sorting result. Truth be told, this entire scene bore a striking resemblance to the film, where Hermione was indeed the first to be sorted. It seemed she would be placed in Gryffindor. Noah mused quietly. Sure enough, the tattered hat soon proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Gryffindor." Hermione, beaming, removed the hat and placed it on the table before eagerly making her way to the Gryffindor table, which erupted in enthusiastic applause, welcoming their new classmate. With Hermione breaking the ice, the subsequent events unfolded with remarkable ease. The students, one by one, approached the stage in an orderly fashion as Professor McGonagall called the roll. And much like Noah remembered, there were no peculiar incidents arising from his presence during the sorting ceremony. Essentially, everyone returned to their respective houses. For instance, Ron and Harry were once again sorted into Gryffindor, while Malfoy and his two cronies found their way to Slytherin. Harry Potter's allocation to Gryffindor elicited cheers from the students, though this enthusiasm was largely confined to those of his own house. The professors, for the most part, remained rather indifferent, with the exception of Dumbledore, who appeared genuinely pleased. After nearly an hour, it was finally Noah's turn. By this point, he was beginning to feel rather weak in the knees from the anticipation. Why on earth was he the last one? It was utterly absurd. He had been standing there for an hour. The lengthy wait was indeed exasperating. Yet Noah understood there was little he could do. With such a large number of students, managing to sort 250 of them in an hour was quite an accomplishment, considering each student would require at least 30 seconds. That would amount to 2 hours. Gratitude was owed to some particularly distinctive students who were sorted almost immediately upon taking the stage. Yet, Noah couldn't help but feel disgruntled about being the last one called. Was this some sort of grand finale? He was no celebrity. What was the meaning of this? "Last one, Noah Finnegan," Professor McGonagall stated, her tone still calm, betraying none of the fatigue from reading names for over an hour. Noah let out a resigned sigh. The atmosphere indeed felt somewhat like a spectacle. There was nothing he could do, but why did he have to be the last? Slowly, he approached the stage and accepted the hat Professor McGonagall offered. Without uttering a word, he placed it upon his head. A newcomer, with an unfamiliar surname. A tragic past, yet filled with hope for the future, and a keen love for the unknown knowledge, eager to acquire more wisdom. How intriguing. I must ponder this. Noah had anticipated a brief exchange, after which he would be casually assigned to a house. However, upon donning the hat, it began to chatter incessantly, deep in contemplation. This left Noah feeling quite bewildered. What was this all about? Why was it taking so long? Could it not provide him with an answer more swiftly? Yet, Despite his impatience, the Sorting Hat did not comply with his wishes. It deliberated for what felt like an eternity, ultimately failing to arrive at a conclusion. To be honest, the Sorting Hat found itself equally perplexed. This boy named Noah possessed a rather peculiar mindset. Not only did he exhibit a thirst for knowledge, but he also demonstrated a degree of integrity and loyalty. Most crucially, it sensed a certain courage within him, one that enabled him to confront danger and fulfill his obligations. It can be said that apart from Slytherin, he is quite suited for the other three houses, as this lad subconsciously feels that he does not belong there. Many believe that Slytherin only admits descendants of pure-blood wizarding families, suggesting that only those with the most unblemished lineage can enter Slytherin. However, this is a misconception. Slytherin values ambition over bloodline. In fact, many students within Slytherin are not of pure blood. Numerous Slytherin students have at least one Muggle parent. For instance, the ultimate antagonist of the original work, Voldemort, is of mixed heritage, as is the current headmaster, Severus Snape. Slytherin prioritizes young individuals with ambition. Whether they aspire to become the most formidable wizards or to achieve legendary status within the magical realm. As long as one possesses lofty goals and is willing to toil for their ambitions, Slytherin will take notice and admit them to help fulfill their desires. The Sorting Hat, however, finds itself in a quandary, as this lad seems to believe he cannot enter Slytherin, and the Hat has not taken the initiative to elucidate this matter to him. Of course, it is also possible that the Hat itself harbors a certain aversion towards Slytherin. The Hat faces a dilemma. Individuals with diverse traits typically must choose the most fitting one or simply consult their own preferences. Ultimately, the Hat decides to seek this lad's opinion. Pray tell, which house do you wish to join? Huh. Noah's expression betrays his confusion. What do you mean? ISNT at your decision? Why are you asking me? This question should be one that you clarify for me, not the other way around. Due to your multifaceted attributes, I deemed it prudent to inquire about your personal inclination. Very well, let me ponder this. The prospect of choosing for himself is quite unexpected. Truth be told, Noah harbors no particular prejudice against Slytherin. He is well aware that not all Slytherins are Death Eaters. Regrettably, he feels utterly incapable of entering Slytherin. Otherwise, he would gladly seek to forge connections with the noble descendants of that house. Excluding Slytherin significantly narrows Noah's options. After dismissing Gryffindor, which he has no desire to meddle with, only two houses remain. Hufflepuff students seem adept at food-related spells, while Ravenclaw favors intelligent individuals and is reputed to possess the most extensive collection of tomes. After a moment's contemplation, Noah arrives at his conclusion. Having come to this world, his sense of security has always been somewhat tenuous. He eagerly anticipates strengthening his abilities, at the very least, to ensure his own protection. Thus, a wealth of knowledge stands as an undeniable temptation. Were it not for the myriad trivialities of this world, Noah would be delighted to join Hufflepuff and explore culinary arts. I have made my decision. If possible, I wish to join Ravenclaw. Excellent. It appears you have reached your conclusion. Welcome to Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat first whispered to Noah, before once again utilizing its distinctive high-pitched tone to announce Noah's final affiliation. With that, the entire sorting process came to a close, and Noah was welcomed by the students of Ravenclaw. He casually chose an empty seat, secretly reveling in his choice, oblivious to the fact that he had seemingly overlooked certain things. Hello, Mr. Finnegan. I am Evan Kane. It is a pleasure to see you in Ravenclaw as well. Just as Noah pondered his future course of action, a voice suddenly emerged beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a boy of similar age, sporting short golden hair, though his face bore an abundance of freckles. Hello, Evan. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Noah. It appears we shall be classmates henceforth. Noah exhibited a friendly demeanor towards his future peer. All right, Noah. I believe I have not encountered the surname Finnegan before. Were your parents wizards? Evan inquired with a smile directed at Noah. I am not certain. I grew up in an orphanage, and it was only when I saw an owl dawdling outside my window that I realized I could indeed become a wizard. What about you? The school's owls have always been rather unreliable. As for me, my father was a Ravenclaw, and so was my mother. Thus, I am too. Oh, it seems your entire family hails from the same house, which I find rather intriguing. Noah mused. However, their conversation soon dwindled as Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, marking the official beginning of Noah's school life. Dumbledore's introductory speech was deceptively charming, yet Noah discerned that, including himself, All the Ravenclaw students appeared unfazed by his words. They merely pondered for a moment before deducing the answers, a revelation that caused Noah's lips to twitch. This sensation was far from pleasant. Noah knew the answers while his peers had seemingly arrived at them through their own intellect. At that moment, he felt as though he, a struggling student, had inadvertently infiltrated the realm of scholars. However, such doubts were transient, for Noah was soon captivated by the delectable array of food on the table. Having spent the entire day napping on the train, he had not had a proper meal and was quite ravenous. The dinner proceeded smoothly, though Noah was immensely curious about how Dumbledore managed to conjure such a feast out of thin air. Nevertheless, he refrained from posing such inquiries, recognizing that these matters were beyond the grasp of a mere student. After the banquet concluded, each house's students, accompanied by their prefects, made their way to the dormitories. The Ravenclaw Tower resided on the western side of the castle, housing both the common room and dormitories. Noah and his companions soon arrived at a spacious, ethereal circular chamber, adorned with elegant arched windows and draped in blue and bronze silk curtains. The ceiling is a dome adorned with stars, mirrored by the deep blue carpet below, which too is sprinkled with celestial bodies. The room is furnished with tables and chairs, and a bookshelf stands prominently. In the niche opposite the door rests a half-length statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, crafted from white marble. This is the common room of Ravenclaw, Evan quietly remarked beside Noah. I heard from my parents that a door adjacent to the statue leads to the dormitories above. Is that so? This design is indeed intriguing, Noah nodded. The ambience here is undeniably pleasant. In stark contrast to the dimly lit Slytherin common room, this space is bright and airy, devoid of any eerie vibes, instead exuding an air of grandeur. Most importantly, the abundance of books here fills Noah with hope for a promising future. All right, everyone, each time you enter, you must answer a question. The answers can be found on the bookshelf in the common room. Of course, if you cannot answer and thus cannot enter, you might as well patiently wait for someone to let you in. At least you'll learn something in the process. Prefect Penelope Clearwater concluded her instructions and allowed the newcomers to retire for the night. From the next day onward, the first years would embark on their academic journey at Hogwarts, beginning anew to learn various magical disciplines. The newcomers were filled with anticipation, including Evan, who had closely followed Noah. Despite coming from a family of Ravenclaws, he was still immensely excited upon stepping into the academy. However, Noah mused that no one could possibly be as anxious as Harry Potter, who lost sleep and awoke late. Although Ravenclaw is not Slytherin, filled with pure-blood aristocrats, its students are equally idealistic and not lacking in magical lineage. Take Evan, for instance. Surely his elders imparted considerable wisdom about this place prior to his arrival. It seems we are quite fated to be together. I never expected we'd share a dormitory, Noah thought as he approached his assigned room. To his surprise, this fellow named Evan had also followed him here. A glance at the number in Evan's hand confirmed that they were indeed roommates. I'm genuinely pleased to be your roommate, Evan replied with a smile. Upon entering the dormitory, Noah discovered that others were already present. This was quite normal, as the rooms provided by the academy are quite spacious, making it improbable for only one or two students to occupy them, especially given the number of attendees. Noah's dormitory accommodates 4 students. In addition to Noah and Evan, there are 2 others named Renz and Kate. Their backgrounds are similar. Their families have, to varying degrees, been students of Ravenclaw, thus inheriting the tradition. These individuals possess amiable personalities, and as it was their first meeting, they inevitably engaged in light conversation. Upon learning about Noah's background, they exhibited no airs of superiority, allowing Noah to easily forge a friendly rapport with them. Why does Professor Dumbledore specifically emphasize not approaching that place? After some idle chatter, Kate suddenly inquired with interest. I believe it would be best for us not to discuss it, and besides, it is getting rather late. We should retire for the night, replied Lons, whose composed demeanor disinclined him from broaching evidently taboo subjects. Moreover, the time indeed was late, and they had essential classes to attend the following day. Arriving late on the first day would be quite embarrassing. Thus, the 4 youngsters swiftly reached a consensus and scurried off to their beds, with Evan even extinguishing the flame of the candlestick. Noah recalled that their first lesson appeared to be history of magic, attended jointly with Hufflepuff. Truth be told, the class system at Hogwarts is exceedingly intriguing, often gathering students from 2 different houses for a lesson. Perhaps in the morning, one attends a class with Hufflepuff, but in the afternoon, it might be with Gryffindor or Slytherin for another. Certain subjects, such as defense against the dark arts and charms, are somewhat exceptional, typically involving all 4 houses in attendance. Noah had no particular objections to this arrangement, likely designed to enhance students' enthusiasm and competitiveness. As he closed his eyes, Noah soon found himself within the library of the system space. With the system's assistance, he could essentially obtain more time than others to study the subjects he desired, which he considered a modest yet significant advantage. If only time could be doubled here. How splendid it would be if time in this realm moved at twice the speed of the outside world, Noah murmured softly. Then casually retrieved a book he had previously perused, titled The Art of Magic Techniques, deciding to thoroughly memorize its contents. To his surprise, his quiet musing elicited a response from the system. That is possible, but your current magical prowess and mental strength do not meet the required threshold. Therefore, I cannot activate this function. Noah paused momentarily, but soon his spirits lifted. If that were the case, once his strength increased, could he not achieve a doubling effect? Perhaps even more? Indeed, the system interjected, aware of Noah's thoughts. The stronger you become, the greater assistance I can provide, so strive diligently, host. Is that so? How wonderful. Noah smiled, but soon another thought crossed his mind. By the way, with your remarkable abilities, who created you? Weakness prevents disclosure. The next morning, Noah awoke feeling refreshed. Although he had spent the entire night reading and gathering magical energy in the system library, his body had genuinely rested. The combination of reading in the first half of the night and meditating in the latter had left his mental state exceptionally vibrant. It is undeniably insufficient, and I hope to somehow double the time available in my system space. Noah quickly freshened up, and his roommates had also begun to stir. Today marks the first day of classes, and indeed, no one dares to arrive late. Who would wish to leave a poor impression on their teacher on the inaugural day? Well, perhaps aside from the infamous Mr. Potter? Noah recalls that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were late on their first day of classes. The reason was likely Harry's overwhelming excitement, which resulted in a sleepless night and, unfortunately, dragged Ron along with him. Even more unfortunate were the heads of the various Hogwarts houses, who, while keenly invested in their own house's competitive success, would never stoop to sabotaging other houses or practicing favoritism. They also would not deliberately obscure the mistakes of their own students, which is why Harry and Ron received a stern reprimand from their head, Professor McGonagall, and were even penalized with a significant deduction of points. The content of History of Magic primarily involves studying the historical events of the magical world. Although somewhat tedious, Noah found it utterly captivating. Familiarity with the history of a world is immensely beneficial for Noah, particularly as he is an outsider. He might be able to articulate various aspects of the future, but when it comes to evaluating the past, he would surely be at a loss. Additionally, Noah believes that a qualified wizard possesses not only exceptional magical skills and profound magical power, but also extensive knowledge. He certainly does not wish to be a foolish wizard, as that would be rather disheartening. After one class, Noah was exceedingly diligent and astonishingly discovered that his memory seemed to have improved remarkably. Today's lesson focused on the history of the Goblin Rebellions, and after reading the material once and listening to the professor's explanations multiple times, he had nearly memorized the content in its entirety. This revelation took Noah by surprise. Could it be a benefit bestowed by the system? Or perhaps a special ability that comes with being a wizard? He scratched his head and quickly attributed this newfound ability to the system. Look at Harry and Ron. They too have become wizards, yet their performance in classes is abysmal. Without Hermione's assistance, graduating would likely pose a significant challenge for them. Goodness, the History of Magic class is as tedious and lengthy as a Berlin slug, and the most frustrating part is that I must memorize it all. Once class ended, the inhabitants of their dormitory congregated, and Evan began to voice his complaints. Frankly, History of Magic is not particularly favored, as evidenced by the dazed expressions on the faces of the Hufflepuff students. Enough complaining. Evan, this is a mandatory course, and lamenting won't change anything. In the end, I wager you will master it thoroughly. Lund smiled nonchalantly, grumbling as he did so, yet the students of Ravenclaw would not let mere complaints deter their pursuit of knowledge. Their insatiable curiosity and profound wisdom epitomized the very essence of Ravenclaw. If one could not embrace these virtues, then they truly had no place among them. Noah, how do you feel about your first class? Kate inquired, turning to Noah, the only Muggle-born among them, eliciting their genuine concern. Don't worry, this is quite simple for me. Isn't it? Noah replied with a smile. indeed finding the material straightforward and having memorized it all, though he chose not to elaborate further. As the group engaged in casual conversation, they prepared to leave the classroom, only to encounter the disheveled faces of Harry and Ron. Noah's dorm mates recognized these two well. After all, Harry was notoriously famous, while Ron was often seen as his loyal companion. "What on earth is their expression?" Evan asked, puzzled by their demeanor on the very first day of school. "They must have made a blunder. Who knows with them?" Noah remarked nonchalantly. Even if he had an inkling of what transpired, he opted to remain silent. Recalling their schedule, it seemed that their afternoon class was Transfiguration, led by Professor McGonagall. Transfiguration is the branch of magic focused on altering the shape or appearance of objects, which was precisely the subject matter of this course. It is a theoretical discipline, with spells covering transformations such as giving a person rabbit ears, vanishing spells that make objects completely disappear, and summoning spells that conjure objects out of thin air. At higher levels, these spells can even transform inanimate objects into living beings, and vice versa. It is indeed a formidable branch of magic, and Noah found himself deeply intrigued by it. However, his interest waned when it came to the magical variant known as animagus. He harbored uncertainty about what form he might take. Becoming a dog like Sirius would hardly be amusing, but transforming into a dragon might be far more exhilarating. Yet, within this Western world, dragons seemed to carry a rather ominous reputation. Rubbing his head, Noah followed his roommates to grab a bite to eat before returning to his room. For Noah, these simple days evoked fond memories of his time as a student. Compared to other transmigrators, he felt his life was relatively uneventful and tranquil, devoid of any inexplicable chaos. This was a blessing for Noah. He had no desire to attract trouble unnecessarily. "I am not Harry Potter. Such tribulations hold no significance for me. I shall focus on my studies and address matters when I possess the strength to do so," he mused quietly before collapsing onto his bed and closing his eyes. Soon, he found himself once again in the library of the system. Gazing at the myriad of books before him, Noah sighed, realizing the arduous journey that lay ahead. Upon picking up a book, Noah settled down to immerse himself in its pages, deciding to study first before honing his magical prowess. He had long established a personal goal, to achieve at least a first-tier level by the end of the first semester. This ambition was not overly ambitious, was it? With diligent effort, it should be attainable. Noah's modest aspiration was, in fact, not exaggerated. A first-tier status was merely a stepping stone, signifying his transition from a mere apprentice to a fully-fledged wizard. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as a sorcerer in this realm. A properly graduated sorcerer typically possesses a competency of around the second or third tier, with the exceptional ones reaching the fourth tier. Professors at institutions like Hogwarts, such as Dumbledore, actually wield powers at levels 5 or 6, or even beyond. Noah felt that if he failed to achieve this, it would render his transmigration a futile endeavor, not to mention a waste of the opportunity granted by his system. Even if he had not chosen to cross over, it was imperative not to tarnish the reputation of a traveler, was it not? As 2 months gradually passed, Noah's life remained rather monotonous. He diligently attended classes and, during his free time, entered the system's space to read and consolidate his magic. Perhaps due to his frequent forays into the system's realm, coupled with his habit of maintaining a semblance of slumber while there, his peculiar state sparked concern among Evan and the others. To them, this unaccountable drowsiness seemed to signify a curse. After all, no one would exhibit such symptoms without reason. Initially oblivious, Noah eventually discerned the situation when he noticed his roommates perusing books about curses. "What on earth are you all doing?" he inquired. "Noah, please do not panic. We are investigating the possibility that you may be cursed." "Cursed? Me? Indeed, your drowsiness is quite alarming. Both at noon and night, you succumb to sleep easily and deeply, which is not a favorable sign." Noah found their concern both amusing and touching. After all, it was nice to be cared for, was it not? Ultimately, he expended considerable effort explaining that his profound slumber was merely a function of excellent sleep quality. This explanation left his 3 friends somewhat skeptical. "Hey guys, do you really think someone who is cursed would experience chronic drowsiness and still appear as lively as I do? Shouldn't I be unfocused and lethargic instead?" "Well, that does seem plausible, but are you certain you're all right?" "Of course. I was a muggle before. I hardly believe anyone would curse me out of the blue. I'm no Harry Potter." The trio scratched their heads, realizing that perhaps there was indeed no cause for alarm. and thus ceased their unwarranted speculations. However, this misunderstanding served as a wake-up call for Noah, prompting him to exercise more caution during his midday slumbers. While a passion for learning is commendable, he certainly did not wish to draw attention to his uniqueness. Moreover, Noah now truly feels that there is no need to rush. Perhaps spending the time during his midday slumber to peruse the tomes within the academy would be quite delightful, as his prowess has rapidly advanced during this period. Name: Noah Finial. Age: 11 Mage level. For Noah glanced at his Mage panel, feeling quite satisfied. Although he has never quite understood how this panel assesses his elevation in magical prowess, he remains convinced that the system would not deceive him. It is likely due to the inherently swift progression of low-level magical apprentices, or perhaps my innate talent is exceptionally extraordinary. Noah mused with a hint of pride, knowing that anyone who ascended from level 1 to level 4 in under 2 months, even at the apprentice level, would be elated. Having gathered his essential belongings, Noah accompanied his dormitory companions towards the classroom of spell theory. This classroom is located at the end of the left corridor on the 4th floor, where the trophy room also resides, showcasing gleaming trophies, shields, medals, and statues. This room chronicles the names of past student leaders of Hogwarts. Naturally, these artifacts failed to capture Noah and his friends' attention. The most captivating sight lay at the right corridor, the fabled Forbidden Corridor. Professor Dumbledore had even specifically warned at the beginning of the term that one should not venture there if they wished to remain alive. "I am quite curious about what lies within," Evan remarked softly while walking, occasionally peeking in that direction. "Evan, control your curiosity. It is best we do not stir up trouble," Lenz interjected, having overheard Evan's comment. "Rest assured, I am not among those brainless lions. I merely ponder." Not daring to actually approach, Evan shrugged, then turned to Noah. "Noah, Kate, are you not even a little curious? Rather than being curious about that, we should focus on how to perform well in this lesson and earn some points for our house, especially since it is our headmaster's class," Noah replied nonchalantly. "Why should I be curious about that? That three-headed dog is exceedingly dangerous. I have no desire to seek trouble with it," Noah thought. Although he is currently a level 4 magical apprentice, the library system houses a plethora of resources, such as the book he is currently reading titled Compendium of Tricks. This compendium does not merely represent trivialities, but encompasses genuine spells, albeit categorized as tricks due to their relatively low magical level. Nevertheless, it must be said that this material is quite suited for Noah, and within its pages, he has discovered several offensive spells. This is also why Noah is not particularly apprehensive about the three-headed dog, though he would undoubtedly harbor fear if it were not chained. I share the same sentiment. If you are genuinely curious about what lies within, why not encourage those little lions to venture in and take a look? I am confident they would be more than willing. Kate nodded in agreement with Noah's words, only for this fellow to silently propose a rather ludicrous idea. His utterance inadvertently drew the attention of Noah and his companions, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "What is with that look?" Kate inquired, puzzled. "Oh, nothing. We simply think your idea is splendid. You should certainly consider running for student council president." Evan and Renz chimed in unison, while Noah merely chuckled without offering a retort. "Thank you. And if the opportunity arises, I shall. Should we truly give it a try? I know a few Gryffindors who seem quite interested in such matters." "Well, let us discuss it later," Noah replied, smiling at his roommates, finding them genuinely amusing. As for whether to give it a shot, Noah deemed it unnecessary. After all, Mr. Potter would undoubtedly remain restless, and in due time, everyone would learn what secrets lay hidden within that corridor room. Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered it already brimming with students. The charms class resembled a public lecture, gathering all students of the same year into one space. Unlike elective courses, however, this was a mandatory class with considerable credit weight. Following Evan and the others, Noah quickly located the seats designated for Ravenclaw students. This marked their first collective class. The preceding 2 months had primarily focused on helping newcomers acclimatize to the vastness of Hogwarts, as navigating the myriad pathways was no simple feat moreover. Many first years hailed from Muggle backgrounds, like Harry and Hermione, necessitating the school to account for their unique situations. Thus, the initial months were dedicated to introducing these freshmen to fundamental concepts, laying a solid groundwork, and now that everyone had adapted, it was time to delve into more profound subjects. Evidently, the charms class was perceived as an intricate course, regardless of one's prowess as a wizard. Mastery of charms was indispensable. Lacking the ability to wield them was akin to forfeiting magic itself. Holding a wand would be no different from grasping an ordinary stick. Professor Phileas Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, his diminutive stature requiring such elevation to reach the lectern, yet none dared to mock him. His magical prowess was exceptionally high, and although his appearance could be somewhat comical, particularly when he excitedly stumbled from his perch while calling out Harry Potter during roll call, who could have guessed that this seemingly whimsical professor would one day vanquish the nefarious Death Eater Antonin Dolohov? If only he could temper his enthusiasm a bit. Evan watched the scene with a hint of discomfort, while Kate and Renz wore similar expressions. Indeed, the entire cohort of Ravenclaw students appeared quite bemused. They all settled into a relatively central position, as their late arrival precluded them from securing seats closer to the front. Yet, this location was advantageous. It neither drew undue attention nor hindered their ability to see clearly. Noah, in particular, found solace in this arrangement. Perhaps it was his emotionally rich nature? I had heard whispers of his innate sensitivity. Noah stroked his chin and spoke softly. Indeed, he was quite expressive. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, was it not? Luns merely shook his head in resignation. All right, my friends, let us refrain from chatter. Class is about to commence. Kate's voice cut through their conversation. Indeed, Professor Flitwick had swiftly completed the roll call. Despite the large number of students, this was not a sorting ceremony, and with the cooperation of the students, the entire process was wrapped up in mere minutes, paving the way for the commencement of the lesson. The subject of charms predominantly required practical application, as a spell is presented before you. One must learn not only how to articulate it, but also how to wield one's wand to channel their magical energy. However, without attempting it, all remains mere theory. Perhaps mindful of the newcomers, Professor Flitwick dedicated a substantial portion of the class to emphasizing the significance of charms, followed by public demonstrations of the shattering spell, the repairing charm, and the summoning charm. Finally, he instructed them in the art of casting the levitation charm, a spell that allows objects to hover in the air for several seconds, along with the techniques of magical manipulation. Truth be told, Noah found the initial part of the lesson quite engaging. He even paid close attention during Professor Flitwick's demonstrations. However, when it came to the practical application, Noah's enthusiasm waned. The levitation charm was not unfamiliar to him. He had already unraveled its intricacies in the Compendium of Enchantments and could be considered quite proficient in its use. Thus, when it was time to practice, Noah felt a distinct lack of interest. What is the matter, Noah? Why don't you give it a try? Evan quickly noticed Noah's unusual demeanor and inquired softly. While everyone else diligently pointed their wands at the feather on the table, this fellow sat there, propping his head up and staring blankly, lost in thought. How could this not draw the attention of others? It's nothing. I'm merely reflecting on the elements Professor Flitwick mentioned earlier, Noah replied, snapping back to reality with a nonchalant smile. If I were to really take action, I fear you all would be left in shock. Noah chuckled inwardly. Yet he dutifully retrieved his wand, not wishing to appear too out of place, as that would be unwise. His wand was not particularly extraordinary, certainly not akin to Ron's heirloom from his brother, measuring 9 inches in length. It was crafted from mahogany and the nerve of a Siberian white wolf, mysterious yet not rare, belonging to the category of wands that are neither exceptional nor deficient. When Noah acquired his wand, he did not endure the common struggle of searching endlessly for the right fit. He managed to find it on his first attempt. Much like an ordinary passerby, shaking his head, Noah intended to casually respond when a figure suddenly appeared before his desk, nearly startling him. Mr. Finiel, have you encountered any trouble? Professor Flitwick inquired with a benevolent smile, evidently having noticed Noah's earlier actions. I believe I have no issues, Noah replied awkwardly, feeling even more embarrassed as it seemed all the students present had turned their gazes toward him, despite Professor Flitwick not being particularly tall or handsome. His exceptional spellcasting skills and long-standing reputation inevitably drew the attention of students, particularly since many of them struggled to effectively perform spells. Their desire for guidance from Professor Flitwick was palpable. Oh, is that so? How do you find this spell? Professor Flitwick maintained his kind demeanor, having approached to check on Noah upon observing him in a daze. Being a student from his academy, he was familiar with Noah's circumstances. Indeed, it was Noah's Muggle heritage that prompted Professor Flitwick to pay him extra attention, illustrating his genuine care for his students. It's not particularly difficult. One simply needs to pay attention to certain details and control their magical energy. I believe it won't take long for someone to master it, Noah said with a hint of uncertainty, recalling that Hermione had indeed grasped it quite swiftly. "Oh, really?" Professor Flivy responded, slightly surprised, then hesitantly asked, "Would you care to give it a try?" Noah remained silent, merely nodding. Although he was not keen on seeking the spotlight, he did not mind showcasing his capabilities. This conflicting psychology was common to many. Noah felt no need to feign ignorance, and since Professor Flivy wished to see, he thought it best to perform well. Who knows? It might lead to future benefits. With a gentle flourish of his wand, a somewhat convoluted yet straightforward incantation quickly escaped Noah's lips. To the astonishment of all the students present, a feather on his desk began to rise slowly, then hovered gracefully in midair. "Noah, how did you achieve that?" After class, as expected, Noah found himself surrounded by his roommates. Observing the curious expressions on their faces, he felt both amused and a bit exasperated. It was not just them. Nearly all the students in the classroom, including those from Ravenclaw, regarded him with varying degrees of intrigue. Noah's accomplishment was undeniably remarkable. Though the levitation charm was not an especially challenging spell, indeed quite foundational, mastering it swiftly was no small feat. Young wizards often struggled to control their magical energy, even though this particular spell required minimal power. Thus, they were unable to execute such a basic spell with immediate success. However, Noah was different. He managed to complete it flawlessly on the first attempt. Even Professor Flivy praised his execution of the levitation charm as exceptionally exquisite, rewarding Ravenclaw with 10 points due to Noah's impressive display. The most astonishing aspect is that, through word of mouth, nearly all the students in the academy are aware that Noah was merely daydreaming. In other words, Noah did not actually practice this spell. He succeeded in casting it almost flawlessly on his very first attempt after understanding it. What a terrifying ability that must be. Truly, I must say, it is rather simple. My friends. Noah, somewhat exasperated, shook his head. Believe me, this is merely a fundamental spell. It is not as challenging as you presume. One simply needs to focus on controlling their magical energy. Is that so? Yet, why did you succeed on your first try while we have been muddled for so long? Kate regarded Noah with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Noah shrugged, acknowledging that he could not articulate the reasons behind his success, but surely there must be others with similar brilliance. However, soon a thought struck him. He suddenly realized that if his innate talent were a result of visible, diligent practice, it might be preferable to his current ability to accomplish tasks effortlessly. While he indeed worked hard, the lack of observable results made a significant difference. Moreover, he was uncertain about the future. He believed that having more friends would greatly improve his situation, and he still had ample time on his hands. At this stage, mutants had yet to escalate their conflicts with ordinary humans. Tony Stark was likely just beginning to turn his life around, and the director of S.H.I.L.D. was not yet that notorious figure. Although he was still quite young, it was always prudent to prepare in advance. Hogwarts was an institution where he could certainly acquire some resources. Noah reflected silently, realizing how naive he had been. In a school like Hogwarts, with its multitude of students, there were approximately 250 new young wizards entering each year. If he could devise a way to unite the exceptional talents among these budding sorcerers, the future could indeed wield unimaginable power. How foolish I've been. While the pursuit of personal strength is undoubtedly commendable, there are times when one cannot accomplish everything alone. Even a deity cannot do it all. Possessing a formidable force is the best means of survival amidst the impending turmoil of the future. Noah had come to understand that while individual martial prowess is essential, no matter how strong one becomes, unless they reach a level of power capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire universe, others may not regard them with the appropriate level of fear. Furthermore, with great strength comes numerous responsibilities. One cannot possibly manage every task personally, can they? Hogwarts serves as an exceptional hub for talent. Although the students from Slytherin may come from more affluent families, it does not imply that the students from other houses lack merit. Take, for instance, his dormitory companions, aside from himself, who among them is not from a wizarding lineage. Moreover, Noah realized he had previously made an error. Fostering good relationships with them does not necessarily equate to establishing rapport with their families. Unless their elders were to pass away, he might find some opportunities. Yet his current standing remained rather inferior. Engaging in downstream activities indeed lacks significance. It would be far more advantageous to cultivate and concentrate talent. Perhaps establishing an organization akin to a brotherhood or a secret society would be prudent. Once sufficient talent is amassed across various domains, it is conceivable that the entire wizarding community in the United Kingdom could fall under my influence. A faint smile graced Noah's lips, yet he swiftly composed himself. It was futile to indulge in such lofty thoughts. While the future appeared promising, Noah was presently nothing and possessed naught. He needed to toil diligently to realize his aspirations. "What are you pondering, Noah?" Evan noticed Noah's momentary distraction after he spoke, which piqued his curiosity. "Nothing. I confess. This is not my first time casting this spell," Noah replied, regaining his focus. He contemplated for a moment before whispering this revelation. "What?" Indeed, upon hearing this, Evan and the others instantly wore expressions of disbelief. What could this mean? Was it possible that this lad had received special instruction, hailing from wizarding families themselves? Though not nobility, they had been immersed in magical environments since childhood. Logically, they should have acquired magical knowledge long before Noah. Yet, Noah's admission that this was not his inaugural use of the spell left them astounded. Was this boy not a muggle? Or had someone taught him prior to his arrival at school? "Keep it down. I do not wish for this secret to become common knowledge." Noah shot them a displeased glance before turning to walk away. "Curious to know more? Follow me." Evan and the others exchanged glances. Ultimately, Kate, driven by genuine curiosity about how Noah managed to reach this point, was the first to follow. Luns and Evan were not far behind. Sharing a dormitory fostered a strong bond among them, and since Noah was willing to share, they were eager to witness it firsthand. Naturally, if Noah encountered any trouble, they would be ready to assist, just as they had mistakenly assumed Noah's frequent slumber was the result of a curse. They were destined to share 7 years together, and the depth of their friendship was unfathomable, reminiscent of their parents' camaraderie as roommates, which had endured over the years. And now their children blossomed into close friends as well. Following Noah's lead, they did not head directly to the Ravenclaw common room. Instead, they ascended to the 8th floor, where the headmaster's office and Professor Flitwick's office were located. Confusion flickered among Evan and his companions. Could it be that Professor Dumbledore or Professor Flitwick was providing Noah with special instruction? On the 8th floor of Hogwarts, one would find the headmaster's office at the end of a spiral staircase, marked by a gleaming oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. As for the interior, Noah had never entered, so he was uncertain about its contents. Also located on the 8th floor was Professor Flitwick's office, the 13th window to the right of the stairwell. As for the West Tower, its uppermost level is the Owlery, a sanctuary for owls, which is said to have required a considerable investment during its construction at Hogwarts. Additionally, it houses the Gryffindor Common Room, located behind the portrait of the Fat Lady. This room is reputed to be a cozy, circular chamber, adorned with plush armchairs, serving as a haven for Gryffindor students to relax and study. And it also provides access to Gryffindor Tower. Noah and his 3 companions ascended alongside the Gryffindor students, who, while somewhat puzzled by the presence of the 4 newcomers, chose not to inquire further, perhaps assuming that these individuals had come in search of Professor Flitwick. Hermione and Harry, however, were inclined to approach them to offer assistance. But upon observing the lack of communication from Noah and his friends, they curbed their curiosity, especially Hermione, who was particularly eager to learn how they had swiftly mastered a spell. "Noah, what brings us here? Are we looking for Professor Dumbledore or Professor Flitwick?" Evan finally ventured, unable to contain his curiosity once they were out of the lion's sight. The sensation of being near another house's common room was rather uncomfortable. If given the choice, he would have preferred to remain elsewhere, especially with Professor Flitwick's office nearby. Students naturally harbor a fear of their teachers, regardless of the location. "Neither. I'm not seeking their assistance. Rest assured, you will know soon enough. However, before anything else, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential, understood?" Noah spoke in a hushed tone, wary of the portraits lining the corridor, not wishing for his words to reach their ears. "Wow, a secret? Is it your secret?" Luns whispered, intrigued. "No, it's a secret of Hogwarts. I can only say that I stumbled upon this place by chance." Noah shrugged, deep in thought. A secret of Hogwarts? Evan and the others exchanged glances, as if deliberating something, until Kate stepped forward and quietly declared, "We understand, don't worry. This will be our little secret." The treasures hidden within the walls of Hogwarts are indeed numerous, perhaps even beyond the comprehension of Headmaster Dumbledore himself. With countless mysteries waiting to be explored, If Noah had unexpectedly discovered something enigmatic or a place of great significance, then this secret was certainly worth safeguarding. Furthermore, the fact that Noah was willing to share such a secret with them filled them with immense honor and pride. Though they had long regarded Noah as their closest friend, at that moment, they elevated his standing in their hearts even higher. Unbeknownst to him, they were lost in their thoughts while he reminisced about the Room of Requirement. Indeed, Noah intended to unveil the Room of Requirement for his future endeavors, a means to provide a venue for his activities while also concealing the rapid development of his magical proficiency. It must be said that this place is truly wondrous. As its very name implies everything one needs to know, his method of access is rather unique, as one can only enter when in genuine need. It appears sporadically, yet when it does manifest, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the seeker. Noah recalls from the book that this room is often situated opposite the tapestry depicting the giant smashing the foolish Barnabas on the 8th floor of the castle. Moreover, numerous tales unfold within this room. For instance, decades ago, on the night Voldemort sought a teaching position from Dumbledore, he concealed the Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem, within the Room of Requirement. In the future, Harry Potter also utilized this space as a training ground for Dumbledore's army. Subsequently, both Harry and Malfoy employed it as a storeroom. Malfoy successfully utilized the Vanishing Cabinet within the Room of Requirement to facilitate Death Eater entry into Hogwarts. Additionally, Harry conjured numerous passages leading to various locations within Hogwarts and used the room as a refuge for students evading the reign of the Death Eaters. Regrettably, in the end, Vincent Crabbe set this room ablaze with fiendfire. It can be said that the Room of Requirement played a monumental role in the future. Noah believes that the value he could create by acquiring this room would be at least on par with Harry's, if not exceeding it. For Noah's ambitions extend beyond the confines of Hogwarts. In his view, while Voldemort is indeed terrifying and formidable, if he cannot contend with this, he might as well seek a safe haven to hide. Noah, what exactly are you searching for? You cannot have lost your way, can you? After perhaps 3 laps around this area, Renz could hardly bear it any longer. He felt like a fool, perpetually circling this spot. Fortunately, he trusted that Noah would not deceive them. Otherwise, he would have turned back long ago. Rest assured, it must be here. I often got lost when I came here before, and, to avoid the little lions, I dared not leave any markers. However, I have a feeling it is somewhere nearby. Noah felt a bit embarrassed. The damned Room of Requirement had a rather exasperating stipulation. One must concentrate on what they need and pass by 3 times for it to appear. Thus, Noah found himself, like a great fool, escorting 3 smaller fools back and forth in this wretched place. Fortunately, it seemed fate did not intend to thwart Noah. For upon their 3rd pass by that accursed tapestry, he immediately sensed something. Turning his gaze, he indeed discovered a door materializing before him. This revelation brought a wave of relief. Fortune rewards the diligent. Although Noah had prepared an excuse in case they failed to find it. That would have been far too humiliating. Guys, here, I believe we have found it. Noah waved his hand, beckoning Evan and the others to approach. Evan and his companions, skeptical, noted that they had passed this location thrice without discovering anything. This time was no different. A door appeared to Noah's eyes, yet to them, there was nothing visible. Perhaps it was akin to a train station, they mused internally. Following Noah's lead with a sense of bewilderment, the trio soon found themselves in a state of utter astonishment as they entered a concealed room filled with an abundance of books and an array of specialized tools for practicing spells. Good heavens, what on earth is this place? Evan and his companions were utterly flabbergasted by the richness of resources before them. Hard to fathom that such a treasure trove could exist. Even in their own homes, they could not boast such a collection. It seems this place is known as the Room of Requirement, a location I stumbled upon quite by chance. Noah explained with a shrug. Is this where you conduct your spell training? Lunz inquired incredulously, unable to grasp the magnitude of it all. Whenever we were apart, I would come here, Noah admitted. Oh, so while we were at the library or in the common room, you sneaked away to this hidden sanctuary. Indeed, Noah affirmed. I sought various spellbooks and found them here, learning and practicing in this very space. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, Noah felt relieved that they had concocted their own explanations, sparing him the need to elaborate further. Frankly, he had no idea how to account for it all, and he was grateful he didn't have to ponder that question any longer. By Merlin, this place is absolutely magnificent. The trio from Ravenclaw was positively ecstatic. Their shared trait of an insatiable thirst for knowledge was evident. The Ravenclaw house values erudition, wisdom, cleverness, and intellect, naturally gravitating towards academically inclined and gifted students. And it was clear they fit the mold perfectly. Faced with such a plethora of magical tomes and an astonishing array of spell practice tools, the atmosphere was simply exhilarating. "Thank you, Noah, truly, thank you." Kate was the first to emerge from her shock and delight, addressing Noah earnestly. "Yes, thank you, Noah. We promise, by Merlin. If we reveal this secret, we shall wet the bed for life." Evan and Luns immediately echoed their vows, though their earnest oaths were rather amusing, eliciting laughter from Noah. For children, bedwetting is a profoundly terrifying prospect, and the idea of doing so for a lifetime is unfathomably dreadful. "All right, mates, this will be our base from now on," Noah declared, shaking his head. He honestly doubted their ability to keep such a secret, with only their small group occupying this space. Who knows what would happen if others discovered it? Therefore, Noah felt it necessary to discuss these matters with them. Only with a larger number could they safeguard the room of requirement. Dumbledore's Hogwarts was not under the oppressive rule of that woman named Dolores Umbridge, and he would never prohibit students from gathering. Conversely, Noah believed that if Dumbledore deemed it beneficial for the students' development, he would undoubtedly offer his unwavering support. Although many of Dumbledore's decisions exhibited a degree of bias, most notably his preferential treatment towards Harry Potter, even to the extent of transforming the House Cup into a personal showcase for him. This behavior appeared utterly distasteful from an outsider's perspective. However, when viewed from Dumbledore's vantage point, the narrative shifts entirely. Harry is the offspring of James and Lily, both of whom were not only loyal allies but also friends of Dumbledore, and tragically met their demise at the hands of Voldemort due to Dumbledore's machinations. Thus, Dumbledore's care for Harry Potter is entirely justifiable. Furthermore, Dumbledore himself recognized that he had been ensnared within the confines of wizarding regulations for far too long, to the point of nearly losing the ambitious spirit characteristic of Gryffindor. Hence, he required someone audacious enough to challenge the status quo, and it was evident that Harry Potter was his chosen candidate. For Harry's sake, he had been subtly cultivating his reputation long before Harry had even learned to walk, ensuring that the wizarding world was aware of this burgeoning hero. Upon entering Hogwarts, Dumbledore provided ample favoritism to embolden Harry's spirit of adventure, allowing him to embrace the Gryffindor ethos, and through these escapades, he would inevitably evolve into a formidable wizard of great responsibility. Viewed through Dumbledore's lens, his actions were devoid of any fault. He remained a steadfast guardian for Harry from the shadows, ready to intervene without hesitation should genuine peril arise, thus honoring the memory of Harry's parents. Importantly, though this venerable wizard exhibited partiality towards Harry, he did not neglect the other students. On the contrary, he treated nearly every student with kindness. Dumbledore harbored no prejudice against Slytherin. Despite its legacy of producing Voldemort, it had also nurtured countless virtuous and exceptional wizards. Dumbledore's mission was to guide students towards the right path, preventing them from straying into darkness, as Voldemort had done. Therefore, Noah contemplated that even if he were not a Gryffindor, as long as his contributions benefited the students' growth and attracted a cadre of truly remarkable individuals, Dumbledore might very well extend his robust support. Noah briefly shared his thoughts with Evan and the other two, and as anticipated, they fell into deep contemplation. Noah refrained from elaborating further, merely suggesting that if he could discover this place, others might too, rather than risk being outnumbered later. It would be prudent to expand their ranks and secure their hold on it completely. Shall we prepare thoroughly, or should we wait until we have fully mastered the first-year knowledge before inviting others? After much deliberation, Evan timidly inquired, his voice laced with apprehension, fearing that his suggestion might not find favor with the others, which would be quite embarrassing. I concur with Evan's notion. This is indeed a place where one's wishes can be fulfilled. I believe it is feasible for us to find a dedicated instructor to guide us, is it not? Let us not forget, we are Ravenclaw, and as long as someone is willing to assist us, we can undoubtedly excel beyond many others. Kate pondered for a moment and promptly offered her perspective. Among the quartet, Kate was undoubtedly the most imaginative, albeit with a fair share of less favorable ideas, which were immediately endorsed by Renz and Evan. Absolutely, I also deem this necessary. At the very least, we must ensure our progress remains unassailable, Noah remarked with a smile. The notion of self-interest was one that Noah readily supported. Once we have mastered the knowledge here, from where should we commence the recruitment of new members? Renz inquired suddenly, laughing at his own question. The answer was, of course, quite evident. It should begin with Ravenclaw. In the ensuing days, the lives of the four friends in Noah's dormitory grew increasingly hectic. Each day, after attending their essential classes, they would stealthily venture into the room of requirement for further in-depth study, practically rendering their visits to the common room non-existent. This caused considerable concern among their fellow Ravenclaws. After all, a Ravenclaw lacking a passion for learning is hardly a good representation of the house. Although this may sound somewhat convoluted, it is indeed the reality. Consequently, some classmates made it a point to visit Noah's dormitory before bedtime to inquire about their well-being, as they were seldom seen at other times, returning only shortly before curfew. Unfortunately, Noah and his friends did not divulge their true circumstances, merely assuring their peers that their studies would not be hindered by such trivial matters. After all, such secrets are not easily shared. Their diligent efforts bore fruit. They had, to varying degrees, completely surpassed all students at their current level. They had even begun to contemplate the curriculum for their second year. Of course, in their leisure moments, they would also engage in discussions about their newly formed organization, pondering what name it should bear and whom they should invite to join in the future. A name? Noah momentarily faltered at this question, his mind racing with a plethora of once mighty organizational titles. Suggestions flooded in, such as the Brotherhood, the Dawn Watch, the Blackstone Society, the Knights of the Round Table, the Silver Hand, the Tirisful, the Mithril Alliance, the Illuminati, the Aurora Society, and more. Stop! Stop! Evan and the others were left dizzy from Noah's barrage of suggestions. Names that had eluded their own thoughts now tumbling from Noah's lips as if they were mere trifles. It was as if he could conjure names in abundance. Yet, it would not be accurate to declare that all these names were splendid. At least some, like Tirisful and Mithril Alliance, struck them as rather peculiar. What was Tirisful anyway? And while Mithril is indeed a rare and valuable material, it was not as if they were seeking fortune through such means. After lengthy negotiations, they ultimately reached a consensus to name their alliance the Mage League, following Noah's vehement rejection of the name Ravenclaw Brotherhood. Admittedly, while the name may be somewhat unremarkable, it aptly encapsulates their primary objective. As for the leadership of this alliance, it was naturally entrusted to Noah, the discoverer of this locale. Alas, so many splendid names were overlooked. Noah sighed. Come on, although the names are decent, none truly reflect our current circumstances. Take Dawn Guardians for instance. Despite the existence of vampires, we are far too insignificant to confront them. Moreover, our situation bears no relation to vampires at all. To such remarks, Noah could only acquiesce. Regarding their plans for recruitment, they had already formed some conclusions. At Noah's suggestion, Evan and the others began to closely observe the situation in Michael Connor's dormitory. Of course, this was merely an assessment. The time for decisive action had not yet arrived. They unanimously voted to postpone any decisions until the second semester, as Christmas was fast approaching, and they still had to navigate the upcoming Halloween festivities. Their study time was already stretched thin. They hardly had the energy to deliberate on such matters. Ah, how bothersome. If only we could skip over the troublesome holiday of Halloween. Evan lamented as they made their way to the potions classroom. Actually, Halloween isn't so bad. It's just that I really dislike potions class. The classroom is simply unbearable, Lunds remarked quietly, glancing around to see if any Slytherin students were nearby. The potions classroom was located in the dungeons of Hogwarts, and interestingly enough, the Slytherin common room and dormitories were also situated in this very area. They were hidden behind a stone wall in the lower levels of the castle, directly referred to as the Slytherin dungeon. Noah had heard from a student who had visited Slytherin that its common room and dormitories were entirely subterranean, or rather beneath the lake, with windows offering views of the water, combined with the rough stone ceilings and walls adorned with lamps emitting a ghastly green glow, along with skulls used for decoration. The entire room exuded an eerie and chilling atmosphere. It was said that the student merely glanced inside before promptly fleeing, swearing never to return to that dreadful place. One can only imagine how unpleasant it must be. However, it was reported that Slytherin students take pride in their abode. In Noah's words, they resemble a group of pretentious youths, sporting expressions that say, "We are so impressive. We deserve to reside in such a cool place." Heaven knows what makes that ghastly space cool. Honestly, this place is tolerable enough. It's certainly better than having to endure 7 years in Slytherin, right? Noah chuckled softly. By no means. I am grateful to the Sorting Hat. Although I have always thought it rather filthy, at least it did not place me in Slytherin. Most importantly, I detest snakes. Lund replied, his complexion slightly paling. Not only was it Ron's, but Kate and Evan bore a similar expression of relief upon their faces. The Sorting Hat had once inquired whether they would prefer to join Slytherin, yet they had both declined, leading them to Ravenclaw instead. Enough of these distressing subjects, shall we? Do you think Mr. Potter will face difficulties from Professor Snape today? Kate promptly shifted the topic, a mischievous smile gracing her features. They had attended several potions classes with Gryffindor, and each time they vividly recalled how Harry Potter had been chastised by Professor Snape. Witnessing Harry's misfortunes always amused them, though they remained perplexed about why Professor Snape harbored such disdain for the so-called Chosen One. Admittedly, their interest in Harry was minimal. Their curiosity was piqued more by a certain Gryffindor girl named Hermione, who was undeniably brilliant. Had they not acquired a considerable amount of knowledge beforehand, they might have actually found themselves competing with her. I wonder, but I suspect he might genuinely struggle to answer even a single question, mused Ron with a sly grin. Perhaps not. Mr. Potter, aware of Professor Snape's bias against him, should be studying diligently enough to answer at least one question, Evan countered, somewhat unconvinced. Why dwell on it any longer? Noah interjected, noticing that the Gryffindor students were casting glances in their direction. Ultimately, all we need to know is that Mr. Potter is in for another bout of misfortune. The rest is of no concern to us. Stirring the sage and sliced caterpillars in the cauldron, Noah rested his head on his hand, visibly bored. Similarly, Evan, Kate, and Ron shared a comparable sentiment, with their sole amusement derived from watching the illustrious Mr. Potter once again be reprimanded by Professor Snape. It appears you were right, Ron. He has indeed failed to answer a single question, Evan remarked languidly, though he remained attentive to the potion's temperature, not wishing to scorch it. How unfortunate. Truly, I fail to comprehend how combining sage, caterpillars, fresh tree sap, and water could create a potion that attracts owls. Is that such a challenging question? Kate echoed, somewhat bewildered, as the inquiry seemed rather straightforward. Indeed, it should not be difficult. Perhaps Harry simply has a proclivity for certain subjects, Noah shrugged. Just as with dealing with werewolves, many might only know to burn them. But there exists a simpler method. Concocting a curse potion using wolf's heart and reed roots in advance would suffice. A single drop would incapacitate a werewolf. Please, who would be so unfortunate as to encounter a werewolf? Kate gazed at Noah in exasperation. Unless one is forewarned of an impending werewolf encounter, who would take the time to brew such a potion? Precisely, just as with dealing with a howler beast, unless one is forewarned, where would one procure the remnants of its oil? Of course, even if forewarned, it's not guaranteed that such a thing would be available. It is said that even wizards can consume it, and once they do, they become addicted, Evan added. Please, I was merely providing an example. Let us not take this too seriously. Our banter resembles that of a wicked witch stirring a cauldron, does it not? You yourself embody a sorcerer. Why must you add the title of witch? Regardless of whether one is malevolent or virtuous, sorcerers do indeed stir their cauldrons. Very well, Noah replied, shaking his head in bemusement. These scholars, though undoubtedly brilliant, were confined to the knowledge of the wizarding realm, rendering them incapable of grasping Noah's intent. Nevertheless, Noah was unperturbed, for they were correct in stating that he too was now considered one of them. What are you all whispering about? Just as Noah assumed that Snape was preoccupied with admonishing Harry, Snape suddenly turned and called out to Noah and his companions, instantly silencing the young ones who had intended to tease Harry. You lot are rather bold, discussing strategies against werewolves while I am reprimanding others. Now tell me, what do you get when you combine the root of a daisy with the wrinkled fig, add sliced caterpillars, a drop of rat bile, and a dash of leech juice? It's the shrinking solution, which reduces the size of objects. Additionally, the wrinkled fig needs to be peeled, Professor. Noah glanced around and noticed that Evan and the others had already been intimidated by Snape's imposing presence, leaving him with no choice but to stand and provide the answer. Mr. Finnegan, have you forgotten that in my class, you must raise your hand and obtain my permission before standing? Snape's expression remained icy, even though Noah's response was indeed correct. Apologies, Professor, that was my oversight. Noah sincerely apologized, though it seemed more a matter of formality than genuine fault. He had no intention of getting entangled in trivial disputes with Snape. Very well, your attitude is commendable and should serve as a lesson for everyone, especially Mr. Potter. Snape's demeanor softened slightly, Yet he did not relent in his scrutiny of Noah. You were just discussing certain creatures. Now tell me, how do you intend to confront a banshee? The best method would be to use the Patronus charm. This is not a defense against the dark arts class, and that incantation is beyond your current capabilities. I am inquiring about potion knowledge. To concoct banshee oil, one requires demon-s blood, powdered unicorn horn, and daffodil root. Of course, if one has the means, I would opt to purchase moon dust bombs for a safer alternative. Although this knowledge was well beyond the syllabus, it was entirely inappropriate for a first-year wizard. However, Noah had access to a comprehensive library and, with his increasingly sharp memory, managed to retain all this information. Snape nodded, fully aware that his query delved into advanced topics, strictly speaking, alchemical in nature. Yet he was taken aback that this Ravenclaw was able to provide a response, which exceeded his expectations. An impressive answer, 10 points to Ravenclaw. However, Mr. Finnegan, I am uncertain whether Mr. Potter exhibits a penchant for particular subjects, nor do I care. Therefore, I kindly ask that you and your companions refrain from uttering any trivial remarks during my class. Understood? I comprehend, Professor, and I apologize once more. Please take your seat. Noah obediently settled down, reflecting on the recent turmoil. Fortunately, Professor Snape primarily targeted Harry Potter, inadvertently dragging Gryffindor into the fray as well. Being a Ravenclaw, Noah effortlessly navigated through the class, even contributing 10 points to Ravenclaw's tally. The lesson concluded swiftly, and aside from the Gryffindor Lions feeling particularly disheartened, the Ravenclaws enjoyed a much more pleasant experience. Especially Hermione, whose frustration mounted as she raised her hand repeatedly to answer questions in hopes of earning points for her house, only to be disregarded by Snape. In contrast, Ravenclaw was frequently called upon, with Snape directly requesting answers from Evan, Kate, and Renz. The three of them having regained their composure and certainly not losing their scholarly demeanor. They answered with remarkable clarity and brilliance, even tackling questions that left Hermione hesitant to participate. By the end of the class, the four roommates had collectively earned 50 points for Ravenclaw, much to the delight of their peers. To Ravenclaw students, these four had always seemed rather peculiar, as they rarely frequented the common room to study. Initially, it was just Noah, but soon Evan and the others followed suit, leading some to speculate if they had fallen into disarray. Yet, it was evident that they had not faltered. Rather, they had intensified their efforts, surpassing their peers in knowledge. After class, the four decided to head directly to the room of requirement to continue their studies. The events of the day left Evan, Kate, and Renz exhilarated, knowing that to maintain this momentum, they must work even harder. However, as they approached the door, they were halted by a girl. How do you know so much? Ms. Granger, are you a professor to come and inquire so? Kate replied curtly, her brow furrowed. Indeed, it was Hermione Granger from Gryffindor who had interrupted them, her demeanor somewhat haughty, which was rather off-putting. Nonetheless, Noah understood that her behavior stemmed primarily from her sensitivity. He had read reports indicating that Hermione, being born to Muggle parents, harbored feelings of inadequacy within the wizarding community. This very sense of inferiority drove her to excel, yet it also manifested in her seemingly domineering personality, which belied her true nature. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to seclude herself in the restroom, shedding tears over trivial matters. These are merely the facades she dons to shield herself. Nevertheless, regardless of how well one understands her, it does not imply that Noah will acquiesce to such behavior. Noah has never been one to indulge in sycophancy, even if the end result may yield everything he desires. The act of fawning makes him feel rather repulsed. Thus, when Kate spoke rather unfavorably towards Hermione, Noah exhibited no intent to intervene. One was his roommate, a close confidant, while the other was an assertive student from another house. The choice was evidently clear. Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Kate's remark, and quickly realized she may have erred. She was not confronting her classmates, nor familiar faces like Harry and Ron. She was facing a student from Ravenclaw, and being well-versed in the school's history, she was acutely aware of the many illustrious wizards that had emerged from that house. Well then, Kate, Noah remarked, observing Hermione's sudden tension and her struggle to articulate a response. Miss Granger, to acquire such knowledge, one must indeed delve into their studies. This has never been a secret. Moreover, I believe it would be prudent for you to return to the Gryffindor common room, rather than squander time here with us. You might as well seek to learn something new, wouldn't you agree? With that, Noah disregarded Hermione's thoughts and proceeded with Evan and the others towards the 8th floor. Regrettably, Noah did not disclose to Hermione that sometimes, despite one's desire to read certain tomes, access is not guaranteed, as not everyone possesses a system or an all-fulfilling room. That was rather unkind of you, Noah, Evan suddenly interjected as they ascended the staircase. Is it? Noah chuckled lightly, fully aware of Evan's implication, yet he remained unfazed. In truth, she is quite astute. Were she a Ravenclaw, I might genuinely consider inviting her, but alas. Kate shook her head, seemingly lamenting that such an intelligent and eager learner had chosen Gryffindor, deeming it a waste. What does personal choice have to do with us? Now then, how about we study some spells today? Perhaps we could summon Professor Flitwick to teach us some advanced techniques? Luns chimed in, eager to reach the all-fulfilling room. The personalities of Evan and his companions were distinctly vivid. Evan was a rather shy young man, possessing a profound understanding of theoretical knowledge, particularly excelling in defense against the dark arts, where he mastered the Patronus charm faster than his peers. Luns, on the other hand, was more jovial, though he found it challenging to be so in the presence of strangers. He was well-versed in magical history and harbored interests in transfiguration and potions. Yet his true passion lay in learning and mastering various spells. Lastly, there was Kate, who maintained a serious demeanor around unfamiliar faces, but with friends like Noah. Her true nature emerged, brimming with witty remarks and audacious ideas. Moreover, his talent in the realm of dark arts defense and spellcasting is undoubtedly the highest among the trio. As for Noah, this fellow has practically completed the first-year curriculum and has already embarked upon advanced studies beyond the syllabus. Not to mention the assistance from the system that has propelled him far beyond what his roommate could ever fathom. Name, Noah Finial age, 11 wizard level, 5 whatever. I have no objections, Noah shrugged nonchalantly. In the room of requirement, you can do anything you wish, as long as it receives unanimous approval. We didn't intend to consult you, all right? You were the first to discover that place and the earliest to master the lower-level spells. Does asking you serve any purpose? Kate rolled her eyes, dismissing the notion that he was comparable. All right, let us not dwell on that. By the way, it is said that Quidditch matches are about to commence. Aren't you interested? Noah decisively shifted the topic. No, rather than waste time watching. I do prefer to see if I can master some new spells, came the reply. Aren't you afraid of being labeled as bookworms? Isn't Ravenclaw perceived as merely a bunch of bookworms in the eyes of others? The group chatted and laughed as they ascended to the 8th floor. Although they encountered several Gryffindor students along the way, there was little interest in exchanging greetings. They had just lost a considerable number of points in potions class due to Harry's antics, while these 4 had contributed significantly to their own house's scores. The disparity left them dreaming of having a conversation with Noah and his companions. Thus, Noah and his friends proceeded smoothly, with the only precaution being a careful survey of their surroundings before entering the room of requirement. Just as they began to busy themselves once more, Harry, though not particularly cheerful, made his way toward the Quidditch training grounds with his broom in hand. Ron wore a gloomy expression, feeling utterly useless when he had been unable to assist Harry during the reprimands he faced earlier. Ron, in Charms class, weren't they the first to successfully cast the spell? Harry suddenly inquired as Ron wallowed in his embarrassment. Ron was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded. Yes. In the first Charms class, it was Mr. Finial who mastered the levitation charm first. I heard those individuals share a dormitory. Is that so? They are truly impressive. Harry's voice was tinged with melancholy, revealing his discontent. He had always believed his magical abilities to be quite respectable, yet the reality showed otherwise. Aside from his notable performance in flying lessons, he was falling short in other areas. Harry, don't worry. They are merely a bunch of bookworms. I reckon once they step into the dueling arena, they might not even react in time. Ron, sensing Harry's mood, attempted to offer some consolation. Is that so? Perhaps. I truly hope they are just bookworms. Harry murmured to himself, reflecting on the considerable shadow that Snape had cast upon him. However, Harry's melancholic mood did not linger for long. After all, he was still young and would not allow a minor setback to plunge him into existential doubt. Receiving praise from his Quidditch teammates revitalized him once more, and many observed that he seemed to be applying himself with greater diligence than before. Even in potions class, Harry was no longer the disheveled student he once was. Of course, Noah had little time to concern himself with such matters. From his perspective, any changes seemed unremarkable, for the entire narrative had already shifted, and the world had transformed as well. He approached it as if it were a new realm. He recalled that after their first charms lesson, Hermione had stormed off to the restroom in tears, only to coincidentally encounter the troll released by Quirinus Quirrell, a former Ravenclaw. Such an incident had yet to occur in this timeline. To be frank, not all Slytherins would follow such a figure. There were Death Eaters from other houses as well. However, those from other houses had their own reasons for allegiance, like that unfortunate Lockhart and the rat nestled in Ron's arms. Time flew by, and Noah and his friends filled their days with purpose, gradually garnering the attention of all their professors due to their remarkable progress. It was astonishing to think that, regardless of the subject or the complexity of the questions posed, for them, it felt akin to receiving easy marks, truly a genius-like existence. For instance, during Charms class today, Professor Flitwick sought to challenge this particular group of dormitory companions. He selected spells that exceeded their current year's curriculum, such as Disarming Charm and Summoning Charm, even including the aggressive Incendio spell. Yet the outcome was nothing short of splendid. Mr. William, Kate, executed the Disarming Charm flawlessly. Mr. Seville, Lunds, performed the Summoning Charm with precision, and Mr. Kane, Evan, cast the Lumos spell beautifully. Ravenclaw gained 50 points. A single addition of 50 points was an unimaginable score. Nevertheless, no one dared to question these achievements, for these spells were well beyond the standard curriculum, typically reserved for second or even third-year students. Of course, a crucial factor was Noah himself. Finally, Mr. Finnegan, have you perused the textbooks for the upper years? Indeed. Professor Flitwick's gaze turned towards Noah. Approximately, Professor, Noah replied with a reluctant nod. Did he truly need to confess that he had learned it all in the room of requirement and the system library? Everything was executed flawlessly. The incantations, the wand movements, and the control over magical power were all executed with perfection. Mr. Finnegan, if it weren't for your insufficient magical capacity, I would almost believe you could advance directly to 5th year. The notion of skipping directly to 5th year due to insufficient magical power was monumental news for the students. After all, who was Professor Flitwick? He is indeed the head of Ravenclaw and the designated instructor for the Charms class. Many of their parents had studied under him. Such an esteemed professor bestowing praise upon Noah was akin to a thunderclap reverberating throughout the entire first-year cohort. They immediately began to chatter excitedly, expressing various opinions to soothe their startled nerves. The Ravenclaw students were no exception. How could their peers not be taken aback? In fact, many of them resolved to seek opportunities to engage more with these remarkable individuals, unwilling to distance themselves too greatly. 50 points for Mr. Fennell. An exceptionally flawless demonstration. The professor remarked. Rest assured, Professor, these spells are not intended for use against classmates. I am fully aware of that, Noah replied. Perceiving the conflicted expression on Professor Flitwick's face and understanding his thoughts, Noah had no intention of using these spells against his classmates. However, should anyone provoke him unwisely, he would not easily let the matter rest. The class swiftly came to a close, and Professor Flitwick proved to be quite amiable. Aside from the 100 points Noah and his friends earned for Ravenclaw, other houses also garnered some points, albeit less significantly. In stark contrast to Slytherin and Hufflepuff, Gryffindor fared poorly. Their sole reliable source of points was Hermione, who was the only one to successfully perform the petrification charm taught in that session, while the others fell short, leading Gryffindor to only receive 10 points. After class, Noah and his companions did not rush to the room of requirement, as they found themselves surrounded by Ravenclaw students. It was only natural, given their outstanding performance, that they would attract such attention. After thoroughly addressing a myriad of questions and deftly sidestepping inquiries regarding their ability to acquire such new knowledge, time flew by, and soon it was mealtime. Gradually, the Ravenclaw students dispersed. Oh dear, I was planning to review transfiguration knowledge, and now I have no time at all, Lunds remarked with evident displeasure. Though if it weren't for the hint of pride on his face, Noah might have believed him. Being young, they were naturally drawn to the allure of standing out, and both Kate and Evan were quite similar. The only one who seemed somewhat disinterested was Noah. He genuinely did not see the utility of seeking attention at this age. After all, was it not for the sake of impressing girls? Everyone was still quite young, and he had no interest in that arena. He truly could not fathom the purpose of such display. Shaking his head, Noah followed the group as they made their way to the Hogwarts Great Hall. The dining arrangements were still within the hall, with 2 steady meals provided each day. Overall, Hogwarts offered commendable amenities, at the very least. Noah did not have to worry about starving during his time there. As Halloween approached, the floating candles in the grand hall underwent a transformation, adorning themselves with somewhat ghastly yet amusing jack-o'-lantern faces as perceived by Noah. The entire hall was awash in a kaleidoscope of Halloween decorations, creating an atmosphere both eerie and resplendent. 1,000 magically rendered bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining table, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker with an enchanting rhythm. Observing this spectacle, Noah, feeling a tinge of boredom, casually inquired, "What do you think? Should we don pumpkin heads and approach Professor Dumbledore for gifts?" To Noah's surprise, his suggestion prompted Evan and the others to contemplate seriously. Eventually, Kate nodded in agreement, stating, "The likelihood of success is quite high. I believe Professor Dumbledore would grant you some gifts." However, she added, "Noah, don't you think that would be rather foolish?" "Foolish? In the eyes of others, we are merely bookworms. Isn't it expected for bookworms to engage in such antics?" Noah replied, "Wow, there is truly an abundance of food today." He beamed at the array of delectable dishes filling the hall. Truth be told, Noah's expectations regarding food were not as stringent as one might assume. Rather, his appetite had diminished considerably since delving deeper into the study of magic. Perhaps he was simply too engrossed? Noah was uncertain, yet he welcomed the opportunity to indulge in a well-deserved respite. With so many culinary delights before him, it would be a disservice not to savor them. Indeed, there was an impressive selection: French escargot, pasta, American steak. Goodness, perhaps England should explore more exquisite flavors rather than obsessing over adding ketchup to everything. Renz cast a glance at the banquet spread before them, reflecting on the mundane fare he had been consuming, and a sense of discomfort washed over him. "But ketchup is vegetarian and rich in nutrients," Evan interjected defensively, even as he privately acknowledged the unappetizing nature of his choices. "You can continue eating your ketchup-drenched fish. I am eager to try the French escargot. I've read in several Muggle magazines that its protein content surpasses that of beef, lamb, and pork, while its fat content is significantly lower, along with an abundance of minerals and vitamins. Honestly, I've wanted to try it since childhood, but I found it too repulsive to dare." Kate smiled at Evan before turning to fetch some French escargot. Renz headed straight for the South American barbecue, leaving only Noah and Evan seated together. "Noah, is the French escargot truly as Kate described?" Evan asked, glancing at the departing duo with skepticism. "More or less," Noah nodded, stroking his chin as he added, "Moreover, the enzymes it contains can enhance digestion, while glutamic and aspartic acids can invigorate brain cell activity. Muggle scientists assert that consuming snails can provide nutritional and beautifying benefits for the skin and hair. Is there any truth to this? Those repugnant slugs? Should I consider producing more of them? Please, these creatures are cultivated artificially. Who knows if the slugs you produce could lead to food poisoning?" All right. You certainly know a lot, Noah." "Thank you." Noah humbly accepted Evan's compliment, aware that he possessed considerable knowledge. Although he had never tasted such delicacies, he had perused similar reports, and having lived in the realm of ordinary people prior to arriving in this world, he naturally encountered more information. Noah soon rose from his seat. The dining hall at Hogwarts resembled a buffet, allowing patrons to serve themselves. He selected some meat pies and a fruit salad for himself, lamenting the absence of red wine, which would have rendered his experience even more exquisite. Meanwhile, Evan amusingly returned with a few French snails, though his reluctance to spit them out, despite their unappetizing nature, was quite entertaining. After all, while anyone can eat snails, not everyone can easily acclimate to them. The banquet was a delightful affair, with even Noah's group opting to remain until the end. However, just as everyone was savoring their meal, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the hall, his oversized scarf askew atop his head, his face a mask of terror. He dashed toward Professor Dumbledore's location, shouting, "Troll! Troll! In the dungeons, I thought you ought to know." Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the floor. The students in the hall were momentarily stunned, then chaos erupted. Professor Dumbledore had to cast a few loud fireworks from his wand before order was restored, allowing him to manage the situation effectively. A troll? Good heavens! How did one escape from the dungeons? Evan muttered softly, though his expression betrayed no fear. Perhaps someone was training the troll in the basement and failed to contain it? Kate casually replied, sipping her honey-brewed beverage. "Can you guess what type of troll it is? Mountain troll, forest troll, or river troll?" Renz inquired without a hint of concern, even taking the time to speculate on its classification. Despite trolls being fearsome creatures, towering at 12 feet and weighing over a ton, they are notoriously powerful yet remarkably foolish. Moreover, trolls possess their own vulnerabilities. For instance, their eyes are particularly sensitive. Should a wizard master spells like the flashing spell, dealing with a troll becomes remarkably easy. When the creature charges, a well-timed spell will leave it writhing on the ground, clutching its eyes in agony. Noah did not partake in this conversation. After his rebirth, he had transformed from an underachiever into a top student, well acquainted with the fundamental knowledge at hand. What puzzled him was why this particular plotline was just commencing. Did he not recall that it should have unfolded following the lesson on the levitation charm? There was a moment when Noah believed such a trivial storyline would not resurface. Yet reality delivered a stark reminder. He might arrive late, but certainly not absent. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion, thinking it unnecessary to overanalyze. Whatever would be, would be. After all, even Tony Stark and Charles Xavier had made their appearances, so the essential elements could hardly be eluded. Noah shook his head and followed the head of Ravenclaw as they prepared to return to their dormitory. Clearly, venturing out again that night was out of the question. Due to the unexpected circumstances, it was likely that the dormitory doors would be locked early and inspections would be unavoidable. At that moment, however, Noah suddenly noticed Harry and Ron stealthily breaking away from the group, turning to dash in another direction. It was evident they intended to seek out Hermione, who was likely hiding in the restroom, distressed by Ron's earlier outburst. This unexpected turn of events sparked a thought in Noah's mind. Although he had no intention of intervening, his memories revealed that the Gryffindor trio had not always been united. Their true camaraderie blossomed when Harry and Ron risked their lives to inform Hermione about the troll. Noah was well aware of Hermione's promising future. She was destined to become the Minister of Magic. If this future minister were to join their wizarding alliance, the potential benefits would be staggering. Should he manage to win her over at this moment and provide ample support, the rewards in the future would be beyond imagination. It seemed that even if he wished to remain uninvolved, circumstances would not allow it. After silently sorting through his thoughts, Noah quietly addressed Evan and the others, saying, "I'll go check on the situation. You all head back." "What? What situation?" Evan and the others were taken aback, watching Noah leave without a second thought. What was he up to? Did he intend to confront that wretched beast? They were left in a state of confusion, for Noah had never been one to seek the spotlight. When they first met him, he had been remarkably low-key. Had it not been for his daydreaming during that spell class, which caught Professor Flitwick's attention, he might have continued to remain in the shadows. To be honest, they were quite grateful to Professor Flitwick for bringing Noah to the forefront. Otherwise, they would not have reached their current level of proficiency. They held no resentment towards Noah for initially keeping the secret to himself, as it was a difficult revelation for anyone to share. However, Noah had spoken out and generously shared his knowledge, allowing them all to experience a remarkable enhancement, for which they were immensely thankful. It must be said that children nurtured in well-mannered households were far superior to those who were solely consumed by self-importance. "Guys, should we go see what's happening?" After a prolonged silence, as Noah's figure grew distant, Evan suddenly whispered a question. Though reason advised against such actions, as it could potentially result in a deduction of points for Ravenclaw, Kate brushed her slightly curled hair and, with a resigned shrug, declared, "However, Noah is my roommate, a friend, and the head of the Wizarding Alliance, so I have decided to see for myself. You all may return." "Nonsense. I am the one who knows Noah best." Evan chided with a laugh. "Moreover, it was I who first proposed this idea." Silence. "Noah is nearly out of sight." Renz interrupted, hastily making his way towards Noah's position. Evan and Kate exchanged knowing glances and promptly followed suit, clearly displaying the unity among their dormitory. Noah was stealthily trailing Harry and the others when he was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. "What brings you here?" "Of course, we're here to assist you. We are in the same dormitory, after all, but it's merely a giant beast." "And I only intended to assess the situation," Noah replied. "Well, since you're here, let us keep it down." "What are you doing?" Kate inquired, glancing at Harry and Ron, who were sneakily heading toward the girls' restroom, and then looked quizzically at Noah. It quickly dawned on her that Noah had likely followed them upon seeing the two boys veer off from the group. "Are you worried that these two little lions might encounter some misfortune?" "More or less. One could say their curiosity is rather excessive. Given that they happened upon this situation with no professors around, I thought I might lend a hand. Do you wish to witness someone perish here?" Of course not. Even if it's a dark serpent. Then that settles it. Noah chuckled, though he knew such matters were confined to the present. In the future, as the Death Eaters began to surface and the restless entities within the campus stirred, former classmates would likely turn into adversaries. Just like Draco Malfoy. While they conversed, Evan tugged at Noah's sleeve and pointed ahead. Noah snapped back to reality, and soon they all noticed a massive figure slowly entering the girls' restroom. Wow, it seems we won't need to intervene. If Mr. Potter is wise enough, he should lock the restroom door, which would solve everything, Renz yawned, observing the scene. However, they soon heard the sound of something breaking within the restroom, followed by a girl's piercing scream. This left Renz and the others momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was there someone else inside the restroom? Noah reacted swiftly, drawing his wand and sprinting toward the commotion. He quickly caught up to Harry and Ron, who had just intended to dash into the restroom, while Renz and the others also responded, each pulling out their wands to follow suit. What are you all doing here? As Harry and Ron gazed in astonishment at the four suddenly appearing students, whom the professors had referred to as exemplary, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. While they stood in a daze, Noah did not hesitate. He directly addressed Kate and her companions, saying, "You two keep an eye on them. If anyone else rushes in there to meet their demise, I will handle this creature. By the way, who is joining me? I believe there's someone else inside. Lunz and Evan, you watch those two. Noah, I'm coming with you." Without granting Lunz and Evan a chance to speak, Kate swiftly assumed the task. "Hey, what are you all thinking? That is a troll," Ron shouted in discontent as he witnessed Noah and the others confining the two outside. "Indeed, merely a troll," Evan replied dismissively. "Little lion, could you please keep it down?" Frustrated by his exclusion, Evan was in no mood for pleasantries after hearing Ron's comment. "Just a troll?" Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances at Evan, who paid them no heed. With no other option, they resigned themselves to standing quietly, watching as Noah and the tall figure named Kate ventured inside. Noah pushed open the door and immediately spotted the troll wielding a wooden club, smashing things indiscriminately, while Hermione cowered in a corner, appearing to be in grave danger. Disarm. Without hesitation, Noah cast a spell at the troll. Truth be told, he found the need to shout the incantation rather humiliating, but given his current limitations, he had no choice. Otherwise, he would have certainly performed the spell silently. The troll, intent on crushing Hermione, suddenly felt an unusual force that wrenched the club from its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Kate cast a protective spell, ensuring that Hermione would not be inadvertently harmed by the frenzied troll. "Well done, mate. When did you learn that?" Noah exclaimed, astonished to see that Kate had mastered a fifth-year charm. "Why can't I learn fifth-year material if you can?" "Not just me, but Lunz and Evan have also picked up some fifth-year spells," Kate replied with a proud smile, though her complexion paled, indicating the spell's toll on her. "Such bravado. I intended for you to assist me with a levitation charm after I subdued this creature to prevent it from causing collateral damage. Never mind. It's time to deal with this beast." Noah chuckled, gathering his magical energy while directing his wand at the still bewildered troll. Inspired by Kate's display of skill and eager to test the multitude of offensive spells he had mastered, Noah felt a surge of excitement. In the next moment, Noah's wand shimmered with radiant light as he pronounced the incantation, the wandless shadow. What kind of magic is this? Harry swallowed hard, gazing at the colossal beast sprawled on the ground, lamenting in agony, its chest gaping with a wound approximately half a meter long, oozing a viscous greenish blood. A chill swept over him. Not just him, but all the little ones, including Evan, were utterly terrified by Noah's display of fearsome magic. What creature is this? A single spell has reduced the giant to such a state? This must be a jest. Noah's complexion was not particularly favorable either. It wasn't merely the fear of attracting unwarranted trouble due to the commotion he had caused. Rather, the spell Sectum Sempra was truly not suited for him at this moment. He felt as though his magical energy was nearly depleted. It is worth mentioning that Noah owed a debt of gratitude to the Room of Requirement. As much of what he had learned in the system library did not belong to the Hogwarts curriculum, particularly those spells with overtly aggressive characteristics, which could be likened to the Killing Curse in terms of sheer lethality. Desiring to showcase his prowess without inciting unnecessary complications, the best course of action was to employ familiar spells. Coincidentally, Noah had acquired the Half-Blood Prince's notes in the Room of Requirement, diligently studying their contents, which led him to the spell Sectum Sempra. It was a high-level incantation, the name of which was Sectum Sempra. After a brief moment of respite, Noah slowly replied, tucking away his wand. The expenditure of this spell was indeed considerable, yet Noah was thoroughly satisfied with its performance. He held firm in his belief that as his magical abilities advanced, the burden of this spell on his magical reserves would diminish. Perhaps by his second year, he could wield this spell with ease. Of course, those were matters for the future. He turned his gaze towards a still-dazed Hermione, then glanced at the excited Evan and the others before shaking his head. I think it is best we depart from here, as this creature has escaped, and Professor Dumbledore and the others are in pursuit. Should they discover our presence, it would be quite challenging to explain. Indeed. And if the password for the dormitory is changed, we four would be in quite the predicament. However, Noah, upon our return, you must teach me this spell. No problem. I initially sought a book on potions, and fortuitously stumbled upon this notebook. The spell is contained within it. That is splendid. As they conversed, the four of them made their way outside. As for the three little lions left behind, it seemed that only Noah would pay them any heed. The others were entirely indifferent. Their primary concern was that the trio remained unharmed, with their interest focused on the spell Noah had employed. As for expressing gratitude, that seemed unlikely. The little lions were merely relieved that their spotlight had not been overshadowed. However, what they did not anticipate was that upon stepping through the door, they would collide head-on with Professor McGonagall and her entourage, instantly filling them with a sense of foreboding, especially upon seeing the grim expression of Professor Snape nearby. Kate and her companions felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune for arriving late. My goodness, what on earth is happening? You better provide me with a clear explanation. Professor McGonagall, taken aback by the current situation, breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that the students were unscathed. Just then, as we observed Harry rushing over, Noah shrugged in resignation, preparing to offer an explanation. But at that moment, Hermione seemed to have regained her composure and interrupted Noah's words. It is all my fault, Professor McGonagall, Hermione stated calmly. Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall expressed her surprise. She had not anticipated that the astute Hermione would voluntarily admit to her mistake. I went in search of the troll, believing I could handle it, but I was mistaken. If Noah and the others hadn't arrived in time, I might have perished. Goodness. Although nothing serious occurred, this was indeed a thoroughly foolish act. You have truly disappointed me. Professor McGonagall was deeply pained. In her view, such a grave error from a first-year student was utterly intolerable. It was akin to toying with one's own life. Fortunately, it appeared that the troll had not caused them any trouble. Otherwise, she was at a loss as to how she would explain the situation to their parents. However, just as Professor McGonagall was about to impose disciplinary measures on the youngsters, Professor Snape suddenly interrupted her. Professor McGonagall, please hold on a moment. Take a look at the troll's chest. The chest? Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall immediately turned to observe, and the next moment, she was rendered speechless. The troll possessed an unimaginable physical constitution, and its regenerative capabilities could only be described as terrifying. Yet, at that moment, the ghastly wound on the troll's chest showed no signs of healing whatsoever, a truly unfathomable phenomenon. Suddenly, a term surfaced in Professor McGonagall's mind: dark magic. Indeed, it seemed that only dark magic could achieve such an effect, rendering even a beast incapable of recovering from its injuries. Focusing intently on the troll's wound, she indeed sensed an aura reminiscent of dark magic. This revelation darkened her expression considerably, and she looked seriously at Professor Snape. Do you know what kind of magic this is? Yes, Snape nodded, his somber gaze sweeping across all the students present before he slowly spoke. This is my creation, the Killing Curse. What? The Killing Curse is your creation? Ron blurted out, his impulsiveness leading him to exclaim aloud, having previously overheard Noah and the others discussing it. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it, swiftly covering his mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. He keenly noticed that the glances from others, including Harry and Hermione, had shifted in a peculiar manner, and his words had drawn the attention of the professors. It appeared that Mr. Weasley was aware of what had transpired. To be frank, I do not wish to hear that you cast this spell, for I truly do not believe you possess such capability, Snape remarked, his expression far from pleasant as he fixed his intense gaze on Ron. Ron, now somewhat stammering, felt utterly dreadful. It was I who cast the spell, Professor Snape. Observing this situation, Noah boldly stepped forward. Mr. Finnegan, I must admit, I am not entirely surprised it was you. I am merely curious as to how you came to learn this magic. Professor Snape's expression remained somber, yet his tone was noticeably less frigid. Wait, Do not speak just yet. Just as Noah was about to offer an explanation, Professor McGonagall interrupted him. Turning her gaze to Harry and his companions, she declared, Hermione, due to your misjudgment, Gryffindor loses 5 points. As for you two, remember that you are merely fortunate this time. Had your actions not drawn Noah and his friends' attention, your luck would likely have run out. Now, return to your dormitory. Having said this, Professor McGonagall then turned to Noah. Let us proceed. If there is anything to discuss, we shall do so in Professor Dumbledore's office, all 4 of you. Following the footsteps of the 3 professors, Noah and his companions made their way to the 3rd floor. Although the headmaster's office was situated on the 8th floor, Professor Dumbledore had his own private office, which was located on the 3rd. This office lay concealed behind a grotesque stone beast. Upon uttering the correct password, the beast would move aside, revealing a wall that would part, leading to a spiral staircase that ascended directly to the office door. Noah recalled that the office on the 8th floor housed the Sorting Hat, the Sword of Gryffindor, the Pensieve, and the Golden Perch where Fawkes, the Phoenix, resided. The journey was eerily silent, likely due to the presence of the beast, which had caused all students to retreat to their respective common rooms. Furthermore, given the late hour, it was indeed unusual for anyone to be found in the corridors. Yet, for reasons unknown, this atmosphere felt oppressive to Evan and his companions. Being students of Ravenclaw, their intellect was beyond question, and they naturally surmised that their gathering might have been exposed. After all, neither Noah nor Kate had employed spells that were typical for their age to wield. While Kate managed well enough, Noah's misfortune was pronounced. He had cast a spell invented by Professor Snape. How terribly unfortunate. Of course, they did not blame Noah. They understood that he had sought a notebook in the Room of Requirement, which contained the spell he had learned. Had they been in his position, they might have done the same. However, little did they know that the owner of that notebook was none other than Professor Snape. Noah, are we perhaps a bit too unfortunate? Evan whispered to Noah, glancing at the distance between themselves and the professors. Noah initially failed to grasp Evan's meaning, but soon realized. Indeed, it is somewhat unfortunate, yet I believe it will be fine. We will simply have to discuss the matter of that room with Professor Dumbledore. It would indeed be wise to have that conversation. It would be best to formalize our little organization. Luns and Kate nodded in agreement. They understood that this time, their small organization could no longer remain concealed. They had only enjoyed approximately a month of respite before achieving unimaginable progress. If this could persist, who knows what heights they might reach. Regrettably, they found themselves devoid of options, compelled to hope that Professor Dumbledore would exhibit some leniency, thereby allowing them to maintain their momentum. Soon, they arrived at Professor Dumbledore's office. At that moment, Dumbledore was seated at his desk, and upon seeing Professor McGonagall entering with Noah and the others, he felt no surprise. In truth, while he had been attentive to Harry, it did not imply a lack of regard for other exceptional students. Particularly, the quartet led by Noah from Ravenclaw had garnered considerable fame at Hogwarts recently, consistently demonstrating remarkable excellence in every class. Such outstanding performance could not escape Dumbledore's notice, especially since he was aware that this group had also mastered knowledge beyond their year. To be candid, he had taken a keen interest in investigating these youngsters, and the results revealed them to be exemplary Ravenclaws, entirely devoid of any connection to Voldemort. Although Evan, Kate, and Renz were members of wizarding families, they differed from the pure-blood aristocracy. Their families could be considered modest. Their household members enjoyed stable incomes, received proper upbringing from a young age, and, crucially, they all harbored an aversion to Voldemort. This fact brought Dumbledore significant relief. Of course, even if they supported him, they would not voice any dissent. Such individuals were plentiful, and Dumbledore could only guide them at most. As for Noah, he was entirely a child from a Muggle orphanage. Prior to receiving his acceptance letter, he had no knowledge of the existence of the magical world. This meant that Noah Fennell was the least likely to have any connection to Voldemort. He had solely reached this point through his own talent and intellect. Professor McGonagall, unaware of Dumbledore's thoughts, reported to him the situation as she had observed it. Upon finishing her account, Dumbledore expressed a slight surprise and then turned his gaze towards the quartet. Children, do share your story. I am quite curious. By the way, was that truly the disarming charm? Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, Noah sighed, realizing that he must elucidate the matter himself. To foster future development and secure Dumbledore's support, Noah needed to articulate the situation with clarity. It began shortly after the school year commenced. One day, I ventured to the 8th floor, intending to consult Professor Flitwick regarding a spell. Unfortunately, I became lost. Oh? Did you explore the corridor on your right? No, I had no desire to lose my life. I traversed the corridor on my left several times, and just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed a door appearing on the wall. Oh? Did you stumble upon the room of requirement? Dumbledore expressed some astonishment. Locating the room of requirement was no simple feat, however, through Noah's description. He was almost certain that Noah had indeed discovered that place and eventually entered it with his roommate to acquire knowledge. Yes, Professor, I have found the room of requirement. Noah admitted earnestly with a nod. So, the knowledge you have gained in advance comes from there? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Indeed, Professor McGonagall, all knowledge pertaining to spells, transfiguration, and potions has been derived from within. This time, all four of them nodded in unison, as the situation was indeed similar. What of the elusive spell? Severus Snape could no longer contain himself. He had remained silent to assess whether these individuals were speaking the truth, and it now appeared they were. Within the room of requirement, we could even conjure a professor to instruct us. Furthermore, I requested it to provide me with the notes of a top potion student for study, and as a result, you obtained my notes and simultaneously mastered the spells I recorded therein, did you not? Severus deduced. It appears so, Professor Snape. Severus shook his head in resignation. It seemed this spell had indeed been imparted to him. Reviewing another's notes was not an unusual practice, as many favored such methods. Yet it was quite a coincidence that the room of requirement had bestowed its notes upon Noah. Severus found himself at a loss for words. I understand now, Mr. Finnegan. Professor Dumbledore, who had been listening attentively, finally spoke. I trust you, and I must say your approach is commendable. Utilizing the room of requirement for study is indeed a brilliant idea. Professor Dumbledore complimented them with a smile, but soon expressed his concerns. Given the room of requirement's remarkable efficacy, what do you intend to do moving forward? That is precisely what we wish to discuss with you, Noah replied, exhibiting no signs of unease. After all, he and Evan had anticipated such a scene. The room of requirement's capabilities were extraordinary, and it would be absurd if Dumbledore did not seek to make the most of it. Oh, it seems you have already formulated a plan, have you? Dumbledore's face revealed a hint of a smile. These children appeared to be more mature than he had initially presumed. Indeed, Noah nodded earnestly, then continued, in truth, once I discovered the room of requirement and recognized its value, I knew I could not monopolize it indefinitely. Of course, I harbored a sense of fortune in continuing to use it alone, as finding it was no small feat yet, I was disinclined to act in such a manner. So when Evan and the others inquired, I chose to share with them. Moreover, I have an idea. Since its effects are so remarkable, why should I not continue to utilize it until my graduation? To achieve this, a sufficient number of individuals is necessary, with enough outstanding students spanning various years. I believe even you would be reluctant to dismiss me, would you not? Upon hearing this, Professor Dumbledore's smile grew ever brighter. At such a tender age, Noah's ability to contemplate these matters is truly remarkable. One could undoubtedly declare him a worthy Ravenclaw. With such an exceptional student, it is no surprise that Dumbledore is pleased. It is quite logical. When a single person monopolizes something, it often leads to trouble, but when a greater number come together to share it, sufficient support will naturally arise. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, inquiring, but why have you chosen to confide in me? Are you not concerned that I might expel you? In truth, I did not intend to reveal our plans so prematurely. Our strategy is to initially gather outstanding students to join our Wizarding Alliance, a name we have affectionately assigned to our small organization. Furthermore, we are currently in the process of evaluating potential new members, seeking only the most exceptional individuals, with the timeline set for the new academic year following Christmas. However, our fortune seems to have taken a turn for the worse. Not only did we encounter a troll, but the notes I obtained were, astonishingly, from Professor Snape. Moreover, I could not restrain myself. At this point, Noah displayed a hint of embarrassment. Yet, in reality, he felt no embarrassment at all. His sole desire was to gain Dumbledore's approval, which prompted him to employ the stunning spell. Dumbledore chuckled softly, suddenly shifting the topic. What do you believe is the best method for dealing with a troll? A dazzling spell, Noah replied with confidence, a smile gracing his lips. A troll's head is hardly its most useful feature. Its foolishness seems proportionate to its immense strength, and its eyes cannot withstand bright light. One simple dazzling spell should suffice. Absolutely correct. Therefore, Mr. Finnegan, You must learn to exercise restraint and maintain your composure in the future. I will, Professor. Dumbledore beamed at Noah, who nodded earnestly, showing no hint of reproach in his demeanor. To him, it was perfectly natural for a child to seek the limelight. Noah had never been particularly discreet. After all, his advanced knowledge was exceptionally well honed, and this time, he had merely revealed it fully. Resting his chin on his hand, Dumbledore scrutinized Noah's youthful visage and the confident, vibrant children behind him, suddenly feeling a touch of age creeping upon him. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts with a smile, realizing that with such remarkable young minds, the future of the magical world would undoubtedly be brighter, wouldn't it? He mused that if only Harry could possess the same courage and cunning as Noah and his companions. It wasn't that Harry lacked potential. However, based on their current performances, these few seemed far more promising than Harry. Perhaps he should consider nurturing them more diligently? Dumbledore's notion of nurturing did not simply involve teaching one how to cast spells. Even Harry had not received such treatment. His mentorship aimed to encourage a child to confront darkness boldly and to dare to seek the truth. If the students he nurtured could not even accomplish that, he would be reluctant to spend time cleaning up after them. After all, in the future, if one possesses sufficient power yet crumbles at the mere mention of Voldemort's name, what use is there in that? Unfortunately, they are Ravenclaws, not Gryffindors. They possess a tad less bravery. Dumbledore shook his head, yet he made a note of this thought in his mind. If there is indeed a necessity, he would attempt it. Should he succeed, it could naturally serve as a trump card. What are your thoughts, Noah? Given that your small organization and its gathering place have been exposed, what are your plans? Dumbledore, without hesitation, directed his query at Noah. Noah noticed the shift in Dumbledore's manner of address, which raised his eyebrows slightly. After feigning deep contemplation for a moment, he confidently smiled at Dumbledore. Since you are already aware of our organization's existence and our mindset, why not allow us to give it a try? Are you suggesting that I endorse your existence? Why not? Currently, the four of us have achieved advancements that other students in our year have not, which signifies that our actions are indeed justified. Thus, we can certainly proceed and begin expanding our numbers, not limited to Ravenclaw, but encompassing the entire first year. From Dumbledore's demeanor, Noah had already devised a course of action. It was merely that he had not shared it with Evan and the others at that time. Noah's idea was to select 1 or 2 outstanding students from each house to join their ranks. This approach would harmonize relations among the houses while allowing these exceptional individuals to compete within a smaller, more distinguished group, alleviating concerns of any sudden loss of motivation among the talented students. Should such a situation arise, Noah suspected that the individual would willingly depart from the group without any prompting from him. While others basked in their glory, he would merely be left to boast, which would be quite embarrassing. As Noah anticipated, Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Very well, I can agree to your request, and I can even designate the Room of Requirement as your exclusive activity venue in the future. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. This news elated Noah immensely, and not just him. Evan and the others were equally thrilled, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dumbledore. However, before we proceed, I must see some results. By the end of this semester, I will not impose a limit on your numbers, but there must be a sufficient representation from all 4 houses, understood? Of course, Professor Dumbledore, we will certainly deliver. Hermione emerged from the classroom, clutching her books, having just concluded a lesson. However, her mood was quite dismal. To be frank, seeing Ron made her feel nauseated, and her admiration for Harry had also diminished. It was inevitable, given that Harry and Ron were inseparable, akin to twin souls. Following the incident with the troll, Noah's ruthless intervention had prevented them from forming a genuine trio, a development Noah had anticipated. Even more troubling, Hermione now pondered whether her decision to join Gryffindor had been a grave error. At Gryffindor, she undoubtedly excelled academically, believing herself to be the best in every regard. Thus, she eagerly answered questions, taking pride in her ability to help Gryffindor earn more points. However, over time, she began to realize that her exceptionalism felt somewhat out of place within the house. After 6 months, she discovered that, much like Ron had remarked, she had no true friends. Whether it was a personal shortcoming or a reflection of her environment, Hermione was uncertain. What she did know was that she needed an outlet for her frustrations. Consequently, she retreated to the restroom, finding solace in solitude, where she could vent her grievances without fear of judgment. To her utter shock, as she prepared to return to her dormitory, She encountered a troll standing directly in her path, an utterly dreadful predicament. No matter how many times she replayed the scenario in her mind, dreadful was the only word that could capture the essence of her experience. The troll's destructive power was overwhelming, rendering her utterly defenseless, especially as a first-year student lacking knowledge on how to confront such a creature. Perhaps only the 4 Ravenclaws would know how to handle it. In this moment of crisis, Hermione surprisingly thought of Noah and his companions. This was not due to any infatuation with their looks, though they were indeed quite handsome, but rather their remarkable academic prowess in Hermione's eyes, perhaps by some stroke of fortune. Just as she pondered whether Noah and his friends could deal with the troll, Noah and Kate miraculously appeared. It was then that Hermione truly grasped the extent of her disparity with them. Kate wielded a heavy armor spell, typically mastered only by upperclassmen, while Noah executed a fearsome spell that injured the troll. Hermione could swear that even some upperclassmen might not have been capable of such a feat. It was their formidable magical prowess and profound knowledge that epitomized the qualities of a competent wizard or witch. Hermione resolved that she could not continue in this manner. She should engage more with these exceptional individuals, as they might even become friends. Just as she contemplated seeking out Noah and his companions in Ravenclaw, an uncertain voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, her expression darkened upon realizing that the speakers were none other than the last people she wished to encounter, Ron and Harry. "What is it, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter?" Hermione's tone was chilly, clearly indicating her reluctance to engage with them. Although children are often quick to forgive, the fact that her correction of Ron's mistake was cast as meddling, painfully striking at her own vulnerabilities, rendered her unwilling to interact with him at that moment. Hermione," Ron began, noticing her discontent, and his face became noticeably stiff. To be candid, he had no desire to engage in conversation with Hermione. Neither this time, nor during the previous encounter when he risked a troll attack to seek him out. It was all instigated by Harry. "Hermione, we are here to apologize." Perhaps sensing her dear friend's struggle to articulate his feelings, Harry was compelled to speak on his own behalf. "Apologize? There is no need. You have done nothing to offend me, have you?" Hermione's expression softened slightly, yet her tone remained resolute. In truth, when faced with Harry and Ron, who appeared more like friends than others, Hermione found it easier to accept their company. Regrettably, neither Ron nor Harry could fathom Hermione's inner turmoil, especially Ron, who was reluctant to be there in the first place. "I told you, she won't accept it. Let's go," Ron exclaimed, pulling Harry away and turning to leave, revealing his true reluctance to apologize. "Is this how you come to apologize?" Hermione felt a pang of injustice and found herself increasingly irritated with Ron. "Besides, you never intended to accept it, did you?" Ron glared at Hermione, feeling humiliated at the prospect of apologizing to a girl in front of Harry. Harry, unable to bear it any longer, recognized how much Hermione had assisted him, particularly with his assignments. Yet, Ron was his close friend in the same dormitory, leaving him in a quandary. "Let's go, Harry. Why doesn't she join Ravenclaw?" Ron, perhaps sensing he had crossed a line, remained stubborn. "Noah and his friends are far superior to you. Indeed, I concede they are formidable. They have even mastered the dark arts. How else could they have vanquished a troll in their first year? Stop spouting nonsense. It's not just me. Everyone thinks so, all right?" Ron and Hermione began to argue vehemently, though Ron's assertions were not genuinely his beliefs. He was aware that Noah possessed a notebook belonging to Snape, whom they regarded as a Death Eater and a devoted follower of the Dark Lord. Therefore, it was only natural to assume that Noah had learned the dark arts from his notes. Although their suspicions were entirely accurate, the reality was that the dark arts were not to be trifled with. Each was deemed malevolent and exceedingly destructive. Of course, they were merely speculating. Until Noah and Snape acknowledged it, it remained conjecture. To disparage another's studies as dark magic was, by any measure, profoundly unethical. Eventually, Ron succeeded in pulling Harry away, leaving Hermione standing alone for a considerable time. She truly regretted not heeding the Sorting Hat's counsel and instead choosing the house of the greatest white wizard of the century. After a lengthy pause, her gaze grew resolute, clutching her books tighter to her chest as she continued toward the Ravenclaw common room. Hogwarts had no precedent for transferring houses, so there was no point in dwelling on it any longer. However, even if transferring hospitals is not an option, it does not impede my ability to forge friendships with them. I turned to Noah and asked, "What should we do now?" As the transfiguration class for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff concluded, Ravenclaw and Slytherin's potions class also came to an end. Evan, Kate, and Lunst could no longer restrain themselves from rushing over to Noah for inquiries. This particular potions class had been nothing short of a calamity for Noah, and the same could be said for the three of them. Severus Snape seemed to have fixated on the four of them due to the issue with the notes, continuously seeking opportunities to question them from the very beginning of the lesson. Of course, the brunt of Snape's scrutiny fell predominantly on Noah, while Evan and the others were merely collateral damage. Yet, it must be noted that the questions Noah faced were exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, all the answers could be found within Snape's notes, allowing Noah to recall them with relative ease, albeit with some time required for reflection. However, Evan and the others had no chance to peruse the notes, relying solely on their own accumulation of knowledge from the textbooks to respond. Luckily, Snape did not press them too hard, yet they became exceedingly cautious, no longer daring to converse with Noah during class. Now that the lesson had ended, they could no longer contain their curiosity. Their actions were pivotal for their future prospects regarding the coveted room of requirement, which compelled them to take the matter seriously. What should we do? Of course, we must do what needs to be done. Noah shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. At this stage, their organization lacked notoriety, and Noah had no intention of making it widely known. He envisioned it becoming a legendary entity, shrouded in secrecy, which would ultimately render it more alluring, would it not? Yet, we currently lack suitable candidates. Kate rubbed his head, feeling rather overwhelmed. Aren't there already a few? Noah questioned, gazing at them quizzically. Come on, those are our Ravenclaw members. We do not lack eagles. What we require are lions, snakes, and honeypots. Lunst rolled his eyes in exasperation, struggling to endure the situation. All right, but do we know anyone from those houses? Noah sighed, casting a glance at the trio. That question indeed bore considerable depth. While it was true that they had acquaintances, being from wizarding families, they all had a handful of friends in other houses. However, the crux of the matter was that they were searching for exceptional students. The term exceptional was paramount. At this nascent stage, they certainly could not afford to let any mediocre individuals tarnish their environment. Once they reach maturity, they might even reconsider allowing their friends to join. Observing the expressions on the three of their faces, Noah grasped the situation. With a resigned smile, he said, So, let us not rush. First, we shall compile a list and see who is most suitable. Of course, we must keep a close watch on Slytherin. I certainly do not wish to admit a descendant of a Death Eater. Once we clarify these lists, we can visit them one by one and reveal some of our thoughts. If they agree, that would be splendid. If they do not, we must resort to a complete erasure of memory. Maintaining an air of mystery is imperative. Noah has long contemplated this. The chattiness of these youngsters can indeed be quite vexing. It may be manageable if they are directly involved, but if they are not, there is always the risk of indiscreet chatter, a situation Noah fervently wishes to avoid. Should we employ a charm? Wouldn't that be rather unseemly? Evan inquired softly. Indeed, it would be rather inappropriate, yet I cannot allow our secrets to be divulged, only to find ourselves besieged by a crowd the following day upon entering the room. For now, this semester shall proceed as such. Once we surpass Professor Dumbledore's scrutiny, perhaps it will no longer be necessary. Very well, let us proceed. In contrast to Evan, Lunds and Kate exhibited a much more resolute demeanor. To be frank, the three of them increasingly admired Noah, though they were all 11. Noah's contemplations were remarkably thorough. He could be regarded as the undeniable leader of their little consortium. With Noah present, it seemed that every problem could be adeptly resolved. All they needed to do was follow his directives. After deliberating for a while, they promptly reached a consensus. For instance, Evan would gather information regarding Gryffindor, as he had friends there. Kate and Lunds would investigate Slytherin and Hufflepuff, respectively. Kate had nearly been sorted into Slytherin initially. However, his interest in that house was rather tepid, especially since his father was a Ravenclaw, prompting him to request admission into this academy. Lunds' situation was akin to Evan's. He found it convenient to probe into Hufflepuff. As for Noah, he candidly informed the others that he would act as an examiner. He needed to ascertain the qualifications of the individuals chosen by Kate and Lunds, and, should they decline, would intervene to erase that segment of memory. Following these decisions, their spirits noticeably brightened. The confusion of not knowing their next steps had transformed into a distinct sense of direction, markedly altering their demeanor and attitude. As they ascended the staircase, they happened upon Hermione standing at the corridor's entrance. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Noah and the others, as if she feared they might vanish at any moment. "Miss Granger? Are you here to inquire about how Noah cast a lethal curse last night?" Luns rolled his eyes, perplexed as to why the girl had returned. "Oh, come now, Luns. Perhaps she wishes to express her gratitude," Kate interjected, pulling Luns to silence. I'm truly grateful to you all. Thank you for rescuing me from the troll," Hermione stammered, appearing somewhat anxious and hesitant, yet ultimately managing to articulate her gratitude. "Is that so? There is no need for formalities. We are all students of Hogwarts, are we not?" Noah replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. However, as he prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed Hermione's hesitant expression, which piqued Noah's interest, particularly when he realized that Hermione had come alone, without Harry and Ron. An understanding dawned upon him. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Miss Granger?" Noah inquired, suppressing his inner excitement and maintaining a calm tone. I wanted to ask if I could study with you," Hermione stammered, her cheeks flushed, finally managing to voice her request after much hesitation. While it was not uncommon for students from different houses to study together, the issue was that Noah and his companions were renowned for their academic excellence. As a Ravenclaw, he possessed remarkable learning abilities. Why should he accommodate a Gryffindor student? Hermione felt the likelihood of rejection was high. Yet, she remained undeterred. If this attempt failed, she could always try again next time. She was weary of her struggles in Gryffindor, where her efforts often went unrewarded. She would rather confront a few proud scholars, as it would afford her a sense of value. What she did not anticipate, however, was the initial surprise followed by joy on the faces of the 4 students. This left her somewhat perplexed about the situation. Later that day, Hermione made her way back to the Gryffindor common room, still unable to fully comprehend the events of the day. Everything felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Initially, she believed there would be no positive outcome from her request, and had prepared herself to return another time to seek Noah and his friends. To her utter astonishment, they had agreed without hesitation. Of course, mere agreement was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal moment came when Noah and his companions led her to the 8th floor. "Why are we here? Do you all study in this place?" Hermione curiously followed Noah and the others. She had heard that they rarely frequented the common room to study, as they seemed to have their own designated area. Yet, no one knew where it was, as they were seldom seen outside of regular meal times. "Just follow us, Miss Granger. Some matters are best left unsaid here," Noah whispered, offering a gentle reminder before lapsing into silence. Observing the quiet group, Hermione felt a twinge of concern. She worried whether she was about to join an organization that might not comply with school regulations or could even be outright illegal. As Hermione's thoughts spiraled, Noah suddenly halted by a wall adorned with a carpet, leaving her feeling quite bewildered. "What is happening? Why have we stopped here? Is this like a station?" Hermione thought, as she did not recall any such location on the 8th floor, which served as Gryffindor's lounge, a place she had frequented often. Glimpsing Noah, who led the way inside, along with the somewhat impatient Evan, Hermione hesitated for barely a second before decisively following suit. If she wished to learn from them, she ought to comprehend their ways thoroughly. If necessary, she could always seek Professor Dumbledore's guidance. Upon entering the room, Hermione was once again astounded. The space was infinitely larger than she had anticipated, with bookshelves lining every inch, all laden with an assortment of books. Without a moment's thought, she knew this place must house every textbook from the upper years. It was truly a veritable ocean of knowledge. Hermione firmly believed that any eager learner entering this sanctuary would reap unimaginable rewards. In addition to the shelves, the center of the room was adorned with various apparatuses, including those required for potion making. Of course, it also boasted all the necessary items for charms class, with an array of practice tools readily available. "What on earth is this place?" Hermione asked incredulously. "Very well, madam, allow Noah to elucidate for you," came the response. "Damn it, where's Professor Snape's handwriting? He keeps posing these absurd questions today." Though directed at Noah, who knows if I'll be next? "I certainly do not wish to be targeted by a snake." Kate and the others showed no inclination to answer Hermione. In their view, this was within Noah's purview. Moreover, Noah's progress surpassed theirs significantly, necessitating more time for them to catch up with him. Watching the trio disperse to rummage through various sections in search of their desired tomes, Noah shrugged and casually snapped his fingers, causing a table and 2 chairs to materialize before them. "Please, have a seat, Miss Granger. We indeed have much to discuss." I imagine you have numerous inquiries, correct? Call me Hermione, for I do possess many uncertainties. Everything here is simply astonishing. Once seated, Noah stroked his chin, pondering where to begin. However, after a moment's reflection, he felt he should take the lead, sharing what he wished to convey. Very well, Hermione, please voice your questions. Noah smiled as he inquired, what is this place? And do Professors Dumbledore and the others know about it? Hermione swallowed hard before articulating her thoughts. This place is called the Room of Requirement. I am unsure who established it, nor do I have the desire to uncover that mystery. Its purpose is to fulfill any reasonable request, and my request was for greater knowledge. So, this is how it manifested. Hermione gestured toward the countless shelves behind her, laden with books too numerous to count at a glance. Indeed, precisely so, Noah nodded. As for your second question, it is somewhat complex. Yet I shall strive to explain it as simply as possible. Professor Dumbledore is aware of our existence, as well as this place, and he has made certain commitments to us while also presenting some requests. What are these matters? At this moment, Hermione felt a sense of relief, if necessary. She could always inquire with Professor McGonagall. However, she was equally eager to learn about Dumbledore's requests and promises. Noah smiled slightly. That evening, after we dealt with the troll, we met with Professor Dumbledore. Both Evan and I felt that this place was exceptionally suited for us, or rather, for wizards like us who possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Yet, we understood that if our numbers were too few, we could not sustain this location as our center of activities for long. Thus, we planned to gradually gather like-minded individuals before ultimately revealing everything to Professor Dumbledore when our numbers were sufficient. Unfortunately, I encountered a stroke of bad luck. Having obtained Professor Snape's notes and learned his magic, I used this magic against the troll and was discovered, forcing me to confess everything to him prematurely. At this point, Noah paused, noticing a slight flush on Hermione's face. It was evident she felt responsible for the disruption of their plans. With a gentle smile, Noah chose not to clarify, believing that misunderstandings could be preferable. Hence, I shared our plans with Professor Dumbledore, and we named our organization the League of Wizards, with this location serving as our meeting place. Although Professor Dumbledore agreed with our intentions, he stipulated that the members of the League must encompass all four houses. Encompass all four houses? Hermione's heart stirred. She seemed to understand why they had been so delighted when she expressed her desire to join them. Indeed, Hermione, it is essential that members from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, in addition to Ravenclaw, are included. Only then will he formally recognize us at the end of this term. Do you understand? I understand, Hermione nodded. Noah's explanation was thorough. If she did not grasp this, she would not deserve to be part of it. Furthermore, her mind was already made up. She would join them. Surrounded by these tomes, and, having previously contemplated such an idea, Hermione felt no resistance to this place. However, she had a lingering question. Noah, if, hypothetically, someone chose not to join after speaking with you, what would you do? Quite simply, I would cast the Obliviate spell on them, ensuring they forget everything about this place. Wouldn't that suffice? In the end, Hermione decided to join the League of Wizards as the first non-Ravenclaw member of the organization. Hermione was no fool. Upon hearing Noah mention that this endeavor had already received Professor Dumbledore's endorsement, she was practically certain of her decision to join. With such favorable conditions and the presence of exceptionally talented individuals from various schools, only a fool would decline. As for the Obliviate spell, although Hermione felt somewhat perplexed, she recognized that this particular spell was not easily mastered. Even adult wizards could inadvertently cause others to forget significant matters through its use. Nevertheless, she wisely refrained from inquiring further. Professor Dumbledore had indeed sanctioned the existence of this wizarding alliance, albeit under certain conditions. Should Noah and his companions invite individuals who had no intention of joining, it was only reasonable for them to implement some precautionary measures. Otherwise, if this enchanting place were to be traversed by various individuals without any air of mystery, it would not be long before someone investigated how to gain entry. Once they all infiltrated, the very essence of the Wizarding Alliance would lose its significance, and Hermione, having joined, would never consent to such an eventuality. In the days that followed, Hermione began to study alongside Noah and the others, finally grasping the extent of the disparity between herself and these individuals. However, she did not allow this realization to dishearten her. After all, she had only just embarked on her journey. Thus, during this time, Hermione dedicated herself fervently to her studies. devoting nearly all her time outside of regular classes and meals to immerse herself in this environment. Noah and his peers were also quite attentive to her needs, with Noah even going so far as to summon several professors from the room of requirement to assist her. While the capabilities of those professors varied, Noah was well aware of their competencies. He had an understanding of the entire Harry Potter saga and knew which professors were particularly reliable, resulting in the conjured instructors generally possessing high levels of expertise. However, there was one aspect that puzzled Noah. It was mealtime after classes, and although students from each house gathered in the Great Hall for dining, they typically remained within their respective houses, seldom mingling. Yet here was Hermione, seated among Noah and his friends in her Gryffindor robes, causing a degree of awkwardness among the four of them. The curious glances from several Ravenclaw students only heightened their discomfort. Hermione? Noah thought to himself, realizing that Kate's pointed looks clearly indicated that it was up to him to address the situation. Thus, he approached her. What's the matter? Hermione, dipping a donut into some sauce, cast a curious glance at Noah. Why aren't you dining with Gryffindor? Won't your friends find it odd? Noah asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. Am I unwelcome here? Hermione paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. Of course not. Hey, listen, you are our friend, a good friend. How could we not welcome you? But since we are friends, it should be perfectly fine for me to eat here, right? Absolutely, it's no problem at all. Besides, I have no friends in Gryffindor. No friends? The four of them were momentarily taken aback, but Noah soon recollected himself. At the beginning of the school year, Hermione indeed had no friends in Gryffindor, with her only acquaintances being Harry and Ron. However, the once formidable trio has now transformed into a mere duo. Hermione, naturally, will not resume her friendship with Harry and the others. Even though their relationship remains amicable, it will never revert to the dynamics portrayed in the original narrative. With this thought in mind, Noah sighed and remarked, Hermione, you truly should have joined Ravenclaw. This is the place that best suits you. Indeed, it is perplexing to fathom the Sorting Hat's decision to place you in Gryffindor. Evan interjected, clearly believing that this girl was wasting her talents in Gryffindor. I am uncertain about that, Hermione replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, for she dared not disclose her own desire to be sorted into Gryffindor. From now on, you should accompany us. You are always welcome here, Noah concluded. Although visits among houses seldom occurred, almost to the point of non-existence, there was no explicit rule against it. To Noah and his companions, Hermione was one of them. Despite the inter-house divide, it mattered little. With Noah's assertion, Evan and the others promptly expressed their agreement. This gesture greatly eased Hermione's discomfort. Although other students from Ravenclaw continued to whisper and point, she believed that such matters would soon fade with time. Habit is a formidable force. Once everyone becomes accustomed to the situation, the whispers will cease. Thus, Hermione fully integrated herself with Noah and his friends, even foregoing her previous curiosity about Quidditch matches. Speaking of which, Harry's flying skills are quite impressive. He made the Quidditch team at such a young age and managed to secure a victory against Slytherin. Evan lamented as he stirred a tangle of noodles, somewhat disheartened by his own lackluster performance in flying class. The flying class may be commendable, but he consistently loses points in potions. If I were him, I doubt I would be so cheerful. Kate shrugged nonchalantly, revealing his indifference towards flying lessons. What do you think, Hermione? Lunz inquired, casting a curious glance toward the Gryffindor student. I have no strong opinions. I merely hope he can manage to lose fewer points elsewhere. At least that would alleviate some of my burdens, considering much of my effort seems futile. Hermione felt a measure of satisfaction in Harry's contribution to Gryffindor's victories. At least that would help garner some points, wouldn't it? Well, everyone, Christmas is fast approaching. Do you have any plans? Noah, uninterested in Quidditch, contemplated how to spend the brief holiday. In his view, the sport was rather trivial. Given the choice, he would prefer to explore the Muggle world and watch football instead. As Christmas drew near, Noah pondered how to utilize this short break. Truth be told, he could remain at the school, as the holiday was not lengthy, and his finances were rather limited. Otherwise, he might have ventured to America for a visit, perhaps to see the Stark Tower, standing majestically in the heart of New York. I wonder if it has been completed. However, Noah harbored a sense of gratitude, having been reborn into this world and raised in an orphanage, where the inhabitants treated him kindly, devoid of the sordid affairs often depicted online. Even the tuition for Noah's current semester was graciously covered by the headmistress of the orphanage, prompting Noah to feel compelled to return and pay them a visit. We plan to head home. What about you, Noah? Evan and Kate exchanged glances before revealing their intentions to him. I, too, intend to return home, Noah. I've heard you hail from the Muggle world. Hermione also turned her gaze towards Noah. Indeed, I come from the Muggle realm, specifically from an orphanage. I suppose I shall return during Christmas to express my gratitude to Headmistress Hyphen for her financial support with my tuition. Without her assistance, I may never have arrived here. Is that so? Hermione remarked, momentarily taken aback by Noah's revelation, but soon a smile graced her face. Then let us journey together, shall we? Certainly. Having a companion would alleviate the monotony of the trip. To be candid, Noah found himself in a rather awkward temporal timeline. At this juncture, neither the Avengers nor the X-Men had fully materialized, and in England, Noah had yet to uncover anything particularly intriguing. Perhaps this was also due to his youthful age, otherwise, he might have impulsively sought out the likes of 007 and Mrs. M to ascertain the veracity of their tales. Yet, this was merely Noah's own lamentation. Had he possessed such age and prowess in the year 2000, he might have wept openly. 2 decades hence, the world began to witness unimaginable transformations. First came Iron Man, followed by the emergence of the X-Men, spurred by the existence of mutants. A plethora of bewildering characters soon followed, seemingly shattering the tranquility of the 1990s. By that time, Noah would likely find little opportunity to hone his skills. It appeared the system had been rather benevolent to him, granting approximately a decade to prepare for all that lay ahead. If he could not seize this chance, he might as well retreat to a safe corner. Perhaps that would be wiser. Accompanying Hermione back to the mundane world, Noah was instantly engulfed by a disconcerting sense of incongruity. While everything appeared vaguely familiar, after all, he had spent a decade here. The facilities bore no resemblance to the memories of his previous 20 years. He felt a striking sense of regression. This sentiment led Noah to ponder whether he might be better off remaining within the confines of the academy. For within that sanctuary, he could consistently feel the power and allure of magic, a sensation he found far more appealing than the stark reality before him. Could it be that I am inherently suited to thrive in the magical realm? Noah chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he declined Hermione's invitation to visit her home. He then made his way back to the orphanage that had been his home for a decade. This orphanage was situated on a rather secluded street in Westminster, and it was said that the establishment of such a place was due to the remarkable abilities of Headmistress Hyphen, who had managed to secure this locale. To be aware, the city of Westminster is the only London borough with city status under Greater London. Moreover, Westminster serves as the administrative heart of the United Kingdom, housing the Palace of Westminster, where the British Parliament convenes. One can only imagine the profound significance this place holds for England. Thus, establishing an orphanage here necessitates considerable connections and capabilities. Otherwise, one would have long been relegated to East London. Noah's return immediately captured everyone's attention. Although he had appeared somewhat withdrawn during his previous time here, rarely forging friendships, such behavior was hardly surprising. Many children in the orphanage exhibited similar traits. For who knows when they might be adopted? Even if friendships were formed, the chances of seeing one another again were slim. Furthermore, the children arriving here often bore the weight of unfortunate circumstances, rendering them quite introverted. Noah's demeanor was relatively normal by comparison. Long time no see, Miss Hyphen. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Noah. To be precise, 2 months and 29 days. Miss Hyphen couldn't help but smile upon seeing Noah. As for her surname, Noah was unaware. In truth, few within the orphanage likely knew it. Miss Hyphen appeared to be in her 30s, radiating beauty and grace. And Noah often pondered why such a lovely woman would choose to become the director of an orphanage. Of course, that was a private matter, and he had no right to inquire. Nevertheless, Noah was aware that Ms. Hyphen's family was quite affluent, as the orphanage never needed to solicit sponsorships or plead with wealthy families for adoptions, nor did she have to cater to the successful individuals who sought her attention. Calmness and tranquility, devoid of much turmoil, were the sentiments Noah had cherished during his 10 years at the orphanage, and he felt immense gratitude towards Miss Hyphen for that. How is that academy of yours? Hogwarts, was it? Miss Hyphen's smile remained, enhanced by the gold-rimmed glasses that lent her an air of sophistication. Quite well, actually, the headmaster, teachers, and students are all commendable, Noah replied, as he pulled out a chair to sit. That sounds truly wonderful. I consulted my friends, and they informed me that it is a private institution with a robust faculty, making admission quite challenging. Congratulations, Noah. No, I should be thanking you, Miss Hyphen. Without your support, I might not have gained entry. Do not concern yourself. It is merely a matter of money. By the way, have you made any friends there? A playful smile graced Ms. Hyphen's face, causing Noah to feel a sudden rush of warmth and embarrassment. However, he quickly dismissed these inexplicable feelings, replacing them with a hint of pride. During his time here, he had indeed presented as somewhat reserved, primarily because he felt he had nothing in common with those little ones. They were simply too immature. Indeed, such emotions persist even upon arriving at Hogwarts. However, Noah has come to comprehend his course of action, and Evan and his companions possess commendable personalities. Furthermore, their avidity for acquiring new knowledge fostered a friendship between Noah and them, a bond of considerable depth. As for Hermione, although she occasionally exhibits a certain youthful naivety, her demeanor is predominantly marked by maturity. Coupled with her immeasurable potential and generally amiable disposition, her association with Noah and his friends feels entirely natural. Of course, I have made numerous acquaintances. Oh, is it safe to assume they are predominantly your roommates? Well, as much as I would like to refute that, I must concede that your assumption is largely accurate. It is entirely understandable, Noah. I have essentially witnessed your growth and am well acquainted with your character. Nevertheless, congratulations on finally acquiring friends. Lady Heffen, observing Noah, who has begun to manifest a glimpse of his future self, affectionately ruffled his hair. Noah has grown quite handsome. Although he still bears a youthful appearance, it is evident that he is destined to be a striking individual. Faced with Lady Heffen's affectionate gesture, Noah contemplated retreating but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that such opportunities would become increasingly rare. Although he understands that he will frequently return to this place to visit the woman who has nurtured his growth. By the way, Noah, how long will you be back this time? The entire holiday. Is that so? And what about thereafter? In the future? I shall return every holiday, provided you do not find me bothersome. During his time back, Noah did not allow himself to become overly lax. Of course, this restraint was maintained even in his dreams. In truth, the greatest assistance Noah has received has stemmed from his system library, where the enhancements he acquired far surpassed the knowledge gained from his studies in the wish-granting room. Perhaps it is due to its direct influence on the soul. In this realm, Noah can grasp any subject with remarkable immediacy, regardless of the complexity of the knowledge or the intricacy of the magical framework he encounters. As long as Noah is diligent and possesses sufficient magical capacity to support the spells, he can swiftly master them. Noah's magical prowess has evolved significantly since 3 months ago. After obtaining methods for enhancing his mental fortitude and magical energy from within the system, combined with his unwavering dedication to practice, his magical abilities have reached an impressive level. Of course, this high level is relative to his peers. Noah perceives his skills as considerably inferior when compared to those of certain transmigrators. He has often pondered why some transmigrators arrive fully leveled and effortlessly attract various beauties, while he himself spent a decade of childhood without even a hint of magic. It was not until he turned 10 that he discovered he, too, was a system bearer, a person endowed with extraordinary abilities. This truly felt like a disadvantage from the very starting line. There exists absolutely no basis for comparison. Even Noah has expressed his grievances regarding the inefficacy of his system. It is one thing for it to be delayed, but to lack any semblance of rewards or incentives, not even a novice gift pack, is utterly absurd. This is, without a doubt, the most subpar system Noah has ever encountered. However, even a flawed system is preferable to none at all, and thus Noah merely indulged in a moment of mild complaint before dismissing such thoughts. He worried that overthinking might irritate the system, causing it to abandon him, which would undoubtedly leave Noah in tears. The Christmas holiday stretched for nearly half a month, during which Noah refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead devoted his time to assisting Ms. Hyphen in managing the orphanage. During his leisure moments, he would also accept Hermione's invitations to partake in various outings. Ms. Hyphen found herself quite curious about this girl named Hermione, who exuded charm and exhibited impeccable manners. One could only wonder how the previously reserved Noah had befriended such an individual. Yet, Ms. Hyphen felt predominantly pleased. She did not wish for Noah to revert to his former self, indifferent to everyone around him, as that would undoubtedly affect his future. Evan and the others had sent letters to Noah, fully aware of his whereabouts. The contents of their correspondence were largely consistent, beginning with tales of their commendations at home, followed by complaints about the prolonged holiday, expressing regret over their decision to return. Upon reading these letters, Noah found himself amused. It was indeed his first encounter with students lamenting the length of their vacation. Their grievances revolved around the inability to access the wish room for furthering their magical studies. Noah, with a sense of mischief, chuckled at their predicament. Although he too was unable to enter the wish room during this half-month, his training had not faltered. The cultivation within the System S space far surpassed that of the wish room. One could say he was progressing with the aid of a modifier. Name: Noah Finial. Age: 11. Mage level: 8. Indeed, Noah's mage level had reached 8. One could easily envision that it would not be long before he ascended to the status of a first-tier mage. Achieving this rank is essential to be considered a true mage. While Hogwarts' educational framework posed no issues, the advancement of a mage is no simple feat. Noah had long anticipated that a graduation wizard would likely be at a 2nd or 3rd tier, which was quite commendable. His rapid progression was facilitated by the assistance of his system, yet it was equally attributed to his own diligence. No matter how favorable the external conditions, if one does not exert effort, the outcome remains null and void, an exercise in futility. It seems that my progress is quite commendable. I had originally set a goal to attain the 1st tier by the end of this semester. Now, it appears that I may not have to wait that long, provided everything proceeds smoothly. As Noah busily packed his belongings, he reflected on the imminent conclusion of the half-month holiday, naturally preparing to return to campus. He had no desire to return late and inadvertently create a multitude of troublesome situations. Upon returning from vacation, they found themselves with numerous tasks ahead, such as continuing their quest for knowledge and fulfilling the assignments set by Professor Dumbledore, including the recruitment of new individuals. Most importantly, they had to prepare for the impending final examinations. In Noah's perspective, while the final exams posed no significant challenge, maintaining the right attitude was still essential. As for the matter of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Noah paid it little heed, unless it became relevant to his own pursuits, in which case he might consider lending a hand. If not, he certainly had no desire to involve himself in such trivial matters. The specter of Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, was hardly intimidating, especially with Professor Dumbledore discreetly monitoring the situation. Nothing alarming was likely to transpire. However, the enchanted crown within the room of requirement piqued his interest. Though he deemed it perilous to investigate further at present, he resolved to leave it be for now, with the intention of eventually passing it on to Professor Dumbledore, thus offering his assistance in some capacity. Noah mused internally, acknowledging that he dared not provoke the current incarnation of Voldemort. He had inquired of the system whether it could reveal the levels of other wizards, but its response indicated he must reach the 5th tier before such queries could be entertained. Presently, the system could only relay information based on its disposition. The phrase based on mood was particularly astute, and the 5th tier was beyond Noah's current comprehension. Thus, he relied on this somewhat unreliable system to assess his adversaries. Fortunately, it did provide pertinent details about significant figures. Professor Dumbledore was at level 5, tier 9, while Voldemort stood at level 5, tier 8. Professors Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick ranged from level 5, tier 2 to 4. The system merely informed him that Harry was at level 0, tier 2, Hermione at level 3, and Ron at level 1, leaving Noah in the dark regarding the levels of his other dormitory companions. He accepted this with resignation, reasoning that even if his peers were lesser, they could not possibly be inferior to Hermione. Ultimately, he pondered the futility of overthinking. Their achievements would undoubtedly surpass those in the original narrative, where they were mere nameless extras. The train to Hogwarts continued its slow, exasperating pace. However, this time, Noah was not alone. It was difficult to discern whether he preferred solitude or companionship, as being alone allowed him to delve into the system space for reading and training, while having a companion provided the opportunity for conversation to alleviate boredom. Fortunately, Hermione proved to be a delightful conversationalist. Although their discussions often culminated in Noah elucidating concepts not covered in textbooks, such as subtle spellcasting techniques and straightforward methods for dealing with formidable creatures, Hermione diligently took notes. Much to Noah's bemusement, was this a lecture or a casual chat? Nonetheless, Noah paid little mind to these thoughts, though he found himself feeling somewhat disheartened. Before arriving, he perused several newspapers, noting the disintegration of a certain Eastern European superpower and the car accident involving Howard Stark. To be honest, the upheaval in Eastern Europe bore no relation to Noah, nor did the incident concerning Stark. It was merely a sense of regret that struck Noah. He was simply too young and lacked the time to effect any change. When the two of them reached Hogwarts, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, prompting Hermione to express her frustration for the first time about the train's sluggish pace. If it had been a bit faster, perhaps we could have explored the room of requirement and perused some books. She lamented. Come on, I'm offering you 8 hours of free tutoring. Isn't that enough? Thank you so much, Noah, but it's precisely this that makes me acutely aware of the vast chasm between us. I certainly don't wish to be left behind. All right, suit yourself, Noah shrugged. Though he yearned to convey to Hermione that their differences extended beyond mere knowledge, there existed a significant divide in their capabilities as well. Of course, Noah deemed it unnecessary to share this, as it served no purpose. At Hermione's age, he believed it wiser for her to focus on accumulating knowledge. According to the original narrative, her future was undeniably bright, destined to become a formidable witch. Rest well, Hermione. Tomorrow brings classes, and after lessons, you can delve into your reading, he advised. Yes, you too, Noah. Good night. Good night. After escorting Hermione to the entrance of Gryffindor's common room, Noah turned and retraced his steps to the 4th floor. As a gentleman, he would never allow a girl to return alone, although it was somewhat of a bother. He didn't mind. Ambling leisurely through the corridors of Hogwarts, Noah realized he seldom took the time to truly appreciate the school. He was usually engrossed in enhancing his own abilities, leaving little attention for other matters. It seemed he was indeed developing a tendency towards asceticism, which struck him as amusing. Consequently, he decided to pause by the West Tower. Leaning against the tower, he indulged in the rare pleasure of appreciating the scenery. The view was stunning. The snowfall cloaked Hogwarts in a thick layer of silver, while twinkling stars danced in the night sky, rendering the castle exceedingly serene. Gazing at the luminous moon, Noah reflected upon his own lack of excitement. Regrettably, there was little choice. He was acutely aware of the uncertain future ahead. Without diligent effort, he would remain confined to a mundane existence, and Noah was not one to shy away from admitting his fear of death. I would rather not gaze upon anything now than to see nothing in the future, he mused. If I ascend to a sufficient height in the future, I could explore the vast cosmos. A faint smile graced Noah's lips as he took one last look at the enchanting scenery before turning and making his way back to his dormitory. The weather had grown chilly, and having stood there for a while, he found himself covered in a blanket of snow, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might very well become an ice sculpture. Having casually resolved the issue of the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, and inadvertently rescued a fellow who had forgotten the password and was anxiously pacing outside, Noah chose not to visit the common room, but returned to his dormitory instead. Although the common room boasted an extensive collection of books, Noah held no interest in perusing them, for he had already read nearly all of them. There was no reason for him to squander time in the common room. Not just him, but Evan and the others had also devoured the entirety of its offerings while in the wish-fulfilling chamber. Wow, you're back. I thought you would be the first to return. Yet here you are, the last, exclaimed Evan, who was already nestled on his bed, engrossed in a book. Noticing Noah's arrival, they wasted no time in teasing him. Is it really that late for you to return? It's quite normal to come back on the last day of holiday, isn't it? Noah mused that it was not he who had returned late, but rather that these fellows had returned too early. Classes don't start until tomorrow. When did you all get back? Noah shrugged nonchalantly. If memory serves correctly, it should have been 2 days ago, grumbled Luns, a hint of annoyance in his tone. I can't believe I spent an entire night here alone. Thankfully, the next day, they returned. Who told you not to enjoy your break? A holiday should be savored, don't you think? Isn't it because you dragged us too far? Luns shook his head, acutely aware of the considerable gap between himself and Noah. This disparity was not merely in academic knowledge, though that existed too. It was most evident in Noah's formidable magical prowess. During this time, Luns had diligently attempted to cast spells learned from Professor Snape's notes, only to be astounded by his inability to execute them. Upon inquiry, he received a disheartening revelation. His magical capacity and skill were insufficient to perform such spells. Indeed, that was the answer. He lacked the courage to show his parents the spell known as the Killing Curse, which was deemed dark magic. Yet Professor Snape's notes contained more than just that particular incantation. Consequently, when his father finally acquired the spell known as the Hanging Bell, it took him a week of contemplation to master it, only to inform Luns that this spell would not be usable until he reached at least the 4th grade. This answer left Luns quite displeased, especially knowing that Noah had already mastered even more challenging and fearsome spells in his first year. It was this realization of their differences that prompted him to abandon any lingering thoughts of prolonging his holiday and hastily return. "What is it that you wish to say?" Noah inquired, flopping onto his bed, feeling an extraordinary warmth emanating from the flickering flames in the fireplace. "I have been in contact with Ernie Macmillan. He seems to have some thoughts regarding our learning methods and wishes to meet with you." Luntz spoke directly, yet he did not forget to add a remark after his statement. "Noah, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for some instructors who can teach us to enhance our magical prowess or spellcasting techniques. I feel as though my spellcasting skills are somewhat lacking." The dual notions of improving spellcasting abilities and Ernie Macmillan struck Noah with considerable force, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. The level of spellcasting is intrinsically linked to one's magical skill and potency. While the former could be addressed relatively easily, the latter left Noah in a quandary. For he himself was uncertain about how Hogwarts facilitated the enhancement of magical capacity. Having spent half a year at Hogwarts, he realized that he had never encountered any course that addressed such matters. It appeared that the inhabitants of Hogwarts primarily relied on innate talent and bloodline strength to gradually augment their magical power. However, Noah found this notion implausible, as mere bloodline strength could not sustain one for long. Perhaps the most effective means of elevating one's magical level lay in the rigorous study and practical application of spells to stimulate the growth and enhancement of magical energy. As he contemplated, Noah's thoughts drifted to a particular individual, Dr. Stephen Strange. Once an accomplished surgeon, Strange faced an unfortunate fate when he lost the use of his hands. In his quest for healing, he ventured to the mystical land of Kathmandu, Nepal, seeking the legendary sorceress, the Ancient One. Fortuitously, his remarkable talent was recognized, and he became the Ancient One's disciple, learning to wield magic through the mastery of mind and incantation. During his time there, Strange did not discover any methods to condense magical energy. Rather, he advanced step by step through the relentless practice of spells. His most significant transformation occurred during his use of the Time Stone, engaging in a protracted struggle with Dormammu that spanned countless eons. This battle exponentially enhanced his magical and mental faculties, ultimately elevating him to the status of the new Sorcerer Supreme. It seemed evident that in this world, there were indeed no established methods for enhancing magical and mental prowess. Otherwise, how could the sorcerers on Earth exhibit such limitations with only the Ancient One? Wielding the Time Stone, emerging as a figure of awe, Noah mused silently, only to be struck by a sudden surge of inspiration. While such methods may be absent in this realm, it did not imply that Noah himself lacked them. His own enhancement of magical and mental abilities did not stem from the incessant casting of spells, but rather from a profound practice akin to meditation. He contemplated that if he were to reveal this approach, it could potentially attract a multitude of sorcerers to his side. This thought swirled in Noah's mind, as he realized he had been holding onto a treasure all along, albeit unbeknownst to him. However, he quickly suppressed this notion, recognizing that with his current feeble strength, revealing such a secret could invite an array of unforeseen troubles. "I have resolved to wait until I possess a certain level of competence before expressing my thoughts. Moreover, even if I were to share them, it would only be within my trusted circle, comprised solely of individuals I can rely upon. As for whom I can trust, I am uncertain, yet that is of little consequence. It is imperative that I learn a form of magic that enables one to exercise restraint over their words, for I would prefer to avoid becoming the subject of widespread gossip." Noah shook his head, realizing he could no longer dwell on such matters. He swiftly redirected his focus, and although his heart was aflame, he managed to rein in his thoughts. He soon recalled the name previously mentioned by Luntz, Ernie Macmillan. If memory serves, Ernie Macmillan is a Hufflepuff destined for significant accomplishments, as he is to become the future head of Hufflepuff House. Although he is a pure blood, he appears to possess an innate aversion to all things malevolent, despite his legs trembling at the mere mention of Voldemort. Furthermore, in his second year, he led his fellow Hufflepuffs in safeguarding the Muggle-born Justin Finch Fletchley. In his later years, every decision he made was remarkably sound, and during the final battle, he overcame his fears. When Professor McGonagall called upon the head boy to ensure all students were evacuated safely, he resolutely expressed his desire to remain and fight. It is evident that he embodies a steadfast sense of justice, possessing both remarkable talent and an absence of prejudice against Muggle-born wizards. Most importantly, he exhibits a commendable trait, the ability to acknowledge and amend his mistakes. It was surprising to learn that Luns was acquainted with this individual, and their relationship seemed to be quite amiable. Noah contemplated, considering that if he could recruit this formidable character, it would indeed be a significant gain. Undoubtedly, he would wholeheartedly welcome such a virtuous and gifted individual into his team. His only concern was whether this person would be inclined to join. What about you, Noah? Do you know him? Luns inquired, noticing Noah's momentary distraction. You mean Macmillan? Of course, good heavens, I know him. How do you know him? Noah snapped back to attention, curiosity piqued. Come on, our families have some connections. We were friends in childhood and have remained so ever since. It's just that, for reasons unknown, he ended up in Hufflepuff. I always thought he would be sorted into Slytherin. Well, you didn't end up in Slytherin, did you? Damn it. I can't stand the atmosphere there, and my entire family is in Ravenclaw. If that filthy hat had indeed sorted me into Slytherin, I swear I would have turned around and bought a ticket home that very night. All right then. Noah rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had heard that line somewhere before. Shaking his head, he decided it was pointless to dwell on trivial matters. The priority now was to swiftly recruit this individual. Since he is your friend, my answer is affirmative. I have encountered him during our classes. His achievements are remarkable, and it is said that he does not particularly favor the Slytherin ideology, correct? Indeed, had he been inclined towards Slytherin, it is likely we would not have forged a friendship. Given this, shall I summon him to the room of requirement after class tomorrow? That would be splendid. Very well. I shall arrive a bit later tomorrow. Renz nodded, thereby solidifying this arrangement. He felt quite elated at this moment. Ernie was a commendable friend, almost like a childhood companion. The prospect of having such a friend join them was certainly delightful, and he could also take the opportunity to challenge him a bit. Noah smiled. This could be seen as a step closer to fulfilling Dumbledore's request, perhaps. Although he had yet to meet Ernie in person, Noah felt confident that this individual would not decline, especially since it had Dumbledore's approval. Oh, if only it were possible to bring all future heads of houses into the fold, how perfect that would be. However, it would be best to steer clear of Slytherin's ranks. Noah had no intention of provoking the head of Slytherin, and Kate had similarly failed to gain the trust of students from that house. This might, in part, be attributed to the notoriously difficult nature of Slytherin's members. Yet, Noah bore no ill will towards Kate. He understood that finding someone from Slytherin who opposed the pureblood ideology would be a rare endeavor. Locating such an individual would require considerable time and effort, but with half a year remaining, Noah felt no urgency. Moreover, Noah had come to realize an important point. Why should he be the one to seek out future heads of houses? He possessed excellent conditions here. As long as he controlled the entrance, he could ensure that those who entered were not fools. They had every reason to believe that he could cultivate a head of house from among them. Well, he certainly would not overlook those who presented themselves willingly. The following day, Noah arose early, though it was entirely unnecessary. This was the first class after the holiday, and he had developed a habit of rising a bit earlier. Such was the routine instilled in him during his academic years. Whether in the fervent pursuits of high school or the more relaxed atmosphere of university, he adhered to this practice. Today's first lesson was Transfiguration, and by a fortunate coincidence, the house attending alongside them was Hufflepuff. This arrangement made things considerably easier, at least after class. Noah would not have to rush to another classroom in search of him. Ernie was somewhat perplexed by Renz's invitation. He was well aware that Renz's dormitory was currently quite the talk of the school, as it housed 4 exceptional talents, including Renz himself. He was not surprised by their outstanding grades, for they were all members of Ravenclaw. Yet, it was curious that these high-achieving individuals sought him out and inquired whether he wished to join them. This left Ernie somewhat bemused, nonetheless. The innocent curiosity of youth often outweighs the skepticism of adulthood. Despite his growing doubts, he chose to accompany Noah and the others to the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, Ernie encountered Hermione, who appeared to be waiting for Noah and his companions. In fact, she truly was. This perplexed Ernie further. He was aware that this uncharacteristically Gryffindor-like lion often followed Noah and his friends, yet he remained oblivious to when they had begun to associate with one another. Could it be that this little lion had joined their ranks? With a heavy sense of uncertainty, Ernie's curiosity deepened until he witnessed Noah suddenly conjuring a door on the 8th floor, prompting him to draw closer to the expression Hermione had exhibited that day. What was this? A ruse akin to platform 9 3/4? As he stepped through the doorway, his expression transformed entirely. mirroring the astonishment Hermione had displayed upon first witnessing this spectacle. The sight of the myriad of bookshelves and the seemingly infinite collection of tomes was indeed breathtaking, and the array of experimental apparatuses present rendered it a veritable paradise for any aspiring wizard. "What is this place?" Ernie stammered in awe. "This is the Room of Requirement, and it also serves as the venue for our Wizarding Alliance," Renz proudly elucidated. "The Room of Requirement? Does it truly fulfill every desire? And what is this Wizarding Alliance?" "Essentially, it operates as such. The Wizarding Alliance is the name of our organization. Has Granger joined your ranks? What exactly does your organization do? Does it comply with the school regulations?" Ernie's inquiries grew numerous, and Noah noted the heightened wariness of the young lad. It must be said that the education of purebloods was indeed remarkable. Ernie, despite being a pureblood himself, possessed a clarity of thought surpassing that of the average wizard. Especially since he harbored a profound disdain for Voldemort and his ilk, he was particularly wary of organizations like the Death Eaters. Thus, upon hearing of a student-formed organization, he became exceedingly cautious, concerned that it might be a covert scheme orchestrated by Voldemort. Noticing Ernie's suddenly perturbed countenance, Noah realized he needed to provide a thorough explanation. Consequently, he reiterated the information he had previously shared with Hermione, placing particular emphasis on Dumbledore's mission and his commitment. As expected, Ernie's demeanor improved considerably after absorbing Noah's clarifications. His trust in Dumbledore remained steadfast, and he was quite supportive of Dumbledore's stance towards wizards in the Muggle world. "So, you recruited me to fulfill Professor Dumbledore's mission and to ensure he honors his promise?" "Indeed. The primary reason for selecting you over others is our belief in your exceptional qualities. Do you not wish to become even more remarkable?" "Of course I do. But I have one concern. If I decline, will you truly cast a memory charm on me?" "Rest assured, I am in no jest. While the memory charm can be challenging to control, I am confident in my ability to ensure you forget precisely what is necessary, without any adverse repercussions." In jest. Although Noah's current level of magical prowess is rather modest, his mastery of magic is undeniably exquisite. He can achieve remarkable results with just a modicum of magical energy, which can be considered a small boon granted by the system. "Very well, I comprehend now. I shall join you." Ernie's lips twitched, clearly indicating that this response unsettled him somewhat. Nevertheless, he grasped certain truths. Despite the secrecy of this place, their daily comings and goings would inevitably lead to discovery. Thus, maintaining a low profile until gaining Dumbledore's approval was a prudent choice. Discontent lingered, yet for the sake of his future options, Ernie chose to join. He was not foolish. This Wizarding Alliance was merely a student organization, and the members therein were, for the most part, not supporters of Voldemort. Noda, being a wizard from the Muggle world, could hardly believe in such nonsense. Hermione shared the same sentiment, while Kate and Evan, whose circumstances Ernie had heard about, had always shunned the Slytherin ethos. As for his childhood friend, Luns, it was well known that he had declared he would drop out if the Sorting Hat placed him in Slytherin. Therefore, they were certainly not followers of Voldemort. Yet, even with this assurance, doubts remained. Was Professor Dumbledore truly a guarantee of safety? Upon witnessing Ernie's eventual decision to join, Noah felt a surge of joy. At last, another member had been secured. With this, their organization now boasted the future Minister of Magic and the prospective head of Hufflepuff. A commendable lineup indeed. Of course, Noah had not forgotten about their most troublesome choice, the Slytherin Serpent. However, he would not rush. After all, there was ample time ahead. With Ernie's inclusion, Noah's little team swelled to 6 members, making their daily studies all the more engaging. Ernie, initially brimming with questions akin to Hermione before him, was indeed a curious soul. Fortunately, leveraging Hermione's experience, Noah opted to summon a suitable teacher through the Room of Requirement. For any query, as long as it wasn't excessively complex, Noah and his companions could provide immediate answers. If the question proved too intricate, the professor would be summoned for remedial lessons. Ernie was utterly astonished by this lifestyle. Whatever tomes you wished to peruse, they were readily available. Regardless of the inquiries you posed, the companions here could respond. And if all else failed, a professor could be summoned to instruct. Most significantly, the unimaginable array of experimental materials was at their disposal. All of this left Ernie rather captivated. He now understood why Hermione chose to associate with Noah and his cohort of boys. This was, without a doubt, a veritable paradise for wizards, an irresistible allure for anyone. Moreover, Every interaction with the members here left Ernie with an exhilarating sense of acquiring additional knowledge. It was simply unfathomable. Even Hermione's theoretical knowledge far surpassed that of Ernie. Certainly, this is not the most astonishing aspect. The most remarkable is Noah, the leader of the Mage Alliance. This individual has taken to summoning terrifying magical creatures from the House of Wishes daily, which leaves Ernie somewhat bewildered. Although he feels that no real danger will arise, he questions the wisdom of such actions. However, upon witnessing Noah effortlessly vanquishing these entities single-handedly, Ernie finds himself on the verge of despair. Good heavens! What is this fellow thinking? These formidable beings would daunt even an accomplished wizard, let alone Ron, who would not dare claim he could handle them with absolute certainty. Yet, how is it that Noah can eliminate them with such decisiveness? This is not the end of the story. When Lund, Kate, and Evan began to train in a manner akin to Noah's, Ernie realized with dismay that he was utterly ignorant. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he resolved to ask, "Why do you train in this manner? It seems we don't necessarily need to confront such creatures at present." During a moment of respite, Ernie directly posed his question. "What? Oh, you mean those creatures?" Noah, while savoring a cup of tea and planning a moment of relaxation, still took the time to address Ernie's inquiry. "Indeed, we may not encounter them, but it is always prudent to be prepared. Moreover, have you not noticed that we are resolving these matters with the utmost ease?" The utmost ease? Ernie reflected and realized that they indeed approached their challenges in this way. Each battle commenced with them employing all the spells they had mastered, culminating in a decisive incantation that dispelled the creature entirely. Yet, what is the significance of this approach? Significance? Lund, reclining against a wall and engrossed in a book, chuckled upon hearing Ernie's question. The significance lies in familiarizing ourselves with and verifying whether these creatures align with the descriptions found in our texts. For instance, the petrifying chicken snake may appear fearsome, but we can counter it with shatter spells. Nevertheless, we also consider whether it might be susceptible to other forms of magic, potentially making our efforts more efficient. But what is the point of this? Clearly, a few shatter spells would suffice to subdue it. Ernie remained perplexed regarding the purpose of their training. Indeed, we have essentially mastered all known spells, understanding their strengths and weaknesses, as well as what they fear and what they do not. However, casting additional spells benefits us greatly, as it allows us to become more familiar with our incantations. And there is one crucial aspect to consider. What is this crucial aspect? Ernie inquired. Yes, the most vital aspect. Remember, you must swear to Merlin not to disclose this. Ah, very well. I swear to Merlin that if I ever let this slip, may I be turned into a mute. This was indeed a stringent vow. For a wizard to become mute is an intolerable fate. Lund was quite pleased with his friend's oath. After casting a glance at Noah, who nodded in acknowledgement, he promptly set aside his book and straightened his posture. Listen closely, my friend, for this is a discovery made by Noah. Have you ever noticed that Noah possesses an exceptionally high level of magical prowess? The spell Shadowless Blade was invented by Professor Snape during his upper years and wields tremendous power. Even a simpler incantation took my father an entire week to master. Yet Noah has completely mastered this spell. Is that the one used against trolls? I have heard it is considered dark magic. Apologies, I shouldn't question it. That spell is truly terrifying. But it makes one wonder, how can Noah command such advanced spells? It is simply because Noah's magical capacity far surpasses ours. At this point, Renz paused. Kate, Evan, and Hermione turned their gazes towards him. Although they were already aware of the disparity in their abilities, and Noah had explained it to them, they could not help but listen further. Renz sighed and continued. Noah has discovered that our magical power does not solely increase with age. It can also be enhanced through certain special methods. What? Ernie exclaimed, astonished. Is that truly the case? Can a wizard's magic be improved through other means? Before Ernie could pose further questions, Renz answered directly. Indeed, the method of enhancement lies in the frequent use of spells. By rigorously exercising our magical and mental faculties, we can continuously elevate our magical abilities. Is that really so? Ernie found it hard to believe that one's magical power could grow in such a manner. Now he began to comprehend why Renz and the others constantly challenged fearsome creatures. They were honing their skills through such methods. While using ordinary magic absorption tools could yield similar results, facing genuine danger was the only way to unlock greater magical potential. Of course, the dangers they faced were not truly perilous, as they were well aware of the weaknesses of these magical creatures. As long as they employed the correct spells in critical moments, those spells would be effortlessly vanquished. So, have you seen results? Ernie finally inquired about the crux of the matter. If there were no results, it would merely indicate that Noah's magical prowess was indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Renz and the others exchanged glances, and Renz broke into a mischievous smile. Perfect timing. Let me show you the spell my father took a week to learn, which I have just mastered. Wait, no? Ernie suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The hanging bell. Good grief. Put me down, you fool. While Noah and his companions lived joyfully and fulfilling lives, the days of the savior Harry were far from pleasant. To be honest, he felt rather unfortunate. First he was betrayed during a duel, and then he encountered a troll. Although he managed to escape unscathed, he witnessed just how formidable a talented young wizard could be. He had often heard professors lament about Noah Finial, a fellow from the Muggle world, and how remarkably gifted he was. At Harry's current level, he could easily be considered ready for 5th year, if only he had a bit more magical power. During his 7 years at Hogwarts, Noah had already attained a level akin to that of a 5th-year student by the time he entered his 1st year, despite not yet having graduated. It is evident how vast the disparity between him and Harry truly is. Such a gap dampened Harry's spirits, leaving him uninspired even after Quidditch helped Gryffindor triumph over Slytherin. Reflecting on Quidditch, Harry couldn't help but recall the incident when his broom was controlled by an unseen force. Although he remained unaware of who had saved him, the memory lingered vividly in his mind. No one would willingly seek to experience such peril again. Later, Harry unexpectedly learned that during that fateful match, someone had noticed Professor Snape in the stands, seemingly muttering to himself. Instinctively, Harry concluded that Snape must have been responsible for interfering with his broom. This thought brought to mind the night of the troll's appearance, when Snape appeared to have sustained an injury to his leg. As a Gryffindor, Harry, along with Ron, had once mistakenly wandered into a corridor on the 8th floor, only to find themselves in a room guarded by a 3-headed dog in an attempt to evade Filch. Thus, Harry understood quite well what Dumbledore meant by the forbidden areas and even speculated whether Snape's injury was indeed inflicted by that monstrous canine. As for the reason behind this, he could only attribute it to Hagrid, that unreliable fellow who had inadvertently revealed a wealth of forbidden knowledge to Harry. In any case, Harry had pieced together quite a bit, and he intended to pursue this line of inquiry. Regrettably, Hermione's relationship with Ron had distanced her from them, and now she spent most of her time with the brilliant students of Ravenclaw, leaving Harry to ponder Ron's incessant complaints about her seeming more suited to that house. This left Harry feeling rather exasperated. Without Hermione's assistance, he was left to seek information on his own, but unfortunately, his sources had dried up with Hagrid unwilling to divulge anything. What should I do? Harry lamented, resting his head in his hands, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him as he stared at the books before him. During this period, he had practically made the library his second home, yet he had made little progress. He began to miss Hermione more than ever. Her presence had always provided clarity, as she seemed to possess an answer for everything. Now, after toiling for hours with little to show for it, he was consumed by a sense of frustration and disillusionment. After much contemplation, Harry suddenly made a decision. He stood up abruptly and grabbed the book from his desk, intending to leave. This action startled Ron, who quickly rose to his feet. "Where are you going, Harry?" Ron inquired softly, trailing behind him. "I'm going to find Hermione. I hope to persuade her to help me. Are you coming?" Harry replied without looking back. He was aware that if he were to involve Ron, it would likely result in an awkward situation, as the primary reason for Hermione's current indifference towards them stemmed from Ron himself. Indeed, upon Harry's remark, Ron appeared visibly uncomfortable and hesitant. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded uncertainly, saying, "I suppose I could accompany you." "Very well, let us proceed," Harry replied, though he added, "Of course, if you truly feel uneasy, you need not join us." "It's all right, let's go," Ron responded affirmatively, and with that, Harry set aside his doubts. It was midday, and since Gryffindor's morning class had been flying lessons, they finished earlier than usual. Hermione had vanished shortly after class. However, Harry speculated that she had likely gone to the dining hall to dine with the Ravenclaw crowd. As he made his way to the dining hall and arrived at the Ravenclaw gathering, he spotted Hermione seated among Noah and his companions. Without hesitation, Harry approached their table, contemplating whether he might seek assistance from Noah and his friends. "Harry, what brings you here?" "Oh, and Ron." Noah, who had been enjoying his meal, suddenly noticed their arrival and looked somewhat puzzled, wondering why these two were here. Hello, Noah. I was hoping to find Hermione, Harry stammered, feeling somewhat awkward, considering they were in Ravenclaw's domain. Just say it. If it's about homework, then don't bother, Hermione interjected directly, urging Harry to get to the point. Hey, don't forget, you're a Gryffindor. Shut up, Ron. The thing is, Hermione, we have a favor to ask. Ron began to speak, but was promptly interrupted by Harry, who pulled him back, realizing that provoking Hermione further would lead to trouble. Thus, he quickly restrained his friend to prevent any more potential blunders. Go on. What do you need? Noah added, perhaps we can assist where you cannot. Though Hermione's expression was not particularly warm, she still permitted Harry to voice their request. We would like to inquire if you have any information about Nicholas Malfoy. Nick Malfoy? That renowned alchemist? Kate interjected after taking a sip of her tea, clearly finding the question trivial, even for any Ravenclaw. You know him? Harry exclaimed, feeling a surge of hope that he had come to the right place. Of course. It's hard to find a Ravenclaw who doesn't know about him, Luns remarked dismissively. So, could you share any pertinent information regarding him? It is quite important. Harry asked eagerly, disregarding Lun's attitude. Before you inquire about his information, shouldn't you disclose why you seek it? No, that is a secret. A secret? Noah exhibited a peculiar demeanor. While this matter may be a secret to you, it is certainly not a mystery to me. Is it, Mr. Potter? Noah is quite the character in this narrative, and it is inconceivable that he would be unaware of Harry's inquiries regarding the purpose behind seeking information about Nicholas Flamel. Frankly, Harry's approach in questioning these individuals posed no dilemma. One might even say he was indeed asking the right people. However, it is regrettable that, apart from himself and Hermione, neither Evan, Kate, nor Ron displayed any particular interest in this so-called secret. It was evident that as long as he remained reticent, these companions had no intention of disclosing anything to him. Observing Harry's face, which was awash with embarrassment and discomfort, Noah found himself both amused and intrigued. He wished to either depart or to discern any potential twist in the situation. The childhood version of Harry was undeniably endearing, but alas, he had lost that charm in adulthood. Noah had no qualms about teasing the younger Harry a little. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Noah suddenly remarked, in truth, you, Harry, are the so-called secret. Perhaps it is not a secret to us at all? Harry cast a perplexed glance at Noah. I know you are quite adept, but surely you cannot deduce what I am thinking merely from a name? Noah, have you conceived of something? Hermione inquired, casting a curious look at Noah. Perhaps recalling certain elements, she continued, we are all quite familiar with Nicholas Flamel. His achievements are well known, are they not? Indeed, he is quite an extraordinary figure. Therefore, let us entertain the notion that his most significant work is housed within Hogwarts. It seems we might unravel the mystery behind Harry's so-called secret. My goodness, how could that be possible? Kate exclaimed, as Noah's words sparked a cascade of thoughts in her mind. What is Flamel's crowning achievement? Why, it is the Philosopher's Stone, a magical artifact capable of granting immortality. However, if such an object were to reside within Hogwarts, that would be tantamount to a death sentence for Nicholas Flamel. Nothing is impossible. Do you recall that fateful night when we confronted the troll? Professor Snape appeared to have some difficulty with his foot, did he not? Noah, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, began to elucidate, as a lingering thought of his prolonged failure to penetrate the narrative weighed on him. Thus, he felt no hesitation in sharing his insights while playfully teasing young Harry. Indeed, his gait was somewhat impaired. Evan nodded in recollection, prompting Kate and the others to also reflect on the incident. I observed bite marks and traces of blood. The force was considerable. Whatever creature inflicted such an injury on Professor Snape must have been a large canine. Of course, it is also plausible that Snape was simply in a rush. Otherwise, given his prowess, it would be inconceivable for him to suffer a bite from a mere dog. My goodness, it must be a three-headed dog. As Noah elaborated, Hermione suddenly recalled something. Harry and I, along with the others, once encountered a rather unfortunate predicament with the staircase, which led us to the forbidden corridor. In our attempt to evade Filch, we entered a room, and within that room lay a three-headed dog. Wow, cool. Hermione, I never knew you had such an experience. Evan smiled slightly, but upon noticing Hermione's displeased expression, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Noah, if I recall correctly, the three-headed dog is tasked with guarding treasures. Could it be that the appearance of the troll is indeed a result of human intervention? Professor Snape had evidently realized this as well, and he might be one of the guardians of the treasure, which explains his urgency in checking for any issues with it. ultimately leading to his unfortunate encounter with the creature due to his haste. Why wouldn't he be trying to steal that treasure? Harry interjected. Frankly, Harry felt somewhat numb at this point. From the moment Noah mentioned Snape's leg issue, he had been startled. By the time Evan revealed that the three-headed dog was guarding treasure, he was already bewildered. And when Noah stated that Snape had been bitten while rushing to inspect the treasure, he had completely lost all sense of shock. What sort of monsters were they dealing with? He had invested so much time and energy, poring over countless books in the library and contemplating for what felt like an eternity to extract some information from Hagrid. Yet here they were, effortlessly piecing everything together in mere moments. Was he truly this inept? The fact that they seemed to defend Professor Snape left him feeling uncomfortable. Did they not care about Quidditch? Were they unaware that he had nearly perished at Snape's hands? Perhaps they genuinely had no interest in Quidditch. Doubting one's professor was hardly a commendable act, though it couldn't be ruled out, especially since he had heard whispers of Snape's former allegiance to the Death Eaters. Noah shrugged, uninterested in delving deeper into the specifics of Snape's character. Noah, are you suggesting that individual intends to steal that treasure? Kate pondered for a moment, as comprehension dawned on her. Perhaps so. Although I did not grow up in the magical world, I excel in my studies, which has allowed me to grasp a great deal. Haven't there been rumors circulating about that individual's return? Oh dear, that bodes ill, came the collective realization, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. It was evident that they had all ventured into troubling thoughts. Yet, they quickly reassured themselves. Their headmaster was none other than Professor Dumbledore, a formidable wizard. Moreover, as students, it was not their place to speculate on such matters. Their focus should be on diligent study and enhancing their abilities, for that was the path to securing their futures. It seems we must strive even harder from now on. Lund suddenly laughed, his spirit seemingly ignited. Indeed, who knows, perhaps we will become heroes one day. Evan chuckled in agreement. Huh, you lot. I dare say I am the strongest here apart from Noah. If you wish to be heroes, you should stand behind me and allow me to handle everything first. Kate, undeterred, also radiated enthusiasm. What are you all talking about? Hermione inquired, genuinely perplexed, as she struggled to grasp their conversation. Let us defer these matters until our return. We must strive onward, Hermione. Noah smiled, then rose to depart. Similarly, Kate and the others stood, clearly lacking the enthusiasm to continue their meal. The revelation Noah shared today was indeed astonishing, yet it did not dishearten any of them. They firmly believed that, with adequate preparation, they would undoubtedly prevail. Hey, wait, Harry exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he looked at the departing group. He still had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Who was that person? And what was this treasure they spoke of? Fool. Ron rolled his eyes. That person is precisely who you think he is. Ponder it yourself. He has some connection to you. As for that treasure, how poorly do you study? It is called the Philosopher's Stone. Though Harry was thoroughly perplexed, he at least acquired the answer he sought. However, it seemed that the Ravenclaws were not particularly amiable towards him. Of course, he paid them little mind. What mattered was that he had learned about the Philosopher's Stone, a pivotal object. He resolved to investigate its effects thoroughly and then seek a detailed discussion with Hagrid. Harry acted on his thoughts immediately, taking Ron with him as they hurried back to Gryffindor's common room, where they hastily consumed some snacks. After conversing with Noah and the others for so long, his stomach was ravenous. Furthermore, he genuinely felt the vast disparity in knowledge between himself and Noah's group. Noah remained unaware of Harry's intentions and had little time to concern himself with them. At that moment, the 6 members of their Wizarding Alliance were busily engaged. After thoroughly explaining the mysterious figure and today's events to Hermione and Ernie, they too were understandably shaken, yet soon began to exude an extraordinary fervor. Indeed, Voldemort held an unimaginable reputation within the British magical community. However, this notoriety was confined to Britain. Professor Dumbledore had once faced Grindelwald, a threat that spanned across Europe and even into America. Thus, under Dumbledore's protection, they would likely encounter little trouble. Yet, if that were all they considered, Noah would truly have to question the caliber of the individuals he had chosen. Without needing Noah to assert anything, they quickly recognized that, although protected by Professor Dumbledore, this did not grant them the luxury of complacency. If they continued to exert themselves and strive for progress, perhaps one day they could stand as heroic figures in their own right. It is essential to rely on oneself rather than others. Therefore, let us toil diligently. Perhaps in due time, we shall be capable of confronting that individual ourselves. Undoubtedly, this notion ignited a fervor within Kate and her companions. Had this idea surfaced in their minds previously, they might have deemed themselves insane. Yet now, circumstances were different. They possessed unimaginable resources and ample time. Furthermore, with Noah's discovery of methods to enhance magical and mental prowess, though they remained hesitant to fully believe, it was impossible to disregard Noah's remarkable strength. Thus, as long as they exert sufficient effort, their future is undoubtedly bright. At that time, our Mage Alliance will certainly continue to expand, and who knows, we may even become the primary force against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. With these thoughts in mind, Kate and the others became even more enthusiastic, resulting in the request room being filled with small wizards and colossal magical creatures clashing in battle. This made it difficult for Noah to find a quiet place to read. So in the end, he could only devise a plan. You all come one by one. After some time, I will see if I can enlarge this space. Or you could try pairing up for practice. If that doesn't work, we can summon a real professor for practice. Let South not clutter the place. Although Noah's proposal was not particularly brilliant, it at least gained the agreement of the small wizards. After some discussion, they decided to summon a professor for practice. But first, Noah needed to demonstrate how a wizard duel truly unfolds. Noah did not decline this request. He too was eager to assess the strength of the professor summoned by the request room. If it proved too formidable, Noah would abandon the idea, as it would be entirely unsuitable for their age group. Noah stepped to the center of the room and drew his wand, contemplating what kind of opponent he should face. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to summon a particularly formidable adversary, Professor Snape, someone he knew he could not rival. Summon Professor Snape. I wish to duel with him. Professor Snape is renowned at Hogwarts for his combat prowess, and Noah's mastery of the stunning spell originates from him. Hence, Noah opted for him directly. As for why he did not consider Dumbledore, well, that old man could likely defeat him with a mere spell. Best to avoid that. Soon, a cloud of black smoke materialized before Noah, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. The figure donned a long, dark robe, with medium-length hair that appeared oily. He regarded Noah with an expressionless demeanor and also drew his wand. The stunning spell. Noah inhaled deeply, then concentrated his magical energy, launching an attack without any warning. This was not a duel. Noah treated it as a real combat scenario. In that case, he certainly would not concern himself with the formalities of wizarding duels. The key was to effectively vanquish the enemy. Noah's swift action caught the summoned Professor Snape entirely unawares. The spell he employed, the stunning spell, was something Professor Snape was quite familiar with. Thus, as Noah initiated his attack, Snape responded almost simultaneously. Also casting the stunning spell, Snape's speed utterly eclipsed Noah's. Two silver beams collided in midair, resulting in a cascade of ash. It seemed this Professor Snape was at the peak of his abilities. His casting speed was nothing short of terrifying. Noah pondered quietly, yet his hands remained unceasing, as he promptly cast multiple layers of defensive magic upon himself. His choice was entirely justifiable. No sooner had he established these protective spells than Professor Snape's magic surged toward him with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, Noah felt a peculiar rigidity seize his body. He knew all too well that it was that damned Petrificus Totalis. Professor Snape, possessing formidable strength, could effortlessly employ nonverbal spells against his adversaries, and it was evident that he was currently utilizing such silent incantations. The nonverbal spell is an exceptionally potent magical technique, yet it typically requires a sorcerer to reach at least the third tier for effective execution. As a fifth-tier wizard, Professor Snape summoned forth a version of himself that inherited his formidable prowess, rendering the situation exceedingly dire for Noah. Good heavens, I truly am a trembling fool. This is utterly terrifying. It is worth noting that this individual has yet to employ any unforgivable curses. Noah's brow was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that his defensive magic had been effortlessly neutralized by a mere petrification spell. This compelled Noah to expend even greater energy and magical power to prepare new defenses, effectively placing him in a position of vulnerability. Offense invariably holds an advantage over defense, and as Noah continuously reinforced his barriers with magic, it was only a matter of time before something disastrous occurred. Conversely, Professor Snape effortlessly unleashed offensive spells against Noah. Even the least damaging of these would inevitably disrupt the integrity of Noah's defenses. It became painfully clear that Noah could not endure for much longer. During today's potion class, Noah's spirits were notably low, particularly upon encountering Professor Snape, whose presence further darkened his mood. The previous day's encounter had left Noah thoroughly humiliated, prompting a solemn vow never to seek such torment again. He was acutely aware of Professor Snape's terrifying capabilities, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the fearsome reality when the professor truly engaged. Though Noah was on the verge of reaching the first tier, he felt like an infant when confronted with Professor Snape's prowess. Others had not even resorted to unforgivable curses, yet Noah found himself utterly subdued, reinforcing the notion that it was perhaps wiser to remain humbly cautious. Meanwhile, Kate and her companions gazed at Professor Snape with heightened reverence. Clearly, they too were intimidated by his formidable abilities. Unlike Noah, they lacked the confidence to recklessly challenge any professors for training. They opted instead for upperclassmen, whose skills, it must be said, were indeed commendable, allowing them to hold their own in exchanges. However, when they tasked Noah with confronting a fifth-year student, their faith in their choices began to wane. Noah's struggle against this fifth-year Slytherin was akin to Professor Snape's treatment of Noah himself. Certainly, the situation was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Snape hardly exerted himself against Noah, while Noah unleashed his full strength against that fifth-year student. Although the outcomes were somewhat similar, the disparity was evident to all. This realization fostered a deeper respect for Professor Snape among Noah and his companions, which, to Snape's surprise, he did not outwardly acknowledge, despite harboring a slight fondness for the students who possessed his notes. In today's lesson, Gryffindor attended class alongside Ravenclaw, and Harry was also in a rather poor state. The previous night, he had encountered an unimaginably terrifying figure, and he had nearly confirmed that this individual was none other than Voldemort. This revelation left him in a tumultuous state of mind. Reflecting on Noah's words, he finally grasped their meaning, which simultaneously filled him with admiration for Noah while deepening his confusion. What was he to do? Noah seemed to have an uncanny ability to decipher Voldemort's thoughts, yet that did not imply Harry was ready to confront such a dreadful foe. Moreover, he had come to believe that it was Snape who intended to assist Voldemort in obtaining the Sorcerer's Stone, thus rendering him even less inclined to pay attention during the lesson. As a consequence of his distracted demeanor, Gryffindor lost a significant number of points due to his performance, further fueling his resentment towards Snape. After class, he was the first to rise and leave, visibly furious. What could be troubling him? Noah, tidying his belongings, cast a curious glance at Harry before shifting his gaze to Hermione. Although this girl had little interaction with Harry and his friends, being a Gryffindor, she undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge than her Ravenclaw peers. Heaven knows, it was utterly infuriating. Last night, he and Ron had inadvertently caused Gryffindor to lose 100 points, and it seemed they had ventured into the Forbidden Forest as punishment. Now, today, he had led to yet another loss of over 10 points for Gryffindor. It was exasperating. Had they truly gone to the Forbidden Forest? Noah stroked his chin, suspecting that Harry must have encountered Voldemort. It made sense, otherwise. How could his demeanor have changed so drastically? However, Noah was not particularly interested in the matter, considering it trivial. Indeed, Voldemort was fearsome, yet at this very moment, his power had likely diminished to a chilling nadir. If Professor Quirrell were a formidable adversary, it might be different, but sadly, Quirrell was far from being a significant threat. Noah had gleaned from the system that Quirrell was merely approaching second-tier status. Furthermore, they harbored a critical weakness: their fear of the magic associated with Harry. This was not an innate ability of Harry's, but rather a spell cast upon him by his parents. Now that Voldemort was exceptionally weakened, he could hardly withstand the curse that had once claimed his life, even if its potency had waned. It was precisely for this reason that Dumbledore felt secure in allowing Harry to confront these challenges, intending to equip him with the courage necessary to face an increasingly formidable Voldemort in the future. However, these matters were of no concern to Noah, who lacked the inclination to worry about them. The latter half of the academic year extended beyond the previous one, commencing in January and culminating at the end of May. And this semester also featured final examinations, rendering the coursework particularly demanding. Nevertheless, for Noah and his companions, this was hardly an obstacle. Even Ernie, who had recently joined them, was no exception. After joining, he devoted nearly a month to mastering the curriculum for the semester, benefiting from specialized instruction. Subsequently, he began to diligently explore new subjects and practice various spells alongside Noah and the others. It must be said that Noah's conjecture proved accurate. While the initial results may not have been conspicuous, after 2 months, they were astonished to discover that their magical prowess had indeed ascended to a new level. This was undeniably swifter than passively awaiting the enhancement of their abilities. No longer did they harbor doubts regarding Noah's assertions. Their enthusiasm for such training had surged. What sorcerer does not yearn for boundless knowledge coupled with formidable magical power and mental fortitude? Regrettably, many practitioners of theoretical magic found their powers lacking, relegating them to the realm of theorists. However, with Noah's revelation of this extraordinary training method, they no longer needed to fret about their magical limitations in the future. Yet, they refrained from disseminating this technique, as achieving such results necessitated adequate training facilities, a hurdle that virtually all students faced. Not everyone was fortunate enough to discover a responsive sanctuary or to become part of one. My goodness, I feel as though my magical ability is nearing that of a third-year student. This is truly astonishing. One day, after finishing his training, Ernie exclaimed joyfully as he sensed his magical potential. "Fourth year? Quite impressive. I believe I am nearing that level as well," remarked Lunds with a smile. "I feel as though I am also at the threshold of third or fourth year. It is a delightful sensation." "Evan, Hermione, what about you?" Kate chimed in, grinning, for the feeling of enhanced magical ability was indeed exhilarating. "We are approximately at the same level. We should also be in the third or fourth year range," Hermione replied, though her demeanor did not reflect unrestrained joy. "Friends, consider Noah." Professor Flitwick mentioned that aside from his insufficient magical power, he had essentially reached the fifth-year standard, and he was the first to uncover this training method. We ought to learn from him. Sigh compared to him. Evan let out a breath. Yet his curiosity was piqued as he turned to look at Noah. Not just him, but all eyes were fixed on Noah, eager to ascertain his current standing. Noah, naturally aware of their gaze, scratched his head and, somewhat uncertainly, replied, "Probably around sixth year? My magical ability is caught up. Name, Noah Finial age, 12 mage level. First order 0 level." This is the data presented to Noah by the system panel. Having passed March, Noah has indeed reached the age of 12. However, truth be told, Noah does not seem to perceive any significant transformation from being a 0-level magic apprentice to attaining first order. Aside from a more solidified magic power, nothing particularly remarkable has occurred. After pondering for a moment, Noah concludes that there appears to be no issue. Although having advanced to first-order magic has liberated him from the awkwardness of being a mere apprentice and has granted him the title of a bona fide mage, the disparity between a first-order mage and a magic apprentice does not seem as pronounced as one might imagine. Otherwise, Noah would not have been oblivious to his ascension, nor would there have been any extraordinary phenomena accompanying it. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, an upgrade is an upgrade, and Noah takes great joy in this accomplishment. After all, First Order 0 level is undeniably more appealing than 0 level 9, is it not? Of course, Noah is well aware that his rapid advancement is largely due to his current low power level, along with the assistance of the system. Otherwise, he doubts he could truly compete with the likes of Kate, or even Hermione, who is undoubtedly a prodigy, having come from the Muggle world alongside him. Yet, it matters little. The fact that he has the System's support is an established truth, and there is no point in dwelling on hypotheticals. What if I didn't have this or that? Such musings are futile. Noah resolves to make the most of the conditions provided by the system and to continue forging his path toward becoming a great mage. This is the mindset he adopts, and he acts accordingly. After reaching First Order, Noah does not relax. Rather, he becomes even more diligent. He understands that his journey in learning magic has commenced rather late, especially knowing that the future holds adversaries far more formidable than a mere Voldemort, beings akin to cosmic tyrants like Thanos. If Noah does not grow strong enough, he is unlikely to find himself on that grand stage in the future. Rather than seeking safety in hiding, Noah prefers the absolute safety of strength. His enthusiasm invigorates everyone within the Mage Alliance. They witness Noah's remarkable prowess, which far surpasses their own. Yet he displays an even greater commitment to improvement, daily engaging in rigorous practice with formidable opponents. This motivates them to rethink their own efforts. In such an environment, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the young wizards not to progress. However, this fervor is soon interrupted by an individual. "Harry, why do you stop us yet say nothing? What is it that you desire?" One afternoon, after class, Noah and his companions, having finished their meal, intend to head directly to the room of requirement, only to be halted midway by Harry. Yet when Noah inquires about Harry's intentions, he is met with a reticent demeanor, which proves quite bothersome. "I would like to ask you for a favor. If you are willing," Harry finally utters, sensing Noah and his friends' growing dissatisfaction. In truth, Harry was not particularly inclined to seek assistance from the members of Ravenclaw, but he found himself in a predicament. He was determined to thwart the theft of the Philosopher's Stone and had even consulted Professor Dumbledore, who evidently agreed with Harry's sentiments and became more diligent in his efforts. Regrettably, Dumbledore was occupied with a matter at the Ministry of Magic in London that day, which caused Harry's anxious heart to race with trepidation. He was exceedingly worried that someone might take advantage of Dumbledore's absence to seize the stone. Thus, spurred on by Ron, he resolved to traverse the wooden door beneath the three-headed dog and retrieve the stone, intending to return it to Dumbledore upon his return. Unfortunately, upon encountering the three-headed beast, they were immediately struck by a sense of immobility. The creature was colossal, with a single head nearly rivaling their height. Clearly, they were ill-equipped to confront such a formidable opponent. In their moment of despair, Harry suddenly recalled the time they had dealt decisively with the troll, and that the troll's injuries had yet to heal. After much deliberation, Harry finally prioritized Hogwarts safety over his desire for recognition. Consequently, he discreetly followed Hermione after class, knowing she would undoubtedly seek out Noah and his companions. As expected, Hermione did go, granting him the opportunity to intercept them. "Assist? Assist with what?" Kate inquired, casting a curious glance at the two boys. Frankly, he held little regard for them. Harry remained somewhat hesitant. "Since you are unwilling, then keep your secret hidden. We have no interest in hearing it. Apologies, but we have other matters to attend to, so please step aside." Noah, observing Harry's demeanor, was not inclined to indulge him. Moreover, he had surmised what Harry was contemplating, or rather what assistance he sought. In essence, Harry wished to gain access to the area safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Yet the path was fraught with perilous traps. It was evident that Noah believed Harry lacked the requisite capability and was therefore seeking a few allies. Concerning such matters, Noah had little to say. If Harry sought help, he ought to at least disclose what was necessary. His evident distrust of his own companions was palpable. Why, then, should Noah pay him any mind? To be honest, Noah did not hold Harry Potter in particularly high esteem. Perhaps his talent was commendable, but it remained merely talent. Until that talent was transformed into tangible strength, all was mere speculation. Therefore, in contrast to Harry, Noah held immense respect for the professors, for they possessed considerable strength and profound knowledge, having toiled diligently to reach their current standings. Noah departed, accompanied by Kate and the others, while Hermione, eager to comprehend Harry's true intentions, glanced at Noah and resolutely chose to follow him instead. If he was unwilling to speak, then so be it. Were they to beg him for answers? "Apologies, please wait a moment." Seeing Noah and his group depart without another word, Harry was suddenly filled with urgency. He pondered for a moment, then gritting his teeth, addressed Noah and the others. "Do you recall the treasure of Melair and the matter concerning that mysterious figure?" "Of course we remember. You were the one who informed us only a few months ago. What is the matter?" Evan nodded, somewhat perplexed by the situation. "In truth, that night, I ventured into the Forbidden Forest to seek out Hagrid for further information, Hagrid being the keeper of keys and grounds. However, I was interrupted. Well, to the point. Subsequently, while I was enduring punishment in the Forbidden Forest, I encountered Voldemort. Relating to what you had previously told me, I can now ascertain that Voldemort is indeed within Hogwarts. He intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I swear. That mysterious figure is at Hogwarts? How could that possibly be?" The words spoken by Harry were met with skepticism, as few dared to believe them. While prophecies had foretold Voldemort's return, he had remained dormant, with his loyal Death Eaters largely confined within Azkaban. Therefore, Harry's assertion that Voldemort had infiltrated Hogwarts would likely be dismissed by all but Noah, even if Harry claimed to have seen him. But the question remained, how could a weak little wizard like him face Voldemort and survive? Was he merely boasting or embellishing his narrative? Clearly, none among them chose to believe him, which left Harry exceedingly anxious. He swore he was neither lying nor exaggerating. Yet the circumstances were indeed difficult to accept. Just as Harry was at his most distressed, Noah suddenly interjected. "You say you encountered that mysterious figure? What was he like?" Harry paused, then after some contemplation replied earnestly. "He wore a long black robe." "Fool. I meant, was he a person or a spectral entity? To put it simply, is he a wisp of smoke?" He had a human form. But does it make a difference? Of course it makes a difference. Noah shrugged. The distinction was significant. Unfortunately, only Noah understood the implications, while Kate and the others were baffled by Noah's inquiry. Noah, what difference does it make? Hermione was the first to voice the collective confusion. It's simple. I am attempting to ascertain the nature of that mysterious state. By the way, Harry, have you sustained any injuries? I mean, have you been forcibly harmed and had blood taken from you? I often get hurt, but I have never experienced what you describe. Noah, what on earth do you mean? Lunds, unable to endure the roundabout questioning any longer, finally spoke up. However, he seemed to have guessed at Noah's intent, though he lacked the courage to confirm it. Not only him, but Kate and the others also appeared to be pondering something, their expressions contemplative as they regarded Noah. I do not know if you are familiar with a rather taboo subject, the resurrection spell. The resurrection spell? How could that be? Have you found it? Indeed. It is a very terrifying incantation. Noah nodded, fully aware of the incantation for the curse, even without having found it. The reason he articulated the spell was merely to draw Harry's attention and to lend an air of authenticity to his own persona. The recitation of this spell was quite intriguing. It required a cauldron, into which the infant body of the Dark Lord's new host must be placed, followed by the bones of the father, the flesh of a servant, and the blood of an enemy. Only then could the Dark Lord truly resurrect. So, one might inquire about Harry's understanding of the Dark Lord's condition. Indeed, if it were the resurrected Dark Lord, it would be prudent for them to feign ignorance. However, according to Harry, if he was not mistaken, the Dark Lord was likely in a disembodied state, attaching himself to certain individuals, which might render him somewhat more manageable. After Noah had expressed all this in one breath, he noticed Kate and the others gazing at him with an utterly bewildered expression. As for Harry, he appeared in a state of stupor, leaving Noah somewhat perplexed. After a considerable pause, Kate finally swallowed hard and posed a question. What if he is possessing a student? In that case, I could easily deal with him. Regardless of his prior strength, in a disembodied state, his power would only reflect that of the host he inhabited. Aside from his superior spellcasting ability and consciousness, he would only possess the capabilities of a student. Is that truly the case? Can you confront him? Certainly. But if he were to possess a professor, particularly one of considerable prowess? Upon mentioning a formidable professor, Kate and the others instinctively recalled Professor Snape, who had been summoned previously and had truly left Noah in a state of disarray. If the Dark Lord were to attach himself to a powerful professor, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. I believe it would be best to refrain from involving ourselves in this matter and wait for Professor Dumbledore to return before informing him. Evan hesitated before quietly suggesting, no, if that were the case, the Dark Lord would undoubtedly steal the Philosopher's Stone. You all are aware of its significance. It would indeed be perilous. Harry exclaimed anxiously. Why not inform Professor McGonagall? She is the deputy headmistress. I spoke to her, but she did not believe me. Enough. Silence. Noah interjected sharply, observing the commotion that had drawn the attention of others. Remarkably, his reputation for excellence within the school lent weight to his words, and the group promptly quieted down. Let us proceed tonight. I reasoned that if Voldemort were to infiltrate, the strength of his host would not be formidable. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of Professor Dumbledore and others. Additionally, he would not choose a student due to their limited abilities. Thus, if it were merely a professor of average competence, I believe we could manage together. Not too strong, so as not to raise suspicion. Indeed, there are quite a few such professors. However, Noah, are you certain we will be all right? Ernie pondered for a moment before inquiring. He was, after all, among the more composed individuals. Although the information from the mysterious figure instilled a degree of fear within him, Noah's analysis alleviated much of that trepidation. Moreover, Noah asserted that with their substantial numbers, they should indeed be capable of handling a professor of rather mediocre caliber. They had witnessed Noah select Professor Lockhart as an opponent within the House of Requirement. Despite the defeat, Lockhart had exerted himself to the utmost. This had occurred a month prior, and one could only speculate whether Noah had made significant progress since then. Their improvements, following Noah's prescribed training methods, had been sufficiently evident, and one must consider that the individual who discovered such a method could hardly be lacking in skill. Of course, some apprehension was warranted. Rest assured, I believe there is no cause for concern. If necessary, we can prepare additional contingencies, such as leaving a message for Professor McGonagall to inform her of our circumstances after a certain duration following our departure. Good idea. In that case, I believe it is imperative that we proceed to investigate. When shall we set off? Naturally, at night. Do you truly wish to undertake this endeavor in broad daylight? Truth be told, Noah himself felt a sense of contradiction. His reluctance to become entangled in Harry's affairs was his own sentiment, yet ultimately, it was he who chose to engage. Noah wondered if he might be experiencing some form of mental dissonance. After much contemplation, he arrived at two conclusions. Firstly, he recognized himself as someone particularly inclined towards reckless endeavors, relishing participation in such narratives. Upon reflection, it was indeed a rare opportunity to inhabit this world. Fully aware of the impending events and their potential peril, surely anyone in his position would find it challenging to suppress their thoughts. Yet, should danger arise or the risk be exceedingly high, few would be foolish enough to volunteer. Another point Noah firmly acknowledged was that his decision to participate was essentially a means to contend with Dumbledore. Indeed, it was to address Dumbledore's expectations. For Noah's Mage Alliance had yet to recruit any members from Slytherin, which was entirely at odds with Dumbledore's requirements. Thus, Noah believed that his involvement in this incident concerning Harry was primarily to appease Dumbledore, hoping that it might distract him from the fact that he had yet to enlist a Slytherin member. Even if Dumbledore could not forget, it would suffice for Noah to assist Harry in vanquishing Voldemort. Was that not enough? Noah was convinced it was more than adequate, and anyone who dared to suggest otherwise would surely incur his ire. Believe it or not, I certainly do. Upon sharing his thoughts with Evan and the others, he immediately garnered their support. Indeed, they had yet to identify a suitable Slytherin, which was a significant oversight. However, if they could aid Harry in defeating Voldemort, there might still be a glimmer of hope. I apologize, everyone. It is my fault. Kate felt a twinge of guilt, as he was responsible for the Slytherin side of things. However, for various reasons, he had yet to persuade his friends. The intricacies within Slytherin were far more complex than he had anticipated, leaving Kate in a state of self-reproach and anxiety. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope appeared, and naturally, Kate was fully supportive. Moreover, with Noah's analysis, he began to believe that this situation might not be as perilous as it initially seemed. After the afternoon classes concluded, Noah and his companions, having enjoyed their dinner, ventured into the room of requirement for some training. This time, however, they refrained from exhausting their magical energy completely, mindful of the activities planned for the evening. As the midnight moon ascended, Noah and his friends made their move. Harry and Ron had been waiting for them in the forbidden corridor on the 8th floor. Although the two of them seemed to grumble about Noah's group arriving a tad late, they dared not voice their complaints. "Are you all set?" Noah inquired quietly, glancing at the duo. "Rest assured, Noah, we are ready. I've instructed Ron to relay the message to Professor McGonagall. In about half an hour, she will be informed." Harry replied in a hushed tone. At this hour, Hogwarts prohibited students from wandering the grounds in the dead of night, and their actions were evidently in violation of the school rules. Should they raise their voices and attract the attention of a passing professor or, worse, be caught by Filch, they would surely face dire consequences. "Excellent. Let us proceed." Noah nodded and led the way toward the forbidden corridor. The ambience of Hogwarts at night was eerily foreboding, especially with the occasional ghost drifting by, heightening the sense of dread. Noah mused that this place would make a splendid setting for a horror film. There would be no need for special effects. Simply capturing the eerie essence on camera, complemented by some chilling music, would suffice. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he was uncertain whether a camera could even capture a ghost. Even if it could, convincing the Hogwarts administration to allow a film shoot was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Perhaps even an impossible feat Alohomora. Arriving before the door that Dumbledore had expressly warned against approaching, Noah drew his wand and effortlessly cast a spell upon the lock, causing the grand door to swing open without a hitch. Rather than feeling a sense of accomplishment from so easily unlocking it, he found himself internally critiquing the situation. It was clear that this door was meant for Harry to toy with. If one truly intended to safeguard something, how could they neglect to place defensive enchantments on the door? Evidently, there seemed to be no concern, as if they believed Harry would have trouble opening it otherwise. Wow, that dog is enormous. Upon their entrance into the room, they were immediately greeted by the sight of the three-headed dog sprawled in the center, seemingly dozing. Evan could not resist making a jest, clearly unimpressed by the creature. It was not just him, aside from Harry and Ron. It seemed that the others shared a similar lack of fear towards the beast. Indeed, it was quite large, yet also rather malodorous, was it not? Its drool could surely suffocate even the most resilient of sewer rats. Renz could not help but remark, displaying a distinct disinterest in the massive canine. Do not be absurd. Sewer rats can endure far worse odors than this creature emits. Please, refrain from sounding foolish, Kate interjected, furrowing his brow, yet he did not forget to retort at Renz. Tell me, is this truly acceptable? Harry expressed his growing impatience, as it appeared that this group had dismissed the three-headed dog entirely. Ron, on the other hand, was visibly anxious, his gaze fixed on the creature, fearful that it might awaken at any moment. There is no need for such trepidation, Harry. It is currently in slumber. We can ensure it remains so. Even if it does awaken, we have ample means to handle it, Noah assured with a confident smile. The three-headed dog belonged to the category of hybrid beasts, as detailed in the Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures. There are numerous methods to deal with it, such as utilizing hybrid beast oil, though the ingredients are rather elusive and the extraction process time-consuming, Renz remarked nonchalantly. Another option is using a honeycomb bomb. Although such items are scarce at school, they might be available in Nocturne Alley, provided one has the funds, Ernie chimed in casually. The final approach would be to employ high-intensity attack magic, which Noah is fully capable of executing. Of course, if fortune favors us and the creature remains asleep, a simple drowsy spell would suffice to resolve the matter, Hermione added succinctly. Harry and Ron stared blankly at the group, who had effortlessly divulged a wealth of knowledge they had never encountered, articulating in detail how to confront what they had perceived as an exceptionally terrifying monster. A wave of regret washed over them as they questioned why they had sought their assistance. Was this not a blow to their self-confidence? What manner of beings were they dealing with? Had they begun to study tomes on magical creatures? Were they aspiring to be monster hunters or exorcists? Indeed, the profession of monster hunting is real, with a history so ancient that it could be likened to that of Merlin himself. Whether any of these hunters bore the name Gerald, Noah could not ascertain. At least, within the limited information he possessed, he found no trace of such a name, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Observing the three-headed dog, which, although still in slumber, was showing signs of awakening, Noah resolved not to wait idly for it to fully rouse before taking action. While the spectacle was indeed astounding, it was also foolish. Why complicate matters when a straightforward solution was at hand? Drowsy, Noah's wand emitted a glimmering silver light as his magical energy surged through the wand and into the mind of the three-headed dog. Then, the creature that had just begun to awaken promptly fell back into a deep slumber, emitting a series of loud snores. See, it is that simple. Having settled everything, Noah shrugged at the still-dazed Harry and Ron, then gave them a gentle pat. Wake up, mates. Shouldn't you move this fellow's legs? They are blocking the door. Huh. Harry and Ron jolted to attention, but soon Ron grumbled in displeasure. Why should we move this fellow's legs? Are we to expect you to do something else? Noah cast a nonchalant glance at Ron. For instance, I could awaken it, and you could handle it? Fine, I understand. Gazing at the fearsome three-headed dog, Ron swallowed hard, instantly losing interest in arguing with Noah. Awaken it, and then face it himself and Harry? What nonsense. They were hardly the sort of creatures that knew everything. Nor were they like Noah, who seemed adept at even the most suspect of dark magic spells. Reluctantly, they complied, and it must be said, this monstrous hound was rather filthy, explaining the unpleasant odor wafting from it. Harry and Ron seemed to deduce Noah's reluctance to take action. He simply did not wish to touch the dog. How unfortunate. If only he could give it a bubble bath. At least then it wouldn't smell so foul. As Ron shifted the legs of the three-headed dog, he continued to grumble. Although the creature was heavy, its legs were not as difficult to move as he had imagined, and soon they had cleared the threshold, revealing a wooden door that resembled an entrance to a basement. Upon opening the door, a pitch-black void lay beyond, obscuring whatever lay within. This posed a dilemma for Harry, but he quickly resolved to descend first to investigate. The three-headed dog had been dealt with by Noah and the others, and he did not want to remain idle. I'll go down and take a look. If anything is amiss, I can alert you. Actually, that might not be necessary. No, leave this to me. Suit yourself. Observing Harry's unusually resolute demeanor, Noah stroked his chin and ultimately nodded in indifference. The space below was filled with Devil's Snare, while jumping down from here posed no immediate danger. Those unfamiliar with its characteristics might encounter significant trouble. However, since Harry was insistent, Noah saw no reason to impede him. Since you enjoy plunging into the unknown, go ahead. Noah is not his babysitter and cannot monitor him at all times. Even Dumbledore did not oversee him entirely, did he? Is this really okay, Noah? Is he just going to jump down recklessly? Hermione asked, casting a worried glance at Harry's actions. He should be fine, though if I were him, I would first cast a Lumos charm to at least illuminate what lay ahead, rather than, oh, blast it. Noah shrugged, but before he could finish, a scream echoed from below. This instantly ignited Ron's impatience to leap down, while Kate and the others approached, eager to discover what was transpiring below. The glow flickered. Evan crouched at the cave's mouth, producing a spell to cast downwards. Immediately, the initial segment of his incantation shimmered with light, which intensified, enabling them to discern the scene beneath. They beheld Harry, seated in anguish amidst a mass of devil's snare, which had ensnared him completely. He was utterly immobilized, and the more he struggled, the tighter the tendrils constricted around him, seemingly suffocating him. Honestly, Harry, if I were you, I would absolutely refrain from moving and gradually relax, Evan remarked. Goodness, this is devil's snare. Did you not listen during lessons? Witnessing this predicament, Evan felt exasperated. Relax? For heaven's sake, can't you see this thing is about to kill Harry? Ron's agitation was palpable. In his view, one could hardly relax in such dire circumstances. You appear to be quite foolish as well, Evan retorted, his interest waning. It's dark down there. Yet you still fail to employ Lumos. You truly have no regard for your own safety. Just then, Hermione brandished her wand, her magical energy swiftly coalescing upon it. After much practice, her power had significantly increased, far surpassing her portrayal in the original tale. Brighter than day, as she uttered the incantation, a radiant light akin to the sun burst forth. The devil's snare, threatening Harry's life, recoiled as if confronted by its nemesis, creating a vacuum where the tendrils had been, and Harry fell to the ground. Devil's snare, also known as the killing snare, thrives on struggle. The more one fights, the more perilous it becomes. Should one relax, it inflicts minimal harm. Moreover, devil's snare is averse to sunlight. These are fundamental principles of herbology, Hermione calmly elucidated, discreetly stowing her wand. In her view, these facts constituted basic knowledge, and she felt no pride in such awareness. Whether Ron and his companions grasped it was not her concern. She perceived a substantial disparity between the so-called savior and his friends compared to Noah and the others. She even began to question whether this proclaimed savior was merely a fabrication. Naturally, Hermione would not foolishly voice such thoughts. The veracity of the claim was of no consequence to her. She was merely a student focused on acquiring new knowledge. Other matters held no significance to her, as they pertained to a future yet unwritten. Indeed, I was quite naive. I should have heeded the Sorting Hat's advice and sought the Ravenclaw house. Having traversed the hindrances posed by the three-headed dog and the devil's snare, Noah and his companions found themselves in a location indistinguishable from the dungeon. It is difficult to fathom that they are situated on the 8th floor, in a place that is far from deserted, yet possesses such an expansive space. Clearly, someone has employed spatial magic to transform this area. In this magical realm, both spatial and temporal magics have begun to be explored in earnest. The study of spatial magic, in particular, has proven to be quite extensive. Noah is aware that it was during the Second World War that spatial magic began to be utilized. The American Ministry of Magic, as depicted in Fantastic Beasts, is, after all, concealed within a realm of space. Furthermore, in the future, a plethora of spatial products will emerge, and Noah finds himself deeply intrigued by them. As for temporal magic, perhaps the inherent uncertainties of time are simply too numerous, with distinctions between higher and lower dimensions complicating matters beyond the reach of both physics and magic to elucidate. Currently, the only artifact associated with temporal magic is merely a pocket watch. Nevertheless, what is the purpose of overthinking? Both spatial and temporal magics are equally captivating. Noah chuckled, recognizing that both forms of magic are, indeed, far more alluring than natural magic. However, the entry requirements for these two magics are dauntingly high, far beyond the comprehension of a mere first-level wizard like Noah. Yet, just because it is unattainable now does not preclude future possibilities, does it? Noah harbors a keen interest in these extraordinary magics, particularly in becoming a master of time or space someday. Of course, such aspirations are beautiful, but the journey is fraught with trepidation, a notion to which Noah can only muse. After all, he is neither a descendant of ancient bloodlines like Ciri nor a master like the Ancient One wielding the Time Stone. As they traversed the dimly lit hall, Harry and Ron appeared less than exuberant, their expressions tinged with suspicion. Harry had recently faced a rather harrowing ordeal and found himself regretting his bravado. Had it not been for Hermione's timely intervention with a spell, he might very well have succumbed to the devil's snare. Such recollections were profoundly distressing, so much so that Harry wished to banish them from his mind. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony emanating from above, triggering a primal sense of anxiety, prompting him to ready a spell. Ron, standing beside him, was equally startled. The two had become akin to startled birds. "Did you hear that? It seems there's something in the sky," Harry exclaimed nervously, glancing at Noah and the others. "Of course I heard it. Why wouldn't you just look up?" Noah replied, bemused at Harry's sudden timidity. Had he really only just noticed such a loud noise? Moreover, a broomstick was hovering ahead, which was practically a clear indication of what they should do next. Noah scratched his head, wondering if he and the others had inadvertently diminished the confidence of these two. "Apologies, but Harry, awkwardly rubbed my nose, clearly taken aback by the surroundings. Countless flying objects, each adorned with keys, soared through the sky, their forms appearing quite sharp. Among them, one particular craft seemed to be experiencing difficulties with its wings, and the keys it bore were distinctly different from those of the others. Almost instinctively, Harry understood what choice he should make and how to proceed. However, having been previously thwarted by the devil's snare, his confidence was shaken, and he refrained from taking the initiative to suggest any action. After enduring numerous humiliations, Harry was unwilling to face further embarrassment, so he focused his gaze directly on Noah. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you want to give it a try? You are the youngest seeker at Hogwarts," Noah remarked, somewhat surprised. "Yet you all seem indifferent towards Quidditch. Do you perhaps have a simpler method?" Harry remained resolute, unwilling to appear foolish again. "Well, there is indeed a more effective approach. However, I assumed you would want to attempt it yourself, especially since you dared to confront the devil's snare head-on," Noah replied with a shrug, simultaneously retrieving his wand. Dealing with these flying objects was not particularly challenging. In fact, nothing encountered thus far had proven difficult. Any upperclassman could effortlessly dominate the situation. After all, this trial was designed for first-year students, and Dumbledore would not dare make it excessively arduous. However, what Dumbledore likely did not anticipate was that Harry was not intimidated by the obstacles, but rather disheartened by the prowess of Noah and the others, highlighting the evident disparity even among students of the same year. "Very well, leave this to me," Noah began to assert, intending to convey that it was a simple task. But his words were abruptly interrupted by Kate. With a swift motion, Kate drew his wand and rapidly gathered his magical energy, causing his wand to emit a shimmering glow. "Petrificus totalis," he exclaimed, and as his wand sparkled with silver light, the airborne magical objects froze upon contact, plummeting to the ground one after another. After completing this feat, Kate nonchalantly stowed his wand, his demeanor suggesting he had merely accomplished an unremarkable task. Harry and Ron, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard, profoundly impacted by the display. While Petrificus totalis may not be classified as advanced magic, having been introduced to them in their first year, the effortless manner in which Kate petrified an entire swarm of flying objects was no trivial undertaking. It is worth noting that these objects were in constant motion, making them difficult to target, and their sheer number rendered individual spells impractical. Thus, the most straightforward approach involved a wide-area spell, which would require a significant amount of magical energy. However, upon observing Kate's utterly indifferent demeanor, both Harry and Ron were acutely aware that this individual displayed no signs of excessive fatigue. Even if this sentiment was not new, they could not help but ponder what manner of creature he was. Was it truly feasible for a first-year student to achieve such a feat? Surely, he must have imbibed from the fountain of youth. Regrettably, Kate remained oblivious to the thoughts of these two, and had he been aware, he would have disdainfully retorted, "You think I've sipped from the fountain of youth? You clearly have yet to encounter someone more formidable. That someone, Noah, was the one who truly embodied the essence of youthful rejuvenation." As Noah crossed through the wooden door, he recognized that this was essentially the final obstacle. If his memory served him correctly, this cursed place was indeed the enlarged battleground of an intensely lethal game of chess. No, not just chess. Here, it was referred to as wizard's chess. Its rules bore a striking resemblance to traditional chess, albeit with a more violent flair, something Noah had studied extensively. Yet, truth be told, Noah's chess skills were rather lackluster. Even in his past experiences with chess, he had performed poorly. Thus, He would much rather engage in a card game than partake in chess. Whether it be the uniquely entertaining do de jeu or the more strategic bridge, Noah felt quite adept. Even in the realm of the legendary Gwent, he considered himself quite the connoisseur, though card games appeared to be somewhat unpopular at Hogwarts, limiting his opportunities to showcase his talents. It was indeed a pity. Noah silently lamented this as he led the group forward. However, just as they were about to traverse the intricately carved stone pieces, the chessmen suddenly seemed to come to life. The soldiers in the front row brandished their sharp, curved blades, effectively halting Noah and his companions in their tracks. It was a chessboard, and Ron appeared to have just grasped the situation. Of course, did he believe these figures were merely decorative? Ernie rolled his eyes, genuinely feeling that these two Gryffindors were rather dim-witted. What should we do now? Harry, unfazed by Ernie's demeanor, turned to Noah, clearly to proceed. We must first deal with these fellows, Noah replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing Noah's words, Ron's eyes lit up, and he immediately inquired, "Are you suggesting we play chess?" Ron's chess skills were decent, as Noah had already gleaned from the original text. Yet, it could only be said that he was competent for his age. Otherwise, he would not have successfully led Harry through challenges. Noah readily admitted that his own chess abilities were quite poor. "If you wish, it is certainly possible," Noah nodded, glancing at the eager Ron. Feeling a slight headache coming on, he quickly added, "However, I'd rather not squander time. Heaven knows what your level is like. If Professor McGonagall arrives while we're still here playing chess, that would be disastrous." "Oh, well, all right then." Ron's face paled slightly, and he promptly abandoned the idea. In order to ensure safety, they had left a letter for Professor McGonagall, and it seemed that she would soon be arriving. If, by chance, they failed to perform well and remained trapped here, the arrival of Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Yet, aware of this, Ron still begrudgingly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Oh, it is quite simple," Noah replied casually. "I can manipulate the pieces on this side to engage in direct combat with the opposing side, thus allowing us to seize the opportunity to advance." At the same time, Noah was attuned to the fluctuations of magic upon the chessboard. The magical energy present was not particularly strong. In fact, it was evident that the power imbued in the pieces he controlled surpassed that of the adversarial side significantly. Clearly, this was a design by the creators to prevent Harry from advancing at all. Upon realizing this, Noah formulated a new strategy. The intensity of magic on his side was markedly superior. However, forcibly exerting control would likely result in considerable magical depletion. This was a scenario Noah wished to avoid, especially since Professor Lockhart and Voldemort awaited him shortly. Overexerting himself would merely grant the opposing side an advantage. Although Harry was a formidable ace in this situation, Noah did not desire to suffer an embarrassing defeat. Moreover, Professor Lockhart was, to put it plainly, of second-tier strength, and his combat experience was scant. The possession by Voldemort had severely ravaged his mental fortitude, culminating in a magical prowess that barely reached the level of a first-tier 5th rank. A month prior, with an 8th-tier magical intensity and a wealth of experience gained from battling various magical creatures, Noah had been more than a match for him. Now that he had ascended to the 1st tier, even with Voldemort's assistance, he was not entirely certain of his inability to prevail. Having contemplated these factors, Noah decisively abandoned his previous notion, a smile gracing his lips. "However, I am inclined towards another course of action." "Another course of action?" "Indeed. That is to obliterate them entirely." With that declaration, Noah's wand materialized in his hand. A torrent of magical energies surged forth, causing his wand to emit a shimmering glow. "Shatter to dust," he uttered, and with a swift motion of his wand, a terrifying wave of magic was unleashed, accompanied by his incantation, hurtling directly towards the chess pieces. In an instant, the pieces erupted as if ignited by explosives. Countless shards scattered outward, leaving only the sturdy stone base as a testament to their former existence. Harry and the others were left utterly astonished. The spell Shatter to Dust was not dark magic, but a legitimate form of white magic. Yet, such powerful white magic typically required mastery at advanced levels, and Noah had effortlessly wielded it, annihilating all those fearsome stone chess pieces in one fell swoop. This feat compelled them to elevate their already high regard for Noah to an entirely new level. "Is this truly a first-grade student? Surely, you could have graduated by now." "My friend. Well then, with the issue resolved, we may proceed." Noah surveyed the scene, feeling an immense satisfaction with his own magical prowess. Although the spell appeared to wield considerable power, Noah's proficiency rendered it a mere trifle, even if he were to eliminate all the pieces in one fell swoop. The toll on him would be minimal. Furthermore, Noah had long been accustomed to exhausting his magical energy during training, relying on meditation learned from the system's library each night to recuperate. Unbeknownst to him, his rate of magical recovery had become extraordinarily swift. Noah anticipated that in just a few minutes, he would effortlessly replenish all the magical energy he had expended. "Are you all right?" Harry inquired with a hint of concern, although he recognized this might be a futile question. "Of course, I'm fine. It's merely a collection of immobile pieces," Noah replied casually. "No, I mean your magical energy." "Oh, that. Worry not. It's just a shatter spell. This minor expenditure is inconsequential to me, and I shall recover swiftly." "Is that so?" "Indeed. What else would you expect?" Quirrell's mood was decidedly grim. To put it accurately, neither he nor Voldemort felt particularly cheerful. They had stealthily traversed all obstacles to arrive at this fabled location housing the Philosopher's Stone. Fortunately, they had contemplated alternate methods of entry. Otherwise, they might have found the numerous traps along the way utterly ridiculous. However, what lay before them now was a magnificent mirror. This mirror soared to the ceiling, framed in gold with claw-like feet beneath. They were well aware of its name, the Mirror of Erist. The Mirror of Erist reveals one's deepest, most fervent desires. Yet, truth be told, after gazing into it for some time, they indeed perceived their innermost yearnings, yet they found none of the treasures they sought. That is to say, the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell had toiled and struggled to reach this accursed place, devising countless schemes to evade traps just to arrive here. Yet, there was nothing but a colossal mirror. Had they been deceived? Quirrell couldn't help but think. He felt an undeniable sensation of being tricked, for there was nothing here that he desired, only a mirror that threatened to shatter his spirit. Soon, Quirrell heard a series of explosions erupting behind him. It was evident that this was a warning that someone had entered, yet Quirrell felt paralyzed with fear. He had no other choice. Heaven knows what would become of him if he failed to find the Philosopher's Stone. Surely, those damned Death Eaters would not spare him. Quirrell let out a wry smile. Encountering a Death Eater was still a fortunate occurrence, as it indicated he was alive. Yet, who could fathom what the entity residing within him would do? Given his failure to find the Philosopher's Stone, the footsteps behind him grew ever closer, and Quirrell's expression turned increasingly grave. However, when he caught a glimpse of the newcomers through the reflection of the Mirror of Erist, he was somewhat relieved to see a group of students rather than Professor Dumbledore or someone of similar stature. Thank goodness, merely a gaggle of children. Quirrell considered himself rather fortunate, despite recognizing that their leader was none other than Noah Finial, the most exceptional student in the entire academy, and a fellow member of his own house. He was even aware that this young man wielded the fearsome, disarming charm. But what of it? He was just a child. Quirrell understood his own limitations. His magical prowess was not significantly greater than that of a freshly graduated upperclassman, a persistent dilemma within the wizarding world. It seemed that the intensity and quantity of magical power were largely dictated by innate talent, a conundrum they had yet to resolve. Nevertheless, as a former Ravenclaw, Quirrell possessed a wealth of knowledge. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of defense against the dark arts professor. His extensive understanding of magical theory and the techniques of spellcasting had equipped him to handle many troublesome situations. As for these youngsters, Quirrell truly did not regard them as a threat. However, he refrained from taking immediate action, having noticed that Harry had also arrived at this cursed place, which stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Just because he could not locate the Philosopher's Stone did not imply that Harry could not. As the one who had vanquished the Dark Lord and the sole survivor of his clutches, Quirrell believed Harry possessed extraordinary qualities. Perhaps he could indeed assist in the quest for the stone. It was you. When Noah and his companions entered and beheld the statue-like figure standing before the mirror, they felt an immediate tension. However, upon recognizing who this figure was, Harry was utterly astonished. "Professor Quirrell? What are you doing here? I thought it would be Snape." "Indeed. He does appear menacing, does he not?" Quirrell turned around expressionless, his demeanor unervingly calm, and his voice icy. To him, these children would soon be dead. He had no interest in engaging in further conversation. "So it was you. No wonder." Noah had already surmised it was Quirrell, yet he felt compelled to feign a state of awakening. With him present, who would suspect the pitiful, stuttering Professor Quirrell? "You are quite astute, Mr. Finial." A rare smile graced Quirrell's face. As a Ravenclaw, I take pride in you. However, you truly ought not to emulate the reckless Gryffindors, for such folly could cost you your life. Thank you for your counsel, but if memory serves, you two were educated by Professor Flitwick, were you not? Indeed. It was Professor Flitwick. I hold him in the highest regard. I wonder if you still recall his words. Do not allow danger and fear to corrode your heart and lead you into darkness. Humph. Quirrell's expression darkened. He was truly tempted to shout at Noah, "What do you know?" Yet reason urged him to refrain from such outbursts, even questioning the necessity of responding to this inquiry. Given the circumstances, any words from Lockhart would be futile, especially considering he had a certain individual with him. Well, it appears you are reluctant to answer this question. By the way, I heard that during the Quidditch match, Harry's broom went haywire. Apologies, but I possess no interest in Quidditch, so I did not attend. Harry once claimed that it was Professor Snape who tampered with it, but it seems now it was you, correct? Indeed, it was I. Had it not been for that wretched Snape's interference, I assure you, Harry would be dead by now. What? Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances, completely taken aback to discover that the individual they had long considered a villain, Professor Snape, was, in fact, the one who had saved Harry. It was utterly inconceivable. There is nothing impossible. Had it not been for Snape's overwhelming power, even his counter-curse would have proven ineffective. Quirrell snorted, his previous smile vanishing without a trace. You see, Harry, I told you that Professor Snape would never attack you. It has been proven that I was right. Noah shrugged nonchalantly. He had always known that Snape was the one protecting Harry. However, Mr. Finnegan, I once perceived Harry as my greatest threat. Yet now I realize that you and your friends pose the most significant danger to me, especially following Halloween. Oh, is that so? Should I consider it an honor? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Quirrell unexpectedly redirected the conversation to Noah and his companions. This perplexed Kate and the others momentarily, but they soon found it quite natural, as Quirrell's words had already illuminated many truths for them. It seems the troll from Halloween was unleashed by you. Indeed, but unfortunately, this led to Professor Snape's suspicions, and he no longer trusts me. He will no longer allow me to act independently. At this point, Quirrell turned once more to gaze at the enormous magical mirror, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Alas, I have never been alone. I am well aware that you are not alone. Not just I, but all of us know. Observing Quirrell's expression, Noah suddenly wore an enigmatic smile. While he did not find Quirrell particularly formidable, should the opportunity arise, he would relish the chance to delve into Quirrell's mindset. For a magician, one's mentality is likely far more crucial than in any other vocation. It is essential to remember that a magician is not akin to a warrior, reliant on explosive bursts of anger. An excited or fearful mindset offers no advantage to wizards. Even anger merely leads them to squander their magical energy indiscriminately, often failing to unleash their full potential. However, if one possesses the formidable prowess akin to that of a deity, such concerns become negligible. Wizards of such caliber wield magic with effortless mastery, and a poor mindset may only render them slightly less astute, more reckless, and easier to contend with. Chilo is not a high-ranking wizard. Indeed, his practical skills could be described as abysmal. From the original text, Noah understands that Voldemort has weakened to the point of being unable to control his own body in battle. Even if he could, his magical power would fall short of Voldemort's requirements. Should Noah manage to unsettle Chilo's mindset at this juncture, it would undoubtedly facilitate Noah's endeavor to deal with him with greater ease and confidence. While orchestrating such psychological games may be deemed unsavory, Noah is unconcerned. He is a wizard, not a knight bound by honor. What do you mean? Chilo's expression shifted to one of discomfort, and his movements faltered momentarily. I have heard that you ventured into the Forbidden Forest to accumulate practical experience in dark magic defense. Is that correct? I surmise that your current state may have resulted from an encounter with someone there. Am I mistaken? Noah smiled subtly, beginning to undermine Chilo's mindset based on his recollections. What he sought was to extricate Chilo's secrets gradually, leading him to a state of disarray. Humph. Chilo's complexion paled further, yet he remained silent. Since then, you have taken to wearing a ludicrous purple scarf, emanating an odd odor that deters many from approaching you. I suspect someone has infiltrated your very being, have they not? Let us consider this, since you are the one on the Quidditch pitch and the one who unleashed the troll. Might it be that you sent a letter to Professor Dumbledore under the pretense of the Ministry of Magic to divert him? Chilo's visage grew increasingly grim as he realized this young boy was unervingly aware of his affairs. A clever mind is often filled with contemplation, being a Ravenclaw. Chilo is exceptionally astute, pondering how Noah could possess such knowledge while questioning what Dumbledore and the others might know. Yet, he soon found some solace in the thought that if Dumbledore were aware, he would not dispatch mere children. Rather, Chilo would face the terrifying White Wizard himself. Do you not believe that Professor Dumbledore is unaware of your exploits? Just as Chilo began to relax slightly, Noah spoke again. Is that not the case? Chilo retorted defiantly. Please, you are quite naive. While it is true that we ought not to be here, I could not suppress my curiosity, especially to meet the legendary figure. Noah maintained his smile, yet in Chilo's eyes, he appeared insufferably irritating. Thus, we hastily made our way here. Do you truly believe we would rush into certain death without any protection? Pray, you are a Ravenclaw, and so am I. Noah's words nearly plunged Chilo into despair. Indeed, how could someone as astute as Noah commit such a foolish act? Consequently, it follows that this individual must have prepared an escape route, which explains his audacious demeanor. Quickly, eliminate him. We must depart swiftly. Not only Chilo, but even Voldemort, concealed within his body, felt a twinge of panic at that moment. Should Dumbledore arrive, he would undoubtedly face grave peril. Although his current state would not hinder his resurrection, the magic of soul-splitting would render each fragment of his soul an independent entity. This implies that each fragment fervently desires to assert itself as the primary being, each cherishing the life it has awoken to. Thus, he would rather avoid confronting Dumbledore. Should they cross paths, it would mean his utter demise. Voldemort, being inherently selfish, has imparted this trait to every fragment of his soul, each striving to become the essence itself. With flames raging, Chilo, receiving Voldemort's directive, wasted no time in drawing his wand. Launching an assault on Noah and his companions with utmost speed, he was equally keen to evade capture by Dumbledore, even if he felt his exposure was inevitable. Clad in armor, Noah reacted swiftly, having remained vigilant of Chilo's movements. Thus, the moment Chilo brandished his wand, Noah too drew his. Unlike Rocky, who was on the offensive, Noah had to consider the safety of those behind him, particularly Harry and Ron. Therefore, his first spell was a protective enchantment for them. This was no film. Chilo was not foolish enough to underestimate his adversaries and approach them unarmed. After the initial clash between Noah and Chilo, Harry and Ron finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This scene drenched them in cold sweat, especially upon realizing that Kate and the others, though silent, had also unsheathed their wands the instant Noah and Chilo engaged. This realization filled Harry and Ron with a sense of shame. Thank goodness they had sought their assistance. At that moment, both of them independently recalled this sentiment. Indeed, without Noah, infiltrating this place would have posed a significant challenge. Even if they had managed to enter by sheer luck, facing Chilo would have likely left them with no chance to resist, reducing them to mere ashes. As Noah stood amidst the raging flames, he remained oblivious to Harry's thoughts. However, he suddenly sensed that Chilo had not cast any defensive spells. Furthermore, the second spell this individual conjured seemed to be one of obstructions. This revelation sparked a glimmer of insight in Noah, bolstering his confidence. Indeed, it appeared that Chilo's mindset had been affected. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Indeed, Quirrell's mindset has encountered a profound issue, one of grave severity. He is currently engulfed in an overwhelming sense of tension, a sentiment that is shared even by Voldemort himself. Quirrell remains oblivious to the reasons behind his master's current state, yet he cannot help but speculate whether Voldemort's present weakness renders him incapable of confronting Dumbledore. Compounding this distress is the psychological turmoil inflicted upon him by Noah, leading him to believe that all his secrets have been unearthed, and Dumbledore is hastening towards their location. Faced with an inability to contend with Dumbledore, their escape seems utterly unattainable. The most favorable outcome may well be to perish here, while the direst consequence could involve a descent into Azkaban. Azkaban, a dreadfully terrifying place, is guarded by Dementors, grotesque beings known as soulless fiends. They feast upon the positive emotions of individuals. After a period of imprisonment, the captives become bereft of all hope and uplifting sentiments. The darkest and most harrowing memories resurface repeatedly in their minds, driving some to madness while others succumb to despair and death. Quirrell swore that he would rather meet his end than encounter those wretched creatures that ought not to exist in this world. Thus, he resolved to flee, eager to vacate this accursed place. Interestingly, Quirrell's actions were not hindered by Voldemort. In fact, the Dark Lord tacitly endorsed Quirrell's course of action and even offered some counsel. Consequently, after unleashing a torrent of flames, Quirrell hastily conjured a barrier and turned to depart. As for the students, in the eyes of both him and Voldemort, they had likely been reduced to cinders by now. Although Lockhart noticed that the lad named Noah had cast a formidable protective charm, he was merely a first-year student. How much magic could he possibly wield? Even if, by some unfortunate twist of fate, Dumbledore were to arrive, he would hardly have time to pursue Quirrell. Should 8 students perish simultaneously, it would surely spell the end of his tenure as headmaster, and he might even face trial in Azkaban. Alas, the Philosopher's Stone remained unfound. Quirrell sighed, realizing he had no choice but to retrace his steps. While capturing Noah and his companions as hostages would have been an excellent strategy, time was of the essence, and Voldemort concurred with this assessment, prompting them to leave without delay. However, just as Quirrell approached the entrance he had previously traversed, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The air was thick with the unmistakable essence of magical energy, and he could sense a formidable force brewing behind him. Armor protect. Almost instinctively, Quirrell cast a defensive spell upon himself. As he completed the incantation, flames erupted around him. It was evident that he had come under attack. Quirrell was unaware of the identity of his assailant, yet he was unwilling to ponder such matters. His sole focus at that moment was to escape with utmost urgency. Yet, terrifyingly, the spellcaster appeared to possess an extraordinary depth of experience. This individual, in a moment of attempting to cast a defensive spell, inadvertently interrupted himself. Silence. This particular incantation was a high-level spell, capable of forcing a spellcaster to prematurely halt their own magic. However, this spell came with a remarkably stringent requirement. It must strike precisely at the caster. Too soon, and the magic would falter. Too late, and one would merely be granting their opponent a posthumous advantage. Typically, only someone with an intimate understanding of their adversary, or an exceptionally formidable wizard, could successfully employ this spell to disrupt another's magic. Chilo instinctively concluded that it must be the latter. He almost immediately surmised that Dumbledore had arrived. What was he to do? He could neither speak nor cast a spell. The silencing curse would throw the unfortunate caster's magical energy into disarray. Chilo was that unfortunate soul, and within less than a second, he clenched his teeth and turned to flee. If he hurried, perhaps he could seize an opportunity. Should he delay? The outcome would either be death or a lifetime of care under the Dementors in Azkaban. Neither was a fate he desired. He urged himself to run faster, clinging to the hope that there might still be a chance. Chilo quickened his pace, dashing forward. Yet, how could a mere mortal outrun an imminent spell? After just 2 hurried steps, he was soon engulfed by a wave of terror emanating from behind him, accompanied by a sound he could hardly fathom. The killing curse. It was the voice of a child. Chilo recognized it, even distinguishing it clearly as belonging to the boy named Noah Finiel. But in the next instant, he could think of nothing further, as he was engulfed by excruciating pain. Noah's magic sliced through Chilo's back like a razor-sharp blade, and in an instant, he felt his back soaked through. An indescribable agony surged through his mind, and before he could even utter a cry of despair, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Harry and Ron stood in stunned disbelief. Had they ever witnessed such a horrifying scene? Particularly as they noticed the seemingly lifeless Professor Chilo, from whose rear suddenly billowed a cloud of black smoke, rendering them utterly flabbergasted. In contrast, Kate and the others were far less perturbed. They had long been acquainted with Noah's prowess. However, it seemed that this time, Noah had grown significantly stronger. This realization filled them with a sense of heightened pressure, yet also invigorated their spirits. My heavens, what is this? What on earth are you all doing? Just as they intended to inquire about the nature of the black smoke, a voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Noah and his companions did not need to turn around to know who had arrived. Ah, Professor McGonagall. Long time no see, Minerva. Just as Noah was about to utter something, the cloud of black smoke slowly coalesced into a human figure, accompanied by a voice. The voice echoed as though it emanated from the depths of hell, raspy and chilling, instilling a sense of dread. Tom. No, Riddle. Is that you? Professor McGonagall instinctively drew her wand, positioning herself protectively in front of Noah and the others, her gaze fixed warily upon the swirling black smoke. Without turning back, she commanded Noah and the others. Noah, swiftly lead them back to the dormitory. Inform Professor Snape. Alert the entire school. Ah, what a nostalgic name. However, you need not act in such a manner, McGonagall. Can you not see that I cannot sustain this state for much longer? In your presence, I cannot afford to be complacent. Voldemort, suit yourself. Voldemort's voice remained hoarse, yet he seemed disinterested in McGonagall, directing his attention instead toward Noah. Noah Fennel, is it? You are quite remarkable, truly remarkable. Your potential may one day surpass even mine. Is that so? Should I express my gratitude for your praise? Noah found himself perplexed. Why are you staring at me when Harry is right beside me? Would you be interested in joining me? I can assure you, you would gain far more. Voldemort disregarded Noah's confusion, speaking with a voice as chilling as the abyss itself. His tone was fervent, almost as if he believed himself to be a deity, bordering on madness. However, as Voldemort spoke, a palpable tension gripped everyone present, including Professor McGonagall, all eyes turning toward Noah. You wretched creature. Noah seethed inwardly, cursing under his breath. Voldemort's maneuver was nothing short of a treacherous trap. Whether intentional or not, his words were difficult for Noah to bear. Join him? With such a disposition? And to say this in front of his friends and Professor McGonagall? Do you fancy yourself a second Orochimaru? Though anger threatened to provoke a laugh, Noah quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether this man acted with intent or inadvertently, sincerely or maliciously, Noah resolved to teach him a lesson. A wandering soul, no matter how powerful in life, is now merely a specter, and dealing with the dead is not beyond Noah's capabilities. The Patronus charm in defense against the dark arts would serve as an excellent choice. Yet, Noah had no intention of resorting to such measures. Had Voldemort's soul been intact, he might have acquiesced to that approach. But this was merely a fragment of a soul, weak enough to be manageable. Thus Noah contemplated alternative strategies. With these thoughts crystallized, a faint smile emerged on Noah's previously stiff visage. Oh? What might I gain? Anything you can imagine. Voldemort's voice, though still terrifying, now bore a hint of seduction, power, influence, or perhaps boundless knowledge. If you are willing, the future is yours to seize. Noah's companion Hermione watched him with growing concern. She feared he might make a grave error. McGonagall, along with Harry and Ron, shared similar sentiments, though McGonagall remained relatively composed, while Harry and Ron displayed their agitation. They had drawn their wands, ready to launch an attack if Noah acquiesced, even though they were aware of its futility. However, the trio from Ravenclaw and Ernie remained unfazed. Despite Ernie's slight frown, he understood Noah's situation and did not believe for a moment that Noah would be swayed by Voldemort's deceitful words. The trio of Kate, too, dismissed the matter entirely. They were well aware of Noah's disdain for Slytherin's machinations, and no amount of temptation would alter that fact. They were fundamentally divergent paths, and any enticement was rendered futile. Nonetheless, caution was warranted, as they sensed Voldemort's words were laced with some form of enchantment, compelling them to tread carefully. Is that so? Quite tempting indeed, Noah mused as he stepped away from Professor McGonagall, confronting the swirling black smoke. Yet, it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. Oh, what might that be? I am a Muggle-born, you fool. Noah, now disinterested in concealing his displeasure, openly displayed his irritation. You scoundrel! After betraying me, you expect me to show you any semblance of kindness? Your wretched notion is nothing more than refuse in my eyes. To even think I would join you is akin to the foolishness of an ass. Have you been dead so long that your brain has turned to the spawn of a sunken fish in the Atlantic? Or do you fancy yourself a honey badger from Africa? Noah's words flowed with remarkable speed, denying Voldemort any opportunity to retort. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall and Kate were utterly astonished. To witness someone openly berate the legendary Dark Lord was nothing short of astonishing. Mate, you are truly remarkable. Even more surprising was that after his tirade, Noah drew his wand with an air of certainty, as if anticipating Voldemort's impending assault. Just as Noah extracted his wand, the silhouette emerging from the dark smoke lunged toward him. To their astonishment, Noah's spell casting was instantaneous. Before the dark figure could reach them, he acted before Professor McGonagall had the chance. Bright as day, with Noah's magic surging forth, a radiant and gentle light, akin to the sun, flooded the room, and the dark smoke emitted a horrific scream. The sound was a raspy, chilling wail, reminiscent of torments from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, this cacophony gradually diminished until it faded away entirely, leaving only the acrid scent of burnt air and the sight of Quirrell lying in a pool of his own blood. Thus unfolded the events. Noah and his companions stood obediently in Dumbledore's office, gazing at the aged figure before them, each behaving as docile as a kitten. Even Harry and Ron from Gryffindor exhibited remarkable decorum, despite the old man's notably gentle demeanor. It was now the second day since the incident. Following Noah's decisive defeat of Quirrell and the complete incineration of Voldemort's fragment of soul, McGonagall had finally come to her senses and returned them to their respective quarters. After warning them against venturing out recklessly, she promptly summoned all the professors for a meeting and subsequently sent Quirrell to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. As soon as Professor Dumbledore made his appearance this morning, she eagerly gathered Noah and the others. With no other option, they had to provide a thorough explanation of the situation, particularly Noah, who was compelled to recount in detail how, with the power of a first-year student, he had bested Professor Quirrell and vanquished a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Thus, Noah candidly narrated how he had shattered Quirrell's composure, and upon sensing Dumbledore's imminent arrival, chose to make a strategic retreat, explaining every detail until he had finished just moments ago. Professor Dumbledore, we swear, the events unfolded precisely as Noah described. Observing the silent Dumbledore, Kate and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. After exchanging glances, Kate reluctantly stepped forward to vouch for Noah. They were genuinely concerned that Dumbledore might misunderstand, which would spell trouble for Noah. I certainly believe what Mr. Finnegan has stated. Children, there is no need for agitation. Dumbledore, having regained his composure, offered a faint smile, acknowledging that he had indeed been momentarily distracted. It was not that he disbelieved Noah, on the contrary. He had been an eyewitness to the entire event. How could he possibly doubt? Even without having witnessed it, would he not trust McGonagall's account? She had briefed him on the matter the previous night. His distraction stemmed entirely from his astonishment at Noah's performance. Previously, Harry had also mentioned how he had sought Noah and Ron's assistance voluntarily, recounting Noah's analysis. Coupling that with Noah's demeanor in the face of Quirrell and the fragment of Voldemort's soul, Dumbledore truly believed that if a savior existed, it must undoubtedly be Noah. Intelligent, composed, knowledgeable, and possessing an unwavering will, refusing to succumb to darkness in the face of danger and fear. These qualities, in Dumbledore's eyes, were rarely found even among adult wizards, yet they manifested entirely within a first-year student. This left Dumbledore pondering the existence of a true savior in this world. However, Dumbledore soon realized that he need not dwell on such thoughts. Regardless of the existence of a savior, Noah was undoubtedly a competent and outstanding student, one whom Dumbledore found himself unable to resist favoring. It seemed imperative to nurture and protect him with utmost seriousness. Dumbledore resolved this in his heart, yet refrained from revealing any outward indication. As the headmaster of a magical school, his demeanor towards Harry had already appeared somewhat unfavorable. What would others think if he showed favoritism towards another? Thus, Dumbledore chose to shift the conversation, smiling warmly at the earnest Noah, increasingly finding him to be quite agreeable. At such a tender age, to confront Voldemort directly and withstand temptation while destroying a fragment of his soul, this was an achievement that even many adult wizards would struggle to accomplish. It is not a matter of ability, but rather of courage to take action. The infamous reputation of Voldemort is indeed overwhelming. Upon hearing his name, most individuals are instantly filled with dread, leaving little room for any semblance of bravery to confront him. A quintessential example would be Quirrell, who, upon realizing the identity of his adversary, succumbed to an abyss of terror and ultimately fell prey to Voldemort's seduction. In contrast, Noah treated Voldemort as merely an ordinary specter, confronting him with a brilliant beam of light that reduced Voldemort's fragment of soul to ashes. Should I perhaps consider introducing a course on magical creatures? Dumbledore mused inwardly, although he understood that establishing any course is far from straightforward. Primarily, the troublesome board members would be a challenge to manage, and the Ministry of Magic's approval is also uncertain. This is the crux of Dumbledore's frustration. Shaking his head, Dumbledore once again turned his gaze towards Noah. Mr. Filney, may I inquire about something? Of course, Professor Dumbledore. And please, just call me Noah. Noah replied with a nod, unperturbed by any questions. Since you have discerned that Harry's current venture is fraught with danger, why do you choose to accompany him? Is it merely concern for his safety? Well, to some extent. Noah acknowledged, then somewhat bashfully scratched his head. But there's another reason. Another reason? Indeed, Noah confirmed, while Harry and Ron turned their curious gazes toward him, equally intrigued by Noah's willingness to assist. Harry could clearly see that Noah did not regard his so-called savior status with any seriousness. He, too, did not perceive himself as a savior, especially in comparison to Noah. Actually, it relates to our agreement. I fear I may not be able to fulfill it this semester. Noah admitted with a hint of embarrassment. The Slytherin students are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even Kate's efforts have yielded little success. So, you intend to assist Harry in overcoming their troubles, hoping to persuade me to grant you your desired outcome? Dumbledore interjected, finishing Noah's unfinished thought, and chuckled to himself. This young fellow is truly entertaining. Dumbledore was well aware that Slytherin students are indeed formidable adversaries, with purebloods dominating the ranks. While those students disinterested in pureblood ideals dare not reveal themselves foolishly. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Noah and his friends to struggle in finding suitable allies. However, Dumbledore was amused by the unconventional approach these youngsters had taken to resolve their predicament. In truth, Dumbledore showed no intention of putting them in a difficult position, and this adventure they undertook was, by all accounts, executed flawlessly, was it not? Indeed, it was so, Professor Dumbledore. Noah, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded in agreement. Yet he harbored no sense of wrongdoing in his actions. An agreement? What agreement? Harry found himself perplexed, completely unaware of any arrangement between Noah and Professor Dumbledore. After all, Noah was merely an exceptionally gifted student, while Dumbledore held the esteemed position of headmaster of Hogwarts. No matter how remarkable Noah's accomplishments, they paled in comparison to those of Professor Dumbledore, leaving Harry bewildered as to the nature of their supposed agreement. It was an intriguing little arrangement. Noah planned to gather the outstanding first-year students and beyond to form an interesting little organization. Apologies, please forgive us for speaking too much. Dumbledore, whether intentionally or not, divulged their affairs to Harry. Of course, he did not elaborate fully, only sharing part of the information, as he noticed Noah and his companions wore rather dismal expressions. Gathering exceptional students? Forming a small organization? Harry and Ron listened in astonishment, having not anticipated such developments. However, upon reflection, they realized that each member of Noah's group was indeed a remarkable student. Moreover, they technically hailed from different houses. Aside from Noah's dormitory, Hermione belonged to Gryffindor, while Ernie was from Hufflepuff. Coupled with their previous discussions about Slytherin, even the dimmest among them could grasp the implications. This realization inevitably left them feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed they did not even measure up to the standard of excellence in their eyes, barely touching the periphery of it. The primary reason these proud individuals aided them was likely due to their unfulfilled agreement with Professor Dumbledore, the outcome of which Harry surmised was an acknowledgement of their organization. Observing Harry's glum demeanor, Dumbledore shook his head in resignation, sensing that revealing such matters might not have been entirely appropriate. Yet, he dismissed his concerns, thinking that perhaps this stimulus would lead Harry to greater maturity. Turning to Noah, Dumbledore remarked, "Noah, you and your companions have performed exceptionally well in this endeavor, thus fulfilling our agreement." "Really? That's wonderful." Before Noah could express his joy, Kate and the others erupted with excitement. This was indeed splendid news. Did this not imply that the Room of Requirement would undoubtedly belong to them in the future? Over the course of the past year or half-year, they were acutely aware of how much they had grown through the Room of Requirement, having distanced themselves significantly from their peers. However, do not celebrate too soon. While you have done remarkably well, I do have one request. Observing the jubilant crowd, Dumbledore smiled briefly before his expression shifted to one of solemnity. Promise me that each year, you will ensure the inclusion of exceptionally talented students from all houses. Do you understand? Let us not forget the commitment you made to me in the beginning. Absolutely, Professor Dumbledore. Having secured Dumbledore's approval, Noah and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. The Slytherin students had indeed displayed an excessive arrogance. Moreover, the notion of pure-blood supremacy within Slytherin had reached an exaggerated level. Even those students who disdained such beliefs hesitated to voice their dissent, fearing they might suddenly become the pariahs of Slytherin, thus rendering their entire 7 years at Hogwarts exceedingly miserable. There was no precedent for transferring houses at Hogwarts, and no one dared to take such risks, leaving Kate, the unfortunate soul, in a rather precarious situation. Fortunately, thanks to the recent events involving Harry, they managed to navigate through the danger. Initially, the mention of Voldemort instilled in them a reluctance to confront the situation. However, witnessing Noah effortlessly vanquishing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, as if dealing with an ordinary ghost, instilled in them a newfound confidence. Not everyone had the audacity to challenge Voldemort, yet Noah did so with remarkable ease, prompting them to wonder, was Voldemort truly so feeble? Let us be cautious with such thoughts, my friends. They are perilous, Noah interjected, having discerned their musings. But wasn't he eliminated by you? And Professor Dumbledore is rather insufferable. After such a significant event, he didn't intend for anyone to know. Evan cast a curious glance at Noah. To be honest, Noah's annihilation of Voldemort's soul should have been widely celebrated, establishing him as the true hero. Yet, unexpectedly, Professor Dumbledore refrained from publicizing this achievement, and it appeared that Noah preferred it that way, resulting in almost no one being aware of his monumental deed. Come now, it was merely a fragment of a soul, Noah lamented, rubbing his face in exasperation. Surely, you've heard of Horcruxes? Horcruxes? Are they not the mythical objects that segment the soul for preservation? Ernie inquired, puzzled. Are you suggesting that the Voldemort we encountered is not whole? Ren seemed to grasp the implications. Indeed, otherwise, do you think he would not have manipulated Quirrell to seize the items and prepare for his resurrection? Noah affirmed with a nod. Moreover, even if he were defeated, let us not forget that he still commands a legion of Death Eaters. I have no desire to spend the latter half of my life evading their relentless pursuit. That would be far too cruel. Is that so? Hermione, sitting nearby, could no longer contain her curiosity. But what if we were to encounter another fragment of the Dark Lord's soul? Could we not deal with him in a similar manner? Theoretically, it is indeed possible. Noah stretched languidly, remarking that the awakening of soul fragments could indeed be categorized among the specters of the cursed monster race. I believe you all know how to deal with ghosts, don't you? He mused. Treat them as phantoms? But that is the Dark Lord himself. Renz exclaimed incredulously, finding Noah's nonchalance rather surprising. What else would you expect? Did you not notice that during our last encounter, I shone brightly, illuminating the sun's rays, only for it to turn to ash? He lamented. Such a pity. The ashes are quite a fine material, but alas, Dumbledore took them away. I had hoped to experiment and see if I could conjure something remarkable. Evan and the others were left somewhat speechless by Noah's demeanor. Is this really the attitude one should adopt? We are speaking of the infamous Dark Lord Voldemort. However, upon recalling that Noah hailed from the Muggle world, they realized he likely held no fear of such a figure, allowing him to remain unfazed. This thought sparked a hint of envy towards Noah's background, extending even to Hermione, who fell within their realm of admiration. Having grown up in a magical environment, they were inevitably influenced by Voldemort's terrifying legacy. Their fears were simply a psychological burden. All right, mates, let us set aside these trivial matters. The final exams are fast approaching. How are your preparations coming along? Noah casually picked up a book, seeking to pass the time while inquiring. Indeed, the end-of-term assessments were imminent. Although Noah felt no anxiety regarding the upcoming tests, he deemed it prudent to ask. Come on, the first-year exam content can hardly challenge us, can it? Kate rolled her eyes at this comment. Final exams. Please, this is merely the first-year material. If it were O.W. Wells and the goal was to enter the Newt's advanced class, then we might have a significant issue, as those are crucial assessments of your capabilities in higher years. While Kate and her peers possessed a wealth of knowledge, they were not so arrogant as to assume they could ace the O.W. Wells effortlessly. However, they mused that perhaps Noah might indeed succeed. Well, just a friendly reminder. There are no retakes. Failing means repeating the year, they warned. Goodness, you should apologize to Gryffindor, Hermione. I'm not referring to you, but to some of those in your house who lack a thirst for knowledge. It would be much better if you conveyed Noah's message to them. If I were in Gryffindor, I might consider whether it's worth saying anything. But alas, I am in Ravenclaw, and I shall not foolishly engage in such endeavors, Noah replied, raising his hands in surrender, clearly aware that his inquiry was somewhat naive. Kate and the others expressed their dissatisfaction with his question. Nevertheless, Noah remained unfazed. Passing the exams was a certainty, with the primary concern being the final rankings. Little did he anticipate that one day he would transform into a paragon of academic excellence. He even contemplated teasing Harry after the exams, feigning a dreadful expression and claiming he had not performed well. After the boy attempted to console himself, the exam papers were distributed, and he achieved nearly perfect scores, perhaps even full marks. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the underperforming scholar and the surprisingly competent student. However, Noah quickly shook his head, pondering the malevolence of the situation. While it was indeed amusing, he feared that such actions might soon render him a pariah among the entire Gryffindor house. By the way, who won the Quidditch championship this time? Suddenly, Renz, who was seated nearby engrossed in a book, interrupted Noah's train of thought. How would I know? I think it was Gryffindor. Why do you ask? Noah shot a disdainful glance at the one who disrupted his contemplation and responded curtly. Nothing. I was merely calculating the scores for the Quidditch champion, and then estimating which house might win the House Cup this time. Renz replied, somewhat perplexed. Huh, is that even necessary? It's obviously Ravenclaw. Evan chimed in with a grin. Come on, Hermione and I are still here. Is it really acceptable for you to decide this unilaterally? Ernie shook his head in exasperation. Yet he acknowledged the significant advantage that Ravenclaw possessed with their numbers. All right, my apologies to you both. Evan smiled, and then turned to Noah. What do you think? What do I think? At this, Noah's face suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. I believe it will be Gryffindor. This time, the House Cup champion is Ravenclaw. What the heck? Watching Dumbledore passionately announce the winner of the House Cup from his position at the podium, Noah was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Glancing around at the students who seemed to accept this outcome as a matter of course, and seeing Kate and others chuckling at him, Noah felt increasingly uneasy. Professor Dumbledore, shouldn't you uphold your esteemed tradition of overlooking any unfavorable factors affecting Harry, allowing him to assist Gryffindor in securing the House Cup? Indeed, Tom had quietly slipped away to the end of the term. Noah and his companions, who had prepared thoroughly, felt no tension regarding the final exams. On the contrary, they were filled with anticipation. Yet, it was only they who felt at ease. The other students were, to varying degrees, engulfed in anxiety. Especially those who typically performed poorly and were rather mischievous. They were now gripped by fear. For instance, Ron was in a state of sheer panic. If he failed the exams, he might have to repeat the first year alongside his sister, a prospect that would be unbearable for their family. Harry, on the other hand, was faring somewhat better. He felt a bit of pressure, but his academic progress was satisfactory, so he was not overly anxious. Nevertheless, in preparation for the upcoming exams, he had spent considerable time in the library reviewing subjects he had not mastered well. Ron, what do you think they are doing right now? After reading for a while, Harry couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Ron. Them? Oh, you mean Noah and his group? Perhaps they are engaged in learning new spells, or something entirely different. Heaven knows, a group of monsters. Ron reacted swiftly, yet when it came to Noah, his enthusiasm waned. After all, Dumbledore had declared that Noah's organization was comprised of exceptionally talented students. Ron, however, did not believe he possessed the qualifications to join such a distinguished group. Even the Savior, Harry, was unable to do so. What right did he have? As for Hermione, let us not even go there. Previously, he might have grumbled about her bookishness, but now he dared not. Just thinking about their recent encounters made him feel like a fool, standing among those who marveled at their brilliance. How embarrassing. Who do you suppose will emerge victorious in this year's House Cup? Harry seemed reluctant to dwell on Noah's group, swiftly changing the subject. I cannot say for certain. I can only suggest that Ravenclaw has the highest chance of winning, Ron remarked, rubbing his mouth, a hint of resignation in his voice. Not just the highest, Ron thought. It felt almost predetermined. Considering those individuals who seemed like scoring machines, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. The thought of spending 7 years alongside them only intensified his dismay. Ultimately, Ron's conjectures materialized into reality. He was fortunate enough to pass his first-year finals, thus avoiding the tragedy of being in the same grade as his sister. Therefore, he found himself in the hall during the end-of-year ceremony, listening as Dumbledore announced the winning house. As anticipated, it was them. Observing the jubilant Ravenclaw table, Ron felt a twinge of envy. The House Cup is an annual award at Hogwarts, bestowed upon the house with the highest points at the end of each academic year. These points are earned through the outstanding performance of students, while misbehavior or rule violations result in deductions. The significance of this award far surpasses that of others. Winning Quidditch merely contributes to this accolade, which can be regarded as the utmost honor within the school. It is a desire shared by many. Truly, their victory in the House Cup is commendable, certainly better than Slytherin's consecutive wins, Ron noted with a hint of admiration. Harry, resting his chin on his hands, quietly concurred, his tone tinged with envy, despite the fact that various adventures had cost Gryffindor numerous points. Yet, Their exploits in Quidditch and the final adventure had somewhat redeemed them, though it paled in comparison to Ravenclaw's achievements. "Hey, Harry, have you noticed that Noah's expression seems rather odd?" Suddenly, Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, gesturing toward Noah's direction. His expression was indeed peculiar, as he rarely misjudged situations. Hermione, not far from them, suddenly chimed in with a smile. The end-of-year ceremony was organized by each house coming together. Although Hermione wished to approach Noah, her allegiance to Gryffindor restrained her from causing any disruptions at that moment. Look at Ernie, sitting quietly in Hufflepuff, yet he appears somewhat distressed, as he never anticipated that his house would find itself at the bottom of the rankings. Did he misjudge? What was his guess? With Hermione's words, the nearby Gryffindors began to stir with excitement. Although Noah was not a Gryffindor, his remarkable abilities earned him the respect of all. After all, he had secured the top position in the entire school for the recent final examinations. During a previous gathering, they had discussed who might clinch the House Cup, and while most believed it would be Ravenclaw, he alone disagreed. Hermione smiled. Her demeanor significantly improved since she had formed friendships with Noah and his companions. So what did he guess? Harry inquired, puzzled as to why Noah, a Ravenclaw, would not predict victory for his own house. He guessed Gryffindor. What? Us? Gryffindor? How could that be? Why? That was his prediction. Don't ask me. I have no idea. The key point is that he was exceedingly confident in his guess, even stating that if he was wrong, there would be a recommendation slot for them in the new term. Apologies, I misspoke. Hermione pressed her lips together, refraining from saying more, clearly aware that she had spoken out of turn. Such recommendation slots were invaluable. Indeed, they were immensely precious to her. Following Noah and joining their magical alliance had brought her numerous benefits, evident to all. This slot could allow her to recommend her closest friend. Although Hermione had few friends in Gryffindor and a recommendation did not guarantee success, it at least offered an opportunity, did it not? Who would dare dispute something endorsed by Professor Dumbledore? Hermione glanced around at her fellow Gryffindors, noticing their disinterest in what she was saying. Their curiosity was primarily focused on why Noah believed Gryffindor would triumph, which relieved Hermione somewhat. Unbeknownst to her, however, Harry and Ron, the two in-the-know boys, had picked up on some underlying implications. Ron, do you think we should give it a try? If it's possible, then of course. But can we manage it? Let us give it a go. It's better than remaining stagnant, right? All right, but first we need to convince Hermione. Harry and Ron's thoughts were a mystery to Noah, who had no interest in unraveling the minds of these two young lads. He had already boarded the train, leaving Hogwarts. A year of magical education had taught Noah an abundance of lessons, and he had become accustomed to using magic to simplify many tasks. Unfortunately, upon exiting the magical realm, he would have to adhere to certain exasperating regulations, such as the prohibition against underage wizards casting spells outside school. This rule seemed utterly inhumane. However, regulations were regulations. Even Dumbledore complied with these mandates, let alone Noah, a mere first-year graduate. Even if Noah were to enter the 5th grade now, disregarding the OWL's examinations, he would still belong to the exceptional cohort, even excelling in practical applications. But what does it matter? You are still a student. The power to change all of this lies within the realm of authority, not in the hands of a mere child. Noah could do nothing but feel helpless in this regard. He could only hope that one day, when Hermione becomes the Minister of Magic, she might transform these absurdities. The train's speed remained intolerable, and Noah found no remedy for this predicament. Fortunately, this journey home was a collective endeavor, making the trip somewhat lively. Kate and her companions, along with Hermione and Ernie, joined Noah on this train, and together they sought out a pleasant compartment, which brought Noah some amusement. The 8 hours swiftly passed amidst their idle chatter, and Noah relished this time, especially since he could occasionally employ a couple of spells. The thought of returning to the Muggle world, where such liberties would be curtailed, made him feel somewhat disheartened. Noah, I must say, it would be wise for you to consider settling in the magical realm sooner rather than later. At least then, you would not have to endure such discomfort, would you? A good notion, yet the issue lies in my lack of funds. We shall discuss these matters later. Noah did contemplate establishing himself in the magical world, but he realized that even attending school relied on the assistance of Ms. Hyphen. He truly lacked the financial means to indulge in recklessness within the magical realm. Thus, he had to temporarily shelve this aspiration and wait until he had the means to pursue it. After all, with the knowledge of the future, he was aware that those individuals would possess considerable wealth. For instance, the dashing playboy Tony Stark. Noah felt confident he could extract a hefty sum from him or his company. Worst case, he could personally venture to Afghanistan to rescue him. Alas, these prospects lay over a decade away, and while Noah envisioned a life of abundance in the future, he lamented his current inability to realize it. Therefore, he continued to abide by all the rules and regulations. Curiously, it seemed that Hermione was already employed by the Ministry of Magic 10 years hence. The train sped forth and finally reached its destination under the cloak of night. After bidding farewell to his friends, Noah sought out a magical platform to catch the night bus back home. His money had yet to be converted into pounds, rendering him unable to hail a taxi. Of course, even if he could, his funds would still fall short. Fortunately, the night bus does not contend with traffic, allowing Noah to arrive at his destination before midnight, which relieved him greatly. The orphanage where Noah resided typically observed a bedtime around 10 o'clock. However, he was well aware that the little ones did not retire so early. Consequently, the caretakers, including Miss Hyphen, the headmistress, also stayed up later. Noah's return at this hour was neither late nor particularly early, but at least he could still gain entry, couldn't he? If no one answers the door, Noah would have to seek refuge in an inn where the wizard could rest. Fortunately, luck smiled upon him. Welcome back, Noah. However, it seems you have returned rather late this time. Mrs. Heffen, clad in her nightgown and donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, sat at her desk with a warm smile directed at Noah, a book resting before her, suggesting she had been perusing some bedtime reading. There's no help for it. As you know, London's traffic can be quite dreadful, particularly during holidays. Moreover, the journey from central London to Westminster is even more disheartening. Noah shrugged, wearing a smile of his own. Indeed, traveling from Scotland was not the most pleasant experience. By the way, have you eaten? I have, but as you know, haggis is not to my liking. The smoked salmon was delightful, but rather expensive. Being young, the academy does not allow me to take on odd jobs, so my savings are quite limited. Noah expressed his frustration, having previously discussed his situation with Professor Flivy. Regrettably, Professor Flivy had not acquiesced to Noah's request, but instead suggested that Noah approach him if he was in need of money. This gesture touched Noah, yet it also filled him with some discontent, as he was reluctant to accept financial assistance from Professor Flivy. He understood that if the professor were to offer him money, he would never expect repayment, a situation Noah wished to avoid. Thus, he endeavored to live frugally, and he was exceedingly grateful that Hogwarts provided 3 meals a day, alleviating the burden of unnecessary expenses. As for haggis, it is essentially sheep's stomach stuffed with minced sheep's offal, oatmeal, onions, beef, and spices, then boiled for several hours until it swells into a peculiar concoction. The taste is not entirely displeasing, however, in the magical realm. Consuming such a dish might even allow one to hear a sheep bleating in their ear, which is an utterly dreadful sensation. How unfortunate. Shall I provide you with additional funds for the new term? No need, Mrs. Heffen. I am profoundly grateful for the educational opportunity you have afforded me, but I do not require much money. The school provides accommodation and meals, which suffice for my needs. I merely wish to save some for the future. Is that so? The future is still quite distant, isn't it? However, is it not prudent to prepare in advance? Noah spoke earnestly, prompting Mrs. Heffen to regard him thoughtfully for a moment. After a considerable pause, Mrs. Heffen nodded with a smile, seemingly in agreement with Noah's perspective. Noah, you are indeed more mature than many of your peers. Perhaps that is why you are valued by a private school and have been granted admission. By the way, how did you perform this time? First in the entire school, and I also assisted the house in achieving first place. Wow, congratulations, Noah. Thank you. This was indeed a moment of celebration and pride. In Mrs. Heffen's eyes, achieving such results in a private school indicated that as long as Noah maintained his diligence, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. Private institutions in the UK, as well as throughout Europe and the world, offer a level of education and various advantages that far surpass those of public schools. Moreover, Hogwarts, in her recollection, seemed to be an institution of nobility, where even mediocre academic performance could pave the way for Noah to forge valuable friendships, thus alleviating many potential missteps in his future. Contemplating this, Miss Hyphen felt an even greater surge of joy. Since you have achieved such commendable results, I have decided to reward you with something. Oh, there's no need for that, madam, Noah replied, momentarily taken aback before resolutely shaking his head. He truly did not wish for Miss Hyphen, who had cared for him for so long, to expend unnecessary resources on him. All right, quiet now. In a few days, I must travel to Los Angeles for some matters. But afterward, we can enjoy some leisure time there together. America? Are you going or not? Very well, let us go together. Although Noah remained unaware of the specifics of Ms.'s business in Los Angeles and was disinclined to inquire, he respected her independence and aspirations. He was certain that should anyone dare to provoke her, he would not hesitate to intervene, even if it meant contravening the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. After all, she had been a steadfast figure in his life. While he could not quite liken her to a mother, considering their ages were likely similar had he not been reborn, he had no qualms regarding her as an elder sister. Noah had never considered himself particularly accommodating, especially now that he had attained the status of a fully fledged wizard, a certified magician. He perceived ordinary individuals much like a butcher views the livestock destined for slaughter. Nonetheless, he would not adopt such a mentality, recognizing that technology held considerable power. Take Tony Stark, for instance. This individual was hardly intimidated by wizards in the future. After assisting Ms. with passport and other arrangements, Noah boarded the flight to Los Angeles. However, as he sat on the plane, a thought struck him. Being a registered wizard, he likely needed to navigate the Ministry of Magic's immigration procedures upon arrival. This realization left him somewhat exasperated. It was indeed a cumbersome affair. Noah discovered that while wizards often enjoyed a degree of freedom, mingling with ordinary folk somewhat curtailed that liberty. What are you thinking, Noah? Are you nervous about flying for the first time? Ms. inquired softly, observing his contemplative demeanor and the hint of discomfort on his face. I'm not nervous, just reflecting on certain academic matters. Nervous? How could that be? I used to feel nauseous on flights to university. Hey, listen, it's vacation time now. I want to allow you to dwell on school matters. Yes, dear lady. I believe we should take a nap, given that we have a 12-hour flight ahead. Resting early might help with the jet lag. Oh, have you done some research in advance? And are you not interested in flying? Noah merely smirked and chose not to respond. There was no need to address such a question. If he were not concerned about wasting time, he could have easily flown to Los Angeles on his broomstick from London. Certainly, provided that the magical authorities of the countries along the way remain oblivious to his presence, and that the mundane security measures do not pose any hindrance. Noah is entirely capable of achieving his goals. The flight is remarkably smooth, and upon awakening, they find themselves at Los Angeles International Airport. As Noah gazes upon the airport, an uncanny sense of familiarity washes over him, as if he has encountered this peculiar place before. However, despite his contemplation, he cannot quite recall where he has seen it until they drive into the city center, at which point a realization dawns upon him regarding his previous visit to this enigmatic locale. He wonders if, in the future, he might chance upon a peculiar trio consisting of 2 Caucasians, 1 African-American, and a dog, a rather chaotic ensemble, yet undeniably captivating in their narratives. Despite their moments of violence and discomfort, ultimately, Noah and Ms. Find a commendable hotel in the Central District, albeit distanced from the bustling heart of Los Angeles. Hollywood, the quintessential hub of excitement and allure, remains a costly destination, and even now, the prices are rather daunting. Ms. is unwilling to squander resources in such a place. Grateful for the suggestion provided during the flight, which has eased their adjustment to the time difference, Noah expresses his intention to meet his friend Anna to discuss certain matters. While Ms. takes a moment to rest, Noah, left to his own devices, reflects on their early morning arrival and their brief respite after washing up, only to find that Ms. seems preoccupied with her affairs, leaving him at a loss for how to assist her, especially in this unfamiliar setting. Truth be told, the American Ministry of Magic seems rather oblivious. Since his arrival, Noah has felt the weight of scrutiny upon him, evidently from individuals who are quite brazen about their intentions, seemingly unconcerned that he has noticed their presence. After some deliberation, Noah surmises that they are likely Aurors, their audacity stemming from the assumption that he is merely a novice wizard. Perhaps they have refrained from approaching him due to the presence of his guardian. Noah remains uncertain, yet he finds little motivation to ponder further. Should they indeed seek him out, he must accept the ensuing investigation, for it is commonplace for the magical realm to look down upon the non-magical world. Their disregard for Muggle passports leaves him without recourse. As he drifts into a state of drowsiness, Noah waits in vain for an American Auror to confront him, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Thus, he decides to unwind by immersing himself in the system library to pass the time. After Noah attained the first tier of his abilities, he discerned a multitude of transformations within his system's library. To begin with, the spatial dimensions had expanded significantly, thereby accommodating a far greater collection of books than previously. These tomes proved exceedingly beneficial to Noah, yet the most pivotal discovery was a volume titled Beginner's Compendium of First-Tier Magic. This revelation was nothing short of fortuitous. Although Noah had yet to muster the courage to wield any magic acquired from the system's realm, even the simplest of tricks remained untried, as he feared the exposure of his unique magical prowess. Nevertheless, he harbored a belief that as his magical capacity and strength flourished, he would eventually employ such skills. He contemplated this knowledge as a valuable reserve. The magic he was learning could be classified as elemental magic. While Noah was uncertain of the sheer destructive potential of elemental magic, he was confident that it surpassed any unforgivable curse. Even the wind blade technique from the first-tier magic compendium felt far more potent than his current use of the cutting charm. One could only imagine the devastation if Professor Snape or Dumbledore were to unleash these elemental spells. The power would be truly formidable. Perhaps, in time, he could leverage this knowledge as a bargaining chip. Though he was not fond of cunning intrigues, one must occasionally adapt for a more promising life. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hyphen was in a rather poor mood. Even a leisurely stroll through Griffith Park in Los Angeles with Noah did little to uplift her spirits. Griffith Park, the largest urban park in the United States, sprawls over 1,600 acres just north of Hollywood, featuring a golf course, tennis courts, equestrian trails, an observatory, and a zoo, places Noah was quite familiar with. He reminisced about guiding a character through this very locale during a gaming session, yet regrettably, the vibrant splendor he recalled was conspicuously absent in the present moment. Perhaps it was merely a nascent form, destined to blossom into its full grandeur in time. Mrs. Hyphen's discontent left Noah to offer companionship, as she had been in this state since her return in the afternoon. He found himself unable to fathom the source of her distress, which seemed tied to an unresolved conversation with a woman named Anna. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. After all, they were in America, and one could only speculate how the Ministry of Magic might treat a fugitive like him. After meandering through the streets for a considerable time, Mrs. Hyphen expressed her waning enthusiasm. "I apologize, Noah. My mood has rendered this walk less than delightful." "Not at all, madam," Noah shrugged, acknowledging that while the surroundings were pleasant, his visions of the future led him to perceive them as rather mundane. He casually suggested, "In that case, shall we return?" "Yes, let us head back and rest. We can venture out again tomorrow," she replied. "I thought you might prefer to return," he remarked. "Certainly not. As promised, I shall reward you. You have 2 months of vacation to relish this journey." "Indeed, madam. Staying in Los Angeles for 2 months? That is not particularly good news." Yet Noah suspects that Ms. Hyphen would not linger here for such an extended period. The cost of living in America is certainly not low. Take for instance the hotel where Noah and his companions reside, which incurs daily expenses exceeding $100. He hailed a taxi, the driver a seemingly youthful lad, appearing no older than 17 or 18. Noah and Ms. Hyphen sat in silence, but upon entering the vehicle, Noah sensed that something was amiss. Near the driver's seat lay an array of theological books, and to his astonishment, he even discovered some rather intriguing texts on exorcism. Indeed, exorcism texts, regardless of their authenticity, the mere presence of such books suggests that someone must have encountered them before. This piqued Noah's curiosity. Could he have stumbled upon someone engaged in clandestine activities within the Muggle realm? That seemed unlikely. Upon closer inspection of the driver, Noah noted the absence of any magical aura, which led him to speculate further. "Hey, mate, is that book yours?" he inquired directly to the seemingly distracted driver. "Huh." The driver paused for a moment, then responded, "Yes, that book is mine." "What of it?" "Nothing much, just curious as to how such a book ended up here." "I've seen it in the library," Noah shrugged, his words somewhat unclear. "What book is it?" "You've seen it in the library?" Ms. Hyphen lifted her gaze to glimpse the book, though her position prevented her from discerning its content. "You've seen it? In the library? Wait, your accent, you're British." The driver appeared momentarily stunned before incredulously exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. Is that peculiar? Hey, mate, are you doing this on the side, or is this your actual profession?" "No, not at all. I haven't received any recognition. So an amateur?" "No, neither of those. It's far worse." The young driver displayed an expression of embarrassment, which Noah and Ms. Hyphen noted through the rearview mirror. Although Ms. Hyphen was curious, she chose not to inquire further, preoccupied with her own concerns. As for Noah, he was less troubled by such matters. He observed Ms. Hyphen's distracted demeanor, even if she were to question him later. He could easily assert that the book was part of an examination from their private school, thus avoiding any undue complications. Ultimately, Noah would not mind revealing his true identity to Ms. Hyphen if necessary. Truth be told, the British Ministry of Magic tends to be relatively lenient regarding the families of wizards, while they prefer that muggles remain unaware of their identities. It is not particularly alarming for family members to possess some knowledge. After all, who does not have family? The young driver found himself intrigued by Noah's conversation, yet regrettably, Noah seemed to lose interest after a brief exchange, leaving the young driver feeling somewhat helpless. Those who could identify the book in question were predominantly individuals from the demon-hunting realm, or even from higher echelons of the magical world. This young driver had long aspired to become an exorcist, but alas, he seemed perpetually unable to meet the necessary criteria, relegating him to the role of a mere driver rather than a demon slayer. As he indulged in his whimsical thoughts, suddenly, a figure halted his vehicle. It was then that he realized he had driven onto Alavera Street, and the individual blocking his path was an acquaintance. This person, strikingly handsome, donned a black trench coat over a pristine white shirt, his complexion slightly pallid, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He glanced at the interior of the car, yet, with a furrowed brow, he abruptly swung open the door to the passenger's seat and climbed in. His actions appeared somewhat brusque, but it was evident that he was in a state of urgency. "Hey, John, what are you doing?" The driver's expression reflected his discomfort. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation. "Chaz, 69, Westlake Street. Hurry up." "Good grief, can't you see I have a passenger?" "Then let them get out." "You must be mad." The young driver, Chaz, wore a dismayed expression, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament. If it were merely ordinary passengers, he could have dismissed them, but the earlier young man had recognized the book he was reading, and his prior inquiries clearly indicated to Chaz that he was far from an ordinary individual. Chaz had always yearned to penetrate the circle of demon hunters, and now, confronted with someone who might be even more formidable than an exorcist, he was keen to avoid offending him. The term dud was familiar to him, describing those incapable of casting spells, and he was almost convinced that this young man was a budding magician. Mrs. Hafen's expression was also far from pleasant. She had not anticipated such an inauspicious first day in America, encountering such a rude individual. However, her poise prevented her from uttering a single word as she sat there, unwilling to acknowledge the intruder. Meanwhile, Noah's demeanor shifted to one of peculiar astonishment upon the arrival of this new passenger. His first instinct was to think, "Isn't that Keanu Reeves?" But soon enough, he discerned who these two individuals truly were. What on earth is happening? How on earth did Constantine show up? Noah was indeed familiar with John Constantine, who, incidentally, was also British. Born in Liverpool, England, he possessed the ability to discern demons from angels from a young age, a gift that brought him endless torment, ultimately compelling him to contemplate suicide. However, fate had it that neither heaven nor hell would accept Constantine, leaving him disillusioned with humanity, demons, and even angels, as he wandered through the realms of heaven, hell, and earth. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? However, through the library of the system's space, Noah had long been aware that so-called angels, demons, and even deities would not dare to recklessly traverse this world, especially since it was under the watchful gaze of Master Gu-E. Well, Asgard is an exception. Those capable of transforming into angels and demons have long been fated by their actions. As for the angels and demons that can roam the earth, they are merely fragments of power or beings of significantly diminished strength. Master Gu-E would never permit these entities to run amok on earth, especially with Asgard monitoring from the periphery. Thus, the threat posed by these so-called angels and demons to humanity is not severe. Exorcists can generally resolve such issues. What truly nauseates Noah, akin to the taste of excrement, is the bewildering nature of this ghostly realm. He initially believed that there was merely a Marvel main universe, only to be astounded by the unexpected presence of a DC hero. System Father, what manner of chaotic world have you cast me into? Are you not concerned about the potential for this wretched world to reboot? Noah's mood was far from cheerful as he pondered whether he might encounter a fellow in red trunks soaring through the skies, or perhaps a middle-aged man with monetary prowess, clad in a tight suit, wandering about. Lost in a sea of questions, Noah was momentarily dazed until Chaz roused him. looking at him with a mix of helplessness and urgency. "Are you seeking trouble, you chain smoker?" Noah quickly regained his composure, his demeanor not particularly amiable. "I have no desire to stir up trouble. I am in a hurry. Let Chas take me first, and then he can ferry you afterward. I will cover the fare." Constantine, detecting Noah's accent, found his initial desire to have Noah and his companions disembark somewhat diminished. "What do you think, gentlemen?" Chas appeared rather awkward. "Forget it, drive on. I am curious to see what urgent matters this gentleman has." Ultimately, Ms. Hyphen set the tone, likely having discerned Noah's accent, which softened her tone. Noah harbored no significant dissatisfaction with this arrangement, and it seemed he had come to terms with the situation, since a Marvel timeline already existed. The emergence of a DC one did not seem particularly alarming, did it? Noah was not oblivious to the likes of Superman, Batman, and the Justice League. He felt no apprehension. Moreover, he doubted that these figures would manifest, as he had yet to hear of any place called Gotham City, and even if it did exist, he could hardly be bothered to dwell upon it. As a traveler through dimensions, possessing foreknowledge of the plot, why would he fear them? What a jest! Noah mused. Considering the fate that awaited the unfortunate General Zod, should he indeed exist and find himself on Earth, he wondered how the Asgardian pantheon would chastise him. Or perhaps it would be the other way around. However, Asgard could summon reinforcements, GUI, while the Kryptonians were but a dwindling few. If such a being truly exists, rushing towards it would be akin to courting death. Noah found it hard to believe that the Ancient One and Asgard had no connection. After all, they were the only two guardians whose powers surpassed imagination. How could they possibly be unconnected? Noah even suspected that their relationship ought to be more intertwined. However, he suddenly realized that this world was not so sparsely populated. With all the ancient mutants still alive, coupled with a phoenix, it was, quite frankly, a celestial ensemble. Adding Captain Marvel to the mix, Noah suddenly felt that unless it was Thanos, anyone else would be walking to their doom. Provided, of course, that they remained united. They must not start shirking responsibilities when trouble arises, declaring it as someone else's problem. That would be perilous indeed. The journey was marked by an unsettling silence. And under such an eerie atmosphere, they arrived at their destination. The sun was gradually descending, and in the soft glow of twilight, John discarded his already smoked cigarette, lighting another as he approached the house. Noah silently observed this abode and suddenly felt a peculiar surge of energy. This fluctuation bore some resemblance to the three-headed dog he had encountered before, yet it was far more potent and sinister. Upon closer inspection, Noah sensed an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from the house. "This place is truly dreadful," Mrs. Hafen muttered softly, then abruptly opened the car door and stepped out. Her action startled Noah. "What are you doing?" "I'm going in to take a look. Everything here makes me feel uneasy. If you're uncomfortable, then you might as well wait in the car." "No. I feel even more oppressed inside the car." "Well, reasoning with a woman rarely proves fruitful." Noah sighed in resignation, quickly exiting the vehicle to follow her. He was aware that the entity Constantine aimed to confront was a minor demon. This was something Noah could handle, perhaps even more effortlessly than Constantine himself. Although John Constantine was an exorcist, he was significantly outclassed by a magician. Simply put, the most formidable exorcist might only match the level of a freshly graduated Hogwarts student. Despite their flashy techniques, even entering the depths of hell in their consciousness, they lacked true magical power and were only contending with trifling adversaries. Noah suspected that Gabriel was probably just a projection of power. Otherwise, how could it be so feeble? It seemed that the gap between myself and ordinary individuals was widening, especially after I had officially become a magician. Noah chuckled to himself, following Mrs. Hafen as they ascended towards the upper levels. However, he soon halted, casting his gaze towards a shadowy area where he sensed an even more formidable malevolence. "What's wrong, Noah?" Mrs. Hafen inquired, puzzled by the sudden stillness of the little fellow trailing behind her, which piqued her curiosity. Noah remained silent in response to her words, instead quietly retrieving a stick from his bosom. This stick appeared utterly ordinary, yet for some inexplicable reason, Mrs. Hyphen sensed its extraordinary nature. To her astonishment, encountering a wizard in this place left her pondering whether it was a stroke of misfortune or rather a stroke of luck that he was merely a child. After a moment of contemplation, a somewhat chilling voice emerged, followed by the slow emergence of a rather handsome young man, a mysterious silver coin rolling between his fingers. A young wizard? Mrs. Hyphen gazed, bewildered, at the youth before her, then cast a glance at Noah, who stood before her, her mind swirling with confusion. What on earth was happening? A wizard? Noah, a young wizard? Good heavens! Although Noah appeared to be around 14 or 15, he was indeed just 12, having matured quite well. Yet, this boy she had watched grow up, who had always been somewhat withdrawn, was, astonishingly, a wizard? How could this be? Was the stick he produced actually a wand? You should not be here. Do you not fear the Auror seeking you out? Noah refrained from answering Mrs. Hyphen's question. Truth be told, he was uncertain how to respond. While he knew she would eventually uncover his identity, articulating it still felt fantastical. Heaven knows whether Mrs. Hyphen could accept such an extraordinary revelation. Perhaps in 10 years, she might, but not now. Indeed, he feared those hound-nosed creatures were quite formidable. However, you are merely a student, or perhaps it would be more fitting to call you a little wizard. Do you wish to test your mettle, demon? No, no, no. The moment you cast a spell, it would draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic, and that would land me in trouble. I am merely here to resolve a matter concerning someone. I have no intention of antagonizing the ministry, so heed my warning. Boy, forget about me and refrain from any heroic antics. The young man chuckled, rolling the silver coin in his hand as he gradually retreated into the shadows until he vanished completely. Only then did Noah slowly stow away his wand. Although this fellow was not overly troublesome, he would still require some effort to handle, and Noah was neither armed with holy water nor prepared with specialized exorcism tools. Relying solely on his magical might would likely lead to the demise of everyone in this house, and it was evident this individual had no fear of sunlight. He was no ghost. In simpler terms, Noah employed physical exorcism rather than a professional approach, akin to demolishing a building. My goodness, a wizard. As Noah contemplated how to explain this to Mrs. Hyphen, a bald, somewhat portly individual approached slowly. Who are you? Mrs. Hyphen questioned suspiciously. Given that Noah referred to the previous figure as a demon, who might this newcomer be? I am a priest. You have come here to exorcise, have you not? Since when did priests in America take on such private work? Noah internally expressed his gratitude towards the rotund priest, for the man's presence had indeed diverted his attention. However, Noah's tone remained unaltered, still tinged with a chill and laced with derision. You hail from England? Very well, it is all the same. I can only regard myself as an anomaly. To be succinct, I lack the leisure to engage in your trivialities. Apologies, but I have discerned the circumstances here. I have encountered a demon that I am unable to exorcise, thus I contacted John, the individual who ascended earlier. He is an exorcist. Yet, with a sorcerer present, matters shall become decidedly simpler. Thank the heavens. In the presence of those who believe in Merlin, your diligence is indeed commendable. Regrettably, I must disappoint you. I am not here to perform an exorcism, merely accompanying the lady for a stroll. Noah rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. His presence in America already bore the weight of illicit entry. Any further complications could lead to grave repercussions. Of course, should he assist Lady Hyphen, he would have the backing of the Ministry of Magic in England, yet it was evident that Noah was reluctant to delve into murky waters. Just as he contemplated that Lady Hyphen would likely refrain from involving herself in this chaos, she spoke up. Oh, my apologies, dear lady, what did you just say? Noah was momentarily taken aback. I said we should take a look, though I wonder if it poses a challenge for you. Exorcism? Lady Hyphen regarded Noah's expression, her hesitation palpable. A bother? No, it is hardly a bother, merely a minor malevolence. However, this entails other matters. Let us proceed and discuss the rest upon our return. Noah, there is no need to force yourself. It is quite all right. Let us go. Noah followed Lady Hyphen as they ascended the stairs, swiftly locating the room where Constantine resided amid the throngs of people. The scene within the chamber was dire. An Asian girl was bound to the bed, her veins grotesquely pronounced, evoking sheer terror. Constantine appeared equally troubled, delivering a fierce blow to the girl's neck as a monstrous mouth suddenly manifested, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. God! Lady Hyphen exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. She had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. I require a mirror, at least 3 feet in height, immediately. Constantine barked orders upon assessing the situation, but regrettably, the onlookers seemed paralyzed by the preceding spectacle. Very well. A mirror is no longer necessary. Remove all unrelated individuals. Family members may remain. Just as Constantine was about to chastise the dazed spectators for their inaction, a youthful voice broke through the tension. He turned to see the child he had shared a ride with earlier, accompanied by his sister. Constantine furrowed his brow. intending to refuse their presence, when he noticed Father Hanasi standing behind the boy, nodding in acknowledgement, which caused him to waver. However, it was not long before he sighed. "Close the door. All family members stay, everyone else, leave. Quickly." His voice was nearly a roar, compelling those uninvolved to exit without hesitation. Once the room was left with only the girl, her parents, Noah, and a few others, he turned to Father Hannes. "Who is he? Why have you brought him here? Hey, buddy, watch it. This fellow is..." Before he could finish, he was taken aback, as was Constantine. Not only them, but the girl's parents and Mrs. Hyphen, who had accompanied Noah, were equally stunned. They witnessed Noah stride directly in front of the girl, retrieving a wand. "Reveal your true form." With a surge of power, Noah deftly waved the wand, and in the next moment, a horrifying, grotesque creature, half its head missing, manifested within the girl's body. It seemed, whether by illusion or truth, that the monster was profoundly terrified. "Hello, demon. Farewell, demon." Shattered to dust. Without waiting for the astonishment to settle, Noah expressionlessly cast another spell at the creature. As the wand shimmered with dazzling light, the demon's frail body instantly swelled and then silently disintegrated into fine powder, which scattered across the girl's bed. The entire process lasted no more than a minute, perhaps even less. The creature emitted not a single cry, transforming directly into a heap of dust. Only after Noah cast a restoration spell on the girl did they gradually awaken from their stupor. "Good heavens, a magician?" "Indeed, a magician," Noah affirmed, nodding, then turning to the astonished couple who were overjoyed to see their daughter restored. Without hesitation, Noah cast another spell upon them. All memories erased. As Noah's magic infused them, the couple soon appeared somewhat dazed. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, they quickly regained their composure, embracing their daughter with joy. After a while, the girl's father approached. "Thank you immensely for your assistance, Mr. Constantine. We will not be stingy with our reward. If it weren't for you..." The father's eyes began to glisten with emotion, entirely oblivious to Constantine's tense demeanor. After a prolonged moment, he finally nodded slowly. As the girl's father turned, his gaze fell upon Noah, but alas, Noah had already sheathed his wand, disregarding the unspoken inquiry. Having resolved the matter, their group departed amidst the farewells of the entire building, boarding Chaz's taxi. Constantine unceremoniously tossed the money given by the girl's father in front of Noah and Mrs. Hyphen. "What does this mean? Do I require your charity?" "Mind your tone, exorcist. This is not charity, merely an avoidance of trouble, though my own troubles are fast approaching." "Oh, what troubles?" "A college magician cannot cast spells outside the academy, especially in front of muggles. I apologize, though you are exorcists and I have employed a forgetting spell. It is unfortunate that I have already been targeted upon my arrival here," Noah casually explained, expressing his bewilderment as to why the Aurors from America had not yet appeared. Yet he was too indifferent to concern himself further. After all, when troubles abound, one is not particularly fazed by the addition of a few more, though such a sentiment may appear somewhat self-destructive. Nevertheless, Noah is, strictly speaking, a stowaway. "Trouble? What trouble? And what is a muggle?" Miss Haven inquired curiously, her gaze toward Noah growing increasingly peculiar. Heaven knows, the boy she had watched grow up was, in fact, a legendary wizard. Had this been in the past, she would have never believed it, but now she had witnessed demons and even seen Noah cast spells, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of incredulity. "To clarify, we are British and our situation necessitates proper documentation. Did we not acquire passports?" "Yes, muggle passports." "Apologies, the term used in the magical realm for ordinary people is muggle. There exists a governmental body in the magical world known as the Ministry of Magic, where wizards like myself must apply for passports. Furthermore, as a student wizard, I am currently prohibited from using magic openly outside." "My heavens, why did you not mention this sooner?" Although Noah's explanation was rather simple, Miss Haven grasped the situation immediately. This fellow Noah was now embroiled not only in smuggling, but also in blatant violation of the regulations set forth by their so-called Ministry of Magic. She was tempted to question him about his motivations, but quickly reconsidered. Though Noah had always exhibited a certain reticence, he seldom refused her requests, let alone her pleas. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, it was indeed she who had prompted Noah to act, leading him to make his choice, which left Miss Haven feeling somewhat uncomfortable, internally distressed. Noah, however, remained unperturbed, thinking that any issues could be addressed in due time. Besides, he had arguably assisted in resolving some of his own troubles, had he not? Lowering his gaze, Noah picked up the stack of money Constantine had tossed his way, counting it carefully, a smile creeping across his face. To his surprise, exorcists truly earned quite a handsome sum. In such a brief moment, a foolhardy little demon was valued at $500? Frankly, I might consider taking on some side work here. No, Ms. Haven interjected sharply, halting Noah's train of thought. She stared at him with a tense expression, clearly dissatisfied with his notion. You are still a student. If you are in need of money, tell me, and I can assist you. I was merely contemplating. Noah replied. Moreover, such occurrences happen frequently in England. Perhaps I could lend a hand, as it is not dangerous at all. I have stated, it is unnecessary. Do not speak of it further. Very well, very well. Noah nodded, appearing to acquiesce, yet inwardly he continued to ponder the matter. Truth be told, he never anticipated that exorcism could prove so lucrative. The troublesome nature of that little imp pales in comparison to the creatures summoned by Noah within the confines of the Wish-Grantayer's abode. Throughout the encounter, Constantine remained silent, genuinely reluctant to allow this character to linger and take on side jobs. In truth, the disparity between exorcists and sorcerers is quite pronounced. Should this young fellow embark on exorcism endeavors, one can only wonder whether exorcists would still have work to pursue. Amidst this somewhat somber atmosphere, Charles safely escorted Noah and Lady Hyphen back to their hotel. He inquired if he might obtain their contact information, offering complimentary travel as an incentive. Regrettably, Lady Hyphen outright declined this proposal, leaving Charles somewhat disheartened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. As he led Noah upstairs, Lady Hyphen chose not to return to her own room, but instead followed Noah into his. She was beset with questions and felt compelled to seek clarity. Pray tell, young sorcerer, what secrets do you still conceal from me? Upon entering the room, Lady Hyphen wasted no time in voicing her curiosity. What is it you wish to know? Ask away, Noah replied nonchalantly, plopping down on the bed with an air of readiness to respond. When did you realize you were a sorcerer? Lady Hyphen inquired, getting straight to the point. It was when the owl arrived at my window, delivering my acceptance letter, and I set off alone to procure the necessary textbooks for enrollment. To be honest, I was quite bewildered at the time, Noah responded, half serious, recalling his astonishment at discovering his inherent magical abilities. Owl? Acceptance letter? Goodness. Is Hogwarts a school of magic? To be precise, it is a magical institution comprising 4 houses, of which I am a member of Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw? Indeed, Ravenclaw values knowledge, wisdom, cleverness, and intellect. Consequently, it tends to favor students who are academically inclined and gifted. Oh, and our house motto is that extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Noah succinctly recounted the tale of his house, followed by a detailed account of his experiences at Hogwarts. Lady Hyphen listened in awe, her envy palpable. She could scarcely believe that a sorcerer had emerged from her own institution, and not just any sorcerer, but one of the most exceptional in their year. Once Lady Hyphen absorbed Noah's narrative, she felt a mix of excitement and concern. You've shared all this with me. Are you certain you're all right? Do you need to cast that forgetting spell on me, as those parents did before? No need for that. The Ministry of Magic permits family members to be informed about certain aspects of a sorcerer's life, Noah reassured her, shaking his head. However, he harbored his own concerns. To be honest, I am a sorcerer. Are you not afraid? Afraid? No, not at all. This is my first encounter with a sorcerer. Can you fathom my excitement and joy? How could I possibly be afraid? Throughout the entire day, Lady Hyphen remained in Noah's room, where they engaged in a myriad of discussions. The narrative encompasses Noah's life at Hogwarts, his friendships, and an all-encompassing understanding of his experiences. Noah willingly shared everything he could with Ms. Hyphen, acknowledging that since she had learned so much, he hesitated to withhold any pertinent information. Surprisingly, Ms. Hyphen, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt inclined to confide in Noah about her own life, which left him quite astonished. He had known this lady for 12 years. Yet aside from her name and the fact that her family was relatively affluent, he realized he knew very little else about her. Through their conversation, Noah gradually uncovered the poignant story behind the seemingly resilient woman. Ms. Hyphen's full name is Avril Hyphen Hall, Avril being her first name, Hyphen her mother's surname, and Hall the family name she currently bears. While the surname Hall is not particularly rare in England, it does carry connotations of nobility, and indeed, Ms. Hyphen's family belongs to a modestly sized aristocracy. Miss Hyphen enjoyed a relatively happy childhood, largely due to the attentive care of her brother. She excelled throughout her schooling, from elementary through university. However, upon her return home after graduation, she was met with an infuriating revelation. Her father, old Carl, intended for her to marry a gentleman named Sir Chambers. This demand was utterly unacceptable to a well-educated woman envisioning a bright future, and in that moment Ms. Hyphen yearned to possess the powers of a magical witch, as seen in the novels she had read, to escape her impending fate. Subsequently, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Sir Chambers was neither a debauched scion nor a wasteful heir. He had his own career and a genuine love. Consequently, the two decided to confront their families. This audacious decision left both sets of parents feeling utterly humiliated. The anticipated union fell apart, resulting in the pair facing various repercussions, ultimately losing the protection of their respective families. Sir Chambers remained unfazed, as he had his own career and thrived independently. In contrast, Ms. Hyphen faced a more precarious situation. Their tumultuous confrontation with her obstinate father nearly led to her losing all financial support. Had it not been for her brother's unwavering support and her own astute financial acumen, she might have found herself destitute on the streets. The impetus behind her founding an orphanage stemmed from her efforts to assist her brother in charitable endeavors. However, as time passed, the family's business encountered difficulties, and Ms. Hyphen developed a genuine affection for the orphanage and the children within its walls, leading her to take over its management. Her recent journey to Los Angeles was primarily motivated by a desire to explore potential investment opportunities, as she had been independently shouldering the financial burdens associated with running the orphanage. Money is an essential entity. Having lost her brother's support, she now must rely on her own ingenuity. However, it appears that her efforts this time have yielded little success. Thus, should I address you as Ms. Averill, Ms. Hyphen, or Ms. Hull? After hearing her words, Noah rubbed his head, feeling a slight headache, and inquired, "Call me whatever you wish. Does it truly matter?" The lady regarded Noah with a curious glance, then, with a hint of envy, remarked, "I never imagined there could exist such a reality. I once wished to be a witch, yet thought it mere folly. Now, I realize that such beings may indeed exist. For heaven's sake, I am not a witch. Gender is significant. It cannot be mistaken. Furthermore, many elements of this world are genuine, albeit deliberately concealed from ordinary people. Ultimately, I believe I must take action. No need. I have stated that it is unnecessary. Noah, focus on your studies. That is paramount. As for money, I shall devise a plan. Yet, I must contemplate my own future. Regardless of circumstances, it is highly probable that I will settle in the magical realm. Do you not wish to see it? Moreover, the terrors faced by ordinary individuals seldom exceed the level of today's encounters. Do you truly believe that poses a challenge for me? However, Ms. Hyphen paused for a considerable time, ultimately realizing that she was somewhat at a loss for words. She was genuinely intrigued by the magical world, and if Noah were to reside there, she would wholeheartedly bless him. Truth be told, she also earnestly wished for the opportunity to explore it. Additionally, if the dangers Noah spoke of were indeed akin to today's, it appeared that there was little threat to him. She distinctly recalled how effortlessly Noah managed to resolve such matters, almost as if dealing with infants. But would the Ministry of Magic consent to this? This query was certainly worth pondering. However, I can readily apply for a grant and then pursue a certification as an exorcist. I believe Professor Dumbledore would not be overly difficult with me. Of course, Professor Flitwick might prove to be a bit more challenging. He would rather provide me with funds than require repayment. Let us see. Noah, we can address this matter later. Very well. This is indeed a discussion best reserved for after our return. Noah nodded. This was not something to rush, as haste would serve no purpose. Moreover, Noah currently found himself entangled in a multitude of troubles, and he could not quite fathom why the Aurors from the American Ministry of Magic had yet to pay him a visit. Logically, given the numerous incidents he had instigated, they should have arrived by now. Furthermore, he had been under their surveillance since disembarking the plane. Why had there been no response thus far? These matters left Noah in a state of confusion, and truthfully, he was inclined to report to the American Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of its precise location. Additionally, he lacked registration for the American Flu Network, rendering him quite awkwardly unsure of his next steps. However, Noah soon resolved to set aside these trivial concerns. If they chose not to seek him out, so be it. Originally, I had come here merely for a journey, but I encountered some rather extraordinary events, prompting Noah to take action. At worst, he could simply explain everything upon his return to the Ministry of Magic in Britain. Thus, feeling disinclined to dwell on these matters, Noah decided to accompany Avril. Now that he knew her name, he refrained from calling her Lady Hyphen to enjoy his time in Los Angeles. After a few days of respite, Avril's spirits had noticeably lifted. However, Noah was taken aback when, upon returning to their hotel, he spotted a man and a woman standing at the entrance, and the man was none other than John Constantine. John Constantine, what brings you here? There are matters that may require your assistance. Issues I find perplexing and insurmountable. Noah approached them slowly, scrutinizing the pair with curiosity. Truth be told, he was utterly bewildered as to why these two had sought him out. After all, he was merely a wizard, not an exorcist. And he couldn't fathom how he could be of help. But why do you believe I can assist you? And why should I? Perhaps you possess greater expertise in many areas than I do. And besides, this is not pro bono. It is a remunerated endeavor. A substantial sum, if you are inclined. Oh, is that so? Then let us find somewhere to sit. Angela listened quietly to their exchange, genuinely perplexed as to why this so-called exorcist had brought her to this place. However, she refrained from inquiring further. Earlier, she had met with Constantine and had been attacked by a demon, leading her to never again underestimate anyone or anything. Even if the individuals before her appeared to be a strikingly beautiful and poised lady, alongside a youth who seemed to be merely 14 or 15, she remained alert, sensing the peculiar nature of their presence. Perhaps this odd duo possessed unimaginable abilities. They casually chose a roadside stall, where Constantine ordered some food and handed Noah what resembled a patient identification band. Noah accepted the band and casually glanced at the name inscribed upon it, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Truly sinister. It seems you ventured into hell, did you not? By what means? Never mind, it matters not. What is it you seek from me? I hope you can assist me in locating these rule-breaking individuals and sending them back where they belong. You must have sensed it, the malevolence of that power, as well as the demon soldier you dealt with a few days ago. That scoundrel is referred to as a soldier? How much are we discussing? This, Constantine initially believed that persuading a wizard to engage in such a task would be a formidable challenge. Yet, he soon realized that this youthful wizard was exceedingly interested in monetary compensation, which prompted his approach. He understood that wizards were generally more formidable than exorcists. Those unable to become wizards, but capable of perceiving the hidden monstrosities of the world, often trained as exorcists. Yet, wizards did not always extend a favorable disposition towards exorcists. In the eyes of a magician, exorcists are merely a collection of ineffectual individuals from the lower echelons of the magical realm. Thus, Constantine approached the situation with cautious curiosity. If he failed, he would resort to his own methods, but should he succeed, this mission would undoubtedly become significantly more manageable. However, before Constantine could articulate his thoughts regarding compensation, Angela interjected, I apologize, but I am the employer in this instance. May I inquire about your identity? Certainly. Yet there is one matter you must comprehend. You must confront certain objective truths about yourself, such as your ability to perceive phenomena while deliberately concealing them, which ultimately leads to the disappearance of that very ability. If you can reclaim this power, it will alleviate some of your burdens. Noah shrugged, speaking a stark truth. This female officer could indeed be considered part of a unique demographic, and Noah, being well-versed in the narrative, understood her predicament. Should she regain her ability, Noah would be unencumbered. Of course, if she chose not to revive it, it mattered little to him. He could easily cast a forgetting spell upon her, ensuring she would forget everything entirely. The American Magical Department had yet to seek him out, and Noah found it tiresome to dwell on the matter, as though he were the one yearning for their presence. How do you know? Angela was taken aback. Only after a lengthy pause did she realize she had posed a rather foolish question. Constantine's decision to seek them out indicated that they were indeed extraordinary beings. Hence, it was only reasonable that they could perceive the truths she was intentionally obscuring. Shaking her head, Angela resolved to dismiss such unsettling thoughts. $10,000. If you can help me uncover the truth behind my sister's suicide, I will pay you $10,000. That is far too little. I require 10,000 pounds. Who exactly are you? At the very least, I must ascertain whether this price is worth my investment. I am a magician, madam. Noah smiled subtly. That declaration was conveyed to Angela's ears through his magical prowess. Angela perceived a whisper brushing against her ear, yet she saw no movement of Noah's lips. sending a chill down her spine. A magician? One that exists only in legends? How could that be? Yet, perhaps it is not so far-fetched. Demons, devils, and exorcists who confront them are indeed real, so it would not be entirely strange for a magician to exist as well. Angela intended to utter something, to inquire further, but at that moment, she noticed a sudden change in the young man's demeanor. He rose silently and strode toward the exit. Mrs. Hyphen also observed this shift and promptly followed suit, as did Constantine. Angela, in frustration, tossed the money onto the table, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic behavior of these individuals. Is something amiss, Noah? Mrs. Hyphen hurried to keep pace with Noah, having grown somewhat timid since uncovering the other side of the world. Indeed, something has transpired. I sensed an exceptionally malevolent force. Noah murmured softly as he continued towards a dark passage devoid of any presence. Evil forces? What could that possibly be? Constantine inquired with curiosity, wondering if a demon had once again emerged. We shall discover the truth by proceeding forward, Noah remarked, after which he fell silent. In truth, this malevolent force was situated at a considerable distance, and Noah's ability to perceive it stemmed solely from a prior encounter with an individual, the venerable Father Hannes. Ironically, when Noah vanquished that demon, the remnants of its essence, infused with his own magical energy, had almost tainted everyone present. Unexpectedly, just moments ago, Noah had sensed those lingering traces and even detected a more sinister aura. Although he had previously noted these remnants, he had disregarded them due to their ephemeral nature. It was quite unexpected that today he suddenly felt something through one of those remnants, prompting him to recall the unfolding narrative. Stand ready. We shall advance directly. Noah extracted his wand and, surveying their surroundings, declared with conviction. Advance directly? To where? Angela, who had just caught up, was perplexed, wondering what had transpired. You shall soon learn. And do refrain from moving recklessly. Otherwise, a part of your anatomy may remain here. Apparate. With the incantation of Noah's spell, the four of them vanished from their original location in an instant. Immediately after their departure, two figures emerged. Chief, are we truly ignoring him? Does his behavior not constitute a breach of the Ministry of Magic's regulations? Certainly, it does. However, the British Ministry is currently negotiating, so we shall merely observe him for now. Furthermore, his involvement in this matter has inadvertently aided us. I must admit, this lad is quite formidable. I suspect he will graduate without issue. Indeed, while he may lag behind more accomplished students, he is merely a first year. Remarkable. Nevertheless, with his participation, our burden has undeniably lightened. Very well, let us hasten to follow him, lest he incite any trouble. Noah remained oblivious to the fact that, upon their departure, members of the American Ministry of Magic, whom he had been muttering about, had appeared and were engaged in a perplexing dialogue. He was currently directing his magical energy towards the location of the incident. Truth be told, this endeavor was rather taxing on his reserves. Without the assistance of the Flu network, Noah had to rely solely on his own magical prowess to navigate. Fortunately, the incident was not far, and his magic had already reached the first tier. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be exhausted by now. Operating was no simple feat, particularly for a student of his year. Moreover, this spell came with certain side effects, the most prominent being a pronounced sensation of dizziness. In more severe cases, one might even lose a limb. What on earth are you doing? Angela complained, rubbing her temples as Noah and the others reappeared. It seems you are all unscathed, at least. No limbs appear to be missing. I shall merely escort you swiftly to the scene of the incident, John. Do you sense it? Noah harbored no inclination to engage in idle chatter with this woman, regardless of her striking beauty. Indeed, she exuded an aura of wickedness. Akin to a demon from the depths of hell, would you not agree? In truth, it was quite similar. Noah nodded silently, fully aware of the circumstances at hand. Balthazar, a high-ranking hybrid demon and servant of Mammon, had personally orchestrated the demise of many of Constantine's companions. Naturally, this fiend would never dare to appear in his true form. Should he do so, his end would be imminent. Noah pondered the nature of these beings and their connection to Dormammu, speculating that they belonged to different dimensions yet shared the same world. Interestingly, Dormammu was a sorcerer from Earth who inadvertently discovered the dark dimension and fled into its depths. It remains unclear how many eons he traversed within that realm, ultimately aspiring to become its sovereign. In pursuit of even greater dark powers, Dormammu relinquished his corporeal form, which was replaced by a harrowing magical flame, subsequently commencing his conquest of other dimensions. A portion of the Ancient One's power was derived from him. However, such a being was both distant and terrifying. Noah did not consider himself formidable enough to provoke an entity of that caliber, even if it were merely a fraction of its power or a projection. Conversely, individuals like Balthazar and Mammon, despite their peak strength, were not overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, their presence in other dimensions was merely a result of certain belief systems that allowed them to harness their powers within this realm. Thus, Noah felt little trepidation towards them. He proceeded directly to the convenience store, with Constantine hastily following suit. Mrs. Haven and Angela, though initially perplexed by Noah's actions, soon joined them, eager to discern the unfolding events. Heavens! Hennessy! Constantine was the first to recognize the plight of his friend and rushed over to grasp the hefty priest, who was relentlessly pouring alcohol down his throat. Regrettably, the man seemed oblivious to Constantine's presence, continuing his drunken indulgence. Noah furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. The current situation was hardly conducive for him to act. Yet, he was not without recourse. He promptly directed his gaze towards Angela, a police officer. Swiftly, expel the irrelevant individuals from this place. If you wish to prevent his demise, he urged. Very well, I shall do so immediately. Angela was about to inquire about the reasoning behind this request when she recalled the identity of the man before her. He was a sorcerer, capable of transporting himself and others from nearly 5 kilometers away to this very location. This vicinity was near the morgue, a place Angela was all too familiar with, as her sister's body lay there in repose. Without a trace of hesitation, Angela swiftly produced her police badge, ushering away all onlookers, including the owner of the establishment. In her meticulousness, she ensured that the convenience store's iron gate and main door were securely shut, for she wished to avert any repercussions stemming from her minor oversights. Upon returning indoors, she beheld Noah once again brandishing his wand, seemingly drowsy. With a gentle flick of his wand, the inebriated Hennessy collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. His current state was dire, necessitating that Noah allow him a moment to recuperate. Given the copious amounts of alcohol consumed, it was painfully clear that the unfortunate soul was likely suffering from acute alcohol poisoning. Thus, essential medical intervention was imperative, especially since Noah had regarded these spells as akin to first aid. He had long been aware of the presence lurking in the shadows. After casting his spell, Noah rose, leaving his wand unholstered and refraining from addressing the onlookers, as he silently summoned his magical energy once more. The rotund priest appeared to have fallen victim to a charm of confusion, a favorite among demons and fiends. Shall I eject you forcibly, or will you depart voluntarily, scoundrel? The little one indeed had a fiery temper. It seemed he had forgotten my prior counsel. Balthazar emerged gradually from the shadows, his visage adorned with a most gracious smile. With his appearance, Constantine gently lowered the incapacitated priest, unable to forget this wretch who had caused the demise of many of his friends. Do you presume to offer me advice? I shudder to think of the consequences should your actions come to the attention of the Ministry of Magic. I harbor fears of the Ministry's scrutiny, as well as the gaze of even more formidable foes. However, that does not equate to trepidation regarding your discovery. Balthazar's expression darkened. Being a hybrid demon with a lofty position in hell, few dared to address him in such a manner. Yet this was Earth, and even his true form refrained from manifesting. It was evident that this young sorcerer was acutely aware of his circumstances, hence his audacious invocation of Balthazar's most loathed terms. This incited a profound fury within Balthazar, who could not fathom what emboldened this impudent child. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Balthazar had resolutely resolved to impart a lesson to these wizards. They would learn that not everyone is to be trifled with. Even if one is a wizard, they remain but an apprentice in the grand scheme of things. With a crack of his neck and a series of sharp sounds, Balthazar clenched his fists and approached Noah deliberately. Constantine, a commendable exorcist, but merely that, commendable. He aimed to swiftly conclude the matter with this magical apprentice to avoid further complications. Yet, before Balthazar could close the distance to Noah, his demeanor transformed into one of sheer terror. Wardfack, how is that possible? Noah knew precisely how to contend with these demons, whether they were mere manifestations of power or physical entities. The crux of the matter lay in whether Noah possessed sufficient strength to confront them. Balthazar, a being descended as a manifestation of power, was cunning yet not particularly formidable. However, when compared to Noah's current prowess, he paled significantly. If Noah were merely a 4th or 5th level apprentice mage, he would indeed be outmatched. Yet, Noah was a bona fide, system-validated mage, which inevitably heralded the tragic fate awaiting Balthazar. With a roaring blaze, without uttering a single word, Noah deftly waved his wand, igniting the entire supermarket in a fierce conflagration. Ordinary flames were ineffective against demons, but flames imbued with magical energy were far from ordinary. In a certain sense, these flames were the very bane of such demons. The terrifying inferno, under Noah's command, surged toward Balthazar like a ferocious dragon. Fortunately, the latter reacted swiftly, otherwise, Noah might have been reduced to ashes. "Who on earth are you?" Balthazar exclaimed, barely managing to evade Noah's spell, his demeanor utterly disheveled. His once pristine visage now bore the marks of soot, and his garments were tattered and charred. He was engulfed in fear, for Noah's capabilities had far exceeded his expectations. "I hail from Ravenclaw. What do you presume I am?" Noah retorted with a mocking smile. "Ravenclaw? Good grief. A student from Hogwarts? Has the British Ministry of Magic taken notice of us? No, that cannot be. Otherwise, they would not have sent a mere student." Balthazar's mood soured considerably. He had not anticipated that the individual he provoked was a student of a British magical academy. Regret began to seep into his thoughts, as he realized he might not be able to contend with this adversary. The mere identity of this young mage was enough to cause him distress. If this boy were a student from Ilvermorny, it would be one thing, given that he was currently causing mischief in America. Yet, this individual was a student from a magical academy in Britain, and should he eliminate him, who could predict whether the British Ministry of Magic would intervene? Such scrutiny was certainly not what he desired at this stage. "Listen here, boy, I have no desire to kill you, so it would be wise to avoid provoking me. You speak with great bravado, but do you truly believe you can kill me? Apologies, but I doubt your capabilities. I have accepted a contract worth £10,000. Do you think you can escape?" Arrogance. One must admit, the flames were indeed impressive, rich with magical essence. However, did Constantine not inform you? "I have risen from the ashes." "Is that so? Then let us proceed." Noah saw no reason to extend any courtesy to this individual. After all, he was nothing more than a small fry. The true masters have yet to reveal themselves. And Noah is acutely aware that this group is likely on the verge of success, with only Angela's spiritual awakening standing in their way. However, Noah has no intention of intervening. This is America, and if chaos is what they desire, then so be it. It has nothing to do with him. Moreover, Noah knows that the Aurors have been tailing him. Although they have shown no inclination to confront him directly, he does not doubt that they have witnessed these unfolding events. Since there are others to handle the aftermath, why should he concern himself further? With a surge of magical energy, Noah unabashedly launched another attack against Balthazar. Since he was born of flames, Noah decided to employ different spells to grant him some relief. After all, Noah possessed an overwhelming array of spells. Even the most rudimentary ones would suffice for a satisfying experience. Soon, Balthazar realized he was indeed no match for this adversary. Close combat. That was out of the question. Not only could he clearly see the defensive spells laid out by this young mage, but even if he managed to get near, the mage might simply vanish with a teleportation spell. As for targeting those around him, while he was confident he could handle Constantine, that would require time. By the time he dealt with this young mage, it was highly probable that the latter would have already fled with his companions, perhaps even returning to settle scores with him afterward. Balthazar found himself engulfed in a sense of helplessness and despair, realizing that if this continued, his doom was imminent. In stark contrast to his despair, Angela and the others were utterly mesmerized. It was their first glimpse of a mage in true action. Of course, compared to Angela, Mrs. Hyphen and Constantine were somewhat more composed. One had witnessed Noah's prowess before and was well acquainted with him, while the other was knowledgeable about various mages. Thus their expressions were not as exaggerated as Angela's. "My goodness, is this what a mage is like, even at such a young age?" Angela's voice trembled as she spoke softly. To be precise, he was a remarkably self-restrained mage. Constantine took out a cigarette and lit it slowly, realizing that his presence was entirely unnecessary, merely a hindrance. Self-restraint? Why do you say that? Mrs. Hyphen and Angela both looked perplexed. Could Noah's actions truly be deemed restrained? "My dear lady, it appears you do not fully comprehend your brother. Perhaps you lack an understanding of the mage's intimidating presence." Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and, after a brief cough, released a cloud of smoke before continuing. He is indeed quite restrained. Otherwise, this entire supermarket would have ceased to exist. Furthermore, your brother seems exceptionally gifted. What grade is he in now? Second grade, at the start of the term. In truth, I already knew he was outstanding. He is the top of his class. His professor mentioned he could skip to the 5th grade. Mrs. Hyphen waved away the smoke, somewhat displeased. Top of his class? Able to advance to the 5th grade? Truly impressive. Constantine paid no heed to Lady Hyphen's demeanor. It was hardly surprising. One must understand that even a 2nd or 3rd grade student can wield a destructive power beyond imagination, let alone this gentleman who could directly enter the 5th grade. Are all magicians truly so fearsome? Angela took a considerable time to fully digest the scene that had upended her worldview, incredulously inquiring about it. Fearsome? The terror of a magician extends far beyond mere appearances. They can even resurrect the dead and command the spirits of the departed. However, it seems such acts border on illegality. Although Mr. Noah is not particularly skilled in exorcism, he had no difficulty confronting this kind of demon. Look, it seems the end is nigh. Constantine gestured toward the center of the battlefield, where indeed everything was drawing to a close. It was not that Noah lacked proficiency in exorcism. Rather, he had not prepared the necessary tools in advance, so he resorted to forcibly expelling the entity with magic. Balthazar was somewhat troublesome, but only to a degree. Under the relentless assault of Noah's magic, he was already on the verge of collapse. And this was due to Noah's restraint. Noah's predecessor, Newt, could unleash catastrophic destruction with a mere incantation. Although Noah could not match him at present, achieving a similar effect was not beyond his capabilities. It is time to depart, scoundrel. May you find a favorable outcome with your employer. Halt. We can discuss this. Noah ignored him, channeling his magical energy once more, causing his wand to radiate an even more dazzling light. With a gentle flick of his wand, Noah instantly released his magic while uttering the name of the spell. Shadowless Edge. Outside the supermarket, a crowd, expelled from within, had gathered. They observed the flames erupting inside, accompanied by the occasional collapse of walls, their hearts filled with both fear and curiosity. The scene before them was undeniably bizarre and terrifying, yet the greater the danger, the more it piqued their interest. Fortunately, the personal devices of this era were rather rudimentary, lacking even the simplest recording function. Otherwise, it was likely that everything occurring at this moment would have already spread across various social media platforms. And one could only imagine how unfortunate Noah would be in such a scenario. What on earth is happening inside? I have no idea. Goodness. I was shopping inside when I saw a hefty man rush in, grab some liquor, and begin chugging it down. Then, I was escorted out by a female police officer. Same here. Good grief. Could there be something unimaginable occurring inside? Who knows? You might just be on the mark. The onlookers murmured among themselves, watching the increasingly dilapidated supermarket that seemed on the brink of collapse, their excitement growing. Once this supermarket crumbled, they would surely discover what had transpired within. Yet at that moment, an ineffable feeling suddenly arose regarding the supermarket they had previously found so intriguing. It was as if a voice within them urged them to flee from this place. Coincidentally, all the onlooking residents began to slowly retreat, unaware of the reason compelling them to leave. Even more astonishingly, a fine drizzle unexpectedly descended from the heavens, its droplets causing their consciousness to blur. Yet soon, one by one, they began to disperse, oblivious to the cacophony emanating from the supermarket behind them, which was collapsing in a dramatic fashion. Lost in a daze, they gradually moved away into the distance without a backward glance. Simultaneously, the collapsing supermarket seemed to come alive. The shattered stones began to levitate and gradually return to their original positions. However, none of the onlookers perceived this. Even passers-by appeared blind to the terrifying scene unfolding before them. Noah, wielding his wand, surveyed the transformations around him and deduced the situation. Looking down at Balthazar, who had been reduced to fragments yet remained very much alive, Noah couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of these demons, even if merely a fragment of their power. Miss Hyphen had just exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Noah vanquish the demon, but she soon realized that the creature's body was still twitching. This was not all. The supermarket, which Noah had flattened with a single spell, had not even allowed the debris to settle before it halted and returned to its original state. This revelation left her utterly astonished. She was not alone in her shock, as Angela shared her disbelief. She had never witnessed such a spectacle, a horrifying scene that seemed beyond the realm of cinematic portrayal. One Constantine had already shattered her worldview, and now a wizard even more formidable than an exorcist had emerged. What on earth was happening in this world? Noah had just begun to speak, but as the words left his lips, he fell silent. Beside him, Constantine's expression grew serious. The change in demeanor of these two left Ms. and Angela bewildered, but they soon grasped the cause. Two ethereal halos materialized, and shortly thereafter, two figures appeared within the supermarket. One was older and the other younger, both clad in brown trench coats and denim, exuding a distinctly cowboy vibe. If only their pallor weren't so dreadful, the scene might have seemed less grim. Kid, you've gone too far. Do you not realize this area is teeming with muggles? Is this what Hogwarts taught you? The older man's expression was sour as he chastised Noah directly. Hogwarts taught me not to use magic carelessly in the muggle world. But I assumed that applied only within the confines of Britain. Noah shrugged indifferently. Don't play the fool, kid. Do you have any idea how much effort I've expended to keep those muggles outside in check? For heaven's sake, there are over 100 of them out there. Yet you've been shadowing me since I disembarked without mentioning how I should report to the Ministry of Magic, leading me to believe you were permitting me to act freely. Permitting you to act freely does not mean attracting the attention of muggles. Have you realized we were onto you all along? What nonsense. The two of you have not concealed your magical prowess at all, particularly the young man beside you who is ostentatiously flaunting his identity as an Auror, making it impossible for anyone to overlook it. Noah shrugged. It was indeed the case. Miss and the others had already discerned the true nature of the two individuals from their conversation. These two are members of the American Ministry of Magic. As for what an Auror is, they were unaware. Truly, one cannot underestimate Ravenclaw, in one, even though you have only graduated from the first year. I have heard from my friends that you are now capable of advancing to the 5th year. Am I correct? More or less. By the way, could you enlighten me about what is going on? Noah was genuinely puzzled. The Ministry of Magic had long since discovered him, yet had chosen not to approach him. Even now, as he had turned the supermarket into such a state, they merely stepped in to restore order and casually warned him not to overstep his bounds. This left Noah in a state of bewilderment. When had the ministry become so lenient? Especially since he was not even an American. Despite being a bona fide prodigy at Hogwarts, his influence surely could not be that significant. The two Aurors exchanged glances, and finally, the elder spoke. There is no need to overthink. We have our motives for acting this way. I shall teach this fool a lesson. But you must also remember not to be so conspicuous. Well, judging by your demeanor, I presume you are not inclined to disclose any information to me? Indeed, as it pertains to certain secrets. However, I can assure you that if you continue to maintain a low profile, we will ensure your safety. So, you will continue to combat these demons? Yes, we will look after you. Having said this, the elder Auror ceased further conversation and raised his wand, casting a spell upon the still-living Balthazar, disregarding the latter's desperate pleas and reducing him to a mere pile of ashes. After completing this task, he turned to Noah and remarked, "Why on earth does Hogwarts teach you dark magic? This fellow has lost all value for interrogation, even if we want it. We did not bring a lie detector." Noah shrugged. "That is Professor Snape's magic. You might want to consult him about it." "Snape? Good heavens, that brooding fellow. Never mind. That is a matter for your country, not ours." Noah chuckled awkwardly. This elder Auror, resembling an old cowboy, left a rather favorable impression on him. After watching them depart, Noah intended to take Ms. and the others with him, only to be momentarily stunned. For in his mind, the long-dormant system had issued him a quest. The Lance of Longinus quest introduction. At the time God delineated the boundary between heaven and hell, it was decreed that angels and demons must maintain perfect equilibrium, neither interfering in the affairs of mankind. According to the records of the Dark Bible, to disrupt this balance, one side must be capable of meddling in human matters. The son of Satan, in a bid to disrupt the balance, sought to evade the watchful eyes of Camartage and ventured into the human realm, requiring the assistance of angels and the spear of destiny. Under the intricate machinations of the Archangel Gabriel, success was nearly within reach. Upon discovering this situation, you are compelled to take action, be it for the safety of humanity or the monetary compensation promised by Angela. Mission objective: resolve this temporal crisis and obtain the Lance of Longinus. Mission reward: unknown. Mission failure penalty: none. Noah silently observed the task information dispatched by the system, momentarily at a loss for words. This system was quite intriguing. It not only resonated within Noah's mind, but also projected the task details in the upper left corner of his retina. It evoked a peculiar sense reminiscent of an online game, leaving Noah feeling somewhat disconcerted. What struck him as even more peculiar was the fact that the reward for this task was classified as unknown, while the penalty for failure was non-existent. Did this not imply that undertaking this enigmatic task was entirely optional? Such a scenario perplexed Noah, as typically, a task's reward would be substantial enough to entice participation. Conversely, a severe consequence for failure would provide motivation to engage. Yet this peculiar assignment offered nothing of the sort, presenting itself as a mere suggestion. It was indeed a source of frustration. Rubbing his temples, Noah sensed that this system was rather playful, but he found himself devoid of any recourse. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to undertake the task. After all, with no penalties for failure, and despite the uncertainty surrounding the reward, it felt akin to an opportunity for free gain. Knowing the trajectory and conclusion of the entire event, he surmised that all would be manageable. The most considerable challenge would likely be acquiring the lance of Longinus. Acquiring the spear was simultaneously simple, yet daunting. It had lain forgotten on Earth for countless years, only to resurface through the serendipitous actions of a Mexican scavenger. If the influential figures maintained their previous indifference towards the spear, Noah could easily seize it discreetly once the dust settled. However, uncertainty loomed over the intentions of these powerful individuals. What if they renewed their interest in the spear? Oh, let it be. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. Noah dismissed these troublesome thoughts, reminding himself that life would continue as usual, and there was no need for excessive worry. Glancing at the disarrayed supermarket, he lamented that the two Aurors still had not assisted him in registering for the flight network. Without further ado, he led a dazed Mrs. Hyphen and the others away from the scene. Noah's destination was their hotel, but to avoid complications, he chose not to teleport directly inside. Instead, he opted for a secluded spot outside the establishment. Once everyone had shaken off the disorienting effects of the phantasmal shift, Noah spoke. "Let us conclude our day here. I believe everyone is quite fatigued. Moreover, you have others to care for, do you not?" "Indeed, Hanasi requires diligent attention." Constantine glanced at the portly priest, still in the throes of slumber, and nodded. "And you must rest well, correct?" "Of course, I am not a seasoned wizard, even though my magical prowess is not inferior to theirs." Noah candidly acknowledged this fact. His exertion had indeed been considerable. "However, esteemed colleagues, have we garnered any insights from tonight? The earlier encounter, was that a demon?" Angela remained perplexed regarding the crux of the evening's operations, still feeling somewhat dazed. "Tonight may merely be a prelude, albeit a delectable one," Noah nonchalantly remarked, then turned to Constantine with a serious demeanor. "If I am not mistaken, this venture likely bears some connection to the Dark Scriptures. Do you know where this tome might be found?" "I am aware. I can arrange for someone to investigate." Constantine nodded without hesitation, even preparing to make a call. "Do not rush. I sense an oddity in all of this. Therefore, let us examine it together tomorrow. For now, your priority is to care for this portly fellow. A word of advice. It would be prudent to keep that female officer with you and refrain from acting independently. Otherwise, you may endanger your friends and possibly yourself. Your soul might even descend into the abyss, as you would say. I am destined for hell sooner or later. Satan eagerly awaits my soul. Do you truly believe that upon encountering a wizard, you could still tumble down? Fool." Constantine momentarily struggled to comprehend. By the time he grasped Noah's intent, Noah had already departed with his sister, leaving Constantine feeling somewhat despondent. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, clearly understanding Noah's implication. Although he was uncertain of Noah's motives, having witnessed Noah's magical prowess, he firmly believed in the promising path that lay ahead for him. With Noah's assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be cast into hell. In fact, he perceived that wizards possessed the capability to concoct potions that could remedy his pulmonary afflictions, perhaps even restore his health entirely. This thought ignited a fervor within Constantine. His relentless efforts to banish rogue demons back to hell were all in pursuit of ascension to heaven, were they not? Although, with Noah's support, the prospect of reaching heaven was improbable, God would never dare associate with Merlin and his band of atheists. Who knows if those fearless wizards would seize him for experimentation? Historically, there was indeed a wizard who captured an angel, dissected it, only to discover it was an energy entity. The remains of that angelic energy specimen still languish in the Ministry of Magic in England. Unless these celestial beings have lost their sanity, they would not dare provoke such formidable wizards. Unbeknownst to Noah, Constantine's thoughts wandered. Upon returning to his room, Noah collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Consider this. On 2 occasions, a multitude of individuals engaged in the art of teleportation without the aid of a network, subsequently embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Balthazar. Fortunately, Balthazar's duplicity proved less formidable than anticipated. Even under considerable restraint, Noah managed to navigate the encounter with remarkable ease. As a result, Noah's magical energy had long been depleted, and he now felt an overwhelming fatigue, albeit one to which he had grown accustomed. "Are you weary, dear?" Lady Hyphen inquired, gently stroking Noah's head with genuine concern. "Avril, perhaps it would be more prudent for you to refrain from inquiring in a manner befitting a child," Noah responded softly. "I am indeed fatigued, but I have long since adapted to this sensation." "Very well, Noah. By the way, why did you choose to assist that Constantine? Do you possess the means to prevent his descent into hell?" "Not precisely to prevent his descent, but rather to liberate him from Satan's scrutiny. I am a magician, a profession that both God and demons prefer to avoid. As long as I lend him my aid, he can, to some extent, evade certain troubles. The reason for my assistance is primarily due to his undeniable prowess as an exorcist. Yet, exorcists cannot be compared to magicians. And can you truly stand alongside God and Satan? Certainly not. However, my profession ensures that my existence is loathed by both. Moreover, I require his assistance in earning a livelihood as an exorcist." Noah indeed needed Constantine's help, for Constantine was a mature exorcist with legitimate credentials. In contrast, Noah was merely an impending second-year apprentice magician. Although he could procure a legal exorcist certification, doing so would be rather humiliating. Most exorcists found themselves unable to cast spells for various reasons, rendering them, in the eyes of magicians, impotent. While there were indeed competent spellcasters who ventured into exorcism, their numbers were exceedingly scarce. Those with sound judgment would typically refrain from engaging in what magicians deem a disreputable profession, as it would be quite embarrassing. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic had policies in place to protect exorcists. Even if they were deemed ineffectual, they still belonged to the magical realm. When a formally recognized magician and an ordinary exorcist received the same assignment, the ministry would generally prioritize the ordinary exorcist for the task. This was intended to safeguard the interests of the exorcists. Even if the formally trained magician had a nearly perfect success rate, and the exorcist faced a high likelihood of failure, the ministry would still consider the exorcist first, rather than the magician. Although this may seem absurd, it is undeniable that such practices have garnered widespread acceptance. What kind of magician would stoop to usurp the work of an exorcist? Have you no shame? Yet, while exorcists form a part of the magical world, they predominantly inhabit the realm of ordinary mortals, engaging daily with various demons, angels, and other supernatural entities. This interaction influences their souls post-mortem, subjecting them to the whims of heaven and hell, regardless of their reluctance. However, should they have a magician friend, their circumstances might very well shift dramatically. It is well acknowledged that angels and demons dare not manifest their true forms. They can only exert their powers to manipulate events from afar. A single adept magician is sufficient to thwart all their schemes. Not only can they disrupt these plans, but they also seem to lack the courage to retaliate. Setting aside whether they could indeed channel their powers to bypass Asgard and Kamartaj, even if they succeeded, it is likely that the wrathful magicians would unleash a cataclysmic purge upon the earth. Those unfortunate souls marked for ascension to paradise or descent into hell would find themselves irrevocably barred from either realm. The emissaries of heaven and hell possess considerable power on earth, and should these magicians unleash their might, it is conceivable that they would be cut off from earth for millennia. The mere thought of such a calamity is terrifying, yet these magicians might very well be capable of it. Hence, the assertion that magicians are lunatics rings true. They are a cadre of individuals who believe themselves destined for divinity. This knowledge was gleaned by Noah from the system's library, and one must commend the library's upgrades for providing him with unimaginable extracurricular wisdom. This is also the reason Noah felt emboldened to confront that hybrid demon, although it was indeed quite weak. With Constantine's assistance, Noah could attend school without worry. Should this fellow encounter an insurmountable issue, he could always seek Noah's guidance. A mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. What exorcist could refuse a magician, save for those with extreme aversion to them? Noah explained his situation to Ms. Hyphen. though she was quite displeased, insisting that she had ample funds to support Noah's education. However, Noah retorted, "Should I rely on your money for my entire life? Or are you solely responsible for my welfare?" At this, Miss Hyphen fell silent. Indeed, the orphanage housed several children, and while it was likely many would have been adopted by the time they returned, one could never know if another individual like Noah might emerge, unwilling to leave should they be adopted. After a restful night, Noah diligently practiced in his systems library. Perhaps due to reaching a rapid development phase, his strength seemed to soar alongside his physical growth. Nevertheless, this was a positive outcome. Noah welcomed the enhancement of his abilities, eagerly anticipating the day he could wield power to shape the very fabric of reality. Upon rising, Noah performed a quick morning routine, only to be interrupted by a knock at his door. Opening it, he found Ms. Hyphen and others had arrived, surprisingly early, considering it was already noon. Noah sighed, realizing that his departure from school had made him somewhat lethargic. "Thank you, Your Excellency, the magician. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I fear I would have been condemned to hell." As soon as he stepped inside, Father Hennessy rushed to Noah's side, fervently expressing his gratitude. His massive form pressed downward incessantly, appearing both laborious and comical. Indeed, he owed a great debt of gratitude to Noah, as he himself proclaimed. Had Noah not rescued him the previous night, he would surely have descended into perdition, ensnared by the curse of a demon. He found himself in a state of unbearable thirst and an insatiable craving for alcohol, yet was utterly oblivious to the sensation of any liquid gracing his lips. Coupled with the mixture of numerous spirits, he was bound to succumb to alcohol poisoning. In such a predicament, he was akin to one contemplating suicide, and suicide, alas, barred the gates of heaven. There was no necessity for that. One could only say he was fortunate, for it all worked out in the end. "So, what brings you here so early?" Noah inquired. He had intended to elucidate the matter further, but reconsidered. It seemed unnecessary. "Indeed, Your Excellency the Sorcerer. Just before the events unfolded last night, I ventured to the nearby morgue. It goes without saying that I am aware of your purpose there. Let us get to the point." "Very well, I understand." Father Hennessy wiped away non-existent sweat, realizing the formidable nature of this sorcerer. He approached Isabel's remains, and without uttering a word, the sorcerer seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of the situation, though upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. "I discovered a symbol on the girl's wrist, a rather peculiar emblem." Father Hennessy promptly took pen and paper, sketching a circle enclosing a cross before Noah. Noah recognized the insignia immediately. It was the mark of Mammon. As to why Mammon had targeted this girl, the answer was simple. She was a twin. All individuals possess spiritual energy, which is also magical power, but its potency determines whether they are deemed ordinary folk or sorcerers. This revelation came to Noah later while perusing the system library, as he had initially believed only sorcerers possessed such power. Twins, however, exhibit an extraordinary spiritual energy. Should one perish, the other can inherit that power. Angela was not particularly strong, nor was Isabella, yet their union was formidable. Such potent spiritual energy likely rivaled that of certain sorcerers, enabling Mammon to manifest in this realm through unique means. In essence, he feared neither death nor the supernatural, never imagining that what he thought was clandestine had already attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic. "Very well, I comprehend the matter now," Noah stated. "John, do you recall our conversation from last night?" "Of course, every word is etched in my memory." "Splendid. Let us proceed to seek out your friend who possesses information." "Right. We shall go at once. Heaven has its scriptures, as is right and just, guiding humanity in its own manner. Yet, few are aware that hell, too, possesses its own scriptures. Had Noah not seen the film Hell Detective, he might never have believed in such a thing, yet it indeed exists. It is widely known that the first epistle to the Corinthians contains but 13 chapters, but in the scripture of hell, it boasts a total of 21 chapters. This narrative portrays an alternative rendition of the apocalypse, suggesting that the world shall not meet its end through divine intervention, but rather be reborn amidst the shadows. It is, indeed, a rather absurd notion, for these two individuals lack the courage to venture forth. Yet, the uninformed are all too willing to believe such fallacies. The sorcerers of this realm are undeniably formidable, displaying no trepidation even when confronted by exalted beings whom they consider deities. However, the magicians of this world exhibit a peculiar disposition. They are unafraid of external threats and can unite against them. Yet their internal dynamics are far from harmonious. For instance, within the British magical community, to which Noah belongs, individuals are divided into three factions. One faction reveres the philosophies of Voldemort, aspiring to pursue pure-blood endeavors. Another faction, led by Dumbledore, seeks to vanquish Voldemort to avert greater calamities. Lastly, there exists a neutral faction, either fearful of Voldemort or Dumbledore, hesitating to engage with either side. Noah contemplates that should Voldemort truly succeed, it would spell his own demise. In the original narrative, the absence of the Ancient One allowed him a carefree existence. Yet this world is markedly different. Should he achieve his goals, his end would inevitably arrive. It seems that Dumbledore and his allies refrained from seeking assistance from the Ancient One primarily to preserve the dignity of the British magical community, avoiding the embarrassment of exposing their plight to the global magical society. In truth, Noah feels they have already brought enough disgrace upon themselves. As Noah's musings unfold, their group arrives at a bowling alley. Interestingly, the proprietor, Beeman, is also a demon hunter, a close friend of Constantine and a supplier of his equipment. What you seek lies here. Good heavens, I hope there are no issues, Beeman says as he retrieves a well-concealed Hell Bible, appearing both fearful and exhilarated. The emergence of the Hell Bible is seldom an auspicious event. However, the singular source of his reassurance and excitement is the involvement of a sorcerer. Beeman has gleaned considerable knowledge from Constantine, particularly since their arrival here. Upon opening the Hell Bible, Beeman swiftly locates the information they seek, courtesy of Father Hennessy. Yet, as he continues to peruse its pages, his countenance grows increasingly grim. After a protracted silence, he exhales deeply. I believe we are in grave trouble. Chapter 16, verses 29 and 30. Behold, the sins of the father shall be surpassed by the evils wrought by his offspring. Beeman swallows hard and reads aloud the ominous passage. Whose son? Both Miss Haven and Angela inquire, bewildered and unable to comprehend its significance. Good heavens, Beeman, you cannot be jesting. Hennessy's expression is equally unnerved, clearly shaken by the revelation. Beeman, I doubt he can traverse into this world. He cannot breach the barriers nor evade the watchful eyes of the sorcerers. Constantine shook his head, clearly skeptical of the authenticity of the situation. Miss Hyphen and Angela found themselves increasingly bewildered by the incomprehensible discourse of these individuals, especially as they observed Noah, who remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Their curiosity about this hidden world, shrouded in mystery, was palpable, yet so was their trepidation. Who exactly was Noah? The Son of God? Miss Hyphen turned her gaze towards him, yearning for an answer. No, he was something else entirely, the son of a demon. Noah returned from his thoughts, offering Miss Hyphen a faint smile. In truth, he had not been pondering anything of great significance, so he was unperturbed by the prospect of providing some clarity. Indeed, Noah sensed an odd presence entering the vicinity, imbued with an unsettling, foul odor, the nature of which eluded him. However, he remained unconcerned. This entity, though bizarre, paled in comparison to the formidable Balthazar he had previously dealt with. To Noah, it was merely a peculiar creature, and with the presence of the two individuals from the Ministry of Magic, he felt assured that no trouble would arise. Oh, that insignia! At that moment, Beeman stumbled upon the emblem that Hennessy had given him. It was the sigil of Mammon, the son of a demon. He adjusted his glasses, swallowed hard, and continued reading. Mammon, desiring to escape the constraints of his father's rules, yearns to establish his own kingdom of blood and fire. Abruptly, Beeman seemed to hear a sound. And not just him. Hennessy and Constantine appeared to sense something amiss as well. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, instantly triggering a thought in Constantine's mind. Go on, it's all right, Noah reassured, patting Beeman's shoulder to encourage him to proceed. I'm fine, I understand, Beeman replied, swallowing hard as he chose to trust Noah's words. He lowered his gaze back to the book and slowly articulated. It also states that Mammon must first inhabit the body of a particularly powerful medium. Is it Isabella? Angela inquired, her voice tinged with anguish. No, if it were her, Mammon would have already crossed into this realm. Beeman shook his head and continued, to breach the barrier, Mammon requires divine assistance. My heavens, that implies he needs the power of God. Hennessy gulped, his corpulent frame trembling slightly. Just then, all the machines behind them sprang to life, creating an eerie atmosphere that unsettled everyone except Noah. The pungent odor of sulfur intensified, and within the confined space, A cacophony of buzzing became distinctly audible. Flies, Noah remarked nonchalantly, simultaneously drawing his wand and turning to Constantine. I heard you and Detective Dawson once encountered this creature's attack, which you repelled with flames. Is it the same one? Did I not kill it? Constantine was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the situation. Others were demons, after all, and this one existed in a spectral form. Without mithril, eliminating it would prove quite challenging. Surely, wasn't he unaware that demons are impervious to ordinary flames? Good grief. I had thought it merely a conglomeration of creatures, yet it turned out to be a demon. Nevertheless, if it seeks to safeguard its secrets, it will inevitably come after you. Now that it has arrived, we shall send it back. Noah smiled, and just then, the previously closed door was suddenly flung open, and a swarm of flies surged in, buzzing furiously. Faced with this multitude, Noah initially contemplated incinerating them with fire. However, upon reflection, he deemed it wiser to exercise caution. For there were not just demon hunters present, but also several ordinary individuals. While he was confident that those behind him would withstand any breach, there remained a risk. Should the flies manage to penetrate their defenses? Although Noah could subsequently address any harm inflicted, he questioned the necessity of such a gamble. With no intention of taking risks, Noah employed a protective spell. After all, his magical energy was abundant, and he preferred to avoid peril. This was undoubtedly his most prudent choice. A silvery aura emanated from Noah's wand, gradually coalescing around the group, and in an instant, a luminous shield materialized around them. The relentless swarm of flies collided with the shield at the moment Noah completed his incantation, resulting in a significant number meeting their demise on impact. Regrettably, the count of flies vanquished was still insufficient. Had there been more, Noah could have spared himself further trouble. A wizard? Impossible. Balthazar did not mention the involvement of a sorcerer. What in the world? The demon, too, sensed that something was amiss. It had attempted to assault Constantine twice. Though both efforts had been thwarted, a normal occurrence, given Constantine's prowess as a demon hunter. This demon, being a manifestation of power, had little recourse. However, the involvement of a wizard changed the dynamics entirely. Did this suggest that they had already been discovered by the Ministry of Magic? The demon was quite astute, unlike Balthazar, who was brimming with arrogance. This one felt an immediate sense of unease upon encountering Noah, the mage. Balthazar? Ah, I recall that fellow. He has since been reduced to ashes. By the way, when you return, be sure to convey my regards to him. Noah chuckled softly, and in the next moment, he uttered the incantation for the fire spell at a rapid pace. With a flourish of his wand, the room was engulfed in roaring flames. Countless flies were instantly reduced to ashes, and the demon hastily retreated, seemingly intent on fleeing. Quickly imprison it. Noah swiftly cast another spell, and as his magical energy surged, a transparent, conical barrier materialized in midair, within which terrifying roars could be heard. It was evident that the invisible demon had been ensnared by Noah. Remember my words. Do not forget to extend my greetings to him. Noah, momentarily lost in thought, soon found himself feeling rather foolish. Wasn't this a classic scenario of a boss facing an unexpected reversal? Many a villain has met their downfall due to excessive verbosity. Rather than wasting time with idle chatter, it would be far more prudent to strike while the iron is hot, lest others, like cockroaches, explode into chaos, which would undoubtedly pose the greatest trouble. Shaking his head, Noah swiftly waved his wand, channeling his magic to cast his most powerful spell thus far, the Shadowless Blade. Thanks to Professor Snape's teachings, Noah had access to legitimate spells even in the absence of the unforgivable curses. This at least spared him from resorting to ineffectual magic like disarming or pulverizing opponents, thereby granting him a semblance of menace. The demon's anguished cries grew increasingly intense, leaving him no opportunity for pleas for mercy. Of course, Noah doubted this creature would beg for forgiveness. It wasn't a matter of bravery, but rather that the demon was already contemplating how to explain its actions upon returning to the depths of hell. Its exposure was a perilous predicament, and who could predict what dreadful events might follow? Moreover, the intervention of a wizard had sent a stark warning. He felt compelled to persuade Mammon to abandon this ludicrous endeavor. The earth, or rather, the realm of humanity, was not a place for him to tread. Even if he succeeded in his venture, the aftermath would surely be dire. These wizards were far from friendly, and among them lurked one whom even their master feared. Observing the demon being mercilessly obliterated, Noah pondered whether he had indeed vanquished 3 demons. It appeared he possessed a natural talent for exorcism. Employing magic proved far more effective than using silver materials. Good heavens, this creature had swallowed hard, as had Constantine. He finally understood why Noah had advised him against contacting Beeman prematurely. When Beeman uncovered the Dark Bible and uttered Mammon's name, his mysterious fate was sealed. Too many of his friends had perished already, and he was loath to see any more fall victim to these demons. What shall we do now? Constantine inhaled deeply, his gaze settling on the mere child of about 10 years. Frankly, he found the situation rather absurd. How could a child of such tender years become the linchpin for their group? It was almost unfathomable. However, considering the child was a wizard, his status indeed overshadowed theirs significantly. It's quite simple, Noah shrugged. Your friend Beeman has already divulged what the demons intend to accomplish. Lady Hyphen, still somewhat bewildered, felt that despite her nerves having been steeled since arriving, she struggled to fully accept the reality before her. Their objective was to summon Mammon, and to achieve this, they had orchestrated the demise of the younger Dawson twin, enabling the elder sister Angela to inherit a more formidable spiritual power. If I am not mistaken, they will find a way to activate Angela's latent powers, ultimately allowing Mammon to descend. Therefore, all we need to do is thwart their plans, correct? Hannah asked with a hint of excitement, but as soon as he spoke, he noticed that aside from Beeman, the others were enveloped in silence, making him feel somewhat uneasy. What is going on? Did I say something wrong? While you were in a state of unconsciousness, representatives from the Ministry of Magic arrived, expressing their desire for Noah to continue opposing these demons. I suspect their true target is Mammon, Constantine whispered as he patted his old friend's shoulder. But isn't that too perilous? Why don't they handle everything personally? Mrs. Hyphen expressed her dissatisfaction with the ministry's approach. Because I crossed over clandestinely, and despite my youth, I am recognized among formal magicians. My age serves as the perfect disguise, and let us not forget that Mammon's arrival necessitates divine power, which leads me to believe they need to conduct a thorough cleansing. Noah sighed and candidly articulated his thoughts. Indeed, this reasoning could elucidate why the ministry neglects to intervene on my behalf, even aiding me in cleaning up the mess. So what should we do? Mrs. Hyphen finally bit her lip and inquired softly. Constantine, take this girl to restore her powers, then devise a means for her to be captured. Rest assured, I will provide her with protective measures. Her life will not be in jeopardy. Once this is accomplished, we shall seek out an acquaintance of yours, a familiar face. I recall a chair in the Star Prison, under the possession of your fellow exorcists, correct? I understand. I will manage these matters. The following morning, Noah was awakened by Mrs. Hyphen, and the two of them accompanied Constantine to hail a taxi driven by Chaz. Chaz was particularly loquacious throughout the journey, fueled by an overwhelming sense of excitement. Today marked his first genuine entrance into the Midnight Club, a place he had never been acknowledged to enter before. Indeed, Noah and the others were en route to the Midnight Club, an establishment solely accessible to beings from the magical realm, angels, and demons, a realm of perfect equilibrium. Midnight, a rather extraordinary figure, is considered the most formidable among exorcists. He is a voodoo priest, and all who frequent the Midnight Club regard him as neutral, advocating for the maintenance of balance between angels and demons, thus positioning him as a friend to Constantine. He operates a bar in Los Angeles that exclusively caters to hybrids and superhumans, garnering the support of both angels and demons due to his neutral stance and profit-driven principles. In the original narrative, he harbored disdain for Constantine's actions, believing it imperative to refrain from engaging in the competition between hell and heaven as long as the world's balance is preserved. However, upon realizing the threat posed by demons in the mortal realm, he shifted to assist Constantine. As for his attitude toward wizards, Noah is truly perplexed, for there exists no mention of sorcerers in the original text. However, Noah remains indifferent to the demeanor of this individual, for he is acutely aware of the presence of others behind him. He recognizes the formidable capabilities of this being. Yet a mere exorcist babbling about sorcery is likely to herald the end of his fortunate days. The Ministry of Magic will not concern itself with the prestige of your establishment. They will handle you in accordance with the protocols. This principle holds true not only in Britain and America, but across the entire realm of magic worldwide. While wizards may engage in chaos among themselves, they exhibit a remarkable uniformity in their dealings with the outside world, a fascinating yet contradictory profession. Throughout their journey, Constantine succinctly briefed Noah on the circumstances. Following Noah's guidance, Constantine has aided Angela in regaining her spiritual powers, enabling her to perceive the hidden facets of this world once more. Angela has been exceptionally cooperative, primarily motivated by her desire for vengeance against those responsible for her sister's demise. Subsequently, she intentionally allowed herself to be captured by an individual who bore the appearance of a scavenger, and she has since vanished without a trace. Noah indeed intended to implement some protective measures for Angela, such as a simple tracking spell. However, she outright rejected the idea, not only because the spell's duration is limited, but also due to the fact that Constantine could sense its presence, leaving them uncertain whether the demons might also detect it. Fortunately, the individual known as Midnight possesses a rather impressive device, an electric chair, which can assist Noah and his companions in locating Angela's whereabouts. It is quite an intriguing establishment. To be honest, it is my first time stepping into a bar. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Noah and the others followed Constantine into the establishment. Observing the wildly eclectic decor, Noah chuckled to himself, acknowledging that he had not visited a bar in over a decade, since his rebirth. He had almost entirely severed ties with such places. You ought to frequent bars less in the future. Do you understand, Noah? Lady Hyphen remarked, raising an eyebrow, as she was not fond of such environments. Well, let us discuss it again once I reach adulthood. Even after you come of age, you should still refrain. It offers you no benefit. Yes, dear lady. Noah sighed in resignation, feeling a blend of warmth and exasperation at Lady Hyphen's concern. The notion of continuing this discussion post-adulthood was indeed somewhat irksome. Nevertheless, Noah refrained from elaborating further, understanding that this cultured woman genuinely disdained such environments, given her noble upbringing. Perhaps due to the time of day, the bar was sparsely populated. Yet, despite the lack of patrons, those who did notice Noah's entrance exhibited a mix of disdain and palpable anxiety, particularly as their gazes fell upon him. This puzzled Noah. While he, as a wizard, may seem out of place, his magical aura was not overtly apparent when he wasn't casting spells. This was not due to Noah's adept concealment, but rather because his magical power was relatively scant compared to that of the higher-tier sorcerers. Have you spoken to them? Noah gently tugged at Constantine's clothing, an action that made him somewhat uncomfortable. I only informed Midnight, and to my dismay, when I mentioned bringing a wizard, he ended up ruining my shirt. That was a $200 piece. Speaking of this matter, Constantine's mood was far from pleasant. Upon his arrival at this location to greet Midnight and the others, the unpleasantness of their previous encounter seemed to have cast a shadow over his demeanor. Upon relaying the information Noah had requested, Constantine's temper flared, especially when Midnight learned that this wizard intended to utilize his electric chair, which provoked Midnight's fury, resulting in a physical altercation with Constantine. Ultimately, after hearing Constantine's explanation, Midnight forgave his actions, yet the mere presence of a wizard in his bar was undoubtedly irksome. The equilibrium between angels and demons relies on the efforts of their exorcists. However, the introduction of a wizard disrupts this balance. Even a mere apprentice possesses the potential to cause significant upheaval, given that apprentices receive formal training. As Noah made his way into Midnight's kitchen, he encountered a figure seated and smoking, alongside Father Hennessy and Beeman, who appeared visibly apprehensive, clearly under the immense pressure exerted by Midnight. Are you the wizard who meddles in the lives of exorcists? Midnight's tone was icily indifferent, revealing his discontent with Noah's presence, despite the assistance he provided in uncovering Mammon's intentions. Mind your words. I am not here for a verbal spar. And remember your place, exorcist, Midnight stated bluntly. To which Noah responded equally curtly. He had no intention of coddling such a character. Although Noah sensed the formidable and perilous nature of Midnight, he was not particularly intimidated. Disregarding the presence of those behind him, facing Midnight in close combat posed little difficulty for a wizard like Noah. Otherwise, wizards would not hold such a peculiar status in this world, and advanced wizards could even engage in close-quarters combat with remarkable prowess. Consider the Ancient One, who could wield her magic to expel the Hulk's very soul with a mere slap. Such power is truly terrifying. Wizards are all the same, even a young apprentice, he remarked. Indeed, I have dispatched 3 demons. While not their true forms, it was a trivial task for me. I doubt you wish to engage with me here, for I can assure you that your bar will cease to operate. You know our purpose for being here. Act swiftly. Goodness, you are truly insufferable. The chair is right there. If you wish to use it, then do so. Oh, splendid. Should I be expressing my gratitude? In truth, Midnight's demeanor exemplified the attitude one would expect from an exorcist. Noah had learned from his studies that the relationship between exorcists and wizards is exceedingly complex, often steeped in deep animosity. Before the exorcist profession became defined, these tasks had been the domain of wizards. Regrettably, the sorcerers hold no compassion or patience for those entities that have descended upon earth to wreak havoc. Moreover, the sorcerers exhibit little concern for these beings, primarily dealing with them only when encountered. If not encountered, they remain indifferent even upon hearing rumors. This negligence has led to the proliferation of various chaotic beliefs within the Western world. Even though the sorcerers eventually recognized the disarray and prompted the formal establishment of the exorcist profession, these beliefs had already taken deep root. Consequently, the challenges faced by exorcists are nothing short of unimaginable, a predicament entirely attributable to the sorcerers themselves. Perhaps as a means of compensating for the contributions made by exorcists, the magical realm instituted a policy of trust towards them when undertaking the same tasks as sorcerers. This is commonly known as the exorcist's right to priority in task allocation, even when competing against a fully sanctioned sorcerer. However, the sorcerers regard exorcists as mere ineffectual beings, and thus their attitude is far from favorable. This mutual disdain has become a norm. Exorcists harbor a dislike for sorcerers, while sorcerers look down upon exorcists. Noah is acutely aware of this dynamic. His extensive reading has afforded him a deeper understanding of the world and facilitated his integration into it. Disregarding Midnight's demeanor, Noah turned his attention to the legendary chair, said to traverse spatial dimensions. To be candid, he found this object rather ominous. Originating from a celestial prison, this chair is one of the earliest electric chairs used for execution in American history. Since 1890, it has claimed the lives of 200 inmates, thus possessing a certain supernatural quality. Intriguingly, the first electric chairs were purchased by Edison for American prisons, ostensibly to instill a profound fear of alternating current, thereby compelling the public to acquire Edison's own direct current devices. Noah found himself uninterested in the historical context, but was intrigued by the source of the chair's powers. After much contemplation, he speculated that it likely served as a conduit for numerous malevolent souls that had descended into hell via this chair. Go ahead, John. I shall await your return. I know you would insist on my presence in such matters. Although the notion of sitting on the electric chair and being electrocuted while traversing time and space to locate a target piqued his interest, he was reluctant to experiment with it. His primary concern lay in the chair's electric shocks, which he found intolerable, compounded by the inability to move or retaliate while seated, which greatly irked him. Naturally, such a task was left to Constantine, who showed no inclination to refuse. Having mentally prepared himself, he promptly seated himself and began to cooperate with Midnight in utilizing the electric chair to locate their target. Is this indeed the electric chair purchased by Edison for American prisons? Lady Haven frowned, evidently harboring an aversion to the chair. Indeed, it had to be acknowledged that, while repugnant, it was undeniably one of the most effective tools for resolving problems. Noah nodded in agreement, noting yet another reason for his reluctance to sit upon it. 200 souls had perished in that very seat. In the realm of magic, are there many such artifacts? Indeed, the world is replete with peculiarities. For instance, our school is home to a three-headed dog that guards the entrance to the forbidden corridor. Moreover, our basement harbors a clearly untrained giant, and the forest teems with an array of strange entities. I have grown accustomed to it all. It is no longer astonishing. I never anticipated that you would gain such knowledge over the course of a year. Yet, I predominantly spend my time in the library. As a half-blood wizard, I require additional time to comprehend everything. In due course, I shall take you to explore these wonders. Noah casually remarked, as it was evident that Ms. Hyphen, his guardian, would encounter experiences beyond her usual realm. In such circumstances, there exist two choices. One can either accept the reality or have one's memories erased. Noah opted to allow Ms. Hyphen to gradually acclimatize. However, should she struggle, he would not hesitate to resort to the latter option. Of course, Noah hoped to avoid such a drastic measure, and he could discern that Ms. Hyphen was earnestly endeavoring to adapt to the magical realm, displaying a commendable disposition. While there were still irritating aspects, such as that dreadful chair, it was a normality even Noah could not abide. As for immersing Ms. Hyphen deeper into the wonders of the magical world, that would be simpler still. Let us not forget that second-year students require new textbooks, and without needing Noah's prompting, Ms. Hyphen would undoubtedly accompany him. Noah. Just as he was conversing with Ms. Hyphen, a sudden cry erupted from Constantine, who was seated in the electric chair. His condition appeared dire. He was drenched in cold sweat, and it seemed as though something had ensnared his neck, leaving him in a state of distress. Noah surmised that he had likely been attacked. He could not deny that the chair was rather unsafe. Consequently, he drew his wand with the intent to rescue Constantine. But Midnight acted more swiftly and decisively. He seized Constantine and forcefully yanked him free from the chair's grasp. Good heavens! Constantine cursed under his breath. The experience had been quite unpleasant. However, he was relieved to finally ascertain the whereabouts of the individual wielding the Lance of Longinus, which would facilitate the next steps. It seems you have found him? Noah approached, assessing Constantine's condition. Yes, he is located in the asylum where Isabella met her tragic end. Constantine gasped before continuing. I see. Then let us prepare for action. Noah nodded and turned to exit the kitchen. The preparations of the exorcists are exceedingly time-consuming. Noah had no desire to witness their methodical arrangements. He needed to contemplate the challenges that lay ahead. To be frank, if it were merely manifestations of power, Noah would not be overly concerned. However, it was evident that such was not the case. Mammon's intrusion would not be easily dismissed. Noah could hardly believe that Satan was unaware of his son's activities. He speculated that this entity was, to some extent, eager to observe how the sorcerers of Earth would navigate their challenges, as well as to witness how Constantine would respond. It was hardly surprising that Satan had an interest in Constantine's soul, given that the latter had banished numerous demons back to hell. Just imagine the peculiar sensation of being confined with those you once personally apprehended. How exhilarating yet disconcerting that must be. Moreover, what exactly were the Ministry of Magic's intentions? Those two damned Aurors had not shared any information with him, which was utterly infuriating. Noah muttered a curse under his breath. It was impossible for him not to feel anxious at this juncture. After all, he was merely a small fry. Despite having a commendable level of magical prowess, he was still just a minor player. To his surprise, right after he had vented his frustrations, a voice echoed nearby. Apologies, but we, the wretched Aurors, were unable to inform you beforehand. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are indifferent to what comes next. You two are truly insufferable, Noah remarked, gazing at the pair of cowboys, one elderly and one youthful, feeling utterly exasperated. What do you mean? I insult you, and you appear? Does that imply that the more I berate you, the more frequently you will show yourselves? Forgive me, it is indeed my fault for inciting your ire. Enough. Do you believe I will disregard your trivial matters and simply walk away? That is an option, although we are grateful for your assistance, which has alleviated some pressure from the Ministry of Magic. It is precisely due to your help that we now have the time to address your status as an illegal immigrant. Choose wisely, if possible. Noah would have loved to unleash a powerful spell at this insufferable old fool. This individual was clearly exploiting Noah's predicament, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. For this was indeed their territory. What left Noah speechless was the realization that they had merely been tailing him because the ministry had no time to attend to him. Now that they had the bandwidth, it was still due to his inadvertent assistance. Was this not akin to digging a grave only to bury oneself in it? With a resigned sigh, Noah rubbed his temples, ultimately deciding to proceed with this damned task. He had no desire to enter the ministry's interrogation room, even though he was aware that it would likely result in nothing more than a fine and a warning. Yet, he still had this mission assigned by the system to consider. Having come this far, he felt an emptiness within him that would linger until he resolved this troublesome task. Furthermore, he had promised to look after Constantine, and naturally, he intended to fulfill that promise. Otherwise, how could he expect Constantine's assistance in the future? Pray tell, what do you wish to accomplish? I surmise you have already reported our situation to your superiors, have you not? Noah sighed and inquired directly. Indeed. We have ascertained what has transpired here. At the very least, we no longer need to flounder about like headless flies, for which we must extend our gratitude. The elder Auror stated with a serious demeanor. And what comes next? You cannot possibly intend to send a student to confront Mammon, a veritable demon, can you? If it were merely a few demons tainted by malevolent forces and an angelic avatar of power, it would indeed pose no significant challenge. However, it has evidently surpassed my capabilities, and there may be a far more formidable entity lurking. Indeed, we comprehend your concerns. They are quite valid. That fellow, Constantine, might very well attract Satan himself. Thus, we have preemptively reached out to a powerful being. With her presence, you need not worry excessively. Her? Yes, indeed, her. Noah stroked his chin, recognizing that the esteemed entity spoken of by the old Oro must be a woman, which set his mind racing with possibilities. Ultimately, he deduced that it could only be the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One. Among the most potent sorcerers on earth, she is undoubtedly the greatest. This realization brought Noah a sense of relief. Fortunately, she is a woman. Had she been a grizzled old man with a thick mane of hair, Noah would surely have lost his mind. Though both shared the name Ancient One, there existed a substantial disparity in their powers, and Noah certainly did not wish for such misfortune to befall him. All right, I understand. What should I do next? Noah steadied himself, now aware of his situation, which alleviated some of his apprehension. Quite simple. Prioritize your safety. If possible, eliminate a few lowly adversaries in advance. I believe that should be a trivial task for you. Correct? Then, await the angel's arrival, and you will be nearly set. The old Oro stated directly, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding oneself. I see. Are you Oro planning to take action? Do you think that if we intervened, they would vanish without a trace? Wouldn't that be splendid, sparing us a plethora of troubles? Certainly not. They have become far too comfortable on Earth. It is imperative they realize that the true masters of this realm are humanity, not these parasites. Parasites? Noah scratched his head, finding the analogy quite fitting. Both heaven and hell are fundamentally sustained by belief. Should they lose that faith, they would collapse dramatically. Politely speaking, they are indeed parasites. Yet, these parasites possess formidable power, reminiscent of the Olympian pantheon. The downfall of the Olympians stemmed from their excesses, leading to the collapse of faith and their subsequent demise. Although heaven and hell may refrain from such extremes, their situation is hardly better. Their competition for belief among ordinary people has evidently begun to affect them, making a stern retaliatory action not only necessary but imperative. Clearly, this alliance of angels and demons presents the perfect opportunity for intervention. Indeed, these beings are parasites. However, they seem preferable to the ilk of my daughter's daughter being also my girl. What are you saying? You actually know about the Olympians' nature? It appears your education has some gaps. Nonsense, I am merely intrigued. Intrigued enough to know that my daughter's daughter is also my girl? Although you are correct in your assertion. Noah rolled his eyes and turned away, striding towards the kitchen. He had truly had enough of these two cowboys, or rather, the incessant old cowboy. The younger one had evidently learned his lesson and was now behaving quietly. Since he already knew what to do, Noah was disinclined to linger any longer. He intended to check if Constantine and the others were ready, while also remembering to inform Lady Hyphen. This time, Noah was resolute about not bringing her along. He was acutely aware of the multitude of demons awaiting them, as per the original narrative. Noah did not wish for Lady Hyphen to encounter any trouble, not even the slightest inconvenience. Since his rebirth, she had been the one who cared for him the most, and he was genuinely worried about her safety. Fortunately, Lady Hyphen seemed to recognize that accompanying him would be a burden, and she did not oppose his suggestion. Noah, you must be cautious, do you understand? If you run into any trouble, you will immediately use your shadow shift, right? Rest assured, Avril, I am aware. I am not a fool. Noah chuckled. He certainly wasn't foolish. If trouble did arise, he would likely be the first to flee. His involvement in this mission was primarily due to the System's task, as he was eager to discover what this seemingly simplistic game-like system could offer him. However, the System's rewards paled in comparison to his own life. Living was essential to progress. This was a truth known to all Iron Warriors, and Noah felt it resonated even more profoundly now that this was not merely a game. Only the living possess a future. Noah was not entirely clear on the specific location of Isabella's psychiatric hospital, but with Constantine's guidance, everything became remarkably straightforward. He opted not to take Chaz's taxi, showing no interest in bringing Chaz along. Instead, he utilized Shadow Shift to transport Constantine. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the entrance of the psychiatric hospital. Damn, could you give me a heads up next time? Constantine shook his head, feeling the disorienting effects of the Shadow Shift. It was an utterly dreadful sensation. While Constantine was not prone to motion sickness, the experience of Shadow Shift was vastly different, especially when unexpected. It was far more intense. Don't worry. Who knows when the next time will be? Let us hurry. By the way, how does Mammon enter this world? There are two methods. One you don't need to know about, and the other involves water. I believe the second method is more likely. I know without you telling me, but why water? Are you unaware of water's significance? Water's significance. Noah pondered as he walked, quickly grasping what Constantine meant. The Mexican scavenger was already a corpse. Even if a demon of the harbingers resided within him, it was unlikely to retain its full functionality. However, water is quite different. In the magical realm, its conductivity is remarkably superior. Particularly in terms of magical conduction, it is astonishingly efficient. Nevertheless, its fluidity and the loss of its magical conductive properties upon solidification may render mithril entirely obsolete. The demons have chosen to utilize water as a conduit for Mammon's traversal, especially at the site of Angela's tragic demise, where the effects are likely to be explosively profound. Rubbing his chin, Noah has unraveled the entire situation and has a clear idea of how to proceed. The Mammon, conveyed through magical conduction, still resides within Angela's womb, thus posing little threat. The genuine menace is likely that damned Satan. However, Noah is assured that as long as Constantine remains unharmed, Satan shall not be able to manifest. Everything seems to have simplified significantly. Noah feels a peculiar sensation, as if the complexities have diminished. If that is the case, why are the wretches in the Ministry of Magic so apprehensive? Upon reflection, Noah realizes it is not the ministry's incessant anxiety, but rather his own fortuitous advantages. Were he not acquainted with the general circumstances, he could manage, yet he would inevitably have to consider a multitude of unpredictable variables. However, with his comprehensive understanding of the situation, despite potential unforeseen developments, Noah is clear about the overarching direction, which alleviates the burden of contemplation. In essence, it is akin to a game. If you are hidden in the bushes and aware that someone is coming to capture you, you instinctively know how to react. Yet without that awareness, even if you suspect an approach, the uncertainty of the number of adversaries would undoubtedly incite anxiety. Enough of this. It is time to rescue. I suspect Angela is near that swimming pool, correct? Yes, if I am not mistaken, it is indeed there. Constantine nodded, perplexed by Noah's earlier expression, oscillating between tension and pride, which seemed utterly bewildering. Yet, he refrained from inquiring, for what insight could one glean from a mage's thoughts? It was absurd. A wizard's mindset is not something ordinary folk can fathom. As they slowly advanced, both Noah and Constantine discerned strange sounds, deep and chilling, reminiscent of the low moans and wails from the depths of hell, prompting them to instinctively slow their pace. This is the sound of the infernal. Constantine furrowed his brow. Indeed, and there are numerous voices. It seems our reception committee is quite extensive. Noah chuckled. The cacophony was both terrifying and abundant. Were an ordinary individual to arrive here, the mere sounds would likely be unbearable. Yet, regrettably, neither Noah nor Constantine are ordinary beings, and the demonic manifestations appear to him no different from common folk. Perhaps the sole distinction lies in their resilience and slightly greater strength. In Noah's eyes, these traits hardly qualified as noteworthy characteristics. He believed that if Hermione could conquer her fears and come here, she might very well manage to organize these individuals with clarity. With a decisive push, he opened the door to the lounge adjacent to the swimming pool, only to find it teeming with a diverse array of people. They appeared somewhat dazed, their eyes glimmering with a faint red hue. Slowly, they turned to face the unexpected visitors, Noah and Constantine. "Wow, are you hosting a demonic gathering?" Noah remarked, observing the listless figures before him. "But I must ask, have you reported this assembly to the Ministry of Magic?" The demons remained silent, their previous stupor gradually morphing into a chilling coldness. A few even exhibited signs of panic, prompting Noah to reflect on the ministry's deterrent power, which seemed more formidable than he had anticipated. "Well, given your expressions, I can surmise the answer," Noah shrugged, extending his hand to reveal his wand. "Let us not waste words. May you find joy in your return to hell." In that instant, he waved his wand, unleashing a terrifying brilliance from the silver magic that emanated from it. The demons, not entirely sluggish, had begun to prepare their attack upon witnessing Noah draw his wand. Unfortunately for them, Noah's year of rigorous training, coupled with his studies in the system's space, had honed his magical prowess and casting speed to rival that of seasoned adult wizards. In a mere breath, his spell was complete. Shattered to pieces, the forceful magic, wielded with a flourish of his wand, unleashed a cataclysmic explosion among the demons, the deafening roars reducing one or more of them to mere ashes. Noah's magical onslaught showed no signs of abating as he continuously sought opportunities to strike. Constantine swallowed hard, his golden holy spear poised for action, only to find the demons in disarray. After staring blankly for a considerable time, he realized he hadn't fired a single shot, as Noah had nearly dispatched the majority of the demons. Even the remaining few were swiftly dealt with. It took little time for Noah to eliminate them entirely. I must say, you wizards are quite mad. Constantine gradually holstered his weapon, letting out a resigned sigh. Perhaps the madness of wizards is largely driven by a desire to comprehend the essence of the world. Much like the ordinary realm, ISNT foundational research in physics and chemistry rather similar? Noah surveyed the scene of devastation in the hall and smiled nonchalantly. Honestly, you will assist me, won't you? Indeed, I remember my promise. Moreover, I require your assistance. Master Gu stood resolutely suspended above the swimming pool, contemplating intervening to stop Angela, who was being forcibly infused with malevolent powers. Ultimately, she managed to restrain herself. For this was indeed a prime opportunity to take action against those who recklessly propagated their beliefs among humanity. Should she seize this moment? The Ancient One was confident that these wretched parasites would no longer dare to act with such impudence, perhaps even being unable to manifest in this realm without her consent. Indeed, the Ancient One held a deep disdain for these individuals, which was why she had consented to come here at the behest of the American Ministry of Magic. Ever prepared to confront unforeseen troubles, the Ancient One's camartage transcended the jurisdiction of any local magical authority, and she was revered among all wizards as the supreme sorceress. This title was not merely a mark of honor, it entailed a profound responsibility. Thus, while the purpose of her presence here was something she found intolerable, the Ancient One remained composed, vowing to find a way to alleviate the girl's suffering once all was concluded. However, it was not long before a peculiar expression crossed the Ancient One's face. She closed her eyes, and in the next moment, two figures materialized in her mind, a tall one that resembled an exorcist, and a smaller one who appeared to be a student from a magical academy. Was this indeed the student from Hogwarts that the ministry had informed her about? The Ancient One observed silently. Truth be told, she had not anticipated that this seemingly 13 or 14-year-old boy would possess such abundant magical power. This piqued her interest, given the child's magical prowess. He was truly a rare talent. Yet, the Ancient One remained cautious, for abundant magic and practical combat effectiveness were two entirely different matters. A prodigious student fresh from a magical institution might not necessarily prove a match for an Auror who had fought for years, even if the Auror's magical intensity was inferior to that of the student. In the eyes of the Ancient One, although Noah was powerful, he might not be a match for those demons. She hoped fervently that the future genius of this magical world would not falter before her eyes. Otherwise, the Ancient One would find it exceedingly difficult to forgive herself. What she did not anticipate, however, was that this young man faced the horde of demons without an ounce of fear. To her astonishment, he unleashed spells at a speed that left her in awe, reducing the demons to mere ashes in a single onslaught. Such casting speed and magical intensity, even a spell as seemingly rudimentary as the Shatter Charm, exuded an unimaginable allure. The demons, clearly caught off guard, could not react in time. Those who did were rendered powerless, for the boy's speed was unparalleled. Explosions erupted wildly around the demons. In truth, these demons were not significantly more powerful than ordinary humans. Despite their formidable resilience and incredible physical strength, such attributes were rendered inconsequential in the eyes of a wizard. The young sorcerer's performance was striking. His spells were exceptionally precise and ruthlessly effective, with nearly every incantation obliterating a demon into nothingness. This even led to the exorcist accompanying him having little to do. Yet the expression on Master Guyi's face seemed far from pleasant. Is this dark magic? A student wielding dark magic? Indeed. Master Guyi distinctly recognized the presence of dark magic within Noah's spells. This struck her as peculiar. She was well aware of the current situation in England and understood their deep-seated aversion to dark magic. In fact, to combat those dark wizards, schools had even established courses in defense against the dark arts. To Master Guyi, such measures appeared utterly ludicrous. She herself had embraced the power of dark elements, which had propelled her to her current stature. Yet, had she ever altered because of these dark elements? Clearly not. To her, power did not possess myriad strange definitions. Power is simply power. Ultimately, Whether such power is deemed righteous or malevolent hinges on how the wielder employs it. Dark magic, after all, consists of spells capable of inflicting irreparable harm, categorizing it as a form of offensive magic. It is entirely unnecessary to regard such magic as inherently evil, for the truest embodiment of malice remains humanity itself. Although Master Gui disapproved of the Ministry of Magic and the Academy's stance, she would not interfere. That was their own business. What perplexed her was why this young man would utilize such strictly prohibited magic in England, and with such skill and audacity. Was there some hidden truth behind this? This lad was undeniably a peculiar character, embodying both a soulful and corporeal essence. Furthermore, he appeared to be a student of Ravenclaw, not Slytherin, which was indeed curious. Master Gui chuckled. Although intrigued, she was too indifferent to ponder excessively. If there were any questions, wouldn't a conversation with this young man reveal the answers? Confidently, she believed that in this world, few could deceive her, and even if they could, it would merely be due to her unwillingness to unveil the truth. While Master Gui was deep in thought, the young sorcerer had thoroughly dispatched the demons. He showed no hint of mercy, executing his actions with remarkable precision, which further convinced Master Gui that this young man was destined to be an exceptional talent. In fact, she was contemplating the possibility of inviting him to Camartage for further learning, provided she could obtain his consent. As for the school, Master Gui was unconcerned. She held no belief that any institution would reject her proposal. After all, every sorcerer who came to Camartage invariably became a master of the highest caliber. Just as she intended to have a conversation with this young man, she hoped he would not harbor any perilous notions. If the circumstances were right, she would extend an invitation for him to join her at Camartage. Slowly, Master Gui opened her eyes, and the visions in her mind gradually faded with her movements. Lowering her head, the Ancient One cast a glance at the scavenger who had succumbed entirely to the dark powers of Mammon, and an overwhelming surge of anger welled up within her. Though she did not know this scavenger, he was nonetheless a human. This swarm of parasites, reliant on humanity for their strength, exhibited such contempt for their creators. Naturally, the Ancient One would not extend any semblance of kindness towards them. Very well. I shall endure for a moment longer. Soon, I shall administer a thorough reckoning. And you, lurking in the shadows. Little did Noah know that as he was dispatching these lowly creatures, a pair of eyes was observing him intently. If Noah were aware of this, he would likely be overjoyed, particularly upon discovering the Ancient One's thoughts. He may very well be beside himself with glee. Alas, he remained oblivious, wholly focused on the task at hand. Once everything was settled, Noah proceeded with Constantine towards the swimming pool at the back of the room. To be candid, Noah could sense the malevolent aura emanating from it, even without approaching. This unsettling presence unnerved him. Indeed, even Noah felt a twinge of anxiety. Truly, these demons were not to be trifled with. They were barred from entry by the sorcerers and the deities of Asgard. Even those who descended were but severely restricted avatars of their true selves. Their actual forms were no laughing matter. Noah mused quietly, aware that Mammon was likely still in an embryonic state. Yet even so, he felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. To be frank, Noah genuinely considered fleeing. Merely the sight of Mammon in this guise was profoundly distressing. What unforeseen calamity had allowed this entity to come into being? It was painfully obvious, without a doubt. I would be the first to perish. Noah cursed inwardly, but upon noticing Constantine beside him, he swiftly amended his thoughts. Very well. At least I have a handsome companion to accompany me to my demise. Perhaps even a lovely lady? Noah stroked his chin, his mind swirling with errant thoughts. However, his steps remained resolute, unyieldingly directed towards the pool. This was not due to any external compulsion, but rather Noah's recollection of the Ministry of Magic's promise. Although he held no faith in the ministry, especially in this cursed place known as America, he genuinely wished to witness the legendary Ancient One and ascertain the extent of her power. Even if he could not meet her, leaving a favorable impression would be quite advantageous, would it not? Moreover, he had arrived at the final stage of this undertaking. Both the resolution of this incident and the spear of Longinus lay within that wretched swimming pool. Honestly, Noah was reluctant to abandon this quest. Thus he resolved to take a chance. Consider it a gamble. Damn it, I hope the cursed ministry does not deceive me. Nevertheless, I ought to prepare for a swift escape, just in case unforeseen circumstances arise. Noah contemplated silently, and soon he and Constantine pushed open the door to the accursed swimming pool. To their astonishment, they beheld a figure floating face down on the water's surface. Angela? Good heavens! Upon witnessing this, Constantine leaped into the swimming pool, steadily making his way toward the individual. Noah remained rooted in place, fully aware that the person adrift was none other than the scavenger. An even more significant reason for his stillness was that Noah's system had inexplicably begun to speak. Host, you are within the line of sight of the Ancient One. The Ancient One's line of sight? Good grief. I was right after all. Where is she? She exists in a different dimension, hence you cannot perceive her. In fact, she has been aware of your presence since you entered this place. No way. Why didn't you inform me? Noah queried, his expression one of confusion. Unfortunately, the wretched system offered him not even a single word in response. This left Noah in a state of exasperation. His obstinate system seemed to revel in its silence. Were it not for the system's provision of a spatial realm and library, Noah might have felt his existence to be nearly negligible. With a sigh, he buried these grievances deep within. If Noah were to lose this system, he knew all too well that he would soon fade into obscurity, a fate he was unwilling to accept, especially after having tasted the thrill of being in the spotlight. What are you doing, Noah? Just as he fell into contemplation, Constantine's voice broke through, rousing Noah from his introspection. He lifted his gaze and was met with the sight of Angela, her face twisted into a grotesque expression, her form undergoing a demonic transformation alongside the scavenger. Now shrouded in darkness, Angela's condition was dire. A malevolent aura radiated from her, particularly from her abdomen, where a chilling and sinister energy seeped forth. It seems we have arrived a tad late, but it matters not, Noah remarked slowly, drawing forth his wand. With the Ancient One observing, Noah felt an unusual sense of security, liberated from any reservations. Mammon? Yes, indeed, both formidable and fearsome, yet Noah did not believe this entity could rival the Ancient One. As for Gabriel's power manifestation, forget it. Should she appear in person, Noah might find no escape, but a mere projection, restrained in strength? Would he fear such a thing? Satan posed some trouble, yet he was not as terrifying as once imagined. With a decisive flourish of his wand, Noah cast a spell upon Angela. Silver magic shimmered, causing her legs to buckle, and she plunged headlong into the pool. Had it not been for Constantine's quick reflexes in catching her, she would have surely submerged once more. What shall we do now? Constantine asked, as he and Noah gradually pulled Angela up onto the shore, wiping the water from his face. Throughout this journey, he has been continuously challenged in his understanding by Noah, and without realizing it, he has begun to inquire about everything from this boy, who is undoubtedly younger than him by several years. Upon hearing this, Noah rolled his eyes in exasperation. Come on, John, you are the exorcist. If you ask me how to resolve this humanely, I can assure you that she will suffer no pain. But if you inquire about how to exorcise her, have you witnessed my methods? Are you certain you wish for me to attempt it on her? Perhaps it is better if I handle it myself. Constantine shook his head decisively, rejecting Noah's suggestion. Are you joking? Your approach to exorcism is even more violent than my own. You are the quintessential representation of those tempestuous sorcerers. Why complicate matters when a single spell can suffice? If one incantation proves inadequate, then simply cast several more until the issue is resolved. Taking a deep breath, Constantine began to prepare for the exorcism. While he did not believe he would ascend to heaven, he was aware of certain incantations pertaining to paradise, and he felt confident that they could banish this detestable demon back to hell. However, just as he was about to recite the incantation, Noah suddenly unleashed a swift and unseen strike into the air, immediately cleaving the ceiling above. What is happening, Noah? Constantine exclaimed, taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. I've always sensed someone watching us, especially while you were casting your spell. I even felt magic directed at me. This is absurd. Noah, holding his wand, wore a faint smirk. Mammon is about to descend. Do you recall the contents of that infernal scripture? He does not merely require the power of hell, but also that of heaven. Am I not correct? Angels? Angels? Constantine, gun in hand, gazed into the void above, yet he could perceive nothing, which left him perplexed. Despite his confusion, he trusted Noah implicitly. However, he truly could not discern the location of this so-called angel. Soon enough, he would realize just how terrifying Noah truly was. For as soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable radiance enveloped the room, a soft golden glow illuminating the entirety of the space, accompanied by a faint, sacred melody. An angel. Indeed, Constantine instantly recognized that the being who had arrived was undoubtedly an angel. The power emanating from that light and the divine song could only belong to those heavenly beings, the so-called favored of God, who possessed such strength. Yet, who could it be? This display was clearly not that of an ordinary angel, and Constantine was quite certain of that. However, he would soon discover the answer. As a figure he knew all too well gradually descended from the heavens, exuding an air of pride and supremacy. Gabriel, is it you? Are you surprised or entirely unsurprised? Gabriel let out a cold laugh, yet as her gaze fell upon Noah, her expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. It is an undeniable truth that these foreign entities harbor a particular disdain for sorcerers, even for the youngest among them. Why is this the case? Evil is destined to reign over this world. Constantine gritted his teeth, his visage suffused with fury. Is it your turn to judge me now, John? Gabriel scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. You need not comprehend my actions. All that matters is that my sole intention is to enlighten humanity. Is that to be achieved by surrendering the world to the spawn of demons? You do not need to know, John. You have never needed to know. You have received a precious gift, have you not? Like all of humanity, you have been granted the opportunity for absolution by the Creator, regardless of one's nature. As long as there is repentance, the Lord will embrace you. Throughout the cosmos, no other beings are afforded such a privilege as you humans. Forgive me, but I believe you are mistaken. Just as Gabriel was articulating her conclusion, Noah interrupted her abruptly. Truth be told, this Gabriel bears an uncanny resemblance to the Ancient One from my memories. Perhaps the only distinction lies in her hair. Yet, her words incensed Noah. How dare she presume to represent all of humanity? It seemed to him, nay, to us sorcerers, that you and your Lord are not as magnificent as you appear. Are you, angel? Humph. You sorcerers are heretics. You shall inevitably face the Lord's wrath. Is that so? Then let your Lord come, or perhaps you should manifest your true form here. With merely a few words, Noah had rendered Gabriel momentarily speechless. Did she dare act thus? Did her Lord dare to act thus? It was evident that neither would. Perhaps she possessed the audacity, but her Lord would neither permit nor endorse such behavior. Your so-called plan is merely your unilateral desire to select some so-called steadfast believers for your Lord, while ordinary individuals have never been in your regard. Have they, Gabriel? How intriguing. You sorcerers have always been a critical impediment to my Lord. So tell me, young sorcerer, even if my intentions are as such, what can you possibly do? Awaken you, and then recount your tale to your Lord? Just with you? As soon as the words left her lips, Gabriel moved with remarkable speed to Noah's side, delivering a punch directly aimed at Noah's chest. The term awaken in Noah's context actually signified the destruction of her power avatar, thereby allowing her true self to awaken in heaven, a tone that indicated Noah's utter disdain for her. Though her speed was impressive, Noah's swiftness was equally formidable. Before Constantine could even react, Noah had fully conjured his magic, and in the blink of an eye, silver magical shields materialized before both Noah and Constantine, akin to armor, completely blocking Gabriel's strike. You are quick, indeed, but I have dealt with countless creatures. While I have yet to confront an angel, you underestimate me gravely. Noah spoke in a calm tone, and after arranging the defensive spells, he casually employed a formidable obstruction spell, which left Gabriel feeling somewhat impeded. His adeptness in the swift execution of such elementary magic was commendable. Aside from his inability to cast spells silently, Noah's proficiency rivaled that of any seasoned sorcerer. Meanwhile, hidden within other dimensions, the Ancient One observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. This young man's magical prowess appeared not only impressive in offensive spells, but also commendable in defensive enchantments. It was evident that he was not merely a prodigy with a narrow focus. Indeed, the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The Ancient One smiled, recognizing that although Gabriel's avatar was severely restricted in power and could not match Noah's strength, her practical combat experience was substantial. Initially, the Ancient One harbored concerns about Noah's ability to contend with her, but it was now clear that Noah had fully unleashed his magical capabilities, effortlessly managing to confront this angel. In fact, Noah felt no strain whatsoever. Practical experience often hinders many academic mages, but this was not the case for Noah. Together with his mage alliance, he engaged in ample practical training within the Sanctuary of Requests, which not only enhanced their magical powers, but also provided unimaginable benefits. Noah was acutely aware that even without employing particularly potent spells, he had already forced the angel to hover defensively in midair. Unfortunately, the room's limited height prevented Gabriel from ascending further to evade the relentless spells. The constraints of the terrain severely hampered her, yet she could not escape. She had to oversee the birth of Mammon and was required to wield the lance of Longinus to open a passage to the mortal realm. As time passed, Noah and Gabriel had been engaged in battle for 10 minutes. By this point, Gabriel was utterly exasperated and contemplated fleeing this cursed place. This insufferable young mage, despite his youth, possessed a level of magical power that exceeded her expectations. Most critically, his combat experience was formidable. This realization filled Gabriel with despair. If this stalemate continued, her defeat was inevitable. Damn it, this cannot drag on any longer. After narrowly evading another of Noah's spells, Gabriel glanced at his position before casting her eyes toward the pool. Gritting her teeth, she made a resolute decision. Very well, you have forced my hand. Although Noah noticed a newfound determination in Gabriel's demeanor, he did not dwell on it. Given the current state of affairs, the outcome was evidently clear. For someone on the brink of defeat, Noah had little inclination to concern himself further. His sole focus was to swiftly eliminate the angel and secure the accursed lance of Longinus to fulfill his mission. Gabriel now remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed intently on Noah's every move. To turn the tide, she could only wait for Noah to err or seek an opportunity, and at this moment, she favored the latter. Having spent considerable time with Noah, she had come to realize that this seemingly youthful mage was, in fact, a formidable sorcerer with a ruthless approach and ample practical experience. Although Gabriel could not fathom how this young man had honed such skills, his astounding talent alone commanded her utmost respect. Both mages and their creations relied on the power of their lineage to gradually ascend in strength. Among them were prodigies, those whose bloodlines were more potent and closely aligned with their creators, enabling them to advance at a terrifying pace. Unbeknownst to Gabriel, Noah was not merely an ordinary mage, but one who wielded the power of a system. Having gleaned insights from his previous life's cinematic experiences on how to rapidly enhance his capabilities within a world governed by lineage. Having evaded Noah's spell once more, Gabriel could distinctly sense the irreversible damage that cursed magic could inflict. This led her to curse the mages as lunatics, bewildered that such perilous magic could be mastered by a mere child. However, her eyes soon brightened with realization. After such a lengthy duration, the protective magic Noah had cast previously was beginning to dissipate. While Noah himself appeared unscathed, what of Constantine? The magical barrier safeguarding him was fading, and unlike Noah, he could not replenish his defenses with the same swiftness. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. A smirk of triumph crossed Gabriel's mind. Although she dared not slay Constantine, after all, should she kill him, he might ascend to heaven. If that occurred, her troubles would multiply exponentially. Yet, even if he could not reach paradise, she remained hesitant to strike. In Gabriel's eyes, Constantine's soul was destined for the depths of hell, and Satan had long proclaimed that he would personally reap his soul upon his demise. Should Satan truly arrive, the consequences would be dire. As an angel aiding Mammon's descent into the mortal realm, the irony was palpable. Moreover, Satan was not one to provoke mages, a consensus widely acknowledged. Though he harbored ambitions to influence the earthly realm, he was astute enough to recognize that mages were formidable adversaries, and the faith of mortals did not hold significant sway in hell. Although he wished to broaden his sphere of influence, he refrained from overt actions. Had he known that he was facilitating Mammon's arrival, he might have seized the opportunity to undermine celestial faith on earth, while simultaneously appeasing these mages, perhaps even abandoning Mammon to watch the chaos unfold. He would merely need to proclaim how pure and virtuous his son was, having been led astray by those damned angels. It is indeed shameless, but at times one finds oneself with no alternative. The only option is to injure him, rendering him too occupied to attend to me, and then seize the opportunity to aid Mammon in descending. Gabriel swiftly made her decision, turning with remarkable speed to evade Noah's shadowy strike. In her haste, she also deftly dodged a blazing inferno and charged towards Constantine. Damn it! Noah immediately perceived her intentions, and Constantine became aware of the situation too. Yet he had no time to react. Noah had no choice but to halt his shattering curse and instead conjure a protective shield around Constantine. In his urgency, he He momentarily overlooked the fact that Gabriel would never dare to slay Constantine. Although his magic was indeed rapid, in an unprepared state, Constantine was still seized by Gabriel. Without a moment's hesitation, Gabriel hurled Constantine towards Noah. The latter's face darkened as his magic was once again interrupted, forcing him to recast the levitation spell upon Constantine, just as he heard a sound akin to plunging into water nearby. Damn! Noah cursed under his breath, promptly tossing Constantine aside and directing his wand at Gabriel, who had just emerged from the water. However, this time Gabriel had learned her lesson. She had no intention of engaging Noah in combat. Instead, she soared towards Angela with utmost speed, heedless of Noah's spell that nearly struck her. Ultimately, her swiftness proved pivotal as she managed to seize Angela, swiftly positioning her in front of herself and pressing the lance of Longinus against her abdomen. "Don't move, ha, little sorcerer," Gabriel gasped, a hint of derision gracing her features. When did angels begin to resort to demonic tactics? Noah's expression soured. He had not anticipated that this angel would use Angela as a shield. The most frustrating part was Noah's own oversight, leaving him filled with regret. While he understood Gabriel's intentions, he was increasingly concerned for Angela's safety. What to do? Must he allow Constantine to replicate the original tale by slashing his own artery to summon Satan? Noah's face reflected his distress. This predicament was far beyond his control. He felt acutely aware of his insufficient strength. Had he been powerful enough, he could have effortlessly vanquished this insufferable angel in an instant. Yet, Noah gradually regained his composure. This situation was becoming increasingly troublesome, but he was reluctant to dwell on it. Trouble? Well, let it be the ministry's trouble. He was already preparing to disapparate. A mission? A cursed mission. He had no desire to linger here with Mammon or to toy with the potential arrival of Satan. He kept a watchful eye on Gabriel's movements, noting the mocking smile that continuously played upon her lips. Truth be told, Noah longed to unleash a shadowy strike upon her. However, Noah was not as impulsive. Gabriel naturally sensed Noah's thoughts, and her smile grew ever brighter. Although she found it perplexing that the Ministry of Magic was so slow to react, it mattered little now. Everything was nearing its conclusion. Soon, however, she noticed that Noah's movements had ceased, and even his magic came to a standstill. This instilled a sense of unease within her. Yet she did not halt her own actions. In an instant, she thrust the lance of Longinus toward Angela's abdomen. But in the next moment, everything seemed to freeze. "You have done splendidly, my child, truly remarkable. You have far exceeded my expectations." As time came to a complete standstill, a gentle voice echoed through the space, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze. Almost immediately, the fabric of reality above Noah began to tear apart, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Upon seeing this individual, Noah let out a sigh of relief. The figure donned a robe reminiscent of a monk and possessed an angelic visage, strikingly similar to Gabriel's. The only discernible difference was that Gabriel had hair, while she did not. Although Noah was curious about the identical appearances of the two, he dismissed further contemplation, as he already comprehended the identity of this being. This was undoubtedly one of the most formidable entities in the world, the Ancient One, the legendary supreme sorcerer. Just as Noah was about to execute a shadowy escape, a soft whisper reached his ears, assuring him that he need not worry. The remainder would be handled by her. For reasons unknown, Noah felt an immense trust in this voice. To be honest, even if the Ministry of Magic had informed him that the Ancient One was present, and his system corroborated this fact, Noah, being cautious by nature, would not dare to take risks. Yet this voice inspired an unparalleled sense of trust, leaving Noah baffled. Regardless, it was evident that everything was progressing along the right path, and he need not dwell on such matters. At that moment, Noah felt a surge of joy. How could he not be elated to receive praise from a being as esteemed as the Ancient One? Yet, while he understood this, he was also acutely aware that he had no means of learning about the existence of the Ancient Master. Even in the library of Hogwarts, it was unlikely he could find any relevant texts, and even if he did, none would depict her likeness. Thus, Noah could only feign ignorance and, with a touch of concern, inquired, "Who are you? From the Ministry of Magic?" Noah was wise enough not to question whether she was associated with angels or demons. That would have been foolish, especially considering that both Gabriel and Constantine were there, standing like statues, while only he could converse with her. It was evident that she was attending to him. To pose such a question in this situation would truly be unwise. The Ministry of Magic? No, I apologize. But I am not, the Ancient One replied with a smile, refraining from directly answering his inquiry. Enough, my child. Let us not dwell on this for now. The Ancient One interjected, gradually making her way towards Gabriel. Without uttering a single incantation, she merely waved her hand, causing the lance of Longinus, which Gabriel held, to soar through the air and land at Noah's feet. Noah blinked in astonishment, then slowly crouched down to grasp the legendary spear of godslaying in his hands. He focused intently on the Ancient One's actions, fully aware that her mastery of magic far surpassed his own. Even the simplest spell she cast was imbued with unimaginable rules and complexities. However, Noah soon found it difficult to maintain his concentration as the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Task report, completed. Calculating task rewards, unknown. Detected task item, Lance of Longinus. Report, extracting unknown power from the Lance of Longinus. Please wait. Extracting unknown power from the Lance of Longinus? What on earth? Noah was utterly bewildered. Did this seemingly ordinary spear contain something more? He struggled to comprehend these questions, but soon lost interest, his eyes widening in disbelief. He watched as the Ancient One placed her hand on Angela's abdomen, a soft golden light flickering to life. In the next moment, she astonishingly drew forth Mammon's soul. What sort of technique was this? What manner of magic was at play? Noah was left dumbfounded. He recalled the Ancient One's past feat of extracting the Hulk soul with a mere slap, yet witnessing such a direct extraction of a soul was a first for him. This was utterly outrageous. The more he observed, the more he felt that the Ancient One was truly beyond human comprehension. No wonder she faced death with such serenity. Noah surmised she intended to awaken a new generation of supreme sorcerers through her demise, perhaps even liberating herself from Dormammu's influence in the process. With her level of power, how could her soul ever be extinguished? Shaking his head, Noah dared not ponder further. He realized he was but a small fry, a mere passerby in this grand scheme. The Ancient One gazed intently at Mammon's soul, her expression turning serious. Tell me, do you understand the consequences of your actions? As her words lingered in the air, everything returned to life. It was as if the world had awakened. In that instant, Gabriel also regained consciousness, yet her movements were abruptly halted. An unseen force propelled her back, causing her to crash violently against the wall. Gabriel appeared disheveled, but once she recognized the figure before her, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed her. She knew this person well. She had witnessed firsthand how they had ascended to their current status, becoming Earth's guardian step by step. The Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One. Indeed, it is I, she affirmed. Return to your realm and inform your master of your actions here, as well as our impending course of action. The Ancient One offered no opportunity for the angel, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, to utter a single word. With a delicate wave of her hand, a golden halo adorned with indescribable runes collided forcefully with Gabriel. The angel barely had time to scream before being reduced to mere dust, leaving Noah to swallow hard at the sight. Although Gabriel's power paled in comparison to his own, he knew that subduing her would not have been a trivial endeavor. Yet, witnessing the Ancient One's effortless act, akin to swatting a fly, left Noah questioning his own strength. Nevertheless, he maintained a positive mindset. Though somewhat disheartened, he recognized his youth. After all, these two beings had lived for countless years. At merely 12 years of age, at least in terms of physical maturity, he reassured himself that with diligent effort, he too could reach their heights in a few hundred years. Oh, provided he had that long, he mused as he touched his nose, while the Ancient One, having dispatched Gabriel, turned her gaze to the soul she held captive. Now, let us engage in a meaningful discussion, and, oh yes, your father shall join us as well. The Ancient One's expression remained serene, undeterred by the soul's anguished wails and the whispers of the inferno that echoed around her. As her magical energy surged, a golden spell adorned with arcane symbols manifested before her. In an instant, a portal emerged, revealing a stark landscape beyond. Desolation, an endless expanse of decay. Dust storms swirled through the air, and flames of orange flickered ominously, revealing that this magic was but a gateway to hell. Has the very dimension of space been disregarded? Noah pondered, his heart racing at the terrifying spectacle. To his astonishment, a rather comical figure, a corpulent man clad in a white suit, slowly materialized before the Ancient One. Satan. The Ancient One's demeanor remained unruffled as she softly uttered the name of the newcomer. Indeed, this rather absurdly plump individual was none other than the Lord of Hell, the father of Mammon, Satan himself. To be candid, this figure was quite contrary to Noah's expectations. He had envisioned Satan resembling the grim visage of Chaos. Yet here stood a being of such appearance. Fortunately, Noah had mentally prepared himself. Was not this depiction of Satan consistent with the original narrative? Swallowing hard, Noah realized he was amidst a meeting of great powers, feeling somewhat out of place as a mere insignificant presence. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice him. Satan's eyes were solely fixed upon the Ancient One and the soul she grasped. A smile crept upon Satan's lips as he remarked, "Ah, dear Supreme Sorcerer, you have personally opened the dimensions of time and space. Do you perhaps consent to my intention of spreading my teachings in your esteemed realm?" Satan, spare me your futile words. Are you truly oblivious to the reality of the situation? The Ancient One gazed at Satan with an air of indifference, though she tightened her grip on Mammon's hand, causing his wails to escalate. "Ah, my apologies, Supreme Sorcerer. Why do you grasp my son? Has this little rascal committed some misdeed? Very well, Satan, if this is your attitude, then we need not converse further. I shall close the portal, and you can return to conceive another son, one who is more agreeable." Noah's eyes widened in astonishment as he discerned Satan's expression darkening. They had not anticipated the Ancient One's lack of courtesy. She had no intention of indulging in idle chatter. "If you refuse to acknowledge, then let us cease our dialogue. I have retained this individual. How you deal with him is of no concern to me. Simply return and create another." After his initial surprise, Noah inwardly applauded, recognizing that this was the demeanor befitting a guardian of Earth. This indeed exemplified the temperament of a top-tier sorcerer. Your son has stirred trouble, and yet you still wish to deny it? Very well, then let us say no more. Go back and beget another. Moreover, Noah was keenly aware that Satan likely understood that the demonic forces on Earth were about to face dire consequences. No. I apologize, Supreme Sorcerer. I truly am unaware of his actions. You see, this fellow can only traverse dimensions through reincarnation, devoid of heavenly assistance. I recently dispatched an angel named Gabriel. My heavens, an angel collaborating with demons. Spare me your pretense, Satan. I am uninterested in the intricacies of your affairs with heaven. My sole purpose in summoning you was for you to take him away and keep a close watch. Next time, you may come to collect the remains. I misspoke. You need not come here. Simply await him in hell." The Ancient One's tone remained composed, yet it was unmistakably resolute. This was not a mere message. It was a declaration of a harsh reality. Satan's countenance darkened, yet one could not deny his composure. In an instant, his grim expression vanished, replaced by a notably gentlemanly smile directed at the Ancient One. "Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, I sincerely apologize for the dreadful circumstances that arose from my negligence. I acknowledge my failure to maintain control over hell, and I am willing to accept full responsibility for this incident." One must concede that Satan possessed considerable audacity. For one of his stature to unreservedly admit to a lack of control over hell was a profound self-questioning of his abilities. Yet he did not flinch in making such a declaration. Such as? The Ancient One tilted her head, a hint of intrigue gracing her expression. "I am willing to cooperate with your forthcoming actions. Indeed, I could even proactively summon the majority of the demons left here, provided you spare my son." Satan maintained his smile, nonchalantly articulating his terms of exchange. One must admit, this fellow is quite ruthless and remarkably cunning. Summoning his own demons could circumvent certain troublesome predicaments, such as being vanquished and suffering soul damage, and his assurance of full assistance implies these demons would exert themselves tirelessly to hunt down the angels. What a brilliant tactic to undermine his old adversary, leaving no stone unturned. Not only does he extricate himself from his own troubles, but he also ensnares his long-standing opponent. Noah mused inwardly, yet he soon found himself preoccupied with other thoughts as his system responded once more. This time, the information provided was sufficiently astonishing. No, it should be described as utterly delightful. Task report. Extraction of the unknown power within the Lance of Longinus has been completed. Task reward updated. Mysterious power from the Lance of Longinus. The host shall receive the mysterious power from the Lance of Longinus, which will be transformed into their own magical energy. Task reward. Abundant magical energy, requiring no training from the host, as it now wholly belongs to them. To extract the mysterious energy from that wretched lance and convert it into magical energy for oneself, and without any need for training? What manner of operation is this? Noah found himself utterly perplexed. The reason the lance is deemed the god-slaying lance primarily lies in its capacity to pierce someone. Could it truly possess some extraordinary attribute? Perhaps the ability to slay gods? If that were indeed the case, then Noah would be at a significant disadvantage. However, he was disinclined to inquire further with the system, well aware that such questions would go unanswered. With a sigh, Noah resolved to adapt to the magical energy coursing through him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Master Guyi's gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to cease his musings. "I believe you now recognize who I am," Master Guyi remarked with a subtle smile. "Indeed, esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, I have encountered accounts of your exploits in various tomes," Noah replied candidly. Bowing respectfully to Master Guyi, "Excellent, heir of Ravenclaw. I believe we can converse now that the bothersome individual has finally departed." "As you wish, esteemed Supreme Sorcerer." Seated on the flight to London, Noah remained as quiet as a well-behaved pup. Even when Lady Hyphen occasionally engaged him in conversation, he responded only half-heartedly. His demeanor greatly concerned Lady Hyphen, and once they boarded the plane, she could no longer contain herself. Grasping Noah's hand and fixing her gaze upon him, she made him feel quite peculiar. "What is it, Lady Hyphen?" Noah inquired softly, rubbing his nose. "What is it? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that, Noah?" Ms. Hyphen continued to hold Noah's hand, expressing her concern. "Since you departed with Mr. Constantine to address the issue of the hellish offspring, you have transformed in such a manner. What transpired?" She had observed Noah's peculiar demeanor over the past few days. He either remained in profound silence or sat in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Ms. Hyphen pondered whether her own actions had contributed to Noah's current state, reflecting on the fact that she had taken him to Los Angeles without notifying the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps, as an ordinary person, she had unwittingly ventured into a world that was not meant for her, yet Noah stubbornly refused to erase her memories of it. Her thoughts were in disarray, and she harbored a deep-seated fear that her presence might lead to unforeseen troubles for the young wizard in his future endeavors. The mere thought of such a consequence filled her with remorse. "It's nothing, you know," Noah replied. "I merely encountered a guardian of Earth, perhaps the most formidable wizard in this realm, and now I find myself contemplating certain matters. I know you met the Supreme Mage, and you were thrilled about it a fortnight ago, but how does that relate to your current state? What significance does it hold?" "It holds considerable significance," Noah replied with a wry smile. Truth be told, he harbored no regrets regarding his choices, yet he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the memories that resurfaced unbidden. It had been approximately 2 weeks since he first met Master Guyi in that infernal asylum. After resolving the hellish dilemma, she had effortlessly put Constantine to sleep, ensuring Angela would remain undisturbed. Although both individuals belonged to the magical realm, Master Guyi preferred to keep the day's events from becoming common knowledge. I recall that in England, there emerged 2 distinct factions. One vehemently despised dark magic, while the other embraced it. I am curious, in Hogwarts, which is supposedly under Dumbledore's jurisdiction, how did you come to practice dark magic with such proficiency? Well, I unexpectedly stumbled upon Professor Snape's notes from his student days. You are familiar with Professor Snape, I presume? I have heard of him. He is reputed to be a Death Eater and an exceptional potioneer. Indeed, that is him. Faced with Master Guyi, Noah was reluctant to engage in frivolous discourse, yet he recognized that failing to clarify certain matters could lead to complications. Fortunately, he was aware of some of Master Guyi's characteristics and her perspectives on power, allowing him to navigate the conversation adeptly. I see. So, did Dumbledore not pose any difficulties for you? How did you achieve such expertise? Actually, I uncovered a little secret within Hogwarts, a room known as the Room of Requirement, which functions precisely as its name suggests. My like-minded friends and I utilized it for study and spell practice. Professor Dumbledore was aware of our activities and permitted us to proceed. Is that so? It appears Dumbledore indeed places considerable trust in Snape and is rather accommodating toward you. He truly is an excellent headmaster. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. I have always believed that the essence of power transcends the dichotomy of darkness and light. It fundamentally hinges upon the intentions of the wielder. Perhaps it was this very consideration that led Professor Dumbledore to permit us the continued use of such magic. Noah smiled, recognizing that this perspective might indeed earn Dumbledore some merit. Of course, Noah shared this sentiment. Is the light of power inherently benevolent? He found such notions rather absurd. In the realm of Azeroth, those familiar with its lore would surely recall the famous adage, the light deceives you. The so-called holy light had once brought calamity upon a multitude of blood elves. This force, deemed sacred, is categorized as a form of light magic, pure and divine, evoking admiration. However, the consequences it engendered are not to be underestimated. It is often said that the power of light requires faith, yet the proud blood elves harnessed the light through arcane means, giving rise to the first blood elf paladins. This illustrates that the light, at its core, remains a form of energy akin to magic. The notion that one must surrender their faith to wield it is mere folly. Yet, through prolonged engagement with this power, those blood elf paladins began to embrace the so-called path of the light, ultimately offering their faith. To compel an individual to devote themselves to a belief is hardly a commendable act. In Noah's view, this bears no distinction from the insidious encroachment of dark magic upon one's soul. A mage ought to have faith in themselves. They are the most formidable force in their own right. Otherwise, what merit is there in practicing magic? Thus, the pursuit of magic carries inherent risks, with the foremost being the need to fortify one's resolve. Regardless of the nature of the magic employed, the principle remains unchanged. If one is virtuous, even dark magic will not lead to malevolence. Conversely, if one is wicked, the use of light or white magic will not guarantee salvation. Indeed, the unwavering mage does not entertain such hypotheticals. It is precisely why mages are often labeled as mad by deities who rely on faith to sustain their power and dominion. Oh, you believe that power is uniform, and it is the wielder who determines its essence? At this, the Ancient One found herself somewhat aligned with Noah's perspective. Was she not a reflection of this very truth? Indeed, every form of magic, regardless of its attribute, possesses its darker facets. Thus, I contend that the paramount duty of a mage is to cultivate a steadfast heart. The character of the user ultimately shapes the nature of the magic. If you are a good person, does dark magic inevitably lead to malevolence? If you are of ill intent, can white or light magic truly be a force for salvation? This is undeniably true. You possess a clarity of thought that surpasses that of the vast majority of mages, child. The Ancient One sighed, gazing at the merely 10-year-old Noah, suddenly feeling a profound sense of kinship. After a moment, she revealed a smile, having reached a definitive conclusion regarding what was once ambiguous. Is it Noah, your name? Yes. Noah Finial. Very well, my dear child. I ask you, would you be willing to come to Camartage and become my disciple? What? Becoming a disciple of the Ancient One is an opportunity that Noah simply cannot refuse, and he readily agrees. However, the prospect of traveling to Camartage does not fill him with enthusiasm. While it may seem ambitious to attempt to seize control of the entire future magical community of Britain from Hogwarts, Noah is acutely aware of the immense potential possessed by his contemporaries. Take Hermione, for instance. Her future as the Minister of Magic alone is enough to inspire great expectations. Although his interference may lead to unforeseen consequences, Noah cannot bear the thought of not attempting to shape his destiny. Furthermore, despite his considerable efforts to assist Harry and his friends last year, he does not intend to confront Voldemort directly at this juncture. All his endeavors are aimed at gaining recognition for his own wizarding alliance, thereby expanding his opportunities for action. After much contemplation, Noah finds a way to respond. Respected Supreme Sorcerer, I am most eager to become your disciple. I could even address you as my teacher at this very moment. However, there are many matters I have yet to resolve at Hogwarts. Hearing this, the Ancient One chuckles lightly. Do elaborate on your reasoning. Noah explains. My companions and I have formed a small wizarding alliance at Hogwarts, which only admits exceptional students. I truly cherish my life there, and Miss Hufflepuff, who has nurtured my growth, is also present. Thus, I fear I may not be able to study far from this environment for the time being. Is that so? The Ancient One observes Noah's slightly awkward demeanor and suddenly finds him rather intriguing. Shaking her head, she inquires, what are your plans then? I intend to visit you in a couple of years, allowing me to savor a fulfilling campus life. Noah smiles and decides to share a particular piece of information. You may find this hard to believe, but I discovered something quite fascinating in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Oh, what is it? The Ancient One, though somewhat disappointed and less than enthusiastic, patiently asks. She has already made the decision to take Noah under her wing, as this is indeed the prime age for learning magic. Although age is not a significant barrier, Noah's character aligns so well with her expectations that she naturally hopes for an even more illustrious future for him. Before the Ancient One can finish her thought, Noah interjects. What do you think of my magical abilities, purely in terms of raw power? Raw power? The Ancient One furrows her brow and slowly replies, "You are exceptional. You nearly match the level of many wizards significantly older than yourself. However, this is not a reason for pride, for one must remember that talent, while important." No, you misunderstand. A year ago, I had no exposure to magic whatsoever. I was completely unaware of whether I possessed any magical power. How is that possible? Then how did you? I discovered the room of requirement and diligently practiced magic there, often exhausting my magical energy. After a month, I discovered that my magical prowess had grown at an unimaginable pace, reaching such a remarkable level within a year. You mean to say that the Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment? How could she not comprehend the implications of Noah's words? It was simply too incredible to fathom. However, soon enough, the Ancient One began to reflect deeply, falling into a contemplative silence. Having lived for so many years and possessing formidable powers, she was no ordinary sorceress. Naturally, she had encountered similar experiences, yet she had never truly pondered them, as the concept of bloodlines was far too prevalent. Yet now, Noah had illuminated a revelation for her, one she had long considered but never acted upon. That is, sorcerers can indeed enhance their magical abilities. And the method is quite straightforward. It involves the continuous application of magic, exhausting one's current power to achieve growth. The more she deliberated, the more the Ancient One found this method plausible. Especially with Noah standing as a successful example before her, her mind began to swirl with unique ideas. Although she sought confirmation, "Are you certain of this, Noah?" "Certainly. If you were to visit Hogwarts, you would find that the other members of our small team within the Sorcerers Alliance have also surpassed their current year's magical capabilities, even exceeding those of advanced students." In other words, you shared your experiences with your friends? Yes, but they believe this matter should remain confidential. Thus, they have all sworn not to disclose it to anyone, not even to their families. Of course, I am the exception, as I am the discoverer of this method and reserve the right to share it with those I choose. Noah smiled slightly. After all, he was in control of this information, and he spoke the truth. He was acutely aware of Kate and the others' magical levels. Only Hermione and Ernie were slightly lacking, yet they too surpassed their current year, and they had indeed sworn by Merlin's name. Moreover, there is something else I must clarify, Noah suddenly interjected. What is it? The Ancient One smiled faintly, her demeanor markedly different from before. At the end of this term, I encountered Voldemort and registered the fluctuations of his power. Perhaps this is my unique ability. Later, in the room of requirement, I detected an object resonating with his power. Noah whispered, seemingly concerned. "Oh, it appears that lad has embarked on this path. What a pity." The Ancient One regarded Voldemort with indifference, likely considering Dumbledore merely a minor figure as well. However, after a moment of contemplation, the Ancient One turned to Noah with a serious expression and said, "While that individual may not warrant concern, it would be wise for you to exercise caution. If the situation becomes dire, do inform him that you are my disciple. Indeed, later I shall provide you with an item. Should he doubt your words, you may employ the tool I bestow upon you, ensuring that regardless of the circumstances, I can rescue you." "Truly?" Noah exclaimed with astonishment. "The artifact of the Ancient One? This is indeed a talisman for survival." Without hesitation, Noah expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Supreme Sorceress." At this juncture, Noah paused, suddenly recalling the words of the Ancient One, her disciple. In disbelief, he raised his gaze, looking intently at the Ancient One, with an expression of serene composure. She smiled softly at Noah. "Then, what should you call me, Noah?" "Teacher." "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple." Well, actually, it was that powerful sorceress who deemed my talent commendable and invited me to study under her, yet I declined. In hindsight, while I harbor no regrets, I do find it somewhat perplexing. Oh heavens, why did you turn down such a splendid opportunity? Because I wished to spend more time with you, allowing you to acclimate to the magical realm. Naturally, I also desired to adapt further to my current school. I promised her I would join her in 2 years, and she consented. Foolish. Noah, such a marvelous chance. Ah, but fortunately, it is merely 2 years, a manageable buffer. Do ensure you seize such opportunities in the future. Observing Ms. Haven's earnest demeanor, Noah could only nod in resignation. He understood her intentions were for his benefit, yet he had just begun his journey at Hogwarts. Although a sense of discomfort lingered, for he felt he had momentarily missed the chance to learn from an exceptional teacher. Nonetheless, Noah truly did not regret his decision. For the sake of the future, he must endeavor and explore various paths. Now, as a disciple of the Ancient One, he felt reassured that she would recognize his worth. Moreover, she had not left him empty-handed. She had shared her insights and techniques accumulated over the years, along with a compilation of spells ranging from basic to advanced, all meticulously noted for Noah. This revelation filled him with elation. These were the profound musings of a supreme sorceress. He believed that with such a compendium, he could wield spells entirely foreign to Hogwarts without issue. Upon returning, he would promptly inform Professor Dumbledore of his situation to avoid any potential awkwardness. The future truly appears bright. Oh heavens! I shall no longer be reduced to mere fragments at the lift of a hand, nor engulfed in flames at the release of my grasp. I can finally wield potent and conventional magic. Contemplating this, Noah felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. He had acquired a plethora of spells within the confines of the system space, which could broadly be categorized as elemental magic. However, what he could actually use felt akin to mere tricks. Though effective, they lacked the gravitas he yearned for. After striving tirelessly for so long, I find myself unable to utilize the results of my efforts. What does this even mean? However, the situation has improved. With the esteemed Master Ancient One as my shield, coupled with her notes, Noah can now confidently wield these spells, which is indeed a remarkable gain. Moreover, there is another acquisition that brings immense joy. The system, my ever-reliable ally, has proven to be quite formidable. Though I often feel as if I have suffered a loss, I suppose it is what it is. Aside from becoming a disciple of Master Ancient One and obtaining her notes, Noah's other gains are neither abundant nor meager. For instance, he discovered that the notes contain the methods of physical refinement from Kamartaj. To be candid, upon diligent study, Noah found these methods strikingly similar to those in his memory. They all aim to enhance physical prowess and magical potency through rigorous training. Interestingly, Noah's approach was inspired by the portrayal of Master Ancient One in films. Although he chose to focus solely on magical training, eschewing physical exercise entirely. In simpler terms, while Master Ancient One's method embodies a balance of both physical and magical refinement, Noah has opted for a purely magical approach. Additionally, the American Ministry of Magic has chosen not to pursue any inquiries regarding his unauthorized entry, and Constantine has agreed to assist Noah in the UK once he has concluded some matters. However, in Noah's eyes, these developments pale in comparison to the joy he feels from becoming a disciple of Master Ancient One and receiving her notes. Perhaps the most thrilling reward came from the system, which, as it promised, granted him a significant boost in magical power. The quantity of this magical energy was truly astonishing, leaving Noah quite taken aback. It is worth noting that to reach such a level typically requires a minimum of 2 years of dedicated effort. Yet it was bestowed upon him instantaneously, without any adverse effects. Name: Noah Finul. Age: 12 Mage level, 3rd stage 0 indeed. Noah has leapt from being a 1st stage mage directly to a 3rd stage mage. This exhilarating transformation fills him with unparalleled excitement. In his estimation, even the most exceptional graduates of Hogwarts barely reach this level. Therefore, it is impossible for Noah not to feel elated about his current status. However, after the initial joy subsided, he quickly regained his composure. It is merely a 3rd stage. There is no need for excessive exhilaration. While he undoubtedly excels among students, how does he measure up against the instructors? Noah is not an inexperienced mage. He has witnessed the prowess of Master Ancient One, who, simply by standing firm, compelled the underworld to yield, and then proceeded to cleanse the arrangements of heaven on earth. Such formidable authority is rooted in unparalleled strength. Truthfully, Noah yearns for a day when he, too, can stand like Master Ancient One, instilling fear in the hearts of legendary deities without the need for direct confrontation. That is the true demeanor of a top-tier mage. He must remain humble. After all, it is merely Hogwarts, and he is yet to reach the pinnacle of his potential. The future appears daunting, and Noah pondered the insignificance of his own strength. Soon, he grew weary of these thoughts. The airplane glided slowly through the sky, and Noah sighed, recognizing that the road ahead was still long. Upon returning to London, he finally enjoyed a genuine respite. To be honest, he initially expected his trip to America to be a leisurely adventure, but he inadvertently found himself entangled in a battle between heaven and hell, which left him feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, Noah and Ms. Hyphen did not linger in America for too long, just over half a month. Thus, upon his return, they were able to relax completely for more than a month. Noah spent his days replying to letters from friends and reading, while also taking time to enlighten Ms. Hyphen about the intricacies of the magical world. During Noah's absence of half a month, several of his dormitory companions had sent him letters, yet he never received any. Now that he was back, he was eager to respond, though it vexed him that he had no pet to correspond with. As a result, every time an owl arrived, it was detained until he completed his letter, after which it could regain its freedom. This led to complaints from Kate and others about why Noah did not acquire a pet, to which he could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Citing his lack of funds, educating Ms. Hyphen about the magical world served as a form of leisure for Noah, as he felt a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a teacher. It was impossible not to notice Ms. Hyphen's dedication to learning. She meticulously took notes, which made Noah feel somewhat inadequate, as he was not one to document his thoughts in such a manner. Noah, does the magical world truly possess a potion for rejuvenation? Indeed, it is not unusual. A concoction of daisy roots, fig peels, caterpillars, a drop of leech juice, and a mouse's spleen, blended with some unique techniques, will suffice. However, one must be careful with the proportions, otherwise, one might end up with an embryo. Enough about that. By the way, that little girl is also your friend? Hermione? Yes, but she is in Gryffindor, while I am in Ravenclaw. Miss Hyphen's thirst for knowledge was palpable, though her focus seemed slightly misplaced. Hermione had indeed sought Noah out, but only as she passed through the area, and she had not forgotten to remind him to return to class on time. Your school term is starting soon, isn't it? Yes, why do you ask? Shall I accompany you to buy textbooks this time? I suspected as much. Of course, my lady. In the magical realm of Britain, there are two prominent trading centers, Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley, adjacent to Diagon Alley, is a den of vice, shunned by most witches and wizards. The narrow street is filled with shops of dark magic, the largest being Borgin and Burke's, which houses a hidden cabinet that leads to the room of requirement at Hogwarts. This wretched place is a favored haunt for dark wizards and Death Eaters. Yet, truthfully, such locations often offer unimaginable treasures, rare materials, and fearsome potions. Noah had long harbored a desire to visit this enchanting place, yet alas, his age had thwarted his aspirations. At times, he even fancied casting a spell upon himself or consuming some elixir to transform into Hagrid and venture forth. However, those were mere musings. Currently, Noah, accompanied by Mrs. Hyphen, was bound for Diagon Alley. This bustling commercial thoroughfare of the British wizarding world boasted flagship stores from numerous premier magical brands. Concealed behind the leaky cauldron, a pub invisible to muggles in London, one could access this hidden enclave by tapping a specific brick in the wall adjacent to a rubbish bin with a wand. To be frank, Mrs. Hyphen was utterly incapable of perceiving the pub, let alone approaching it. Yet, with Noah leading the way, she gritted her teeth and collided with the wall, only to discover the extraordinary nature of her surroundings. Didn't you claim you had never visited a pub before? Well, I went straight in on my first visit, and the people here wouldn't sell anything to me anyway, so it hardly matters. This place has been bewitched with a muggle-repelling charm, or perhaps a confundus charm, rendering its existence invisible to you. Truly remarkable. It is indeed wondrous. But do keep your voice down, Avril. I'm certain you wouldn't want them to know you are a muggle. Noah grasped Mrs. Hyphen's hand and led her inside, their presence eliciting little attention. However, as they traversed the alleyway and entered Diagon Alley, they began to encounter familiar faces. Everything within Diagon Alley captivated Mrs. Hyphen's gaze. It was a cobblestone street lined with an array of peculiar and thrilling shops and eateries. Typically, young wizards would procure their school supplies here before attending Hogwarts, resulting in a throng of visitors, adults and children alike, creating a bustling atmosphere. Noah mused that this locale was indeed the most vibrant commercial street in the British wizarding world. And with the space becoming increasingly scarce, the property values were likely to soar. If one had the means to secure a spot here and manage it well, or even purchase a plot of land to lease to others, collecting monthly rent would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Noah quietly expressed his thoughts, and Mrs. Hyphen concurred. It is indeed a thriving place. If one were to establish a business here, the potential returns could be unimaginable. Are you considering this? Merely jesting. I lack the funds. Yet, should an opportunity arise in the future, I would certainly explore it and seek partners. Then I wish you success in becoming a capable proprietor, Noah. Thank you. Noah replied with a smile. He mused that if the Weasley twins could thrive with a joke shop in Diagon Alley, Why couldn't he? Of course, those were matters for another day. Noah continued, hand in hand with Mrs. Hyphen, directly towards Flourish and Blots. The Lihung bookstore is a vast establishment filled with towering bookshelves that reach the ceiling, specializing in introductory wizarding literature. It may well be the sole bookstore that provides textbooks for students at Hogwarts, despite the fact that the curriculum requires materials beyond their offerings. To be honest, there are times when Noah feels a twinge of sympathy for those working in this shop, as they must contend with peculiar and troublesome tomes, such as the biting book monster's monster manual and the utterly invisible invisibility charms. Just thinking about it is enough to induce a headache. Moreover, they occasionally face even greater challenges, such as hosting book signings. The Lihung bookstore holds impromptu signing events, where the chaotic crowds are nearly unmanageable, undoubtedly adding unimaginable difficulties to their workload. Take the current situation, for instance. Noah observes Gilderoy Lockhart posing for photographs with Harry Potter amidst the frenzied crowd below. He can only imagine the complex emotions of the staff, and he himself is rather displeased to have encountered this charlatan. "Noah, what is going on?" Miss Hyphen inquired, leaning in close to him, eager not to appear ignorant. "Nothing, just an annoying fellow." "Never mind, let us buy our books and leave," Noah replied quietly, wishing to avoid being surrounded by these fervent fans. The second-year reading list is particularly absurd. Noah feels that aside from Standard Spellbook, Level 2, and the Magical Creatures volume, the rest are utterly pointless. Dealing with pixies, strolling with ghouls, holidays with witches, traveling with giants. Goodness, what utter rubbish, and at such exorbitant prices. Well, the prices aren't too steep. Aren't these the books you need? Noah sighed, acknowledging that indeed, they were necessary, even if he could only enjoy them as novels. He was determined not to let his actions cause Ravenclaw to lose any points, yet he resolved that when all was said and done, he would ensure Lockhart returned every last penny. After purchasing the books, Noah intended to leave, but found himself obstructed by Lucius Malfoy and his son, who had cornered Harry and his companions. To his astonishment, Noah noticed that Hermione was, in fact, with them. He shook his head in disbelief, reflecting on the powerful inertia of history before turning to depart. Noah, however, to his utter surprise, just as he was about to exit the bookstore with Miss Hyphen, he heard Hermione's voice behind him. This thwarted his desire to leave immediately, and Miss Hyphen turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. "Isn't that your classmate?" she asked curiously upon noticing Hermione. "Indeed, what a coincidence," Noah replied with a forced chuckle. "Are you not going to see what's the matter? She seems to be in some trouble. All right, let us check it out. It's probably just some minor issue." "Oh, another one?" Lucius Malfoy regarded Noah, who was approaching with an air of arrogance, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Noah, are you the esteemed Ravenclaw who ranks first in the entire year, Mr. Finnegan?" Noah calmly lifted his gaze to meet Lucius's, noting the latter's pale golden hair, piercing icy blue eyes, and sharp, ashen face. He recognized Lucius's haughty disposition, coupled with a cunning intellect adept at manipulating situations. In all honesty, Noah perceived this arrogance as a trait likely inherited from the Malfoy lineage, as evidenced by his son, Draco Malfoy, who shared a similar disposition. Overall, Noah harbored a profound disdain for this man and, by extension, his son, lacking the amiable nature exhibited by other predecessors. His character could be summarized as one who responds to provocation with unyielding resolve. He had no interest in aiding a potential Death Eater in seeking redemption. Such endeavors were best left to the professors at Hogwarts, rather than a mere student like himself. "Indeed, and who might you be?" Noah responded with a nonchalant smile, glancing at Draco beside Lucius. "Given your resemblance, I presume you are father and son?" "Yes, I am Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father." "Ah, I see. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Despite his strong aversion towards Lucius, Noah maintained a semblance of decorum. To be frank, he looked down upon Lucius, who seemed to take pride in being a sycophant. Noah found little worthy of respect in him. "By the way, I have heard about you from Marco. It's quite unfortunate, and I extend my condolences." Lucius interjected once more. "You are a Muggle-born, are you not?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Noah regarded him with indifference, acknowledging his Muggle heritage without concern for the identities of his parents. He was content with his current circumstances. "Nothing much, simply enjoy your time at the academy. However, if I were in your position, I would align myself with a prominent pure-blood wizard, as it would present better opportunities in the future." "Are you suggesting I attach myself to someone who is woefully ignorant yet possesses an inflated sense of self-worth?" Like Mr. Finnegan? I trust you understand with whom you are conversing. Oh, and who do you believe I am conversing with? I shall candidly inform you that I am speaking to a self-important fool. Noah met Lucius's gaze without a hint of fear, untroubled by the prospect of Lucius taking any aggressive action. Even if he dared, Noah had no reason to fear him. Lucius was undeniably formidable, yet he remained at a third-tier level, still distinct from the likes of Dumbledore. Noah, too, was of third-tier caliber, although there was a considerable gap between them. He was no stranger to dark magic and possessed knowledge of elemental spells. Particularly, having memorized the accessible sections of Master Ancient One's notes, Noah felt little trepidation towards Lucius. Moreover, he recognized that Lucius, in his quest to maintain a facade of respectability, was unlikely to engage in conflict with a mere second-year wizard. Indeed, if he possesses such audacity, he might as well employ some newly acquired magic to intimidate him. Noah was already certain that he would inevitably wield magic that was entirely distinct from that of Hogwarts in the future. Leaving a lasting impression on others would certainly not be unwelcome. However, much to his dismay, although Lucius was exceedingly irate, he ultimately suppressed his fury, maintaining a calm smile as he regarded Noah. Mr. Fennell, he said, I sincerely hope you understand one crucial fact. In the realm of magic, individuals like you cannot possibly thrive. Is that so? Noah stifled the urge to roll his eyes, a hint of derision gracing his features. Is it truly the case that wielding one's wealth and lineage as weapons, deftly manipulating others through threats to ensure their compliance, is the essence of survival in this magical world? Humph. Do not presume that Dumbledore will always look after you, and I believe his time to do so is quite limited. Oh, really? Who do you think will come to your aid? Your master? Noah found himself at a loss for words, seemingly holding a similar sentiment towards Harry. Shaking his head, Noah sighed. Your loyalty is indeed commendable, Mr. Malfoy. However, I offer you a piece of advice. Keep your child at a distance from me at school, or I cannot guarantee that he will return home without incident during Christmas or the summer holidays. With that, Noah took Miss Hyphen's arm and walked away. To be frank, it was the first time Noah had spoken so harshly. Although he had every right to be arrogant, had he proclaimed himself the disciple of the Supreme Mage, the Minister of Magic would likely come seeking him. Yet, he truly did not wish to act in such a manner. Doing so would surely disappoint Master Gui. Noah found it unbearable to converse with Lucius in such a way. He simply could not comprehend the workings of this man's mind. Setting aside the fact that Voldemort had yet to resurrect, did he truly believe he had Professor Dumbledore under his thumb? Of course, Noah dared to speak so bluntly, surmising that Lucius would not dare to retaliate openly. If Noah encountered any troubles, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer consequences. His family could not withstand scrutiny. However, covert retaliation would be inevitable. Regrettably, from the outset, Noah intended to inform Dumbledore of his relationship with Master Gui, a notion that Master Gui also endorsed. Noah was confident that, upon learning this news, Dumbledore would prioritize his protection over that of Harry. The Supreme Mage is not to be trifled with. If any harm were to befall her disciple at Hogwarts, the institution would be rendered untenable. Noah, are you certain there will be no repercussions for your conversation with that man? Miss Hyphen inquired anxiously, trailing behind him. Rest assured, there will be absolutely no issues. Noah sighed helplessly. Though sensing his emotions were askew, he felt compelled to clarify. Avery, do not forget, I am a disciple of the Supreme Mage. Indeed, one can only hope that your mentor would not permit you to endure such indignities. He is truly a most detestable individual. Upon hearing this, Miss Hyphen felt a considerable sense of relief. Lucius's demeanor was undeniably repugnant, evoking memories of her own rigid and obstinate father. Such recollections were far from pleasant, for it was said that her family had nearly severed ties with her. The reason? Her refusal to conform. Children of noble lineage ought not to possess such independent thought. Of course, exceptions existed among the grandest of aristocratic families, but for those of her standing, it was particularly vexing. Enough of him, she thought, shaking her head. She was reluctant to dwell on such matters any longer. With a smile, she turned to Noah and inquired, where shall we venture next? Let us meander about. There are still many fascinating sights to behold, Noah replied, stroking his head in contemplation. Every student at Hogwarts must possess a pet capable of delivering letters. It seems you lack such a companion. Well, those are rather expensive. Where's the pet shop? Long time no see, Noah. Over here. Hey, Evan. Noah greeted with a smile as he entered the grand hall of Hogwarts and made his way toward Evan and his companions. He had returned to Hogwarts, ready to partake in the annual freshman induction ceremony. Unbeknownst to them, Noah and his friends had already ascended to their second year, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of aging. Nonsense. I'm merely 12, not even 13 yet, he thought, shaking off the sentiment as he settled beside Evan, where Kate and Renz were already seated. They had even reserved a spot for him, alleviating any concern about finding a place to sit. Just as he sat down, before he could even take a sip of hot tea, Renz maliciously remarked, "Noah, do be kinder to my Noti next time. I heard you imprisoned him with magic and deprived him of food." Noti, Renz's messenger owl, was a small gray creature, lacking the distinction of Harry's Hedwig, yet was fiercely loyal, having been raised by Evan since childhood. Intriguingly, upon discussing this matter, both Renz and Kate joined forces in their indignation. "Indeed, my Saran has suffered similarly. For heaven's sake, Noah, what harm would it have been to feed her?" "Exactly. My Camille went missing for several days after her last letter. I feared she was lost. When she returned, she was utterly weakened, and it was only after consulting the veterinarian that I discovered the cause." Faced with the discontent of his peers, Noah could only concede. It appeared he had indeed erred when confronted by these bewildered yet feisty owls. He had hastily immobilized them with magic, resulting in a warning from the Ministry of Magic. All right, my apologies, everyone. It was my fault. I simply did not know what to feed them." "Mice. Very well, but rest assured, there will be no repeat of this, as I have also acquired an owl." "Wow, you actually splurged on one. What breed is it?" "A black-eyed owl with a yellow beak." "What?" Evan and the others were taken aback, then exchanged glances, each struggling to suppress a laugh. Noah found himself at a loss. The yellow-beaked owl was a small species of owl, characterized by its yellow eyes and cream-colored beak, lacking prominent vertical or horizontal stripes, adorned only by a row of large triangular white spots on its shoulders. Of course, this creature possessed an even more remarkable feature. It was exceedingly adorable. Despite this charming trait, Noah felt quite helpless. What use was cuteness? He truly wished that his pet could be as fierce as Harry's. Yet, there was little he could do. This choice was made by Mrs. Hyphen, and Noah had no real right to object. As for this creature's name, Noah simply called her Heather. Indeed, this little one was female, had he not feared Mrs. Hyphen's disapproval. He would have preferred to name her Good Girl instead. As the group engaged in casual conversation, their experience from last year's ceremony made them aware of the slow pace of the opening ceremony. This year was no different. Hogwarts welcomed over 200 new students, who would be sorted into various houses. Where they would end up was unclear to Noah and his friends, and they were too indifferent to ponder it further. Instead, they began to share their summer experiences. For instance, Evan recounted his trip to Romania with his parents to see dragons, where the caretaker was said to be Ron's brother. Renz had been diligently practicing magic at home, significantly enhancing both his magical power and mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Kate had not been idle either. He had intended to practice with Noah, but with Noah absent and Evan abroad, he ended up spending the summer with Renz. "By the way, where did you go?" Once they had finished sharing, all eyes turned to Noah. Curiosity piqued about his summer escapades. "Well, I took a trip to America," Noah replied after a moment of consideration. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Goodness, America? Wasn't there some trouble brewing over there?" Evan whispered immediately, seemingly well-informed. "What kind of trouble?" Kate and Renz were unaware of these developments and were equally curious. It was said that certain angels from heaven intended to secretly allow the children of hell to enter the human realm, but this was discovered by the Ministry of Magic, and ultimately, the Supreme Sorcerer resolved the issue. My goodness, even the Supreme Sorcerer made an appearance. Is that for real? Oh my, I've only heard of this figure in some obscure texts. He is the greatest wizard and the guardian of Earth. Noah listened to their chatter, feeling somewhat speechless. It appeared that the American Ministry of Magic had not mentioned him at all. However, he didn't mind these minor details. What left him bemused was that they seemed to believe that the Ancient One was male, while in some parallel universe he indeed was. Noah preferred to avoid such absurd notions. "Excuse me, everyone, you should refer to her as such." "Thank you." Noah felt compelled to interject. "Her?" Evan, Kate, and another companion exchanged glances, and after a moment, Kate finally mustered the courage to ask, "Could it be that you've met her? Or did you discover some information about her in a book?" "I have indeed encountered her," Noah replied, unwilling to delay sharing this revelation with his friends. especially since he would be departing from this place in 2 years. Informing them in advance served as a psychological preparation. To be precise, I was involved in everything you mentioned. By Merlin. How can this be? Quickly, Noah, tell us what transpired. The trio could hardly contain their excitement, urging Noah to recount the events. Noah nodded, and after ensuring they swore to keep the matter confidential, he slowly divulged the entire story to them. He recounted how he had unwittingly become embroiled in these affairs, vanquished those demons, and ultimately earned the recognition of Master Gu-E as his disciple. He would soon be departing. This was the crux of the matter. Noah shrugged, noticing that Kate and her companions appeared utterly astonished. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. It was understandable. The experiences Noah had endured were almost unfathomable, rivaling the tales of that infamous Lockhart. In their eyes, Lockhart was merely a charlatan. They were well acquainted with various magical creatures, their characteristics, and some geographical knowledge, rendering Lockhart's writings nothing short of nonsense. Even if they weren't outright fabrications, based on the information they had gleaned from their parents, it was certainly not the work of that individual. Are you saying that you single-handedly resolved the situation over in America? Kate asked, swallowing hard, incredulity evident in her voice. No, 2 Aurors assisted in wrapping things up. But the true resolution came from Master Gu-E, Noah clarified, not wishing to take undue credit, despite his significant involvement in the matter. So you are now the disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer? Lund stammered, curiosity lacing his words. Indeed, though I did not choose this path. We have only just begun here. How could I bear to leave? Noah spread his hands, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Evan finally spoke softly. So you have merely 2 years left at Hogwarts? His words cast a shadow of silence over the group. This topic was somewhat bittersweet, yet it was unavoidable. The prospect of Noah's departure in 2 years filled their hearts with both sadness and envy. He was to become a disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer, a guardian of the world, the greatest and most powerful wizard. While they felt a profound sense of blessing for Noah, the thought of his absence widening the chasm between them was disheartening. Yes, but we still have 2 years together, do we not? Noah replied, falling into silence for a moment before a smile broke through. He could sense the emotions of his friends and, putting himself in their shoes, realized that he too would likely feel envious in their situation. Noah felt compelled to console them, genuinely caring for their well-being. Although the Wizarding Alliance was a mere creation of his own, he was immensely confident in its future and was determined to nurture it diligently. These young individuals were not just any others. Their futures were destined to shine brightly. Noah envisioned them accompanying him, propelling this alliance to monumental heights. However, none of this seemed to matter. They were members of the Wizarding Alliance, and regardless of what lay ahead, they would face it together, wouldn't they? Given the chance. I shall recommend you to Kamar Taj, Noah whispered to Evan and the others. Really? The 3 youngsters' eyes sparkled. Kamar Taj was indeed a sanctum for wizards. Of course. When have I ever spoken falsely? Goodness. Oh no, we mean that's splendid. Thank you, Noah, and rest assured, we won't allow you to surpass us by too much. You must strive hard, lest you bring shame upon Ravenclaw. Fear not, my friends, for I have always been the best. Indeed, you are the finest. With Noah's promise, the youngsters were engulfed in excitement. It was indeed true. Kamar Taj was a revered sanctuary in the hearts of countless wizards. However, gaining entry to that enigmatic place was not as straightforward as that of a magical academy. One required a certain measure of fortune. Noah had already prepared himself for the possibility of recommending his friends there. The knowledge imparted at Hogwarts was somewhat limited, and upon graduation, one would merely be 18, a time meant for university studies. Regrettably, there were no higher magical institutions available for further education post-Hogwarts, a phenomenon consistent across the globe. Therefore, Noah pondered whether Kamar Taj could transform into a prestigious magical academy, albeit only accessible to those possessing commendable abilities and adequate skill levels. Kate and her companions should meet the criteria, and as for Hermione and Ernie, they were even more capable. After all, they were currently outshone by Kate and her trio. Noah's vision was to provide the exceptional members of the Wizarding Alliance with opportunities to study there, allocating several spots each year. However, implementing this idea would take time. Although Noah could be considered a disciple of the Ancient One, he had yet to visit Kamar Taj himself. Thus, he prudently merely mentioned the possibility, refraining from making absolute guarantees. Noah believed Kate and the others would grasp his intent, but who wouldn't wish to dream of such opportunities? Even if they perceive their chances to be a mere 10%, they would prefer to believe in that 10% and strive to better themselves. The opening ceremony continued, but soon Noah and his companions noticed several professors hastily departing, leaving Kate and the others baffled. Particularly, Professor Snape had hurried out after receiving a newspaper, while Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall remained until the Sorting Hat had completed its assignments before leaving. "What is happening?" Lunds inquired, curiously mixing cream into his bread. "Have you not noticed that Mr. Potter seems to be absent?" Kate remarked nonchalantly. "And Mr. Weasley as well. However, he is Harry's shadow, spending 90% of his time in his company," Evan mumbled while fiddling with his fork. "There must be some issue, but it doesn't concern us," Noah mused, quickly discerning the situation. Although this world was indeed chaotic, the narrative at Hogwarts should remain unchanged. The events of second year were rather predictable, involving a younger version of Voldemort emerging from a book and a gigantic, sinister serpent with a deadly gaze. Not to mention the unfortunate Harry Potter being mistaken for the heir of Slytherin. Noah recalled how Harry was once threatened by Ernie, which was when Noah first remembered this future head of Hufflepuff. Yet, to Noah, these occurrences seemed rather trivial. As a third-year student, although he lacked the prowess of the professors, excluding the theoretical ones, he was confident that he could handle the issues that Harry faced with ease. At Hogwarts, Noah's level of strength allowed him to navigate through the challenges with ease. He hardly believed any of the students could pose a threat to him, not even that serpent. Nevertheless, Noah remained vigilant. He certainly did not wish to be petrified and subsequently rely on Mandrake to lift the curse. After enjoying his dinner, Noah chose not to return to the Ravenclaw common room with the others. Instead, he made his way alone to the headmaster's office on the third floor. He had matters to discuss with Dumbledore, and his friends likely discerned his intentions, hence their unusual decision not to accompany him. Upon reaching Dumbledore's office, Noah gently knocked on the door, and soon a voice from within beckoned him to enter. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," Noah said as he stepped inside, offering a slight bow to the esteemed headmaster seated at his desk. "Ah, Mr. Finnegan, good evening. How was your holiday in America?" Dumbledore inquired. "Thank you for your assistance. It spared me from any difficulties with the Ministry of Magic. However, as for the holiday, it was rather dreadful. I heard that Merlin himself, there were so many incidents. But fortunately, the Supreme Wizard resolved the issues, and thankfully you are unharmed." "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I have come today to discuss some matters with you." "What?" Dumbledore exclaimed, appearing utterly taken aback, his expression not much improved from that of Kate and the others earlier. "Here's the situation," Noah said, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Although he found it amusing to witness others' astonishment, the novelty quickly wore off. Each time necessitated a lengthy explanation and the answering of various similar questions, which was genuinely burdensome. However, there was no alternative. Noah had to provide a thorough explanation, both for Dumbledore and for Kate and the others, as it was indeed necessary. With a sigh, Noah found himself standing here, watching Dumbledore, hoping he would hasten his pace. Noah was not fatigued. During the 8 hours on the train, he had been sequestered in the system's space, poring over Master Guy's notes. To the outside observer, he appeared to be merely asleep, which was not far from the truth. Thus his physical state could be described as remarkably optimal. Dumbledore gazed silently at Noah, and once he sensed Noah's discomfort under his scrutiny, he sighed. "I never anticipated you would reach this juncture. Your talent is indeed astonishing, Mr. Fenrir." "Oh, thank you," Noah replied, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "Was that all there was to it? Shouldn't you inquire why Master Guy favored me, or something of that nature?" Noah suddenly felt a dissonance. It was often said that those who were pretentious were just being vain. While Noah did not consider himself vain, he recognized his own pretentiousness. Professor Dumbledore, perhaps discerning Noah's strangeness, chuckled softly. "Is it peculiar that I have not posed many questions and have chosen to trust you nonetheless?" "Well, somewhat. I shared this information with Evan and the others, and they found it hard to believe. Indeed, to be honest, I was rather taken aback myself." Dumbledore appeared somewhat pleased. Yet Noah felt a deeper sense of gratification, akin to that of a parent witnessing their child's success. This expression left Noah utterly astonished. What was this demeanor from Dumbledore? Shouldn't such warmth be directed towards Harry instead? However, while Noah was lost in thought, Dumbledore continued, "Do not forget, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. The moment you entered this office, I sensed your formidable magical prowess, coupled with the information provided by the American Ministry of Magic. Thus, I chose to place my trust in you. You can sense my magic? Noah was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained composure. This seemed rather normal. Dumbledore blinked, opting not to respond to Noah's query, and instead continued, I must say, your talent is truly remarkable. The difference between last year and now is nothing short of extraordinary. Master Gu bestowed upon me a tome of her notes. Ah, I see. You must not mention this book to anyone. Do you understand? Dumbledore, though astonished by how Gu had facilitated such a remarkable enhancement in Noah's magical abilities, refrained from probing further. He could only speculate that the esteemed supreme sorceress possessed some extraordinary method. After all, it was improbable that such a venerable figure could ascend to become Earth's protector and the most powerful sorcerer in a mere 4 to 5 centuries. Thus, Dumbledore believed that this great supreme sorceress must have imparted some techniques to Noah for enhancing his magical prowess. Beyond that, he could conceive no better explanation, though he would not wholly accept Noah's assertions. The current situation here is exceedingly intricate. Although Dumbledore is not acquainted with Master Gu, he could still pen a letter to inquire for assurance. I understand, Professor, Noah nodded. Given the circumstances, there is no need for Noah to elaborate further. He had intended to share his concerns about his magical abilities with Dumbledore. However, under the present conditions, Noah deemed it wiser to remain silent, as speaking up might lead to even greater complications. He bowed respectfully to Professor Dumbledore and turned to leave the office. With classes scheduled for the following day, Noah felt it prudent to return to his dormitory for some rest. Although he did not feel fatigued, the absence of engaging distractions left him no choice but to retreat to his quarters, where he could unwind before sleep. The system remains remarkably true to its promises. The temporal ratio within Noah's system space has now transformed from 1:1 to 1:3, a revelation that took Noah by surprise. Previously, he had speculated that any alterations would be marginal, yet the system's actions conveyed otherwise. I have not experienced the second tier, so I remain uncertain about what it entails. However, with my current third-tier temporal ratio set at 1:3, does that imply that each ascension doubles the time ratio? Noah mused, stroking his chin as he walked, contemplating the implications of this increase. A truly unimaginable boon. This newfound time would afford him ample opportunity to meditate within the system space, a crucial factor in his quest for prosperity. Moreover, with more time at his disposal, he could conduct a greater number of experiments, for wizards are not so different from the scientists of the ordinary world. In fact, in terms of eccentricity, wizards often appear more unhinged than their mundane counterparts. With such an abundance of time, I can diligently practice my new spells and, given the opportunity, nay, the certainty, I will be able to put them to use. Noah harbored considerable frustration over his inability to employ the myriad spells he had acquired, often resorting to what he regarded as mere parlor tricks. Now, with Master Gu acting as a safeguard, Noah finally felt liberated to indulge in his whims. At worst, he could claim that his findings were based on Master Gu's notes. As he pondered this, he casually responded to Copper Eagle's inquiry before pushing open the door to enter the Ravenclaw common room. The common room was remarkably tranquil, with only a few upperclassmen absorbed in their studies, while the younger students had all retreated to rest. Observing this harmonious scene, a faint smile graced Noah's lips. He truly cherished the serene life on campus. Yet, he quickly recalled a more pressing concern: the threat of Voldemort, a figure capable of plunging the academy and indeed the entire magical realm into chaos. If Noah wished to maintain his peace, he could not circumvent the menace posed by Voldemort. Thus, he must devise a plan to confront this adversary ahead of time. Although it is said that even if Noah refrains from action, someone would inevitably bring about his demise, he does not wish to adopt such a passive stance. Moreover, the future remains uncertain. After all, with a butterfly like me fluttering about, who can predict what will transpire? It seems I must contemplate how to ensnare the villain Voldemort. To confront Voldemort, it is essential to eliminate the Horcruxes he has left behind. While the concept of Horcruxes may seem convoluted, one soon discovers that their operation is surprisingly straightforward. It involves extracting one's own soul from the body and infusing it into an object. Even a keyhole would suffice. However, fulfilling the requirements for creating a Horcrux is far from simple, as it necessitates a dark wizard to commit heinous acts, such as murder, resulting in the shattering of their own soul. This alone is enough to dissuade many from pursuing the idea. The purpose of creating these Horcruxes is rather transparent: to achieve immortality. In blunt terms, if one's power does not suffice for true immortality, one resorts to such dark arts as a substitute. Clearly, Voldemort embodies this mindset, which perhaps speaks to a lack of confidence. Furthermore, considering the prevalent bloodline theories in this world, many believe they can no longer progress beyond a certain threshold due to the limitations of their lineage. Such thinking has led to the downfall of numerous individuals, as few contemplate alternative methods to enhance their magical prowess. Potions aside, Noah recalls Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's diary, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Voldemort's snake nagini, as well as Harry Potter himself. To be frank, he is aware of the whereabouts of these items, though he remains uncertain of the snake's current location. Thus, he feels confident in his ability to procure this information. However, Noah must exercise patience. He needs to devise a plan to attract Dumbledore's attention. After all, that serpent is set to emerge this term, so eliminating it promptly, coupled with the excuse of the diary and his previous encounter with Voldemort, will allow him to prepare adequately. Noah mused silently, aware that he would not foolishly approach Dumbledore and say, "Hey, Professor, I know where the Horcruxes are. Let us vanquish Voldemort." Such an action would surely leave him feeling insulted. It is simply too absurd. Even setting aside whether Dumbledore would question how Noah acquired this knowledge, the mere existence of a Horcrux is not something he should be privy to. Who knows? Dumbledore might even suspect him of being possessed by Voldemort. That would indeed be an awkward predicament. Upon returning to the dormitory, Noah discovered that Kate and the others were still awake, waiting for him. After engaging in light conversation, Noah took the initiative to extinguish the light, for tomorrow marks the beginning of a new term, and they certainly do not wish to be tardy. After a night of diligent practice in the system space, Noah rose early the next morning. He cast a glance at the timetable hanging on the wall. Their morning class was the same as last year's, an exceedingly tedious history of magic. Noah could only mutter a few complaints under his breath, for their professor, Binns, had the uncanny ability to render even the bloody Goblin Rebellion as dull as a ministry report. Noah surmised that Dumbledore likely chose him largely because this fellow had lived through that era, hadn't he? "Good morning, Noah." Still checking the schedule? Just as Noah was lost in his thoughts, Evan, bleary-eyed, approached him. "Good morning, Evan. For heaven's sake, it's history of magic again. I really don't want to go. His lectures are insufferably boring." Noah replied, not bothering to turn around, his irritation palpable. "Professor Binns' class? Goodness, perhaps only Lunds can endure it. Though I suspect he's merely feigning ignorance, as we've long mastered this material, haven't we?" Kate emerged, neatly dressed, though her demeanor mirrored Noah's. "Come on, guys. Stop complaining. If it's unbearable, you could always sleep, right? After all, Professor Binns probably knows that hardly anyone enjoys his class, so he never pays attention," Lunds remarked, his expression somewhat awkward. It seemed he was perhaps the sole admirer of history of magic here. As they ambled towards the classroom, Noah noticed that the Hufflepuff students had already gathered. He couldn't tell if it was intentional, but he observed that classes featuring a combination of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were quite frequent. Conversely, Gryffindor and Slytherin seemed to share an abundance of classes as well. However, upon reviewing all the subjects, Noah realized that each inter-house combination was indeed the same. It was merely a matter of personal perception. Ernie had long since arrived in the classroom, his enthusiasm noticeably lacking, likely a testament to the profound dullness of Professor Binns' lectures. In truth, aside from a few who were particularly fascinated by the history of magic, most students shared Noah's sentiments. He envied Gryffindor and Slytherin, for their first class was herbology, which surely spared them the drowsiness of hearing familiar material. Ernie sat down beside Noah and his friends without a hint of surprise from the other students. After all, he had often done this last year, not to mention Hermione from Gryffindor. All the students were aware that these exceptionally high-achieving individuals were likely forming some sort of academic alliance. Given that their small circle comprised primarily of outstanding students, an aspect that evoked envy in many. One cannot deny that in this era and at this age, excelling academically is indeed a source of pride. Numerous younger students secretly strive to join Noah's circle. "Mandrick," Noah suddenly interjected, his comment seemingly out of nowhere. "What?" Kate and the others looked at him, puzzled, struggling to comprehend his meaning. "I mean, their herbology class is likely intended to relocate the Mandrick. This is no trivial matter. Without your protection, it's likely that someone will be claiming a body by tomorrow." "Hey, Noah, Surely there can't be such fools around. Well, that wasn't he mentioned that night. Who knows? But the mandrake is indeed quite remarkable. What else can it do apart from dispelling petrification curses? The mandrake is considered a common magical plant. Petrification curses are hardly rare, and nearly all graduated wizards possess this knowledge, though the distinction lies in proficiency. Thus, mandrakes are frequently utilized in the creation of antidotes, albeit they are rather perilous, as their cries can be lethal. Enough of that. By the way, have you heard? Harry got into trouble again last night, Ernie remarked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh, what remarkable feat has our savior accomplished this time? Kate inquired, having come to realize over the past year just how much trouble Harry could stir up. Did you know? They drove a car to school, and it is said that their antics were witnessed by quite a few muggles. In the end, they even crashed into the Whomping Willow. Wow, how exhilarating. This is not exciting at all. Guys, Noah shook his head. What fun is there in such misfortune? Noah, don't you think that is pretty cool? Cool. What a joke. Harry doesn't own a car, so that vehicle must belong to Ron's family. I bet Ron's father is likely being investigated by the Ministry of Magic right now, and I suspect Ron will soon receive a rather interesting gift. A gift? What kind of gift? Perhaps a howler? Ronald Weasley, how dare you do such a thing? Do you know that your father is under investigation by the Ministry because of you? If you dare to cause such trouble again, I swear I will bring you back from Hogwarts. Also, congratulations, Ginny. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, all the students were watching Ron, whose face had drained of color. With amused expressions, this howler was undeniably hilarious. Honestly, Noah had no idea what Ron was thinking, as he had just opened the howler in front of everyone. It was simply adding to the humor. Furthermore, Ron's mother showed him no mercy, considering his current state, pale and drenched in cold sweat. One could only imagine the turmoil within him. Hey guys, do you still think it's cool? Noah turned to his companions, amused, and after considering the situation, they immediately ceased their laughter, their faces also paling in response. Cool. What is cool about this? Whether intentional or not, Noah's South position was very close to Gryffindor, allowing them to see Ron's dramatic expressions clearly. And because of that, they could hear the howler distinctly. Goodness, such an incident has occurred in my life. I fear I might have already returned home. Kate shook her head, taking a sip of juice. The other youngsters nodded in agreement. Was this not utterly tragic? Frankly, if such an embarrassing event were to befall them, they would not even require their parents to fetch them. They would wish to retreat home on their own. What are you discussing? Hermione inquired, her expression one of bewilderment as she regarded the boys, whose expressions were rather peculiar. Oh, it's nothing. These fellows merely believe that Harry and the others are quite cool in their actions, so I mentioned that Ron would surely receive a gift. As it turned out, I was correct. Noah chuckled lightly, offering a casual explanation. Indeed, it is not cool in the slightest. Such actions contravene the regulations set forth by the Ministry of Magic. Hermione shook her head, clearly not fond of such rule-breaking endeavors. Hurry and eat. Once we finish, we shall go there. After an entire summer, I feel as though I have regressed significantly. Then why did you not come to find Kate and me? I have been practicing with this fellow all summer, and I am nearly nauseated. Luns took a bite of a chicken leg, only to be swiftly jostled by Kate. Blast it, I feel like I might be sick too. Were it not for being at your house, I would have knocked you over. Do you believe me? Yield to me? Do not jest. We shall see later who is truly the superior. Noah observed the playful banter between the two, amused. Although they exchanged words fiercely, their camaraderie was undeniable. It was evident to Noah that these two had spent the summer in close proximity, and their bond had undoubtedly deepened. However, he could not shake the concern that in his homeland, such closeness might lead his two friends to unexpected inclinations. While one might say this was a positive development, Noah found the mere thought quite thrilling. After swiftly finishing their lunch, Noah and his companions made their way to the room of requirement. It had been 2 months since their last visit, and truthfully, Noah felt a nostalgic longing for everything about this place. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his time here had only spanned 2 years, leading him to a sudden feeling of melancholy. By the way, Hermione and Ernie, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? It pertains to my affairs. Kate and the others are already aware, and Professor Dumbledore is informed as well. As members of the Wizarding Alliance, you ought to be aware of this too. Go on, they urged. Without further ado, Noah recounted his experiences in America, emphasizing his recent status as a disciple of the Ancient One. The revelation left Hermione and Ernie utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that Noah had quietly reached such a remarkable milestone. My goodness, you have become a disciple of that great being. Ernie gazed at Noah with admiration. As a child of a prestigious magical family, how could he not be aware of the supreme sorcerer's renown? Even though none of their family members had ever entered Kamartaj, that did not preclude them from knowing such matters. Ernie was exceedingly excited, and Hermione was not far behind. Just moments ago, she had posed the question, who is the supreme mage? No answer from Noah was needed, as Kate and Ernie had already articulated everything that needed to be said. Coupled with Hermione's love for reading, she quickly recalled some information she had inadvertently come across, finally grasping what Noah, a fellow muggle-born like herself, had accomplished. Congratulations, Noah. Hermione felt a surge of joy, though a tinge of disappointment lingered within her, for it seemed she may never catch up to Noah's strides. Nevertheless, she sincerely wished her friend well. Thank you all. Noah smiled. Rest assured, I have promised that if the opportunity arises, I will recommend you to Master Gu-E for further studies at Kamartaj. Hermione, you must understand what an 18-year-old should be doing in the Muggle world, correct? You mean attending university? Hermione quickly grasped Noah's implication. Precisely, we graduate from Hogwarts at 18. At this age, one is not yet entering the workforce. I will find a way to discuss with Master Gu-E and see if we can select some exceptional individuals for further studies at Kamartaj post-graduation. So, we must continue to strive, right, Noah? Absolutely. Otherwise, what use would it be for you to enter at such a level? I understand. Thank you, Noah. Indeed. Upon Noah revealing this prospect, Hermione and the others were filled with elation. Although Noah envisioned Hermione's future as the Minister of Magic, that was not something to rush. In the original narrative, Hermione assumed the role in 2017. This meant that by then, she would already be in her 30s, approaching 40. While this age is considered quite young for a wizard, it still lay at least 20 years in the future. If all goes well, Noah believed she might well assume the position earlier, especially since the future Ministry of Magic appeared rather chaotic and in need of fresh blood from Dumbledore's faction. However, Noah felt that prior to that, she should not merely settle into a mundane existence within the ministry, but should seek a more advanced education. The essence of a wizard lies in their knowledge, magical power, and personal combat ability. While the political maneuvering exists within the magical realm, who would heed you when faced with unreasonable adversaries? Thus, it is essential to enhance oneself, for the future is far from simple. Defense against the dark arts is a course focused on how to confront malevolent curses and sinister creatures, and it is one of the most popular classes at Hogwarts. The first-year defense against the dark arts class was rather uninspiring. Quirinus Quirrell, that unfortunate fellow, lacked significant skill and competence. His lessons merely covered methods for dealing with minor magical creatures, after which he utterly fell from grace. It is said that he is currently playing hide-and-seek with Dementors in Azkaban. This year's defense against the dark arts instructor is Gilderoy Lockhart, who might be considered a somewhat renowned figure, perhaps. It is quite amusing to note that both Chilo and Lockhart are graduates of Ravenclaw. Unfortunately, these two individuals are considered failures in the eyes of their alma mater. One succumbed to fear and joined the Death Eaters, while the other is nothing more than a grand deceiver. Gilderoy Lockhart, an internationally renowned figure and author, a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, and an honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, has been awarded the Most Charming Smile award by the Wizarding Weekly on 5 occasions. He has penned numerous works that once captivated the magical world, albeit the tales were not his own. Noah suspects that many are aware that these stories do not genuinely belong to him, as his magical prowess is quite mediocre. Nevertheless, the magical realm is never short of jesters or those who remain blissfully indifferent to the shenanigans of others. This might explain how he has managed to deceive the masses for so long. After all, people are simply eager to witness a clown's performance, showing little concern for his true character. Moreover, his adeptness with the Obliviate charm has left others without any evidence to substantiate his misdeeds. It must be said that Lockhart is rather fortunate. Allow me to introduce myself, he proclaimed as he descended from the dais, prompting Noah and his peers to collectively roll their eyes. Aside from Noah, who is privy to the truth, Kate and the others have also heard various stories about this man, such as the fact that one should not take his words at face value. Their parents lament the fact that he was part of the same cohort, and even if they were not in the same year, they were bound to be acquainted. It is evident that they harbor little affection for Lockhart, likely due to their awareness of his true nature. My parents say this fellow is utterly unreliable and a pathological liar. Goodness, How did he become our defense against the dark arts professor? Evan muttered, resting his chin on his hand as he observed Lockhart boasting incessantly. It is truly pitiful that he hails from Ravenclaw, for heaven's sake. Lunds also bore an unfriendly expression, clearly sharing the sentiment. Can you all keep it down? Is he really that terrible? Besides, even if he has his flaws, there must be some redeeming qualities. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have selected him, would he? Hermione interjected with some irritation. Let us not dwell on it too much. Professor Dumbledore has his own perspective, and we have ours. Although his books are ridiculous, they can serve to pass the time. If he ends up embarrassing himself, that's inconsequential. Noah aptly interrupted the ensuing debate, finding it pointless to argue over a charlatan. If Noah recalls correctly, this man will soon make a fool of himself. And he has also noticed that it is not just their group who is unimpressed. Students from other houses are also watching the self-proclaimed expert with bemusement. Perhaps sensing that he had overstayed his welcome, Lockhart hastily concluded his introduction. Well, let us commence today's lesson with a brief test. With that, he descended with a stack of papers and distributed them to the students' desks while declaring, this test is quite simple. It merely assesses whether you have read your books attentively and how many answers you can fill in correctly. Upon receiving the test paper, Noah glanced at it and instantly lost all desire to write. Every question pertained solely to him. Although Noah enjoyed reading, it certainly did not encompass the works of this author. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Evan murmured as he read one of the questions, and like Noah, he too felt an immediate disinclination to write. What has been Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Linz took a look and, with a sigh, suppressed his urge to write altogether. In truth, it was not just them. All the students wore expressions of discontent. Who would willingly delve into such literature? Even if there were genuine book enthusiasts among them, few would commit these questions to memory. Even Hermione, upon glancing at these inquiries, felt a throbbing headache. Despite her fondness for Lockhart, since she had begun associating with Noah and his friends, her blind admiration had waned, and time was of the essence. The result was that she too found herself overwhelmed by these questions, although she had spent the summer immersed in reading. It had been ordinary books and advanced course materials she had recorded, leaving her little time to engage with Lockhart's works. Even if she had stolen a moment to peruse his books, she had regarded them merely as novels to pass the time, rendering her unable to recall any of the content. You have 30 minutes. Begin. With Lockhart's command, all the students reluctantly picked up their pens. Yet, their faces were etched with distress, clearly indicating their lack of understanding on how to proceed. However, soon they realized they had no time to dawdle. Time waits for no one. Noah, what shall we do? Evan looked at the test paper, confusion evident on his face. This was truly a predicament. What else can we do? Just write nonsense. Noah replied with an eye roll, feeling exasperated. Such a situation was undeniably vexing, and Noah found himself momentarily lamenting Dumbledore's involvement. However, it mattered little. After scribbling haphazardly, Noah submitted his paper. As he held no expectations of learning anything from this individual, he merely sought to get it over with. As anticipated, half an hour later, after submitting their papers, Lockhart's expression was far from pleasant as he surveyed the test results. It was evident that he was profoundly disappointed. Not even the top student from the previous semester or any of his top 10 friends had managed to answer correctly. Even more alarming was their abysmally low accuracy rate. What did this indicate? It suggested that these students had not adequately engaged with the material. Lockhart was incensed, yet regrettably, he dared not voice his frustrations. Setting aside the fact that he was acquainted with Evan's parents from his own school days, he truly did not wish to burden these young ones. Dumbledore had firmly advised him against troubling Noah, which left him with little choice. Although he was uncertain why Dumbledore had imparted such guidance, he felt too intimidated to counter it. He was well aware of his own limitations. He was merely a wizard skilled in the art of forgetting spells. Should he provoke any conflict with Dumbledore, the consequences would be dire. What a bothersome bunch of insufferable little rascals. To be honest, I am utterly disheartened. Do you truly not know what I favor? By the time all the exams were graded, Lockhart's expression had darkened considerably. This round of testing had proven to be far worse than he had ever anticipated. While several students had managed to achieve commendable scores, the overall performance left him profoundly dissatisfied. He was engulfed by an indescribable sense of disappointment, questioning his own significance among these students. Taking a deep breath, Lockhart endeavored to cast aside these dismal thoughts. However, no matter how hard he tried, He could not calm himself. Lockhart was a rather self-centered individual, or more plainly, exceedingly narcissistic, and such circumstances were intolerable for him. With a stern countenance, he sought to steady his emotions and remarked, "I must say, your preparatory efforts have been utterly abysmal." Upon hearing his words, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a chorus of discontented murmurs. This only served to darken Lockhart's demeanor further, especially when he noticed that the dissent was led by a student from Ravenclaw, which aggravated him even more. "Listen closely, young ones, this is my classroom. I expect silence," Lockhart commanded sternly, even brandishing his wand and rapping it against the desk to restore order. "Excellent." Observing the now subdued students, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction and continued, "In my classroom, I shall instruct you on how to combat malevolent magical creatures." As he spoke, he tapped his wand against a cage wrapped in a dark crimson cloth, smiling broadly as he added, "Face your inner fears. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall remain unscathed." "Noah, what do you think he will reveal? Something so small, confined within that cage?" Evan tugged at Noah's sleeve, feeling increasingly bored. Fear. Perhaps the other students might be startled, but for Evan and his friends, the concept of fear was almost non-existent. They had already encountered countless magical creatures in the room of requirement, many of which were quite formidable in size. A diminutive creature like this was hardly cause for concern. True, they had dealt with those larger beasts using various methods, such as employing spells that countered them, but that was still a successful resolution, was it not? Heaven knows. Perhaps it is some sort of tiny sprite? Noah lowered his head, feeling drowsy. As anticipated, when Lockhart unveiled the covering of the cage, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Indeed, it was exceedingly uncomfortable. Even the Gryffindor students recognized the creatures immediately. Cornish pixies. Cornish pixies are small, cobalt-hued beings, named after their initial discovery in Cornwall. Though they are widely distributed, they possess bat-like wings, are diminutive in stature, yet exhibit considerable strength. They are exceedingly mischievous, delighting in pranks such as tugging at the ears of unsuspecting individuals, lifting them up, and tossing them onto treetops and rooftops. They possess their own language, which to human ears merely sounds like chattering. In essence, they are a group of remarkably impish little creatures. Many students at Hogwarts are well acquainted with these beings, and several have even caught them for amusement. This situation brought laughter to many young wizards, clearly indicating that they did not regard these little sprites as a significant threat. Just captured from Cornwall, these mischievous pixies. Laugh away, ladies and gentlemen, but beware, for these cunning little fairies can be quite troublesome. Let us see how you intend to deal with them. Lockhart wore a hint of a mischievous grin and promptly opened the cage. In an instant, all the students were left bewildered. While they could manage one or two pixies, who knows how many Lockhart had captured? The entire classroom erupted into chaos as pixies swirled about. A rough estimate suggested there were dozens of them, far beyond what this group of students could contend with. Not that they were incapable, but the sheer number left them in a state of panic, rendering any attempt to manage them futile. Soon, the scene spiraled out of control, with Longbottom unfortunate enough to be seized by the pixies and whisked up to the chandelier, where he became ensnared. Many students, displaying remarkable ingenuity, attempted to flee the classroom, overwhelmed by the sheer number of pixies. What a fool! Evan swatted a pixie that had soared onto his head, casting a discontented glance at Lockhart, who was making a spectacle of himself at the podium. At that moment, Lockhart found his wand snatched away by the pixies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to flee, leaving a bewildered group of students to witness the chaos. One must admit, Lockhart is indeed a rather exasperating individual. Enough of the complaints. Let us first address the matter at hand. It seems there is little to anticipate from the second-year defense against the Dark Arts class. Kate shrugged in resignation and deftly swatted away a pixie that had flown onto his head. Noah remained silent, resolutely drawing forth his wand. In an instant, Noah's magical energy rippled throughout the classroom, and the pixies, sensing danger, emitted sharp cries and turned to dart towards him. Petrificus totalis. Noah was not one to display leniency. Unlike Hermione, who might employ a freezing charm, Noah unleashed a perilous petrification spell. In a heartbeat, aside from Longbottom, who remained ensnared in the chandelier, the other pixies were rendered immobile. Then, a rather alarming sight unfolded as those pixies, precisely targeted by Noah's spell, plummeted to the ground. A few particularly unfortunate ones landed directly in the fire pit, while others, perhaps too rigid, shattered upon impact like stone. In an instant, all the students were thoroughly frightened. When had they ever witnessed such a terrifying spectacle? Unanimously, their gazes turned towards Noah, tinged with trepidation. Yet, the innocence of youth prevailed, and after a fleeting moment of fear, they erupted into cheers. They were aware of Noah's formidable abilities, but the extent of his prowess remained a mystery to them. Now, they bore witness to the astonishing fact that Noah could effortlessly wield the petrification spell, executing it with such precision that it spared Lombard from harm while affecting nearly all the sprites in the vicinity. While the students were exhilarated, Kate and her companions maintained an air of calm, as though this were a commonplace occurrence. Indeed, they had encountered far more dreadful phenomena and had mastered an array of spells themselves, rendering this event rather trivial. However, Noah, was it truly necessary to create such a grand spectacle to handle these adversaries? It was but a desire to convey to their professor that his reliability was, at best, questionable. The consensus among the students was that Lockhart's unreliability had become an established fact. For this was indeed the first time they had seen a professor abandon his students in favor of escape. Regrettably, the students dared not express their disregard for Lockhart as openly as Noah and his friends did. As recognized top scholars of the academy, they possessed their own reasons and judgments, unimpeded by the need to maintain their grades. The other students, however, did not share such privileges. Moreover, during the subsequent defense against the dark arts class, it became evident that Lockhart seemed influenced by Noah's earlier use of the petrification spell, rendering them hesitant to confront Noah and his peers. Lockhart hardly attended to Noah and his friends, nor did he penalize them for their lack of engagement in his lessons, much to the envy of their fellow students, who were weary of enduring his narcissistic literature day in and day out. Consequently, they sought to gravitate towards Noah and his group, eager to join their circle. In response, Noah and his companions were quite welcoming. They recalled Dumbledore's guidance, viewing their endeavor as a mission, and thus, expanding their wizarding alliance remained a steadfast goal. By the way, Noah, may I invite my friends to join us? I assure you, they possess remarkable abilities, Ernie inquired breathlessly, seated beside Noah. He had just summoned a creature known as a fox bird to battle, and was now exhausted from the exertion. The fox, a cursed creature akin to a werewolf but far more savage, harbored an intense fear of fire. After mastering the spell Blazing Inferno, Ernie successfully summoned it. Fortunately, his skills proved adequate, and after narrowly escaping death at its claws twice, he ultimately vanquished the creature, reducing it to ashes. Your friends? Noah, holding a notebook, inquired with a hint of curiosity, but soon he recalled something. Was it Mr. Justin Finch Fletchley or Ms. Hannah Abbott? To be honest, the mere mention of Hannah Abbott's name felt somewhat peculiar. He remembered that in the original text, she was the first to don the sorting hat. However, it was evident that his world leaned more towards the cinematic interpretation, where Hermione had become the first to be sorted. Noah was somewhat acquainted with information about Hannah Abbott. For instance, she would eventually serve as the head girl of Hufflepuff, and upon reaching her 5th year, 2 heads would be selected, one male and one female. The male head was Ernie, while the female head would be Hannah herself. Furthermore, this girl would go on to become the proprietress of the Leaky Cauldron and the future wife of the rather unfortunate, yet handsome, Longbottom. It must be said that Hannah possessed commendable abilities. Although her character had some flaws, particularly in terms of resilience under pressure, her capabilities could not be dismissed. As for Justin, the only reason Noah remembered him was due to his sheer misfortune. He was nearly bitten when Harry was conversing with a snake conjured by Draco. In the future, he would be unable to enter the school due to his Muggle status, and Noah was not entirely clear about his specific abilities. However, considering Ernie's opinion, Noah pondered for a moment before responding. No problem, but you must ensure a stringent evaluation, understand? You cannot afford to relax simply because they are your friends, Ernie. I understand. Ernie nodded, taking a swig of juice before adding, if they fail, I'll seek your assistance. And if they pass, I will guide them through everything. No worries, just handle it as you see fit. Noah agreed without hesitation. If their skills were insufficient and they couldn't adapt, the embarrassment would ultimately fall on Ernie himself. Of course, Noah was not so stringent as to expect every newcomer to match the excellence of those in the initial group. They had already outpaced many other students, and trust must be cultivated gradually. Noah was not oblivious to this reality. Moreover, Having a few trustworthy friends join was far preferable to a multitude of individuals in whom he had no faith. With only 2 years left before he departed from Hogwarts, he was well aware that he could not manage every detail. These responsibilities would eventually need to be entrusted to Kate and others. Speaking of which, Kate, do you have suitable candidates from Slytherin? He asked, hoping she hadn't forgotten. I should think there's no issue there. Truth be told, Slytherin was indeed a challenging place to navigate, yet Noah felt compelled to inquire with Kate. If pressed to identify a particularly gifted individual from Slytherin, he would likely think of Malfoy first. However, Noah could not forget that he had directly threatened Malfoy's father, prompting Malfoy to keep his distance within the school. It was clear that while Noah might not have taken the threat seriously, Malfoy certainly had, as he kept a wary distance from him. If it were not for the mandatory classes and electives, it is likely that Noah would never have encountered this individual at all. Consequently, Noah had long abandoned any expectations regarding Slytherin, yet this time, it seemed, according to Kate, that he had discovered someone of interest. Oh, pray tell, who have you found? Kate's words instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone present, who promptly inquired. Kenneth Lopez, he replied. I've known him since childhood. His father is a Gryffindor and his mother a Ravenclaw, yet for reasons unknown, he was sorted into Slytherin. His mother is friends with mine. Hence our acquaintance from a young age. Kate shrugged as he spoke. Wow, didn't he refuse? Lunds approached, his curiosity evident. No. The sorting hat indicated that he yearned to learn more magic and aspired to become a respected wizard. Alas, he has expressed his discomfort with the Slytherin environment. Indeed, he had mentioned that he struggled with the prevailing atmosphere. However, he does possess a few commendable friends who do not subscribe to the pureblood ideology, though, as you may know, the current climate is rather concerning. Without a doubt, Noah and the others could guess the state of affairs within Slytherin. It must be acknowledged that it is a fine house, but ever since the emergence of that radical figure, Voldemort, everything has seemingly changed. Although they shared similar sentiments, they had managed to exercise restraint. What does he say then? Noah inquired, shaking his head. He expressed a desire to join us. As our performance last year was exceedingly impressive, and he yearns to attain such prowess himself, Kate candidly relayed. Is that so? Very well. Let him come along with Ernie's friends then, Noah contemplated before speaking. Sounds good, let us proceed with that. Ernie and Kate nodded in agreement. Wait a moment, Noah. Hermione suddenly interjected. What is it, Hermione? Well, Harry and Ron also wish to join us. They've been seeking me out these past few days. What should we do? Harry and Ron wish to join us. Noah was taken aback. How had these two even considered aligning themselves with him? While Noah had always believed himself fortunate and possessed a commendable character, he never fancied himself a chosen one. He recalled a saying, "You are not the chosen one. You are not powerful." Noah wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment and had consistently endeavored to improve himself, realizing that strength comes solely from personal effort. This was precisely why Noah had maintained a low profile at Hogwarts. The only time he had truly stood out was recently, when he petrified a group of Cornish pixies in front of the entire class. Nevertheless, if one were to think about it, his actions were not particularly outrageous, as he had indeed aided the entire class. Moreover, Gilderoy Lockhart was notoriously unreliable. It was said that Professor Dumbledore had summoned him for a serious discussion regarding his incompetence. Since they have chosen to remain so discreet, and considering that Harry and Ron's relationship with their group is hardly commendable, one might wonder why they wish to join us. This perplexed Noah and his companions. Yet he was too indifferent to ponder it further. It appears that our esteemed savior has his own intentions, so let him be. Hermione, please bring the two of them along when the time comes. Although Noah deemed Harry and Ron fundamentally unqualified, the ultimate determination would rest upon their performance in the actual test. Should they prove unfit, Noah would certainly refrain from allowing their inclusion. Despite their future roles, one as the head of Gryffindor and the other as the future chief of the Magical Law Enforcement Department, they were not yet worthy of Noah's attention. Harry's potential is indeed remarkable. Perhaps it is attributable to Voldemort's influence? Nonetheless, for the sake of the future, Noah resolved to permit them to participate in a trial. If they succeed, the House of Requests possesses ample resources to facilitate their swift advancement. However, I believe we should reconsider the testing location. After a moment of contemplation, Noah spoke. Oh, if not here, then where? Evan inquired, somewhat puzzled, recalling that Ernie and Hermione had previously conducted their trials in this very spot. It is quite simple. Having passed Professor Dumbledore's assessment, we are now an official organization. Thus, there is no longer a need for us to lurk in the shadows. While this might lend an air of mystery, it could also lead to misunderstandings, Noah mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Sitting nearby, Kate quickly grasped his implication. You mean to convey that we want others to be aware of our existence, to know that we are not Death Eaters, yet remain unaware of the source of our formidable prowess, striking a balance between enigma and formidable allure, correct? Precisely, Noah affirmed. Only those who have formally joined us can we bring here. After all, should someone choose to decline based on their friend's absence, it would be awkward for me to resort to a memory charm. I understand. Then we must find a suitable location. How about our dormitory? That works. The space is ample enough. As for the content of the test, let us select material from the second-year curriculum. Kate, Lunds, and Evan, I entrust this to you. Regarding one of our rules, we shall not disclose our existence, and we must uphold that all wizards, regardless of bloodline, are equal. Lastly, we must support and assist one another. That is all. Not a problem. Leave it to us. Kate and the others nodded in agreement, while Hermione and Ernie did not object. Since their house members would be brought in, it was only natural for them not to conduct the assessments themselves. While they might not exhibit bias, it was wise to take precautions. They were also contemplating the rules Noah had proposed, and truth be told, they were quite satisfied. Especially with the second rule affirming the equality of all wizards, regardless of bloodline. Hermione, being a Muggle-born witch, was an obvious supporter, and Ernie, a true pureblood, shared the sentiment. However, Ernie harbored a strong aversion towards Voldemort's ideologies. His friend Justin, a Muggle wizard, found it utterly intolerable to support Voldemort's beliefs, which nearly drove him to despair. As for Kate and her companions, their disdain for such notions was even more pronounced. Otherwise, their camaraderie with Noah would not flourish as it did. For a Ravenclaw, lineage held little significance. What truly mattered was the depth of one's knowledge and personal capabilities. These were paramount. After addressing these matters, Noah resolved to relinquish further involvement, trusting Kate and her friends to deliberate amongst themselves. He was now engrossed in studying the notes left by the Ancient One. Although Noah had memorized the contents of these notes long ago, he found that each time he revisited them, he gleaned new insights. The Ancient One's notes progressed from the simple to the complex, and while she had not omitted any intricate details, she had included certain seals. Little did she know that upon Noah acquiring her notes, they also manifested within his system space. Thus, anything obscured from his view externally could be fully explored within his system. The Ancient One's legacy was vast, encompassing elemental magic, spatial magic, soul magic, and other wondrous forms of sorcery, not to mention various means of physical enhancement. The Ancient One boasted formidable close combat abilities, prompting Noah to reflect on how, in Western tales, wizards often threw fireballs from afar, yet faltered in melee combat. Consequently, Noah resolved to diligently study these skills. While his aspiration remained to wield a magical machine gun, he also wished to maintain a robust physical constitution. At this stage, he decided to focus on physical training using the methods outlined in the Ancient One's notes, alongside honing his natural magic. As for spatial magic, soul magic, projection spells, and summoning arts, he would defer those pursuits for later. Noah was acutely aware of his limitations. Attempting spatial magic without the aid of a suspension ring would be akin to courting disaster. Despite his eagerness, he understood that the Ancient One's spatial magic was fraught with peril. For now, possessing the ability to apparate was sufficient, and there was no need to tempt fate. As for the day, he could effortlessly open a portal with a mere gesture or teleport countless kilometers away with a thought. That would have to wait until he reached Camartage. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed, during which the Mage Alliance welcomed two newcomers, Hannah and Justin. Under the scrutiny of Kate and her colleagues, they barely passed the initiation, prompting Noah to readily accept them into the team, much to Ernie's delight. "Noah, come quick." The sudden call from Hannah startled Noah, who had been engrossed in his book. "What is it?" he inquired, slowly setting aside his reading, his expression one of perplexity. "Kate and the Slytherin Quidditch team have clashed. It's about to escalate into a fight." "What? How did that happen? They shouldn't be so impulsive." Indeed. While Hermione was searching for Harry and Ron, she encountered Malfoy, and as a result of her interjection, Malfoy hurled the derogatory term mudblood at her, which incited Kate and the others' ire. The term mudblood is certainly not one of camaraderie. Severus Snape once uttered this very word in a fit of prideful rage directed at Harry's mother, Lily. The consequence was clear, a complete severance of their relationship. Noah pondered whether Professor Snape had truly lost his senses to speak such words to his beloved. Naturally, he paid dearly for his actions. What tragedy could be greater than having the one you cherish turn to the arms of your most despised enemy? Mudblood signifies a tainted lineage, a term predominantly used by purebloods to scorn wizards born of Muggle heritage. Frankly, a cultured individual would never resort to such language. Noah believed Draco to be utterly lacking in refinement, and more foolishly, he seemed to have forgotten that Noah himself was also of Muggle descent. It was no wonder that Kate and the others were incensed. The rules of the Wizarding Alliance dictate mutual support, and Draco's words were indeed a self-inflicted provocation. Truly, he was a fool. With this thought in mind, Noah promptly rose and made his way towards the Quidditch pitch. It appeared that Draco had genuinely disregarded his warning. Noah was certain that Draco was aware of Hermione's association with their group, yet he continued to speak in such a manner, leaving Noah no reason for restraint. It was regrettable that apparition was not permitted at Hogwarts. Otherwise, he would not need to make such a leisurely journey. Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity to experiment with some new magic. Drawing his wand, Noah softly intoned a mysterious incantation, and a faint green aura enveloped him. This was elemental magic of the wind, and to hasten his arrival, Noah employed a form of magic entirely outside the Hogwarts curriculum. This was not Noah's first encounter with such magic, but it was indeed the first time he had showcased it publicly, filling him with immense joy. As he had long awaited this moment. He had started studying elemental magic some time ago, but had lacked the courage to utilize it. Thanks to Master Ancient One, Noah felt liberated from his previous discomfort. Empowered by the wind element, Noah dashed forth with remarkable speed, even contemplating whether he should learn a flying charm. However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as the flying charm was classified as advanced magic. If all else failed, perhaps he could experiment with a combination of the levitation charm and the acceleration magic of the wind element to elevate himself. It struck him as a splendid idea. Though his level of magic was somewhat lacking for flight, he could devise a means to achieve it. Lost in these thoughts, Noah found himself at his destination before he knew it. The Quidditch pitch was already teeming with spectators, including members from both houses as well as numerous students from various other faculties. Clearly, these students had followed Kate and the others. And it was no surprise that Noah encountered many familiar faces greeting him as he traversed the corridors. Due to the exceptional performance of Noah and his companions, they naturally attracted a multitude of students eager to befriend them. As they gradually approached the center of the square, the students, upon realizing that it was Noah approaching, instinctively parted to create a pathway, prompting Noah to express his gratitude as he walked by. At the center of the square, two factions were currently at an impasse. While the unfortunate Ron sat on the ground, persistently blowing his nose. "Is that you, Noah?" Kate's eyes lit up as he noticed Noah's gradual approach, which instantly alleviated his anxiety. Truth be told, Kate was not particularly intimidated by these adversaries in a one-on-one scenario. Yet the sheer number of people gathered around made him somewhat apprehensive. It wasn't so much fear for his own safety, but rather concern over potentially losing control and inadvertently inflicting serious harm on a few of them, which would be regrettable. "Indeed, it appears I haven't arrived too late." Noah nodded, calmly surveying the Slytherin students. His consistent support and the previous display of his petrifying spell against a group of pesky creatures had caused the Slytherin students to swallow nervously. Draco, especially, upon seeing Noah enter, cautiously hid behind his peers. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team and a reasonably capable student, scrutinized Noah with a furrowed brow. He had heard the rumors about Noah being praised for his abilities, suggesting he could easily compete with fifth-year students. However, he had not given it much thought. It was only after hearing about Noah's precise use of the petrifying spell on a considerable number of creatures that he began to regard Noah as someone not to be trifled with. Yet, what did it matter? He was merely a sixth-year student. Would he truly fear a second year? "Are you the legendary Phineas who is said to be capable of reaching fifth-year level? What brings you here? You don't appear to be a Quidditch player, nor a student of Gryffindor," Marcus remarked dismissively, looking down at Noah, who was a head shorter than him. "Stand aside, or I shall draw my wand." Noah replied without a hint of courtesy, having no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with this apparent future repeat student. Although the seventh-year examinations were indeed challenging, a student who would be held back was still a student who would be held back. While Marcus's magical prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to Noah's, leaving him only slightly superior to Kate and the others. Nonetheless, if a conflict were to ensue, Noah firmly believed that Kate and his friends had a considerable advantage. They engaged in battles against various magical creatures at the Room of Requirement daily, accumulating substantial practical experience. Noah doubted that Marcus, despite being in his 6th year, possessed any significant combat experience. Thus, Kate would not require much time to deal with him. Oh, a 2nd-year brat dares to threaten a 6th-year student? You certainly have a bold spirit. Marcus scoffed. Your words are tiresome. I shall give you one last warning. Either step aside promptly or draw your wand, Noah retorted. Noah, with an expression as impassive as stone, drew his wand and aimed it directly at Marcus. This audacious act elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students, who had not anticipated Noah's complete lack of retreat. Marcus's face darkened. It was intolerable for him to be threatened by a student from a lower year. This was of your own making. He hurled his broom to a teammate behind him and swiftly brandished his wand. He intended to teach Noah a severe lesson, to impress upon him that senior students were not to be trifled with by mere underclassmen, even if he were indeed a prodigy. The dignity of upperclassmen was not something to be trampled upon, nor the honor of Slytherin to be disregarded. The onlookers quickly stepped back, providing ample space for the impending confrontation. Truth be told, they were filled with curiosity and thrill. Hogwarts lacked a dueling club, making it rare for them to witness a battle between 2 wizards. But this time, they were in for a spectacle. Dueling brat, you still have time to regret. How verbose you are, Flint. I hope your actions mirror your words. Noah regarded Marcus calmly, lifting his wand with a slight bow, which Marcus mirrored. They both retreated to a sufficient distance. It must be said that dueling in the magical realm is quite a cumbersome affair. Formal duels between wizards and sorcerers adhere to strict protocols. The primary purpose of such rituals is to convey that this is merely a controlled skirmish, not a fight to the death. Though Noah was filled with anger, he had no intention of harming a Hogwarts student. That would be deemed an illegal duel, a transgression in the magical world. Noah's intentions were clear. He aimed to compel Draco to offer a proper apology. While he could disregard others, he could not neglect Hermione, who was part of his wizarding alliance. If he failed to protect those within his own organization, then he ought to abandon the endeavor altogether. Despite feeling somewhat juvenile, Noah chuckled at the self-awareness. Weren't students of this age drawn to such theatrics? He had previously asserted that members of the Wizarding Alliance should support one another, if he could resolve these matters, but chose not to. It would be tantamount to leading a rebellion against the very rules he sought to uphold, something Noah was unwilling to permit. Moreover, if he intended to showcase the existence of their organization, he must appear formidable and enigmatic to attract other talented students to join, wouldn't he? As for the professors, Noah dismissed the thought. During formal duels, it was unlikely they would intervene. It seemed he must perform exceptionally well. Of course, even if he were to handle Marcus casually, he was still no match for him. Noah contemplated quietly, gathering his magical energy, while Marcus, equally incensed, seethed at the audacity of this insufferable 2nd year, wondering just who he thought he was. A 2nd-grade prodigy daringly provoked a 6th-grade student, a rarity in the annals of Hogwarts history. It was evident that Noah was communicating to Marcus, I hold you in contempt. While this notion may have originated in Marcus's mind, had Noah been aware, he would likely have unreservedly acknowledged, indeed, that is the case. Weapon of choice. The silvery magic rapidly materialized upon Marcus's wand. He was determined not to lose. Though he looked down upon a 2nd-grade student, he approached the impending confrontation with utmost caution. He had heard tales of Noah's prowess and recognized his exceptional skill in magic. Particularly renowned for his expertise in the petrification charm, Marcus understood he must remain vigilant. Calmly reflecting on the rumors surrounding Noah, Marcus surmised that the petrification charm was indeed Noah's forte. Regrettably, his information was rather outdated. Even when employing offensive spells, Noah was not limited to such incantations. Spells such as Shatter, Fiery Inferno, and the fearsome Killing Curse were among Noah's remarkable talents. Nevertheless, Marcus believed he knew how to counter these spells, so he proceeded with a rather mundane opening charm. Truth be told, he did not anticipate any significant effect, and the outcome was as expected. Faced with such a spell, Noah lacked even the desire to glance at it. After donning a heavy suit of armor, his wand began to emit a golden radiance. What is this? All the onlooking young wizards were momentarily stunned, as spells that produced a golden glow were exceedingly rare. Most of their wands emitted a silvery sheen in conjunction with their magic. Marcus, though perplexed, did not allow himself to be dazed, even as an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Petrify all. As a 6th-grade student, Marcus was well-versed in numerous spells, and the petrification charm was certainly not uncommon. However, upon casting his spell, he was astounded to find that Noah remained utterly unfazed. Even the heavy armor Noah had donned showed no signs of damage. At this point, Marcus's composure began to waver. What on earth is happening? Especially when he witnessed the golden glow emanating from Noah's wand gradually transforming into a ring, adorned with various enigmatic runes that flickered in and out of sight. Everything seemed to indicate that Noah was employing a magic that was unfamiliar to Marcus. This is not Hogwarts magic. Who on earth are you? It is rather foolish of you to realize this only now. As for my identity, I am Noah Finnegan. Noah, for once, engaged in a brief exchange with Marcus. With a gentle flick of his wand, the golden radiance intensified, and the swirling runes began to rotate with greater speed. In an instant, countless azure secrets, sharp as blades, materialized around Noah. Marcus, not lacking in intelligence, immediately cast a heavy armor charm upon himself, and, feeling uneasy, he also conjured a series of barriers around him to hinder Noah's magic from reaching him easily. Let us hope for the best. Confronted with the enigmatic force of magic, Marcus swallowed hard. To be sure, Noah's magic was merely unfamiliar to these students. However, the professors and the elite 7th-year students were well acquainted with it. Regrettably, there were neither professors nor any elite 7th-year students present. Observing Marcus's intense demeanor, Noah nonchalantly shrugged. In the next instant, his wand swept through the air, and a golden ring inscribed with black runes began to whirl rapidly. The wind blades surrounding him sliced through the air, hurtling towards Marcus at an alarming speed. Truth be told, it was merely a wind blade, and Noah had no need to prolong the moment, waiting for Marcus to brace himself. However, Noah had no intention of harming Marcus. He merely wished to ensure that everyone could witness the spectacle clearly, hence his deliberate deceleration. Nevertheless, the wind blade was a formidable spell, especially amplified by Noah's 3rd-tier magical prowess, which unleashed its full potential. In the blink of an eye, a scene unfolded that left all the students in utter disbelief. They watched in astonishment as Marcus's magic shattered before their very eyes. While the shattering of magic was not an uncommon occurrence, it was indeed rare for a 2nd-year student to dismantle the spell of a 6th-year student. Marcus's defensive enchantment crumbled like fragile glass, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lacking practical combat experience, despite possessing commendable magical power, he was woefully unprepared for real-world confrontations. Faced with such a scenario, a seasoned magician would have swiftly evaded Noah's magic, repositioning their defenses. Yet here stood Marcus, bewildered and rooted to the spot. It was only when Noah's wind blade sliced perilously close, severing his wand in twain, that he began to awaken from his stupor. He gazed blankly at his broken wand, then at the tattered remnants of his clothing, a chill creeping over him. Who on earth are you? Marcus trembled uncontrollably, his wand lying forgotten on the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, the azure edge of the wind blade felt like a waking nightmare, leaving him devoid of courage. He was desperate to uncover the identity of Noah and the source of such terrifying magic. Enough with the incessant chatter. Do you not know when to concede defeat? Alas, I have no time for idle conversation. Draco, you need not flee. I have my eyes fixed on you. But before that, let us put you to sleep. In response to Marcus's inquiries, Noah was disinclined to engage in even a single word of banter. Casting a glance at the surrounding students, who were awestruck yet filled with admiration, Noah recognized that his purpose had largely been fulfilled. There was no need to escalate the situation further. Had he chosen to do so, he could have guaranteed that the unfortunate Marcus, lacking any combat experience, would have faced dire consequences. At the very least, it would not have been his wand that was severed, but rather his very self. With a gentle flourish of his wand, Marcus, who had intended to utter something further, fell silent, his eyelids growing heavy, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Even those around could hear the snoring emanating from this fellow, prompting other students to remark on Noah's exceptional magical prowess. Noah, without casting a glance at Marcus, as if anticipating his reaction, gracefully stepped over the slumbering figure of Marcus and approached the trembling Draco. The latter was now thoroughly frightened. unnerved by Noah's magic. "Mr. Malfoy, do you recall what I once stated in the presence of your father?" Noah inquired, his tone laced with mockery, refraining from taking any aggressive action. "Yes, I remember," Draco replied, swallowing hard, struggling to articulate his response. "Then, would you kindly reiterate what I said? You told me to keep my distance at school, or else you couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be any incidents during the Christmas or summer holidays." "Excellent. Now, do you remember what you previously said to Hermione?" "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted you." Observing Noah fiddling with his wand and glancing at the unconscious Marcus, who lay in tatters, his wand broken in two, Draco could no longer bear the situation. He nearly wailed an apology to Noah, disregarding any notion of pride. He feared he might genuinely suffer a mishap at the hands of this individual. His demeanor not only elicited sympathy from the surrounding students, but also drew a measure of pity for Draco's plight. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team appeared somewhat indignant, yet regrettably, none dared to intervene. After all, Marcus's fate lay before them. A second-year student had toppled a sixth-year. What purpose would their intervention serve? Moreover, one must not forget that Noah was not alone. His roommates and friends stood by his side. Kate and the others brandished their wands, their gazes fixed intently upon the Slytherins. Considering they had spent so much time together, it was plausible that they possessed a similar ferocity as Noah. Should tempers flare, the consequences could be dire. "I say, the one you ought to apologize to is not me, you fool," Noah remarked, feeling a mix of awkwardness and amusement at Draco's predicament. What had befallen him? Was his composure unraveling? Although he had certainly appeared fearsome moments ago, he had not committed any egregious acts, had he? Yet, to have Draco's mental state so thoroughly shaken to the point of perceiving him as a figure akin to a grandfather in the eyes of a grandson, was a rather delightful notion. Well, aside from being regarded as a villain by a throng of students, Draco, with a mournful expression, regarded Noah. Fully comprehending the implication, he was to apologize to Hermione. This, however, left him in a state of profound hesitation, bowing like a Muggle-born girl. The thought was almost unbearable. Despite viewing Noah as a Muggle-born himself, he dared not voice that sentiment, especially now that he was acutely aware of Noah's capabilities. This fellow was no ordinary Slytherin. He was, rather, the reincarnation of a Ravenclaw. How could someone of such caliber be a Muggle? Draco was aware that this individual was an orphan, raised in a welfare institution. Perhaps his parents were illustrious wizards who met an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances, which led him to end up in a Muggle orphanage. What? Do you have an objection? Noah cast a glance at Draco and immediately discerned his thoughts. Without hesitation, Noah remarked, "In that case, Mr. Malfoy, please produce your wand. I assume I need not resort to tossing a handkerchief or glove at your face." Upon hearing Noah's words, Draco's body stiffened slightly. What did this imply? Was he suggesting a duel? If he declined, he would surely face dire consequences within Slytherin, yet accepting posed its own dangers. Glancing at Marcus, who lay on the ground, and recalling Noah's earlier words sent a chill down his spine. This was no jest. If he accepted, he might not leave unscathed. Perhaps that scoundrel would seize the opportunity to sever his hand with that azure blade. Taking a deep breath, Draco slowly approached Hermione in front of everyone. Upon reaching her, he clenched his teeth and bowed with utmost respect, likely the most deferential gesture he had ever made. "Miss Granger, I sincerely apologize for the distress I caused you due to my actions. I was wrong, and I shall refrain from uttering such words again. Please forgive me." "Miss Granger." Hermione stared at the sorrowful and earnest Draco, momentarily stunned by the rapid turn of events. Just minutes ago, he had been haughtily berating her, and now he was bowing in abject apology. She recognized that this transformation was a result of Noah's influence, stemming from his assertion that all members of the Wizard Alliance should support and aid one another. In truth, Hermione felt a profound sense of gratitude. She was elated by her earlier decision to join such an organization. Drawing a deep breath, she calmly regarded Draco and replied, "I accept your apology, but that does not equate to my forgiveness. Draco Malfoy, it has become evident that your so-called noble house is not as formidable as you claim. I shall prove, like Noah, that you are inferior to me in every regard." After Hermione uttered these words, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. However, it was not long before a young Gryffindor began to applaud, and the applause quickly spread throughout the assembly, as if enchanted. Except for the Slytherin students, nearly everyone else joined in, applauding Hermione for her courage and character. Hermione silently made her way to Noah and the others, her emotions now considerably steadied. "Thank you, Noah," she whispered. "No need for thanks. Let us not forget about Kate and the others. By the way, it was Hannah who informed me of the events here. And remember, we are members of the Wizard Alliance." Noah replied with a nonchalant smile. However, at this moment, the crowd dispersed once more, and the applause gradually diminished. Professor Snape entered with a stern expression, casting a sweeping glance around before fixing his gaze upon Noah and his companions. "Tell me, what transpired here? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, gentlemen." In the Slytherin head's office, Professor Snape wore a dark scowl as his sharp eyes slowly surveyed Noah and the group of Slytherin students. Everything that had occurred today struck him as utterly outrageous, particularly when his gaze lingered momentarily on Marcus. Although Marcus Flint was far from being an exemplary student, he was nonetheless a sixth-year pupil. Yet look at him now. His attire tattered as if slashed by a knife, and even his wand was broken in two. His expression was vacant, as if he had suffered some horrific trauma, especially as Snape noticed the unmistakable fear in his eyes when he gazed at Noah. This left Snape with a throbbing headache. What in the world was going on? A sixth-year student beaten by a second-year, and it had left him psychologically scarred? It appeared that Marcus was not the only one affected. Even Draco and the members of the Quidditch team bore expressions of trepidation. "Professor," just as Snape felt the onset of a headache, Hermione suddenly spoke up. "Silence, Miss Granger. I did not invite you to respond, so kindly remain quiet, just as you would in class." Snape interrupted her without hesitation, knowing full well that the young girl intended to shoulder the blame. One could not deny that this girl was indeed a commendable friend, calm and not overly impulsive. She would take responsibility upon herself in critical moments. However, at this juncture, Snape was disinterested in such trivialities. He desired the unvarnished truth. "Mr. Malfoy, you shall speak." Snape surveyed the room once more, finally fixing his gaze upon Draco. Although Draco's face was now marked by fear, especially upon hearing his name called, Snape decided to let his protege explain. It was not that he had immense trust in Malfoy, but rather that he believed he was the only one capable of articulating the truth at this point. Draco reluctantly lifted his gaze to Snape, filled with regret over his earlier words. How he wished he had refrained from uttering those insulting remarks. Yet, the events had unfolded, leaving him with no recourse. Though Snape was indeed his professor and godfather, that did little to provide him with a sense of security. Faculty members often found themselves unable to intervene in matters between students, implying that Noah had ample opportunity to create trouble for him in the future. After much inner turmoil, Draco finally resolved to speak the truth, if only to diminish the reasons Noah might have to trouble him further. "In any case, I have already offered my apologies. Have I not? The shame I had to bear has been thoroughly endured, and Draco is no longer concerned about losing face over this matter." Gritting his teeth, Draco lifted his gaze towards Professor Snape and solemnly declared, "Professor, this is all my fault." Snape was utterly taken aback by Draco's unexpected admission, prompting him to glance at Noah involuntarily. "It is all my fault. I insulted Miss Granger." "You insulted her? What exactly did you say?" I called her a mudblood." Professor Snape rubbed his temples, feeling that there was little left to be said about this situation. The foolish Draco Malfoy had just uttered such words, and this was merely an invitation to trouble. Over 20 years ago, he had uttered similar words, a moment he deeply regretted. However, all of that was in the past. His dearest had fallen into the arms of his most loathed enemy, and ultimately, they had both perished at the hands of Voldemort. Snape felt no solace, only an endless tide of regret and fury. Had he not been so impulsive and concerned with his pride, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Yet, there were no perhaps in this scenario. Now, more than 2 decades later, he found himself confronted with a similar situation, evoking a sense of déjà vu. With a sigh, Professor Snape's expression grew serious as he looked at Draco. "Mr. Malfoy, elucidate everything you have experienced, detailing the events leading up to Flint's current condition." "Yes, Professor." Draco, clearly startled by Snape's seriousness, swallowed hard and began recounting his previous experiences. He spoke of his conflicts with Harry and the reasons behind his insult to Hermione, culminating in Noah's intervention with magic unlike anything seen at Hogwarts to deal with Marcus. Here, Draco played a clever card, emphasizing the danger and terrifying nature of Noah's magic, implying he intended to eliminate Marcus. Of course, he dared not be so blunt, opting instead for subtle hints. and then expressed his sincere apologies to Hermione for being coerced. He provided a detailed account, all the while surreptitiously observing the expressions of Professor Snape and Noah. Unfortunately, both appeared remarkably calm, leaving him somewhat disheartened yet relieved. He was disappointed that neither seemed to care about his mention of Noah's use of entirely foreign magic. However, it was reassuring that neither expressed dissent regarding his words, especially Noah, which put him at ease. I must say, Mr. Malfoy, I am quite disappointed. I believe Lucius's education of you has encountered some deficiencies. Professor Snape maintained a calm exterior, revealing nothing. Return and thoroughly review the code of conduct for wizards and witches. You will learn much, particularly about respecting others and yourself. Yes, Professor. Draco nodded quickly. Though he felt a tinge of defiance, he remained very compliant. Remember, you are from Slytherin. As a member of the aristocracy and a pure blood, one must adhere to these codes of conduct. You are certainly not one of those boorish individuals. I hope you comprehend. Now, return. Yes, Professor. At that moment, Draco felt no discontent. He believed that Professor Snape was indeed correct. After all, he was a student of Slytherin, a noble pureblood. If he failed to uphold proper etiquette, what distinguished him from those uncouth Gryffindors? It must be said that Professor Snape had an uncanny ability to grasp the sentiments of these youngsters, with just a few words. He not only quelled their dissatisfaction, but also instilled a sense of shame for potentially bringing disgrace to their house. Once Draco and the entire Slytherin Quidditch team had departed, he glanced helplessly at Noah. Mr. Finnegan, I must admit your talent is truly exceptional, but do you not think you have gone a bit too far? Did Professor Dumbledore relay all matters to you, Professor Snape? Noah shrugged. Indeed, including details about one of your esteemed predecessors. Is the magic you wield derived from her? Professor Snape nodded. Well, sort of. Let us not dwell on that. I apologize for the events of today. However, Professor, our little organization has a rule that all members must assist one another, and Mr. Malfoy today. Noah hastily shifted the topic. This is certainly not the magic of the Ancient One. I understand. Indeed, he has brought considerable shame upon himself. I shall return and impose better discipline upon them. You should all return as well, young sorcerers. Thank you, Professor Snape. Upon exiting Professor Snape's office, Harry and Ron appeared somewhat dazed. The moment they saw Snape arrive at the Quidditch pitch, an uneasy feeling settled within them. This sentiment intensified when they were ushered into Snape's office, accompanied by the Slytherin Quidditch team, while all of Gryffindor's teammates were dismissed, leaving them with a sense of impending doom. This was blatant favoritism, they thought to themselves. Yet it proved futile. Harry silently resolved that if Professor Snape indeed rendered an unjust judgment, he would seek Professor Dumbledore's assistance. On their way, Noah casually remedied Ron's issue of regurgitating caterpillars, and through their conversation, Harry learned just how derogatory the term mudblood truly was. This insight clarified why Noah and Kate were so incensed. Hermione was indeed their companion. Frankly, Harry envied such camaraderie, and in his heart, he had long regarded Noah and his friends as allies. Ever since last year when Noah and his companions aided him in thwarting Voldemort's plans, he had nurtured this sentiment, even contemplating joining their ranks. However, Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment as he perceived himself as somewhat lacking, particularly in the eyes of Noah and his friends. Even though he had shared these feelings with Hermione, it had yet to yield any tangible outcomes. Thus, he silently regarded Noah and his companions as friends. Even though they did not acknowledge this bond, Harry remained reticent. In his eyes, Noah and his friends were indeed deserving of such regard, for their excellence was astonishingly high. Yet, at this moment, Harry realized that he had perhaps underestimated them. Even though he believed his previous assessment to be quite lofty, it now seemed woefully inadequate. Moreover, Professor Snape did not impose any difficulties upon them, showing no inclination to do so at all. He allowed them to depart unscathed and even reprimanded those Slytherin students. Goodness, Professor Snape was the head of Slytherin. How could he exhibit no favoritism towards those individuals? Yet, the reality was undeniable, and Harry and Ron had to accept it. Naturally, they had not forgotten the exchanges between Professor Snape and Noah. They recalled a crucial piece of information. Noah seemed to have become a disciple of a great wizard. This revelation sent shivers down their spines, as they deemed Professor Dumbledore already formidable enough, and Hogwarts itself sufficiently illustrious. However, it appeared that Professor Snape did not always heed Dumbledore's counsel. Yet, when it came to Noah, he exhibited a marked change of demeanor. Who, then, was this great wizard? This question lingered in their minds, yet they dared not inquire further. All they understood was that Noah's teacher was exceptionally powerful, to the extent that even Professor Snape did not dare to provoke him, and Noah's magical prowess was remarkably advanced, surpassing even that of the sixth-year Slytherins. As they followed Noah and the others out of the dungeon, the radiant sunlight greeted Harry and Ron, providing them with a sense of relief. The dungeon had felt stifling, a sensation they experienced each time they attended potions class, though they would never voice such sentiments. Harry, Ron, thank you for standing up for Hermione. Noah suddenly addressed them as they reached the staircase. Oh, it was nothing. We really didn't help much at all. Besides, we owe you our gratitude for last year's assistance, they replied, taken aback by Noah's expression of thanks. To be frank, both felt a flush of embarrassment. Harry, not fully grasping the meaning of mud-blood, stood in silence, while Ron, understanding its implications, hesitated before responding, only to be thwarted by his own wand. In truth, they had not been of much aid. It was primarily due to Kate and Evan's presence that they had managed to avoid a hasty retreat. Noah's words made them feel somewhat sheepish. They truly found it difficult to accept such gratitude. Noah chuckled, finding these two rather amusing. Shaking his head, he directly stated, I heard from Hermione that you two wish to join us? Huh. Harry and Ron were simultaneously taken aback, as though their little secret had been unveiled. They indeed desired to join Noah and his companions. However, after a period of time this semester, particularly following the incident in Defense Against the Dark Arts class and today's unfolding, they felt a distinct lack of qualification to be among them. Yet now, from Noah's tone, it appeared that opportunities might not be entirely out of their reach. This realization sparked a sense of exhilaration within them, and they felt invigorated at the thought of joining and becoming as formidable as they were. A quick exchange of glances ensued, and Harry and Ron promptly nodded to Noah, exclaiming, Yes, we wish to join you very much. However, they soon recalled the significant gap between themselves and these individuals, which instilled a flicker of self-doubt. After a moment's hesitation, Harry finally spoke, but we seem rather unqualified. Qualification is for us to determine, Noah replied with a smile. Of course, your desire to join us is not a matter of mere whim. He continued to walk ahead, conversing with them, to become part of our group. You must undergo a series of necessary tests, though they shall not be overly challenging. They will primarily consist of first and second year material. Provided we pass these tests, can we indeed join you? Ron inquired, somewhat ambiguously. Yes, as long as you succeed, you may join us. Furthermore, you will gain access to enhanced training opportunities and a wealth of knowledge, Noah assured them with a grin. How many members do you currently have? Harry pondered before asking. Not many, but it is information you are not yet privy to. Will we be able to become as powerful as you? Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. That depends on your own level of dedication. Although I am not convinced you will reach my level, it is reasonable to assume you could catch up to Kate and the others, Noah replied. Thank you, Noah, for this opportunity. We are determined to participate in the tests, and we shall strive to excel. Noah nodded, pleased by the resolute expression on Harry's face. In contrast, Ron appeared somewhat insecure, likely accustomed to being a subordinate, lacking in assertiveness. This prompted Noah to sigh for Ron's future. After all, he was destined to marry Hermione, whose assertiveness and strength were well known. It seemed that life might not be particularly easy for him. Nevertheless, he was indeed a competent sidekick, was he not? The testing for Harry and Ron did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. It must be said that these two truly exhibited a variety of challenges. Harry's issue lay in his tendency towards specialization. He displayed a pronounced bias in his studies. His flying class was exceptionally strong, yet his potions class was painfully poor. And notably, Noah and his group had no intention of assessing flying skills. As for Ron, it appeared he had no area of excellence, though fortunately, none of his subjects were excessively deficient. Mediocrity reached such depths that even Noah felt a sense of nostalgia when he glimpsed the version of himself from his university days, one who merely needed to pass exams, basking in the glory of fluttering banners. To be candid, it appeared quite challenging for these two fellows to succeed, yet Noah found it difficult to dampen their spirits, especially when they gazed at him with such pitiful eyes filled with anticipation. This predicament left Noah in a state of considerable distress. He was reluctant to refuse them, particularly due to the pivotal presence of Professor Dumbledore. Initially, Noah had not contemplated the intricacies of the situation, but upon taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he discerned something peculiar. For instance, Why did Professor Snape address irrelevant topics in the presence of Noah and his companions? The standard procedure would have been to summon the Quidditch players from both sides, or, quite simply, to dismiss Harry and the others, allowing Noah to proceed alone. Instead, Snape took it upon himself to escort Noah and his companions, including Harry, while simultaneously reprimanding a few Slytherin students before expelling all unrelated Slytherin Quidditch players from the vicinity. Only after that did he mention Noah having a remarkable teacher, granting them an unexpected favor by allowing them to leave. This felt orchestrated, and Noah couldn't shake the feeling that he might as well be standing on his head. After all, Snape was the headmaster. It would be rather strange if he were unaware of such significant events occurring within the school. After pondering for quite some time, Noah found himself without a conclusion, which only added to his frustration. His demeanor, in turn, instilled a sense of despair in Harry and Ron. They recognized that Noah was likely inclined to reject their plea, yet he struggled to articulate it, leading them to lament their own inadequacies. Just as Noah faced this dilemma, Kate suddenly interjected, suggesting, "Noah, why not let them stay?" Puzzled, Noah cast a curious glance at Kate, who, along with the others, received her suggestion with intrigue. "Don't misunderstand. I, too, doubt these two will truly succeed. However, do you all remember the methods Noah shared with us last semester concerning magical prowess?" "You mean?" Kate continued, "Indeed, Harry possesses considerable magical strength and can be disregarded. Yet Ron is as utterly mediocre as they come, if he were left on the street. The only feature that would stand out would be his hair color, with no other distinguishing traits to speak of. However, it is precisely because of his mediocrity that he is most capable of showcasing progress. Wouldn't you agree?" Kate's words brought a wave of embarrassment to Ron, yet they sparked a glimmer of hope in Noah and the others. Indeed, Ron's plainness rendered him indistinguishable from the average passerby, and his current abilities were rather lackluster. Perhaps at a level 5 or 6, merely a magical apprentice. If he were to join the Mage Alliance and experience a surge in magical ability, it would serve as a testament to Noah's competence, validating his methods. Though Noah was entirely confident in the correctness of his approach, with others demonstrating significant progress, he genuinely needed an instance that would convince everyone that it was not merely a matter of bloodline or innate talent. Justin might have been a decent example, but his foundational knowledge was commendable, so he would likely not be persuasive enough. In contrast, Ron, a complete underachiever, a lackluster student, and possessing a somewhat flawed character, seemed to fit the bill perfectly. If he could reach such an unimaginable level, then there would be no issues at all. Very well, let it be so. Noah readily acquiesced to Kate's proposal, and the others present nodded in agreement. They bore no opposition to Harry Potter bringing his friends along. After all, if their performance proved unsatisfactory, they could always be dismissed, couldn't they? "Noah, do you mean that?" Harry and Ron asked with some uncertainty, yet Noah could discern their excitement. "Indeed, congratulations to you both. However, let it be known that our organization and actions have received the consent of Professor Dumbledore. Yet, should either of you fail to meet our standards, we shall expel you, and to safeguard our secrets, I shall employ the Obliviate charm. Do your utmost, gentlemen. We understand." "Thank you, Noah. And thank you all." Harry and Ron were elated, although their inclusion stemmed from a desire to explore a method that might enhance their magical prowess. They felt justified in their happiness regardless. As for that method, observing that Noah and the others encountered no issues, they were simply curious about its effects on relatively ordinary individuals. Though Ron harbored an inner belief that these individuals might look down upon him, he felt no anger. Having witnessed Noah's prowess, he recognized that fury would serve no purpose. It was far better to strive for their respect rather than resign himself to being merely a subject of experimentation. Unbeknownst to Noah, these two were lost in their thoughts as he led them towards the 8th floor. Along the way, they encountered numerous students, some of whom were exhilarated at the sight of Noah and his companions, while others engaged in hushed discussions. It was inevitable. Noah's previous exploits had been nothing short of extraordinary and sensational. A second-year student, wielding magic not belonging to the Hogwarts curriculum, had effortlessly vanquished a 6th-year student. Such events are legendary in any era. However, these students did not rush forward to engage Noah, as they were acutely aware that he had previously been taken away by Professor Snape. Who knows what kind of severe punishment this Slytherin head might have imposed to protect his own students. Thus, even amidst the throngs of onlookers, Noah and his group made their way to their destination, only encountering some difficulties upon entering the room of requirement. Harry and Ron were utterly astounded. They beheld an immensely spacious library, at the center of which lay a vast dueling arena. Everything appeared remarkably simple, yet emanated an air of profound mystery and nobility. What is this place? Harry gulped and inquired softly. This is the room of requirement, where you can essentially accomplish whatever you desire. Noah explained with a smile. Is this truly our activity venue? Ron was equally astonished by the scene before him. If the library had been his nightmare, then this place was the very origin of that nightmare. Indeed, this has been designed according to my vision. Simplicity often proves to be the best approach. Here, we immerse ourselves in the pursuit of knowledge and engage in practical training. Noah smiled, exclaiming, "This place is truly remarkable. Yes, this is where we shall strive for our future. Let us press on, gentlemen. I sincerely hope I won't have to cast a forgetting spell on you. That would not be permissible, rest assured. Noah, we pledge it." "Excellent. Then I extend a warm welcome to you both, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley."